I thought it was channel 1. That's camera.
Channel power as you can.
Welcome to Roadkill Nights, brought to you by MotorTrend, of course, Roadkill, and powered by Dodge. And I'm Steve Mignonti, host of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, and of course, Steve Mignonti's Supermodels, and KJ Jones, my co-host. We're going to bring you the action live from Woodward Avenue.
Right here on Woodward. This is actually legendary, historic Woodward Avenue, one of the birthplaces, I guess, of street performance. So it's pretty cool that we're back here. This is the 6th year of the program, and after a year off for pretty much everybody. But it's really cool to be out here on a beautiful day to catch some drag racing on Woodward.
Yeah, the schedule today is going to be a great one from 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. drag racing with open qualifying. And of course at 4:45, the Hellcat Grudge match begins. We're going to see a variety of Hellcats take on Eric Malone, host and star of Fastest Cars in the Dirty South. All of these are Run What You Brung match race modified Hellcats. Again, 4:45, the match race begins for the Hellcat Grudge. 6 p.m., the First Responder Showdown. 6:05, flamethrower and wheel stander exhibition runs. 6:15, opening ceremonies for the actual eliminations. 7 p.m., the top 8 shootout begins. 8:30, the top 8 winners award ceremony. And around 9 or so, we'll wrap it up. Between here and there, we're going to watch hundreds of cars make their way right down this. This is, of course, a part of Woodward Avenue that's just outside of the M1 concourse, which used to be the General Motors truck and bus factory, where they built buses, trucks, pickup trucks, and that sort of vehicle right behind us. Well, now it's been turned into the M1 concourse, sort of a really cool road race course, along with garages for people to store their cars. So it's still automotive, but no longer trucks, more like sports cars and hot rods today.
Yeah, M1's a really cool facility. I've been kind of calling it a billionaire's boys club.
It is. And that beautiful sound that we hear behind us is a couple of pickup trucks.
Absolutely.
Like you have to explain to them the car.
Far lane looks like a Chevy Apache, around a 58 or so. Near lane,
and right off the bat, a brand new Ram TRX, 1500 TRX. That's the supercharged bad boy.
That's right.
In the Ram family right now, and it'll be interesting to see how this makes its way down the drag strip, because it's pretty much set up for a dirt application or off-road application.
Well, that's right. That's Arthur Vela from St. Clair Shores, Michigan, in a TRX, of course. That's in the big tire category. And keep in mind, that's the Hellcat engine in a Dodge
in
truck.
A 1500, yeah.
Yeah, I remember about 5 years ago or so when the Hellcat came out, 707 horsepower, only in Challengers. Well, you got to love Dodge and Ram and Jeep for trickling that insane engine into everything.
Absolutely.
Okay, they're keeping up.
There we go. Okay. A lot of barking, and we figured that probably will happen throughout the day until this track really gets itself seasoned in. But a lot of tire barking, and the TRX actually didn't have much of a problem getting off the line, but it still lagged behind the Ford there for a bit.
That's right. On deck, we got a Chevy Nova and a 5-liter Mustang, and that's the bleach box, so to speak, right there. Of course, by this time tomorrow, that will be an intersection with cars. And there's a weld wheel. We can see they're getting ready to be heated up on that Chevy Nova. Got to heat them up, and of course, the point there is to get the rubber soft so it sticks better. And that Mustang has a turbocharger. We can smell, or can hear the turbo spooling up. That's about an 85. We can see the blacked out nose, and that's the very beginning of the mighty 5-liter Mustang reign right there, when they went to 4-barrel carburetors and then EF5 very shortly thereafter in 86.
85, yes, sir.
And these are flags, not flags, yeah, these are flag stars. Yeah, there was a Christmas tree in the past, but they said, that thing sometimes gets blown out of the way by cars, zoomy pipes and stuff, so let's just go with an old-fashioned drop-arm starter, and here we go. Off we go. Good luck.
There we go. That Mustang took off. As these things go, Steve, I think right away we could say that Mustang has what could be the setup out here. You know, traction is everything in any type of a motorsport, save for, like, just say drifting. But right now in this space, that little Fox body seems like it's got it dialed, and it's a turbo car. It just really hit high gear. Now the question is it a Fox with a Coyote power plant, a pushrod Ford power plant, or does it have an LS engine? The LS engine is very, very popular right now with the Fox platform.
Yes, that's right. And here's a couple of old school machines right here. We have a 64 Dodge 330 sedan. Looks like a race heavy from the hood scoop. Chevy Monte Carlo. Wow, the Mopar is in the lead, and okay, it gets passed by the new school, probably turbocharged. That looks like Dave Strickler in the right-hand lane there back in '64. Strickler. The Dodge boys.
That's the Ram Chargers, huh?
He was one of the guys. Yeah, they were all part of the team there. Yeah. 64 Dodge sedan, two-door post. You can see the big sway bar on the rear of that Monte Carlo as it makes its way around onto the return road. Okay, back to the front. Yeah. And the water you see there, of course, helps the tires to spin a little quicker, get them up to operating temperature. The wheelie bars on this Camaro may or may not be used. We'll see.
Well, from where I sit, the wheelie bars look like they're up kind of high, Steve, so I don't know how much they're going to come into play out here.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, I don't think that they're necessary in this deal here, but we're going to see.
Yeah. And we've got Mark McGill in that Camaro. He's from Potterville, Michigan. And that is a 78 Camaro. Not sure the engine. Probably some sort of an LS, perhaps a rat motor. I can't see through the hood. The Plymouth on the other side, 65. That would be a Sport Fury, yeah, or a Belvedere. Well, too. Camaro overpowering the track.
That's a lot of power getting down there. And again, you know, traction is, it's going to sound like a broken record, but traction is everything out here on Woodward, and it's going to be probably 2 or 3. We're in the test phase right now anyway. They're just making time trials or just test trials, really. And it's going to take about 3, I believe, to finally get things dialed in season. You know, this is almost like a throwaway attack.
Got an Oldsmobile Cutlass, about a 71 or 2.
And the CTSV.
Yeah, CTSV. I mean, Cadillac really came on strong for a company that didn't offer dual exhaust on anything from 1962 through about 1987. You know, Cadillac is really about performance now. They've come around. Oldsmobile pedaling off the line. The Cadillac undoubtedly LS powered.
Exactly, and the Oldsmobile actually has one of those TorqueStorm centrifugal superchargers that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So I told you I was interested in seeing how those perform. I'm not familiar with the TorqueStorm product, but it'll be cool to see how those make out overall. There are about 2, I think there are 2 or maybe 3 cars out here with TorqueStorm superchargers.
So we got a Durango and a 55 Chevy, one of the most unusual pairings you can imagine, but at the drag strip, anything goes.
Absolutely.
Good whole stock 55 Chevy. Durango's a 392, and that's factory stock. You got to love it. The 392 Hemi is very available in the Durango, as is the 57 Hemi.
The 55 has been on multiple Hot Rod Drag Week tours, and I believe that car is a stick car, it's a 4-speed car. Yes.
That's Ride 'em Cowboy, man. Stick cars. You got lots of work. You know, left hand or left leg with the clutch, right hand with the shifter. You got to be pretty good coordinator on a stick car. Challenger in the left lane.
Now, interesting, that grille presents as like Tempest maybe, or it doesn't look like it's a Nova or Chevy 2 grille.
Yeah, that's an interesting car. Yeah, that is a Canadian Chevy, and that's probably a Beaumont or an Acadian, I think. Yeah, they made a lot of sort of distant cousins in Canada that are very similar but not the same. That's probably a Pontiac, I believe, Acadian. I think.
Okay, so it is a Pontiac then, and off the Tempest variety.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, Pontiac styling cues applied to a Nova, only in Canada. The Hellcat is holding its own, but again, that fully race prep Nova is doing its job. The Hellcats technically are, 9-second cars. We saw it in the Guinness Book of World Records on an ideal setting. But that Nova is probably a 7-second car in a
More
quarter.
than likely in a quarter mile, and that would probably equate to somewhere in the 480 time frame of for eighth mile racing.
Yeah. Now, KJ, you have some magazine and automotive history, big time, right? You're from the Ford 50 race magazines.
Yes, I was a senior tech editor of 50 Mustang and Super Fords magazine for 10 years, and still play around in the late model Mustang realm, but then transitioned to the truck side, so I also play with trucks. That's kind of what I do right now.
Yeah, KJ arrived at Peterson Publishing 10, Source Interlink, etc. right when I left, 2005.
2005,
yeah,
yes,
and
sir.
I was at Hot Rod for about 7 years, Hot Rod Magazine. Still wrote for Carcraft, etc. when they were still in publication. 63 Dodge and about a 70 Nova. Similar, but not the same.
That Dodge, Steve, is actually a Coronet 440 with a 440 engine in and 2 turbochargers.
Nice, wedge powered. That's cool. Yeah, 2-door post, kind of an unusual body style. That's the low line, not the hard top, which might have been, say, a Polara. 69 Camaro and a 65 GTO, both very deep cowl hoods on those.
Now that's an iconic Woodward Avenue look right there.
Yeah.
That is truly an iconic Woodward Avenue look. On any given night, I guess you could say, that pair right there would probably be squared off, ready to do something for a couple of dollars maybe, who knows.
Yeah, the difference, of course, back in the day, street racing, let's face it, it's illegal and very socially irresponsible. However, today we can do it legally because the city fathers of Pontiac and the folks at Dodge and MotorTrend have all agreed that they can do this thing very safely, and it's fantastic. They have all the safety equipment that's required, but this is actually a stretch of Woodward Avenue. Something like this back in the 60s would put you in jail.
Coolest
instantly.
thing ever right now. Yeah, you get locked up back in the day.
Yeah.
Coolest thing ever right now. The people that are here enjoying it. For myself, I'm just having a ball being here already. And for those people checking it out on the live stream, this is just this is special. This is just something to remember as very, very special.
Yeah. I think this is the 4th year for actual racing on Woodward Avenue. And the first time it happened, I was here announcing, and we thought this is like a one and done thing, but it worked out so well, and everybody, towed the line and did a great job. And the city father said, "Come on back," and here we are. Okay, that Camaro's playing catch up, and goodbye.
Turbocharged Camaro. The GTO definitely gets props because in this space with so many LS swaps and before the LS, just a small block swap into a Pontiac. Pontiac engines still get a merit badge from me. Just to see a cool 455 or even a Pontiac 350. It is a different engine. The block is different.
Yeah, one of the things with the Pontiacs, back in the day was generally the 455 in particular, they have very large main bearing diameters, so the bearing speed's high, so they're not really good for more than 6,000 RPM, but they can certainly be made to move, like the S10 Blazer.
I believe
Mustang.
that's another Hot Rod Drag Week veteran. I believe. I'm not certain, but that's always cool. Short wheelbase and a lot of power means that things could get exciting very quickly out here on Woodward Avenue.
And KJ, Hot Rod Drag Week.
Yes,
Describe
sir.
that a little bit.
Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week is probably pound for pound one of the most. Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, pound for pound, is for me personally, and I've done it twice, is the most fun thing I've done in motorsports. It is a test of attrition. It's a test of will, man and machine, or person and machine, because there are women, young ladies that are in the sport that go out on Drag Week. Alex Taylor actually is a Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week veteran of many years now, she and her dad. But it is just a dogfight between the owner and a passenger or a crew person, if you will, going roughly 1,000 miles. It's been pared down from 1,500 miles originally, but going roughly 1,000 miles in 5 days, stopping at drag strips, driving your car with a small utility trailer and some supplies, basically. No assistance other than what you have, and trying to make it to the end. I mean, there's winning, of course, and some really cool Fender guitars that are given out for the winners and jackets and all that kind of thing. But for me and for a lot of people that go out on Drag Week, just getting through Drag Week is the big prize.
Boss 302 and a Hellcat. And again, the Hellcat is a street car.
Yeah.
The Mustang, not so much, but they're both running very strong.
The Boss 302, Windsor-based engine. It's hard to tell whether it's a 302 now or a 351 stroked out, of course, but it's got a big Pro Charger sitting on it, so it's making putting a lot of air through that block. And I've actually seen that on one or two of the reality type programs, racing reality type programs. So that car's been around.
Almost assuredly, that's not a G code Boss 302.
No,
tribute to it, but very cool. Okay, Chevelle versus El Camino, and El Caminos are kind of coming on strong. You wouldn't think that without much weight over the tail, they wouldn't be good at drag racing, but think again. The suspension set up, the right tires, they can hook like anything else.
Exactly. El Camino popular. It's the alternative G-body, if you will. You know what I mean? It's kind of on that dare to be different type thing. You know, when everybody has, say, a Malibu or a Monte Carlo or something like that, you can come out with the same front end anyway with a truck bed on the back of it. So you have some. I mean, it'd be cool if that's a street truck that still has some utility to it. That'd be really neat.
Interesting to see here. When he was going down the track, you could see when he got on the throttle, the tires went up in smoke. That is called surplus horsepower, which is good. And of course, again, here on this untreated surface, but on a real drag strip with some actually compound, that would probably hook up pretty well. Okay, a little Mustang, looks like a 68 fastback. Shelby look happening, and a 53 or 4 Chevy, but there's no stove bolt 6 under that one.
No, did you hear the whoosh? There's a whoosh under the hood of that one. I don't know if it's a turbo or a supercharger, but it is whooshing. So let's see if it can get down. And we have to caveat, we have to shout out Total Venue Concepts and my buddy Jason Rucker, the VP, because there is some treatment on Woodward Avenue right now. There is an attempt to build some traction, and with what they put down in terms of VP Racing glue, if you will, combined with the burnouts and combined with these cars being run, hopefully without too much stop, you should get some good traction later on.
Wow. Look at that stove bolt go.
Oh, yeah. Look at that stove bolt go, right. Just the stove bolt.
I can see.
We can go for $50.
Yeah. They call that a sleeper. The
yes,
kind of car
indeed.
that looks like it's maybe grandma's daily driver, but it'll eat your lunch.
Absolutely.
68 Dodge Charger in the far lane with a big race Hemi scoop, a modified. It's actually much larger than the 68 Hemi Dart scoop, but you get the point. Very cool. Lined up against something burgundy. There we go.
Camaro. And for those of the people listening or watching and the people here, what you're hearing out of the Charger is what I call the Pro Charger jingle. It just sounds like there's a jingle in that supercharger. It's a very unique sound, and these things make a ton of power.
Wow. Yeah. Look at that Charger leapfrogging off the line. Front tires just coming off the ground, and that basically is defying gravity. As the the rear suspension does its job, and all that weight of that car transfers onto those tires, yanking the front tires. Amazing.
Interesting. You'd wonder how much that car has been lightened. It is a heavy car going in, so.
Yeah. They're a good 3,700 pounds, pretty much. You can put fiberglass. You can get them to 33, but any more than that, you start to trim and slice and dice. But that ran good. Corvette, we've seen that car at Drag Week.
Absolutely,
and
many times.
And in the close lane, another 68 Dodge Dart with a big old race Hemi hood scoop. Looks like a 68 Hurst Hemi Dart tribute. Very cool.
Doc Fox might have been at every Drag Week, I believe. I think he's gone to every single one. And for drivers like Doc Fox and some of the Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week veterans and stuff, I'm willing to guarantee that this is a quote-unquote throwaway run, just to get some data. That the buzz term now is data, and see what they can do as far as power management to get down the track. As soon as it unloads, hey, look, we got to dial this thing back, or if it's not enough, if it's lazy, maybe there's room to put more in, and all type of variables come into play now, Steve. You have the engine, of course, engine management. A lot of transmissions are being controlled electronically now, and of course, suspension. Just dialing in by way of shock clicks, or if you have a 4-link and maybe jacking up, changing bars, it could get that deep out here. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
And little by little, pass by pass, the track, the street is getting better as rubber's deposited. And eventually, by the end of this day, the entire 500-foot surface will be sort of darkened up with rubber.
Yeah.
And imagine people tomorrow will drive, what happened here yesterday?
We got a single coming up here, Steve, a Dodge Dart. I believe this Dart here is it's a stroker. It's a stroke 360. So.
See a Danish 60
maybe not that one.
big old Dana in the back. You got the Dana 60 rear axle, of course, initially used in trucks, 9 3/4 inch ring gear. Not indestructible, but pretty darn close. When you see a Dana, that usually is a sign of a car that's got plenty of power. Look out. AMC, far lane.
AMC Javelin, another Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week vet.
Yeah, I like that. The Javelins, that second generation Javelin right there, those came along in 71 through, I think, 75 or thereabout. Biggest engine be a 401 from the factory, but you can bet there's a little more than that happening today. '57 Chevy 4-door, very cool. Looks like a 150 series with the painted outsides, and love the patina. Don't be
cool
fooled.
patina on it. Exactly, cool patina.
That's the kind of car that shines from the inside out, starting with excellent machine work on the crankshaft,
Absolutely.
the bearings, you know.
The Javelin, Steve, tell me, was the Javelin considered like a premium performance type car, that style Javelin?
Well, it was American Motors' bid at the pony car market, you know, and Mustang, Cougar, Challenger, Barracuda, AMC, well, let's do the Javelin, you know. And the first generation's a little more graceful, and of course the first gen could be had as a two-seater, the AMX, which was actually shorter, but when they went to the second gen like this, the AMX and the Javelin shared the longer body. You know, they're interesting cars. I like them. The fenders are exaggerated. They're kind of big, with a big tire that look great, but with a six-cylinder engine, as some of those were, they look kind of silly. But it's a great car, and they've come on strong. People
So
like
unique.
them. Parachute, big old wing on the tail of that. That's definitely a 200-mile-an-hour capable car, at least in the wind tunnel.
The driver of the 57 is being motion forward. Operations are just like at a drag strip. All motion must be forward as soon as you get into the stage beam.
That's right. If you want to freak out the guy, back up. That's a good way to get thrown off the track.
Yeah.
That's a trans brake. You see that little lunging action right there. He's releasing a button which allows the car to move forward, but the trans brake locks the transmission in low and reverse so you can make full use of the stall speed in the converter. The brake pedal, you really would start to creep the car forward, but the trans brake does the job. That's why the car's lurching. The 55 or 57 looks like it might have hurt something.
Yeah, it's just taking a very, very leisurely stroll now, and I think maybe that's why the driver might have wanted to back off, because they were broken or having some type of a problem. But the new school term or device is actually called like a bump switch.
Okay.
That's used for staging on the drag strip. And yes, it does, in a sense, actuate the trans brake, but it can be adjusted. So you have this much gap, that much gap, and you know, as big or small a gap that you need to bump into the beams. And it's all done through a button now. Just look who's here. We have a visitor.
What's
How
up,
about
KJ?
that? What's going on,
Steve,
Joe?
how you been?
Oh, man.
Good
Man,
to
this
see
is-
you.
Yeah, you come on in here, buddy. And God, I'm feeling special now.
Nah, come on now.
Wow.
I'm feeling special. I mean, this is like the best thing I've ever done. I mean, I have permission to race on the street with no headaches. I love it.
That's right. I mean, you tried this back in the 60s or even like yesterday, you'd be in jail. But for a 24-hour window, you know, the City Fathers of Pontiac allowed us all to come here and do this. So you've been to drag week before, or Roadkill Nights?
No, this is my first time, and I got to tell you, I'm probably the most excited person here, and I'll challenge anybody.
It's me. I'm the most excited.
I get to run my car in a little while.
Oh,
Yeah.
What are you
okay.
racing today? What'd you bring?
I brought my alcohol-blown 69 Daytona.
Wow.
Yo.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
It's
you.
amazing.
Yeah, we're going to make a hit out on Woodward Avenue, and, you know, it's an honor to be able to do it. I mean, I don't think people realize this is like something that any gearhead would love to do and put on their list of things. of
Absolutely.
accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I was talking to a couple of people that are in this deal trying to get into the Quick 8 later on, and that's exactly it. It's like you have your automotive or racing or motorsports bucket list things. And some are just
Yes.
going to races and seeing, I want to go to the Indy 500, I want to go to Daytona 500. This is something that they can participate in themselves, and it's on a bucket list. They want to be part of it. Good for you. Good for you.
Yes.
And now,
When they asked me to, you know, come here and run my Daytona, and I literally don't think I could get the car loaded up fast enough.
I gotta say, I love Garage Squad, and I
Thank
love how
you.
you represent for the Mopar crew a lot. Are you a
little
Mopar guy
bitch.
at the core? It must be, right?
he slips it in there.
Yeah, Garage Squad is one of the most fulfilling things I've ever done in my life. We help some, people, and it's all about getting the car back on the road. It's all about enjoying it, and what I love about it is people getting their cars done, and they're sending me photos. They're out with their family. They're getting ice cream. That's what it's all about.
Doing something with it, exactly. And some of them, have, if you will, the most I mean, sometimes like grab your heart stories too. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, man, this is so cool that you guys are able to help people and their car people all the way through and through and get them back on the road and able to enjoy the hobby as much as we enjoy the hobby.
Yeah, everybody kind of thinks I'm all tough. I'm a softie. I'm just saying, I mean, some of these stories get me hard, and it just goes to show you how important cars and this industry is to a lot of people. I mean, people, it's not just a car to get back and forth to work. I mean, it has way more meaning than that.
Absolutely.
That's right. Yeah, cars bring people together like nothing. It's a fantastic thing that we're all doing this, and we got a couple of Chevys on the line now. Well, old school top-mounted supercharger for once takes care of the turbo car.
That Camaro in particular, that Camaro is Tom Mr. 6 Second Bailey right there.
Yes, it is.
He just went up and smoked there, so I know he's going to go back and, again, power management. I bet he can just click the keys a little bit on the laptop and take something out of it and get straight down this track. So, again, throw this run away. This is just for data.
That's right.
For the quote-unquote big guns, if you will, for everybody. Throw this run away, and then they'll come back, and they'll probably start putting on a good show. Now, for you, Joe, you have to manage a Lenco drive, and you've got a lot happening in your car.
Yes, and, I'm old school. I mean, I do have, computer and data log. I don't like using it. I'm old school. I change the pills. I change the jets, and that's what I like to do. I get my car down the street, and it's very hard to get a blown alcohol car down the street.
Yeah.
Today, I don't know. I got it set up a little hot, and I think it's a little much, but it's all right.
Now, I have to ask, I think I know the answer. Is your car one of the 503 Charger Daytonas built in '69?
I don't want to really answer that. I like to keep everybody guessing.
Mystery.
Yeah.
Mystery.
Yeah.
Mystery.
Okay, I got to be honest. No, it's not. I mean, Mopar guys would kill me. No, it's not. It's something that I built from scratch. Started with tubes on the floor and a shell. It was originally a '68 Charger shell that was gone, and I built it to what it is today.
Is the nose cone like a fiberglass piece from Daytona or something like that?
No, it is actually fiberglass pieces that I have molded and glued together.
Wow.
Yes, and most people don't realize it's actually a Superbird nose.
A Superbird, okay.
Yeah, because its Superbird slopes down more downforce.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
That's hot rodding. That's car crafting. That's what it's all about right there, man.
Yes.
That's very cool.
And the wing, an original aluminum piece or?
No, that is a fiberglass wing because I wanted something really, really light.
Yeah.
Yes.
And under the hood, Hemi in that one? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Billet 512 Hemi.
Wow.
Yep. Blown alcohol.
Man. Gee,
Good stuff. Got a Silverado pickup truck, LS powered, up against a looks like a Fox Mustang.
Dakota.
That's the Dakota we visited with. That's got a 6.4 Hemi under the hood.
I said Silverado.
Yeah, it's a 6.4 Hemi in that Dakota. Started with a 5.9, swapped in a 6.4, and threw a big turbocharger on it.
Now that's just good times.
Absolutely.
Now, Joe, I was born in 1964, so I remember in the 1980s, the Charger 2.2, and the 5-liter Mustang had 225 horse. I never thought we'd see Hemis again. What's your take on this modern high-performance scene?
It's about time, and I love it. I think it's the greatest thing ever. I mean, if you go to the car shows, look at the people that are getting involved. That have all these Challengers and Chargers and Hellcats and everything, and people that normally wouldn't be involved, the older cars are getting harder to find. Now that this has come back, look at the love that's out there in the car show. Man, it's unbelievable. I love it.
Yeah, the thing I like to say is that, the Mustang 5-liter, when it came back with the Coyote, or even the GTs of the 90s and stuff, they're quick cars, and eventually they all trickle down into the hands of younger people, and it gets them into driving, and some of those folks will buy them new, etc. So I like to say the good old days are right now. The classics and the modern cars are equally interesting.
I have a 14-year-old daughter. She wants a 2009 Challenger. Yeah. And she's saving her money. Yeah. Wow.
This is a crazy combination. That S10 pickup truck with the turbo on the roof. What a crazy thing.
The S10 won the Horsepower Wars program, 10K shootout, basically, and they cobbled that thing together in a week against, I think, 4 or 5 other teams out in California. Went drag racing with it, and as the winners, got to take it home plus $10,000.
Wow. That's good.
Now, usually with a turbocharger, you want the plumbing as short as possible.
Yeah.
KJ, how do they manage to avoid turbo lag with that? Nitrous or something?
Probably nitrous oxide. Choose some nitrous oxide to get the spooling together. Get the spool really quickly. Between that and the torque converter, you can get around down all that travel. Air needs a short travel basically, and not too many turns. So I don't know how it's directly plumbed, but there's a lot of pipe in there.
Yeah, but it looks like a lot of fun to build.
Yeah.
Those are guys that are having really a good time.
Yeah, they're having a good time. They've got a 300-pound ballast creation in the bed, too.
Really?
They welded a rectangular-shaped box, so it's steel already, and then just poured cement in it.
That's awesome.
That's true hot rodding, making something from nothing. That's what it's about. And
it is.
Online, we got a Gen 3 Camaro and about a 53 or so Dodge Coronet 4-door. We saw that car earlier. The Coronet actually has modern charger suspension and a 5.7 Hemi. Oh, look at that. The trunk is open.
Built-in spoiler.
Okay. Wow, downforce is where you find it.
Right
Man,
on.
I thought I had a wing on my car.
Yeah, it's not quite getting your doors blown off. That's your trunk.
Getting the trunk popped, though.
But that's cool. That's a sleeper. That's a 4-door. And that's kind of what to do with an old 6-cylinder powered 4-door Mopar from the 50s. They're not very fun. You make it fun like that. That's
Absolutely.
cool.
And
Keep
the
it
driver
patina.
said that he drives it everywhere. Put the family in it. It's a 4-door. It's got room, So I'm into anything like that.
Oh,
really,
yeah, me too.
You want to go fast and you want mega horsepower and all that kind of thing. But sometimes just simplicity is really cool, too, because you're not on the side of the road needing your toolbox, calling a buddy to come pick it up because it's broken down. It's just something you can turn the key and literally drive it anywhere. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, sometimes less is more. My father's old school. He says, if you got a set of points, you can always get home.
Now, Joe, what's new with Garage Squad? Another season coming up? Or?
Yes, we're actually filming right now. I have today off, so I got to come here. But we have some really cool cars this year. We got some horsepower. We got some twin turbo stuff going on and everything. Yeah, so definitely going to be a good season. We got some really good people, and that's what it's all about. It's what makes me get up in the morning and enjoy my job.
I have to ask. Do you guys ever camp? We'll let these cars run down. We got looks like we have a wow, nice little wheel stand. Look at that thing. Oh, lost some balance. Something came off. Okay,
I think that might have been a slip-on muffler. It might have been a muffler that came off there.
Okay,
He ran it over, though.
Good avoid on the right-hand side. That could have been a little close. But
Yes.
So when you guys are shooting, do you guys set up in a hotel someplace, or do you ever crash out in the garage and just get to it at 5 a.m.? Or?
We have worked very late. Let's just say that I have many days on set of about 3-4 hours sleep at best, along with the rest of the crew. So yes, sometimes it is very stressful and very intense.
Now, on some of those shows, there's a B team that comes in and takes care of it. Do you guys have a B team?
No, this is A, B, and C. You're looking at them right here. Yeah. No, the guys know. It is literally us. We're there for 7. We only have 5 days to sling a wrench. That's all we get. And yes, we do get it done.
Yeah. So you probably choose your projects wisely, I'm guessing, right?
Well, no. Sometimes they're put on my lap, and because the story's so good, the people are so deserving, I got to look at the guys and go, listen, we've got to make this one work.
But you guys
they're
get
all
it
for
done.
it. They
it's
love
so
it.
cool. You get it done. And this is a question because I've just been curious as a fan, as somebody who watches the show, and I'm sure it's the million-dollar question for you and everybody else as part of the cast. How does someone, in a sense, get picked to be on Garage?
We get thousands of submissions a year. We tell everybody to go to GarageSquadTV.com and send your submission. The better the submission, the better your odds. And it doesn't matter where you live and what part of the country. Send in your submission, and we have a team that goes through them and checks them over, and it's a whole process. So I encourage everybody to go do it. And if anything, it's great reading material for me because I get to see all these great stories.
Oh, yeah, man.
And I got to be honest with you. Every submission gets read, so everybody knows that.
That's cool. That's cool. And you probably want to do every one. You know what I mean?
I do. Usually they're pulling back on the reins.
Yeah.
No, you ain't doing it, Joe.
Right on, man. That's really cool, man. Again, it's like super stoked to meet you, man. I promise you. This is so cool.
Well, listen, guys, I got to get back to my race car.
Yes,
got to
sir.
get ready. I'm going to be up here in a little bit, and it was always good seeing you guys and talking to you.
Great, Joe.
All righty, guys?
Thanks, Joe.
Peace out.
Take care, buddy.
Well, we're here on Woodward Avenue, and we're street racing. No, we're not going to go to jail. That's because it's been sanctioned by the city fathers of the city of Pontiac, Michigan. And we have a Camaro Z28 making the pass, very fast pass, being chased by a Z06 Corvette, which is not going to catch up. But again, this is the sort of thing that would get you landed in jail any other time. But this is absolutely the place to be today. This is Roadkill Nights.
Roadkill Nights, and we're looking at a drone shot right now, an overview, man. And if you if you're not here, you need to be here right now. Get down to M1 Concourse if you're anywhere in the vicinity, and get your ticket and come on in, because this is a fantastic spectacle, if you will, of automotive and performance and just car people. It's so cool, man. You know, props to Dodge for taking the lead and throwing this bash. You know, that's literally what's happening. Dodge is throwing a really cool bash for car guys.
Yep, the Brotherhood of Muscle.
Absolutely.
Here we are. And on the line right now, an interesting pairing, an American Motors Javelin with, I believe, an LS under the hood, and a Mitsubishi all-wheel drive. We saw this fellow earlier today, and this has an automatic transaxle, not the stick you might imagine.
Automatic transaxle, turbocharged with nitrous oxide.
Yeah.
And nitrous oxide being used again as a spooler, basically. It's just a small shot very quickly to get the turbo spooled up, and then I would say in something like this, the all-wheel drive does the rest.
Yes. And the owner of that was saying that one of the problem spots, listen to that chainsaw, here it comes, in a quarter mile. All right,
yeah,
good pass.
If he had more track, definitely. Or just, again, test run.
Yeah.
Okay, this is how I have to get my staging together. I have to get up on boost a little bit quicker. Once that's together, you know, all ducks in a row, man. In the perfect world, even in this smaller space of a track, that can probably get through pretty well.
Yeah. Eliminations are around 4:30 or so today. That's when the serious stuff begins to happen.
Absolutely.
At this point, they're gathering, as you say, gathering the data. Plymouth Duster in the close lane. I like the 70s sort of Motown missile-inspired strobe paint job on that one.
I knew you would know.
Yeah. And an Olds 442 in the far lane, which actually has an Oldsmobile engine.
Oldsmobile engine, and that's another car with the Torque Storm supercharger on it. So it'll be interesting to see how this performs now.
Yeah.
For the people that are listening and watching, etc., 442 again means?
Well, in 64,
yes.
4-barrel, 4-speed dual exhaust.
Correct.
And then in 65, when they added an automatic, well, 4-barrel, 400 cubes, dual exhaust, etc. You know, but that's a neat car. I love that one. Automatic transmission in the Olds and in the Duster as well. Automatics are, you know, they're easier to get down the track than a stick can be, especially the faster the car, the fewer things you want to distract yourself with, you know. But I got to say, anybody who runs a stick car, anything over a 9-second or quicker than 9, you're right on cowboy. You're a hero.
They're heroic,
Right.
no question. And you look at today's muscle cars, you know, your Chargers and Challengers, pretty much anything in the SRT group. Those are cars, big performance, big horsepower, big torque, and you can put them in D. You don't even have to necessarily use the paddles. You don't have to necessarily shift anything. Put it in drive, stop the gas, and it takes off.
Yeah. Although if you have to have a stick shift, you can still get one in a Challenger, a Hellcat 6-speed. I mean, ride them cowboy. I would say most of them are sold with the Torque Flight 8. But if you want this stick, you can still get it in the Challenger.
Which is cool. I really don't want stick transmission to go completely away. You know, it's you're a driver if you can drive a manual transmission car. You know, you really are a driver.
Yeah. Some new and old happening here. Pontiac GTO in 04, the rebirth of the GTO, and a 69 Plymouth Roadrunner in the far lane. The Roadrunner's got a wedge engine, no Hemi, but that's all good. It's a two-door post. You can see that little fixed pillar there between the windows. Cool little car. Stick shift, 4-speed car. GTO is spinning those tires. That is called more. Yeah, look at that power. That's crazy. I love that. You know, you can steer the car with the rear tires, but at 80 or 90, it gets kind of dicey. But that's he's got good control. There it is.
Sadly, that late model GTO had a short lifespan. I thought that was like one of the coolest cars, you know, out at the time, and it just didn't. You know, for what it's worth, it didn't really hit here in the United States. You know?
I was at Hot Rod Magazine when that car came out, and they invited all the editors from magazines to go on sort of a joyride. And Bob Lutz, who at that point was one of the VPs, I guess, at GM, and he kind of announced the car. He did say that we're not going after the original muscle car folks. We're going after BMW 5 Series guys, which may or may not have been a miscue. Don't know. You know, Dodge, when they brought the Challenger back, they said, hey, we want you back, Shaker guys.
Muscle.
And, you know, they weren't going after a BMW or a Porsche with the Challenger. They were going after old school. So the GTO might have missed its mark. Fantastic car, though. I love it.
Very cool. Now look at that. Is that considered a Scout pickup, or is?
I guess, yeah, the Scout. It's the original Scout
with a pickup bed.
Yeah. Well, that's the optional cap which you could get. So it's kind of it's not fixed, although I think it's bolted down. But those are more commonly seen with the full cap, like a little SUV.
Way
and
cool.
The Pontiac Grand Prix in the right lane or the other lane. I like the two-tone paint on that, very tasteful and subtle, but nothing subtle about the engine.
Mark Cicino from New Jersey. He bought that car in it's a 1986. He bought it in, I think he said 2000 or 2003. And it has become quite the beast. Nitrous injected. LS powered, of course. And
Wow. Wow.
yeah, Mark has come on Drag Week several times and done very, very well. And it's just such a clean car, and it's one of those G-body alternatives. You know, it's not the Malibu and it's not the Monte Carlo, it's not the El Camino, but a Pontiac Grand Prix. And as you know, Pontiac, in a sense, was the, I don't want to say higher line, but the more stylish line and more, I guess, exclusive at the time than Chevrolet.
Well, if the Buick Regal makes sense, so does the Grand Prix. You know, a couple of turbos coming up, and here's a Malibu, the more typical G-body, or I guess A-body. I guess that would be known as A or G. You choose it.
In today's parlance, they're Gs.
Yeah. And then we got
the Cobra Jet.
Yes,
wow.
that's a factory drag pack car,
Yes, sir.
I believe. Or it's got the graphics thereof. But the drag pack's an amazing thing. I mean, that was, you know, it's astonishing that they're building factory drag cars. Now, that's definitely not a Cobra Jet drag pack because those are not street legal. This is something that has the graphics. But still, that is an animal, the little Cobra Jet powered car.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I figured, but he's probably just not saying
This is that Coyote engine revved to
yeah.
8,000 RPMs. That sounds like a 6. Might be a 180 crank, you know, the crankshaft, the 180 degree Boss 302 type piece.
He managed to get down. I actually drove one of the first gen test Cobra Jets back in the day. A good friend worked for Ford, and they wanted to show that car at the Winter Nationals, Pomona. The finals at Pomona, and my friend Jesse Kershaw was with Ford at the time, and Jesse asked me to take my trailer and go to John Force's and pick the car up. It was over at Force's, so we took it to Force's and actually got to drive it, you know, in the trailer and then out, and I got to parade it around Pomona a little bit. It was pretty cool.
That's cool. Well, the 5.0 is here. That is a 68 Dodge Coronet, kind of done up like a police car, sitting kind of high in the tail. Looks a bit like a Pro Streeter. That's crazy.
Stuck up there, and I believe that's got a late model Hemi power in it. I'm not certain.
Okay. Yeah. Get well lucky. In the rear window. Yeah, police cars like that were absolutely four-door muscle cars, and Chrysler was right in there. The Dodge Coronet and Plymouth Satellites back in the 60s. If you watch the show One Adam 12, they ran Plymouth Belvederes and later the 401 Matadors, but that kind of brings us back to that. But that's a police car that won't be issuing tickets today.
No, not today. Get well lucky, definitely. Lucky Costa was doing pretty poorly, but he's doing very well now, I understand, and we just need him to get back in action, basically. So it's really cool that they shouted out Lucky. Get well, buddy.
All-wheel drive diesel pickup in the far lane, and don't count that out. That's probably an 11 or 12-second vehicle. Okay, it's got some tire spin, so squandering the potential, but look at that thing, spin those tires.
Yeah, it's a Denali 2500 HD, and in the perfect world, I actually took its brother, the Silverado 2500 HD, with a 6.6-liter Duramax engine, 10-speed transmission. I took its brother down the quarter mile, and that truck covered the quarter mile in 15 seconds. So
wow, I think it's like a 5-ton vehicle, more than that. Gosh. Yeah, trucks are a big part of the picture now, as they always have been, but more so now, and the diesel thing is just amazing.
Oh, man, it's amazing. Let some of the noise die down there. I've been involved with diesel now for 7 years. Time flies.
And which magazine title is that one?
It was Diesel Power. The title was Diesel Power. It's no longer. We're now a global truck group, if you will, part of MotorTrend. But as the editor of Diesel Power, I got to play with some really, really cool machines, and it's amazing how much power and performance you can get out of a diesel engine.
Well, we got a Chevy and Ford shootout here. Of course, the Fairlane in the right lane, the Nova in the left lane. The Chevy runs away with it.
The Fairlane 427 powered. It's an FE powered Fairlane.
Okay, got a Demon, the red car. And that's a heck of a car. Of course, we got to remember the Demons, 3,300 of those were built, and that's it. And that's a pretty strong number. It's amazing. Back in the 60s, something like that would have been maybe 200 built, the A990 or the Hemi-Dar, but 3,300 Demons on this planet, which is great, running up against a 5.7 Charger RT. I'm going to bet that Charger's not stock, but we'll know in a moment. seeing how it pulls out against the Demon, or doesn't. We'll find out. Both of these are Gen 3 Hemi powered.
Total
That
wicked
new
cool,
Hemi.
the Demon.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Oh yeah, Demon spinning those tires. Yeah.
Just so much power. And I mean, that might not even be tuned, might not even be calibrated or stepped up or hopped up. It's just a beast.
Yeah, they run 9s. I mean, you could actually drive a Demon to the 1970 Winter Nationals and find yourself next to Ronnie Sox and have a fighting chance against running down Ronnie Sox, because they were running 970s like that at the 1970 Winter Nationals in Hemi Barracudas. Of course, you know, Bill Jenkins with his Rat Motor Camaro, but now we have a car that can do a 9 with the AC and listening to satellite radio.
Listen to satellite radio, drive it pretty much anywhere, and again, just put it in drive. That's one of the cool things about it. It's another Demon.
That's a Hellcat with some Demon appearance items. Now, of course, the Hellcat and the Demon are cousins, but not the same. The Hellcat actually has the ability to go 199. The Demon is speed limited to, I think, 160 because of the drag radials. The Nittos, they're not. And again, if you go on 160 in a Demon in a quarter mile, they usually go 130 or so. But again, the Hellcat is actually a faster car. The Demon's the much quicker car. That's a modified Hellcat.
Yeah. And it's interesting, that being a Hellcat, and as these things go throughout history, identifying a this versus a that by way of the taillights, by way of the marker lights in the fender, by way of little nuances that, it doesn't necessarily have to be under the hood that jumps out at you as being a different car, just something that presents externally, as an external piece.
The thing I love about the new Challenger is that we've got, since 2008, something like 500,000 of those cars have been made, and you go back to 1970 through 74, I think maybe 150,000 E-body Challengers were made. So I mean, the new ones outnumber the originals by like 8 to 1, something like that. And the great thing too is the Fox Mustang, 79 through 92, I guess it 93. Was. Yeah, 93. We're now at the point where the Demon or the Challenger is now actually a little longer in production than the Fox, which is amazing. Which means there's lots to go around, and it will be for years, which is great. A 6 and a Hellcat Charger, and you gotta love the Hellcat Charger, the world's only 4-door muscle car, really. Seat 6, it'll run an easy 12, 11, 10 if you're really, really good.
Very good. We're going to toss to Rebecca. She's got some guests now that gonna have a little chat with. So Rebecca, whenever you're ready, just take it over.
Rebecca, go.
Yes. Hey, guys, we are at the starting line, and this is exciting, huh?
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to get my car out here. This is real loud.
This is really loud, Freddie. And Alex, I mean, you're used to this stuff.
I'm pretty used to it, but I mean, it's a lot of fun. I'm excited to be out here. I love this event, so it's a good time so far.
So now you've already been out there. What do you think has the better advantage, the right side or the left side?
Man, it's such a hit or miss. Like the right and the left, they both have advantages for their different reasons. So I've heard the right's a little bit more consistent. The left has an advantage because it's not as close to the wall. So I think you got to pick your poison on this one.
Which would you choose?
Well, it doesn't matter because whenever I go, I'm gonna lay down a bunch of banana peels. So it does, just watch out for those.
I don't know that the banana peels are gonna work in anyone's favor here.
Are you trying to tell me that years of cartoon watching has strayed me?
I think you've been betrayed.
Okay, all right.
Years of cartoon watching. It's gonna fit today. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is so exciting. You guys are used to this. I am not used to the smoke and the sound. I mean, this is wild.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean, it's a little bit of what you get at an NHRA race, but this is a really good primer if you're into like quarter mile or even just 500-foot drag racing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Tavares. When you put your 1320 feet sticker on there, I was cracking up because I was like, hey, it's not even an eighth mile. And then I found out we're like 550 feet, 500 feet now.
Yeah.
So it's not your typical racetrack. It's not even an eighth mile. So there's a lot of it's very important on the launch because you don't have a lot of time to make it up. On those longer tracks, you have time to come back and recover and pedal, and you've got time to make that up. But here, you've got to be very good to go from the beginning. So
absolutely.
So how are you feeling about later today?
I'm feeling really good. Honestly, the cars all look great. We each have a pretty good chance, even though this one probably has a better chance. I'm being very realistic here, but if something does happen, then she might not have time to recover. So
hey, and in drag racing, uncomfortable. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. I know I've kind of got a target on my back, but anything's possible. It's anybody's race. So.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
So how do you feel about being the only female driver out here and everyone's scared of you?
Well, maybe the only female driver as far as in our shootout. I've seen a couple other chicks walking along. To me, I'm just out here. I'm just out here like one of the boys. It's that, no difference. We built the car. I think we're good to go. So.
Absolutely.
Well, plus you're lighter, you have an advantage.
That is, a literal physical weight advantage, yes.
I would be lying if we did not calculate that into our equation as we were reducing weight and changing our weight bias. So we definitely did calculate that.
Okay.
Okay, let's talk about Weston. So now, what kind of...
I like that you go from weight to Weston.
Well, we're talking about advantages, disadvantages. Right?
Yeah.
So what was that? There was a very loud car behind me.
Probably that was a good thing, man.
Yes. So his car is awesome. It has twin turbos on it. Should make a lot of power, but it could also blow up in a very spectacular way. So who knows?
We don't want anyone to blow up. Let's not use those words today.
No, we don't want it, but it's a possibility.
He said he does want to maybe hit something, run into something, or tap someone.
See, I don't know. I told Weston when he said that, I was like, you know what, I got a bone to pick with you, because I come from we take it serious, we don't hit, we don't play around, and they're like, this is a fun and games thing. And I'm like, I'm not there yet, I'm ready to go make a pass. Commenting back on power, it seems like it's kind of been like a horsepower race. I know everybody's kind of commented they're going for power. I can say that track is not holding power very well. So we were out there. We have a timing retard in our car. We've pulled power, and it's still on the iffy side. So it'll be interesting to see will he be able to turn it down? Will he be able to make it down the track with that? He's got the horsepower. Is that going to be more of a disadvantage than an advantage? I mean, to be determined.
Yeah, maybe. He also has the smallest tires.
That is very true. And he does have a street tread still, correct?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So I was out there in a stock Hellcat Charger earlier today, and I can say that I did not get down the track. It was a smoke show all the way down, so that's a little bit less horsepower too. So.
But it's okay, because on YouTube, a smoke show means you're going fast.
See, that's the difference though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I'm like out after that win, and he's like, content is king. And I applaud that. I applaud him for that. So.
Yes.
Yep.
So I'm still trying to get over this the smell of the burning tires. It's quite thick here.
Oh yeah, I mean it gets right up in your nose and it'll stay there for like 2 or 3 days. So
so I might be covered in black later, right?
I'm just warning you, like your face. You're gonna go to the hotel tonight, wipe your face off. You're gonna be surprised.
Wow.
It's gonna be covered.
Okay.
So.
But it'll be worth it because it's fun.
Oh, absolutely.
It's kind of fun.
Track day's a good day.
Could we break the sound barrier today, people? Wow.
Watch and see what's going on.
God, it is so much fun seeing these cars.
Oh yeah.
There's the cool part about Woodward to me is like it's a blast to the past that like I never even got to live, I never even got to experience, but being in car culture and growing up in car culture, you always hear your mentors and your older people talk about, when they were street racing, when they were on this avenue, when they were on that avenue. So for me to get to experience it, I think it's just like, that's so neat to me. I love that part of it.
Honestly, to be in this Roadkill event, I mean, I watch Roadkill from the very first episode, and to be associated with the people that make the show it's insane.
Okay, all right, back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, folks. We are, of course, here, and thank you, Rebecca Grant, for giving that great interview. I'm here with KJ Jones, and at 4:30, there's going to be a grudge match with Hellcats, right?
With Hellcats, yes. Actually, they're Charger and Challenger, Hellcat, Red Eyes. These are the top dogs, actually, and it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. You just had Tavares and Alex talking about theirs and talking about some of their competition, and all of those cars and all of those drivers are going to square off to again get a shot at Eric Malone from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South to see who's best.
That's right, and then the cars that they'll be racing are actually pre-production cars and pilot cars that sadly apparently are going to be going to the crusher at some point down the road. So as a result, the teams had free reign to gut them, empty them out, or as we used to say back in the 60s for match racing, run what you brung. Speaking of which, a couple of modern challengers going at it right now. One is a wide body with the wide flares all the way around, and they're both getting down the track real good. Both, of course, Hemi powered, Gen 3.
That's amazing. It's just completely and totally amazing what those cars are capable of doing, and look so simple. You know what I mean? They present just very simplistic, and they're absolute animals once you get after them, once you get on them.
Yeah, the great thing is the 2018 Dodge Demon would go a 965 at 140 miles per hour, 0 to 60 in 2.3 seconds, 0 to 105.7 seconds. And yes, they were actually available with one seat. If you wanted to, the bucket seats could be deleted for a 54-pound weight savings. And there was only one piece of sound deadening on the firewall. I mean, everything about them was light and ready for drag racing. But again, they're totally street legal.
Now, throwback. Was there, in the Dodge racing program years ago, the street program years ago, a car could be ordered, and I believe it had like there's a B-Series van, and used the seat from that van, is that correct?
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah, back in 64 and 5, the A990 race Hemi cars, and in 68, the Hemi A-body, Barracuda and Dart used the A100 pickup truck Bostrom thin-line seats, which are also used in Jeep CJs, believe it or not.
Wow.
So if you go to the junkyard, wink, wink, you can find those kind of seats. But today when people build Superstock clones, they're always looking for A100 seats.
That's
Indeed.
it. That's the seat to go to. This is Mike Corsilli here in the Silverado. Mike is, I know Mike, and he's a great guy. He's actually a first responder, a firefighter out of Maryland. And Mike's a former diesel guy. He actually, we met through his Ford F-250, 6-liter F-250 diesel powered, and he sold that truck to get this truck, and a Silverado, of course, LS with a big turbo. And I can vouch for Mike in it being a street truck, him driving it everywhere and really having a good time with it. He and his dad have been all over Detroit with that truck since he's been here, taking some pictures in front of the GM building downtown and that type of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out, because he's really wanted to do Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. He truly had this on his bucket list. So I'm hoping the best for him.
Yeah, he's up against Peter Boakton of Roseville, Michigan, in a 72 Dodge Dart. The Dart pulls out. But again, this is the time trial, so we don't know what the eliminations hold.
Right.
But good traction for both of those.
Yeah, and Pete's car, I checked that out yesterday. That's the 390 that's punched out to, I believe it's 408. So it's a really cool piece right there. That's really a very neat car. Swinger.
Yeah, Dart Swinger. Yeah, the Dart Swinger. The Darts were great little cars in the 60s, from 67 through 69. You could get those with a 440, a 3D3, even a Hemi in 68. But the 1970s, Chrysler kind of pulled it back, and only the 340 was available. No more 440s or anything like that, unless you went to Mr. Norm's, Grand Spalding in Chicago, and then they could build whatever you wanted, a 446-pack Demon if you wanted it. But the factory stuff was 340 or 360 powered. Still pretty darn quick cars in stock form.
In stock form. See, the TRX giving it another try. If that's the same TRX, and much better off the launch than the last time.
Yeah, pickup trucks are a major part. You know, keep in mind that Dodge actually entered the muscle pickup truck wars back in 1962 with a thing called the Custom Sport Special, available on the D100 half-ton, 413 wedge in a half-ton pickup. It was absolutely possible. Pretty rare.
Definitely have a lot of people starting to come through the gates now. The crowd's thickening. Look at that. It's really starting to pick up, and people, just get yourself set for a great day. I forecast a great day of drag racing on Woodward Avenue here at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. I think it's going to be awesome, and I'm happy to see people getting out of their houses and doing things and coming to support something like this. And if you're a motorsports fan, or even if you're not, just to have a fun activity like this happening in your hometown, and even for the people that have traveled to get here, this is just lost beyond words, man.
Yeah, and this is Mecca, of course. This is the prelude to the Woodward Dream Cruise, which happens, of course, starting this Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, thereabouts, and the entire 14-mile stretch of Woodward Avenue from Pontiac all the way to downtown Detroit will become a slow-motion cruise. And the great thing is you'll see, no matter what, from Model Ts to Ferraris, it's all on display.
Everything, and it's really, that's a worldwide deal. I've participated in the Woodward Dream Cruise, or that week, if you will, 3 times, and met people literally from all points of the globe who are car people. Yeah, this is the second time here that we have the Cadillac CTS-V. And one of the things about a car like the CTS-V or the TRX, they're repeaters. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily that you have to go back and cool things off or check this or check that. You know, a street car like this, basically you can get in and run it at any time. And he's, again, having a little bit of an issue. Stick car.
Yeah, look at that. Those are when you see the V on the back of any Cadillac, look out. That means it's the performance version. Good stuff. And yeah, the 6-liter, I believe, even the 6.2 supercharged engines, I believe, were available in those at various times.
We've got the 5-liter Mustang onboard camera, so folks watching this live feed are being treated, now watching the Jumbotron, are being treated to an in-car camera shot, which is really pretty cool. You're riding along, theoretically riding along with the driver as he goes down Woodward Avenue. That's pretty badass.
It bumped focus. We got a nice shot of the dash pad, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Is that a stick car still? Don't know. If so, we'll know in a moment.
With the turbo, I doubt it.
Yeah. Wow. Nose high. Look at that. Yeah, the camera did bump. Maybe we'll get another shot in a little while, but the 65 Plymouth Satellite, kind of a pretty car going on there. Stick car, 8 3/4, probably a 383, maybe a 440. Yeah, Woodward Avenue was America's first concrete road surface, while the rest of the world had dirt and gravel. Woodward was out there. Of course, it makes sense with Detroit being the Motor City. As early as 1920 or so, Detroit was pretty well established as the automotive building hub. New York, in fact, earlier was Syracuse was a major hotbed, but it kind of centralized in Detroit by 1920. And again, the paved road is a function of that. Here's that Canadian Nova. It's either a Beaumont or an Acadian. I can't see it so close, but pretty cool stuff. It's a Chevy, but those were sold through Pontiac dealers up in Canada.
That's very cool to have now in my wheelhouse, because I looked at it the other day and I said, that's a Pontiac grill, and I thought maybe the owner might have fabbed it up and just done something really, really cool. But if that's the way they came from the factory looking like that, honestly, I think that looks a little cooler than the Nova's front end.
That's right. The beak in the middle is something that first appeared around 61 on Catalinas and stuff. Became sort of a Pontiac styling cue, including made most popular on the 67 Firebird. But when you see the beak in the middle, that's a Pontiac thing. Yeah, look at that big tire car.
Figured out. See, that's his second hit, and took some data from the first hit, probably made an adjustment, and now he's straight down through there. Yeah. So that's what we're probably going to come up on as people make their second and third test hits before we get into seeing who gets to battle out in the quick 8. This thing, the program is really cool in that everybody gets to run, which is fine. But to pare down to 8 of the quickest big tire and small tire cars and have them go at each other, that's drag racing. That's what's really, really cool about this.
Couple of cool cars here. Of course, the Chevy Nova with the wing on the tail. That's probably a 7-second car in the quarter mile. And the big old Dodge Charger in the other lane, a 4-door. Yep, Dodge Chargers today are 4-doors. And again, the beauty there, this is the world's only 4-door muscle car. The closest thing might be, certain BMWs, but these are half the price and they go faster. Better cars, very cool. That one's a 392. We can see it's got the red logo on the side. The 5.7 is pretty darn quick, but the 392 tells you you've got 480 horsepower on board. Okay, late model Dodge is holding its own, but again, the fully prepared Nova is running out, as you might expect. But again, that Charger is a street car, very, very cool. And you can put 6 of your buddies in there and go cruising. Yeah, today we got 4:45. The Hellcat Grudge race begins. 6 o'clock, the first responder showdown. 6:05 p.m. flamethrower and wheel standing exhibition runs. 6:15 opening ceremonies when the eliminations really start. 7 o'clock, top 8 shootout begins. 8:30, the top 8 will have done their thing, and the winners award ceremony will happen. These times are approximate, but bear with us. Looks like the weather's going to be hanging in there for us, and we should be right on time. Old school muscle right now. We've got a top-mounted supercharger on the Chevelle in the far lane, and the Camaro in the near lane is also supercharged, probably an underhood unit. Certainly an underhood unit. Gotta love the Zeus fasteners holding that plastic hood down on the Camaro. Okay, old school horsepower takes the lead. That's a good pass. Those cars are running mufflers. Again, keep in mind that today's mufflers are not like the old Cadillac mufflers people used to use on their street races back in the day. These actually flow air and don't really choke the engine, and they keep the noise down to a certain limit. And a lot of NHRA tracks do have decibel meters where you have to maintain a certain noise standard, so the community around the area doesn't get too upset. But around here, the cars are required to run mufflers, but there's no limitation on decibels. Nice burnout for the Oldsmobile. That's NMCA, the National Muscle Car Association, something that Peterson slash Hot Rod Magazine, etc., used to run and own. I used to cover the NMCA drag race series back in the 2002 time frame.
And
nice
again,
Oldsmobile.
very clean Oldsmobile, and again, he's trying to navigate this track with that supercharger, that centrifugal on it. So second hit there, and looked a little similar to the first one, so there's a little more dialing that has to happen before they get ready to really get after some things.
Yeah, that's the term, dialing it in. You got to dial it in, get the variables minimized so the car does what you hope it will.
For people that are in the stands, you can make your way over to the, there's an open area, the thrill ride area, basically, where you can get in the, I guess it's a Charger, and take a ride in a Charger and probably do some drifting. There's expert drivers out there, and they're making their way through that area, taking you sideways, or slideways, I like to call it, and having some fun. So if you're in the stands and you want to, I hope everybody's taking full advantage of some of the fun that can be had here. You have your Demon Simulator as well, which is really pretty cool to take a theoretic quarter-mile trip down the drag strip. But get over to the thrill ride area and jump in the seat and experience drifting in an SRT Charger.
Yeah, that's cool. And the Demon Drag Strip Simulator is pretty wild. Indeed, there's no extra charge. You go on over there, stand in a pretty short line. There's a bunch of cars. It doesn't take very long at all. Instead, go shotgun, go for a ride in those cars. And the Demon Drag Strip Simulator is pretty cool. There are actually two demons that have been sort of transformed with electric suspension. So there's struts front and rear. So when you sit in the car and you work the pedals and the shifter, the car actually jumps and leaps as if you're really in a car. The nose comes up, it does a wheelie. It's very cool. Meanwhile, you're looking through the windshield at a televised simulation of a drag strip. It's cool, and it's free.
I have to give you first-hand experience. It's very, very cool, and I have to shout this out. Alex Taylor's, one of her crew guys, squared off against me, and I wore him out. But
yeah, there you go.
It's very neat to do this, though.
Nice. We got the Chevy Apache in the near lane and the S10 Blazer in the far lane. Traction troubles in the close side, but
now you see your difference. The Blazer got down this time, and then the Ford is still having some of the challenges that it had in its first lap. So this is really when you get cerebral about it, you know what I mean? When you get cerebral about it and want to make it down Woodward Avenue, you gotta play the traction game. At the end of the day, that's all this is going to amount to, is playing the traction game and playing it well as best as you can.
And one thing too, being a public road, it's built with a crown, so that liquids go off to the right-hand side. So the right-hand lane is, well, it's got a bit of a sideways swerve built into it. That's why cars in the right lane are more likely to start getting a little loose. But again, it's up to you to countersteer and stay in it. And if you're not going straight, get out of it.
Absolutely. For any driver out there that might be listening to us, if you're in any type of a concern or trouble, let off the throttle. And for sure, if you have any type of an engine problem, drivetrain problem that might put fluid on this street, please pull off to the side. Please, please, please.
Chevy Monte Carlo in the far lane, 5.0 Mustang in a near lane. Monte Carlo gets the whole shot. The Turbo Mustang building boost off the line. Still doing time trials, of course. You can hear that whistle whistling down the track. That's one thing about turbo cars. They can be kind of problematic, because if the guy next to you wants to burn you down, because staging, hitting the brakes, getting the trans brake going, and then building boost, it takes some concentration. And if somebody wants to mess with you, well, it's easier to do a job on a guy with a turbo than a belt-driven blower or a nitrous car.
Yeah, that turbo and building boost or trans brake or even foot braking, you're building heat.
Yeah.
And of course, heat is the enemy of anything mechanical. So that's I would say, the bigger concern with some of the turbo cars, because they are on the trans brake, and the longer, the worse things get. You know, the turbocharger getting hot, but you have that transmission getting super hot. The torque converter, my goodness, the torque converter getting very hot as well.
I've seen tranny fluid catch on fire at various times.
Yes.
I mean, it can get ugly. You know, that's why they have fire extinguishers up there. 55 Chevy versus a Hellcat Charger, or no, that's a Durango. Excuse me, I've just seen the nose of it. Okay. 392 Durango.
Amazing.
And you got to keep in mind, you know, the 55 ran away, but remember that the Durango is a almost 3-ton street vehicle that'll run a 12, high 12 at the quarter mile, which is pretty darn quick. And the difference in a 1 second, well, a tenth is a full car length in the quarter mile, roughly. So if a car is a second quicker than another one, it doesn't seem like much. That's 10 car lengths by the end of the quarter. So, you know, about 6 here. So it looks like cars getting spanked, but either way, when you're in it, it's a quick ride.
The term that all the cool kids use is a gap.
Yeah.
You've been gap-tized.
Challenger in the lovely limelight green. Hellcat, 2 of them. One's a wide body, the far side. Yeah, the wide body's beautiful.
Now, wide body by how much? Do you know what the statistic is? You know, wide body versus conventional Challenger?
Well, the additions are actually they're add-ons. The quarter panels and fenders are stock pieces, but it's all about covering the larger tire. And the wide body came along in 18 for the Demon application because the drag slicks were too wide, and the law says they got to be covered. And it turns out it looks so good that the wide body became a factory option. And again, the suspension's not any wider, but the tires and wheels are, and that's all about more grip. But the wide body just looks great too.
Looks really slick, yeah. The 440 Coronet again. Everybody coming through now, making their second rounds, basically, or second time runs in the time run period. 440 engine, you said this is a wedge engine.
Yeah.
Twin turbocharged, running in the big tire category. So a pair of Mopars lining up.
Yeah.
Let me look over there at the VIP tent. I know the people at Dodge are happy to see this on the line.
Yeah. Dodge car, Dodge, probably a 440 or a Polara. Keep in mind that the Coronet name didn't come along till 65, so it's okay. I used to make that mistake myself, but the 62, 3.4 Dodges would be either a 330, a 440, or a Polara or a Polara 500. In 65, the Coronet name came back, so the details, but it's all good.
I knew you would Rain Man me at some point throughout this, so
that's me,
I've been Rain Man. Thank you.
55 Chevy and a 68 Chevelle.
That is, I believe, a 56.
Oh, you're right. You got
50,
it. Yeah,
56.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm peeking between legs and fence links.
The 56 Chevy.
Right. I should look at the monitor. That's what I should probably do. Oh, there we go. Yeah, 56 with a cowl hood. And the Tri-5 Chevys, 55, 6, and 7. The triumvirate, the mighty Tri-5 Chevy. Here's the middle child. Some folks love these. I'm a 55 guy myself. Wow, look at that.
That car moves out.
Okay, Chevelle's just smoking its ET away. The 56 runs on by it.
55 by way of the egg crate grill, or?
Yeah, that's largely the identifier. And it's funny, the 57 is such a more ornate car with the fins on the back and stuff. The 56 is sort of an in-between thing. But I like the 55 myself. And that egg crate grill was actually inspired by the Ferrari. Oh, wow. 1952 Ferrari. And steal from the best, why not? Here's that 54 Bel Air again, that crazy sleeper.
Yeah, big time sleeper, turbocharged. I'm pretty sure it's LS powered with a turbo, or maybe 2 turbos, I'm not certain.
And the Boss 302-ish.
Yes.
Bear in mind, no G-code Boss 302s were harmed in the making of that drag car. You know, I mean, it's possible, but it's unlikely.
Well, if it is a Boss car, I think purists might be perturbed enough because it's been back-halved.
Right. Yeah, remember back in the 80s, the tubbing thing, Alston used to sell these tubbing kits and stuff, and I had mixed feelings. I saw a lot of my buddies take really clean Barracudas and Z28s and tub them in the name of Pro Street. And a lot of those same people are untubbing them today.
Taking it out, exactly. taking it out. You know. Those cars are probably equally yoked. That Mustang had a little problem getting off the line, but looking at both of them go through, thinking independently, I think they're probably pretty closely matched. So to see them in a true drag race would probably be exciting.
Yeah.
And then there's a Chevy and Ford in it as well.
Yeah,
And
the
here it is
67
Chevy
Mustang up against 69 Camaro. And again,
Yes.
Mustang came first in 64.5. Camaro came along in 67. You choose which one's better. I love them both. They're fantastic.
Well, it epitomizes Woodward Avenue, definitely. And I'm looking at that Mustang, and if you look very closely at it, maybe people will be able to see that on the Jumbotron, but it has a big speaker in the back of it. It's got a huge speaker sitting in the back seat area. So that guy, it's safe to assume he clearly cruises that car and has the music going.
Yeah, we want to thank the sponsors, of course, Gear Vendors. For the last 14 years, Gear Vendors Overdrives have been the presenting sponsor at Hot Rod Magazine and MotorTrend's Drag Week. Many of the most powerful street legal drag cars you see here today are equipped with a Gear Vendors Overdrive to help the car cruise down the road with lower engine speed, which is essential for these cars that are making 1,000 to 3,000 horsepower. Gear Vendors Overdrive are the way to get classic muscle cars, hot rods, and restored antique cars down the highway with better fuel mileage and lower or more reliable engine speeds. Yeah, Gear Vendor, it's a cool piece. It bolts to the back of the transmission, and you can actually split gears. If you have a 3-speed automatic, you can actually go first, Gear Vendor first, second, Gear Vendor second, third, Gear Vendor. So you have a 6-speed.
That's amazing.
Effectively. Yeah, they're cool. And they fit under most drive shaft tunnels without slicing.
So a big block anything that probably would be spinning somewhere in the area of 3,500 RPM on the freeway can go down the freeway at maybe roughly 1,800 to 2,000 RPM.
That's right.
Incredible.
And these Gear Vendors, they'll handle like up to 3,000 horsepower.
Wow.
I mean, they're reliable
stout
pieces.
piece.
Yeah. So I mean, if you have a car, you had a built Turbo 400 or a built Torque Flight or something like that, you don't want to take that expensive tranny out to replace it with a 4L80 or something like that. Well, get yourself a Gear Vendors, bolt into the tail shaft, and you have the best of both worlds.
Absolutely.
Camaro and El Camino. See the tubes in the back of that El Camino, of course, that's the roll bar, which does double duty. It protects the vehicle in the event of a rollover and satisfies the NHRA rulebook, but in many cases also stiffens the frame, so there's less flex, and less flex is good. The suspension can work better.
One of the things that makes those collective G-bodies, again, a desired car is because it is a small wheelbase type car, but it's a frame car, which is really interesting, with most of the things in that space being unibody. That's a frame vehicle. So
yeah,
that going in kind of makes it cool to modify and put some power in it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Back in the day, the Ford Fairmont was its competitor. I have one with an altered wheelbase and a camera in it, believe it or not. I drive it on the street, but that was a unit construction car. And the Fairmont, of course, and its cousin, the Mercury Zephyr, were the first Fox body vehicles. The
Correct.
Mustang grew out of those a year later
Correct.
in '79. But indeed, they were very light. Meanwhile, GM, when they downsized, they went body on frame, which is a little heavier, but more durable.
Durable,
Yeah.
exactly, durable. And when you come to drag racing, it's desired.
Yeah.
Doc Fox coming back for a second hit. It's kind of still rough to call who might be a quote-unquote player in this a little bit later on. Oh, Doc took off for the flag? No? Or for the burnout.
I gotta see, I've seen pictures of that Corvette right there in Hot Rod Magazine.
Yes.
With a trailer behind it,
Yes.
in the rain, with the rooster tail of water.
Yeah.
That car gets driven.
Gets down the road. And it does have a Gear Vendors in it.
Yeah, another use for Gear Vendors is in motorhomes. A lot of folks will put them in a motorhome, and that's, you talk about a load on it, that's a strong boost. The heavy dart is, okay, the Corvette is on its way, the dart gets loose, backs up.
Well, we have Christy Lee on deck now, and she's got some of our influencers with her. Christy, do you want to let us know who you're talking to?
All right, guys, hanging here with some new friends that I've just made. I feel like we're lifelong friends now, right? The guys from Throttle, we've got Evan, Quinn, and Ricky, and of course Weston Champlin as well.
Of course.
Of course. Someone gave him a microphone, which in my opinion is rather dangerous, but you know what? You got it now.
Is it on? Does it work?
I think so.
It is? Oh my God. How are you doing, guys? Welcome to the show. This thing's going good? Okay.
I feel like this is like Good Morning America. Yeah. Okay, these are...
Today on Good Morning America, we're here on Roadkill Nights Live on Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. Things are going great. Cars are making noises. Smoke is being thrown. I'm loving it.
He's really shy, you guys. He's really shy. Okay, these are some of our competitors, half of the competitors actually. We've got Throttle and Weston that are competing in today's grudge match. You guys have got your hands on a Challenger or a Charger. Let's talk a little bit about your build in general. I'll go to you first, Evan.
Sure. So we took a very traditional route, good go-fast parts, good big tire in the back, a little bit of spray, and stripped out the interior as much as we could. Wow.
I want that car.
Straightforward build, pretty smooth, I'd say, throughout the whole process, and it makes a lot of power. It's really fun.
All right, Ricky, have you been out here to Roadkill Nights before?
This is my first time here.
What do you think so far?
Amazing. I've never seen anything like this. The track is great. Racing in the street is freaking killer. And then being right in front of a camera with you guys is amazing.
All right, and Quinn, question for you too. Like, what an opportunity for Dodge to reach out to you guys, give you an opportunity to get a car, a little cash, and build to compete today.
It's incredible. We love building cars. We're car guys, and just being able to have the opportunity to get presented. The Challenger is such a potent chassis to begin with. It's insane to see what the limit of the car is, and just kind of further develop the chassis and get to know it. It's crazy. We're JDM guys, Euro guys, so getting a real proper muscle car like that has just been a truly crazy experience for us. It's been a lot of fun.
All right, Weston, I feel like I don't even need to really make much of an introduction for you.
Wait a minute, what? You're not going to introduce me?
I'm going to introduce you as one of the competitors that's competing against these guys. You're a little friendly right now, but I feel like on the track that's going to change later.
No, we're going to be friendly the whole time.
Friendly all the time.
Like, I think that probably there's a good chance one of us is going to hit the other, and I'm feeling like that yellow car does not have a dent in it yet, and it needs one. And I got bull horns on the front of my car, so it might have 2 holes in it. So it's good. But you know, the thing about it is oh wait, what are we talking about? Are we talking about like how we built our car and all the good stuff?
This is why you're not allowed to have the microphone.
Hold on. I'll go ahead and let you ask me the question.
No, I want to hear about your car. Tell us about your experience with this.
With the experience, the whole thing? Well, I'll tell you what. Sorry, I get shiny lights, more horsepower, you know, I get lost in it. But, you know, Throttle did the very conventional, safe thing to do. They put pulleys on it, they put spray on it, they decided to upgrade the drive lines, all that. I didn't do any of that. I turned mine into a Hellcat fighter jet. So I put twin turbos on it. It makes like, well, we tuned it up a little bit. It makes like 1,150 to the wheel, probably 1,100, maybe, I don't know, somewhere in there. So it's got plenty of horsepower. We didn't touch the drive lines. We didn't touch the axles. We put a diff brace on it, and we're probably going to break it, but we're going to have a good time breaking it. See, I think that really what we're doing is we're just proving that Hellcats can hold together when people like me get a hold of them and decide to go
turn up the wig a little bit.
Yeah. And what about you coming all the way from Kansas, coming up to Motor City for an event like this?
Honestly, I've never been to Detroit. I've never been this far east. I am a kid from Kansas. I come from a town of 10,000 people. The only thing I've driven in a straight line is a tractor. And like literally, I don't think people really quite stand this. I have been on a drag strip 2 to 3 times in my life before this event. And every time I have broken my car. My car has blown up every time. I built a Cummins Swap Mustang. I blew it up every single time.
I feel so good about this
now.
So the new winners of the grudge match.
Hey. How much horsepower does your car make? Can I ask that?
1,200.
1,200? Yeah. Okay, ours makes 15.
I mean 1,600.
Hey, I'm switching them wastegate boost around. We accidentally pushed 31 pounds of boost to it, but it survived and it made good power, and the rattle that was in the engine went away.
Is this some soft smack talk going on right now?
No, we sit down and we had dinner last night. We're friends.
We're basically family at this point.
Yeah, family. Hey, I'm telling you right now, if you pop a wheelie in that yellow Challenger, all I'm saying is family.
So, okay,
Can we
guys.
make jokes like that on here?
So you guys obviously have a great relationship going on here. What do you think for now? This is very passive. What do you think about the other competitors out there?
I think Alex Taylor's got a pretty crazy build. It's incredible she got that together with her dad in like 5-6 weeks, but I think a lot can go wrong. You know, anything can happen out here, and this is a street, right? So it's not a fully prepped track, and I think it's anyone's game, really. I do.
Quinn, what are your thoughts?
I'm just excited to see how it all turns out. It's going to be wild. Tavares built a pretty crazy car. Who knows what's going to happen? Alex Taylor's, I'm assuming it got dialed in, but just the amount of work that they put into that thing, the development has been insane on their car.
All right, Ricky, what about Eric Malone? So if you guys beat each other, the winner from that is going to advance on to go up against Eric Malone?
So when we get to Eric Malone, it's going to be an easy win. So once we get there, it's going to look forward, hit the gas pedal, and take off. And he's going to be looking at my taillights for sure.
All right.
Are your taillights
Weston,
pretty?
come on.
Wait, you want me to talk about this now?
Of course I do.
Okay, what are we talking about? The other cars? I'll tell you what, Alex Taylor, that car is so nice. I want her to build me a car. That thing is sweet. And she's got like 15-inch tires on the back, big tire car, 4-link, turbo 400 trans, Ford 9-inch. It's a solid race car. It's a trans brake bump on. It is a, yeah, it's good. It's good.
Are you guys ready to get beat by a girl?
Oh, that don't bother me. They put a lot of work into that. They deserve that. They did a good job.
Are you?
I'm not biased at all. I'm not biased at all. Weston, what do you think about racing against Eric if you make it that far?
Why is everybody always saying,
I'm sorry, when you make it that far. When you make it that far.
You know, I hear the guys over here talking like Tavares built a nice car, Alex built a nice car. I didn't, and then they just look at the Hellfighter back there.
You built an airplane. You built the special.
That's a true point. That is. Well, the thing is, we're gonna fly over the competition.
Finish it, dog. I'll tell you, you're going to catch on fire as soon as you take off.
Everybody has told me no, but I'm cutting the roof off that car by the end of the day. I've got Zawzaws and I've got Sawzall blades. Anyway.
I want to hear this loud and clear. You're going to cut the roof off of your car with the
Yes, there's
Sawzall?
no Hellcat convertibles.
All right.
And we're going to make one.
So you have the reciprocating saw in your trunk, ready to go.
I brought Sawzalls all the way from Kansas, and I stopped at Harbor Freight and got a couple more.
All right, wow, you guys,
We're
this is
good.
going to be one heck of a match. If you don't think it is, I think you're crazy. So you got to tune in and watch this. We got a couple competitors here. The guys from Throttle, Weston Champlin. Let me just take this away right now before he takes it back. Thanks a lot, guys. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Last chance.
Adios. See ya.
Got the Hellcat grudge match coming up at 4:45. You just saw Alex Taylor, and I'm sure she heard the guys talking smack. I'm sure Alex heard the guys talking smack up here, saying they're coming for her. So this really ought to be good. Be sure you're in your seats or you're glued to the live stream at 4:45 when Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, brings you the Hellcat grudge match with influencers and Eric Malone as our celebrity guest, who is going to try to defend his honor in a grudge match.
You know, they mentioned the strength of the Hellcat and that it's pretty much ready to rock, and that's a fact. You know, the ring gear in the rear axle on that. There's a shot of, here's an in-car of the Olds 442. But keep in mind that the ring gear in the Hellcat has 9.3-inch diameter versus the 8.5 in the 5.7 Hemi. So just like in the old days when Chrysler put Danas under the Hemis, they do the same thing with the Hellcats. They are bulletproof cars built from the back to the front. They're tough.
There's a gear shift. Using a ratchet style shifter, if you notice, just quick detents and bump it in the next gear. That's a pretty cool shot.
Nice thing about that too is you never hit R for reverse. You know, that could be done on certain factory shifters. So that's a nice thing. Competition shifters like that are designed for much easier manipulation.
Looking at the handle, I believe, keeping it old school, it's a B&M Starship.
Yeah, that's cool.
B&M Starship.
Gotta love that old dashboard with those the deeply padded circles. That was a safety feature back in the day. You know, crash-proof. Well, not crash-proof, but it was an actual cushioned padded dashboard. In the 50s, steel dashes were the rule. And not anymore. Okay, here comes the Popo. Look out, they're here. Well,
yeah.
In a good way. This is a 68 Coronet, and it may or may not be a PK police VIN. Don't know, but these were available with the 383. No 440s in the police packages, but they were still pretty potent. And that's not the car you would have wanted to see here back in 68. But today, well, it's racing.
So police package is 383 only?
Yeah, there were no 440s. You get into the 70s, and no Hemis. They never put 426 Hemis in any kind of normal police vehicle. That is riding high in the back. Still has leaf springs in the tail with some pretty serious shackles and super stock leafs in the tail there. Looks good. May not be so great for drag racing, but hey, it got down the track okay. Looks cool.
So I'm still stuck on that police package. So the Interceptor was a 383.
Yeah.
Which is 440.
Well, I mean, it was when in the full-size cars, the full-size like Dodge Monaco, which is a C-body, they could be having a 440 as early as 66. But the mid-size B-bodies, 383s. And you get into the mid-70s, of course, like 75, 67, you could get the B-body four-door with a 440. But that was a detuned engine. But the 383 was pretty potent. It was a Roadrunner engine. You know, they ran well. I love the side exhaust on this Malibu here. You're telling us there's absolutely a turbo under the hood on the far lane. And in the near lane, that 4-door Malibu, actually it's just a regular Chevelle, that is a sleeper.
Very much a sleeper. We visited with that driver, and he tells us that 7-second capable in the quarter mile. Wow. And he's doing that, pedaling, and he's doing that without LS power. He's got a small block under the hood of that one.
Okay. Yeah, the LT1 engine, I guess.
Correct.
The Gen 2 small block Chevrolet, which was similar to the first gen engine, but had things like distributorless ignition, reverse rotation water pump, LT1, LT4. And of course the LS1, whole different creature with an aluminum block, aluminum heads, cathedral ports, or at least the early ones. Great stuff. The LS family really just revived, you know, drag racing. Kids building Nissans and Hondas are putting LS motors in them. It's cool. Yeah, I gotta love that far side. That's a Chevy 300 Chevelle, the far side. It's a 2-door post, 65. Original paint on that car.
Yeah, that's a cool car. Everything is hidden. It's done so clean. Everything in it is hidden and tucked away, and it presents just superbly. But to your point there, as far as those LS swaps, the actual Hellcat swaps are coming on. If you watch social media, if you look at YouTube, Hellcat swaps are going crazy right now. With people getting these drivetrains and putting them in anything. And
good stuff. The Malibu gets down the track. The late model does too, and that's the great thing.
Mecum Auctions, the world's largest collector car auction company, returns to Dallas September 8th through the 11th at the K. Belly Hutchison Convention Center, featuring 1,000 American muscle cars, classics, Corvettes, trucks, and more. We welcome everyone to Dallas to bid in person, and enhanced online bidding and telephone options make it easy to join in the Mecum experience from around the world. Register to bid now at mecum.com.
Hey, I'm NASCAR driver Ryan Newman, and I spent years feeding deer and most recently some elk. The thing that I've settled on after trying a whole bunch of different products is Westbrook Monster Mix by Job's. You can find it at your local True Value store or local farm store. Just ask for it by name.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Now, let's go borrow a boat and make some bad decisions. Time to go incognito.
I love you, Ricky! I love you, Tom! What's the next stop?
Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos!
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he looped it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
We're back at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge at Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. Once again, a nice overall shot. Now we're into the crowd. I guess the crowd is getting more and more robust as the day goes on, Steve. And by tonight, when we get into Eliminations, the Quick 8 program, it's probably going to be booming through here.
Yeah, this thing gets better and better. I mean, we're basically doing something that any other time of the year would get you thrown in jail. We're street racing on Woodward Avenue, which is a fantastic thing. I mean, the city powers of Pontiac, Michigan, Dodge, and the folks at MotorTrend and Roadkill have all combined their forces to close down this road and allow drag racing right here. It's very safe, it's wonderful, and what a great thing. Got a International Scout in the far lane versus a Plymouth Duster, and back in the 60s there actually was a turbocharger option for the Scout.
Really?
Yeah, the little slant 4 could be had with a tiny Garrett turbocharger. There was maybe 800 or 900 made, and it was a real thing. That one is not a 4-cylinder.
That one gets after it. That one gets after it pretty good. Wow. The Scout now, Scout like Bronco. Was there a Scout too that fell after the?
There was, yeah. International redesigned the vehicle in like 1971 or 2, and actually the Scout 1 and 2 were sold simultaneously for about a year until they finally sold out the Scout 1s. The Scout 2 was similar to the first one, more modernized, kind of looked more like the Blazer. But again, the Scout was one of the first. I mean, it came out long before the Bronco came along, or the Blazer, or the Dodge Ram Charger. The Scout was an unsung hero.
Gotcha. It's very cool. That one's really cool. They got through there very, very well, very quickly.
A couple of great Dodges here. We have a Hellcat in the Challenger, of course.
Challenger, yes.
Yeah, and just a regular 5.7 in the Charger 4-door. See the little RT on there, but again, the 5.7 can absolutely be built to match a Hellcat in power with aftermarket bolt-ons or Mopar performance goodies.
And aftermarket bolt-ons in the Dodge group. Years ago, of course, that was done through Direct Connection, I believe it was, Mopar and Direct Connection. That still exists today, basically, so that's carried on for years.
Yeah, Mopar Performance is the modern. I hear there's rumblings that Direct Connection marketing might be coming back.
Wow.
Either way, it's all good stuff. Factory approved, factory engineered parts for your car. And in many cases, the emissions are not altered. They're legal for use. Is that GTO again? And GTO stands for Gran Turismo Omologato. Or
Italiano.
the great one. You choose. The great one.
Girls take over.
Yeah, right. Of course, there's that Cobra Jet Mustang again. Not sure if that's an actual VIN-less drag car or if the graphics applied to a more...
I think it's a Mustang GT that's got graphics on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do see a full interior on that one. The beautiful thing about that family of Mustang is it still has a live rear axle. The independent rear suspension came along the generation after that. Now, they both work, but the good news with a straight axle or a live axle in the back is a little bit easier to tune for drag racing. Not quite as delicate either.
Then again, I could be corrected. His plate says 5.4 double overhead cam, so it very well could be a Cobra Jet.
Wow, okay. That's right, the 5.4 was not available in a street-going Mustang. Huh, interesting.
Corrected there.
Here's a Hellcat and a Gen 3, or Gen 4 Camaro, excuse me. And those Gen 4s are interesting cars built in Canada, and that was the platform that launched the LS. Although early versions, that could be had with the LT1, Gen 2, but the LS is when it really came to life. The beauty of the LS, of course, is that aluminum block. Saves about 90 pounds off the nose. Okay, there's the double-edged sword of a turbo car on display with that Camaro. He was spending his time to get the boost up and everything.
Boost, yeah.
Meanwhile, the other car's on its way.
Get it on boost, yeah. Got to get that sorted out in a drag race. That's got to be sorted out, And now you think about that car, the way it sits in drag week license plate. That's pretty cool. The way it sits could very well be more on the street strip side of it versus street and then strip. You understand what I'm saying? So boost is something that's not technically or mechanically handled with efficiency. And that's why the delay in getting into boost and going.
Yeah, the only downside when it's eliminations time, when that light goes green, if you're not moving, you're losing.
Get done. Yes, sir.
But he'll figure it out, hopefully.
6-liter truck engine in this Chevelle here. By way of his hood.
Hellcat Charger in the far lane. You can always tell the Hellcat's the demon head on the front fender. Very, very cool.
Checked out.
And when you say truck engine LS, we're talking generally about an iron block.
Iron block, yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's nothing wrong with that. A lot of guys with supercharged and turbos prefer it because the aluminum blocks aren't really serviceable and the liners are kind of thin. They are lighter, but in some cases they take the durability of the iron block, and they're cheaper. Okay, got a Demon in blue versus a
Firebird.
An 84 Firebird. Look at that. There's an old school root style supercharger. A couple of 4-barrel carbs popping through that. Loafing you hear there, that's basically what supercharged engines tend to do. There's a long distance between the carburetors and the intake, and basically they sort of load up and unload, and that's what they do. But when it goes wide open, it'll smooth right out.
That's just it. Did you hear him whack it just a moment? And whack it, open the throttle, just blow the throttle out real quick, and just the whoosh, the air that moves through that blower is incredible.
They say it's like firing a .357 Magnum in a concrete hallway.
Wow. There it is. Just Just wow.
Yeah, soft launch for the Demon. That could have done a little better, so kind of interesting, but still, the old school blower was hauling butt.
Now, I've never driven a root style, a big blower like that, 671, 871. I've never driven a car with anything like that, and I've always wondered with the rump and the loping, the rumping like that, does a driver, he'll have to like 2-foot that car?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly, with a converter or a stick, good luck with a stick shift, something like that, but you want to have a loose converter with something like that. Otherwise, you might load up the plugs and it might be tough, but yeah. They're also very prone to heating up. You got to be careful. So old school blowers like that are pretty cool, but the belt-driven stuff of today, the centrifugals, are better scientifically, but they all get down the track.
There's a car like that running it on alcohol is probably more efficient.
Yes, yeah, cooling things off.
Sure.
Yeah, making snow on the side of the blower case and all that. 5-liter Mustang versus a Charger Scat Pack. And of course, the Scat Pack came along about 3-4 years ago, and when you see a Scat Pack on a Challenger or a Charger, you know that it has a Hemi, but not a 5.7. Instead, it has the 6.4, and yes, along with that is the larger differential, bigger parts inside, bigger U-joints, or CV joints, I should say. So the Scat Pack 6.4s are the 5.7s made even better.
For people truly following along either in the stands or on the live feed, the Mustang, that Mustang made a good, clean first hit and then just blew the tires off in the second hit. So must have went back, said, hey, the track is holding this, that, and the other. Turned it up, the track didn't hold that. So now, come back and split the difference, do some calculations, take a look at your, you don't take a look at data here, actually. There's no time slip or anything like that, but you basically assess the runs, seat of the pants, make an adjustment, and kind of, I would say, meet in the middle. And hopefully that happy medium will get you down the track a little bit quicker than the first time, but not as poorly as the second time.
Yeah, and those adjustments could be things like adjusting the timing curve or even delivery of boost or fuel, that sort of thing, or nitrous even.
And that's all done through a laptop now, Steve. Before it was a screwdriver and you turn that carburetor, your distributor wrench, and you turn the distributor, for us old guys, right? Yeah. But now it's plug the laptop in, and all of that is manipulated through keystrokes. It's amazing.
Yeah, I kind of have a foot in both worlds. In fact, I have a larger foot in the old school world. The modern computer stuff, I get it. It's why, well, back in 1986, when Ford went to a fuel injection system on top of the 5-liter and went from carburetors, we have a little bit of a delay on the racetrack. We're going to clean some stuff up, I think. But again, back to when computers arrived on the scene in 1986, a lot of people thought, oh man, it's over. We're done. Well, it actually was the beginning. It allowed
the advent of serious performance, basically. Yeah.
More specific tuning of everything from fuel delivery to boost delivery. I mean, without the computers, of course, the Grand National could not have been what it was. The earlier carbureted turbo cars from Buick were okay, but they really came to life with the advent of the computer. So it was not the end; it was the beginning.
Absolutely. And just a suggestion for people that are here taking in Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Take a glance over to the. Resetting the timing lights is what we've understand is going on. The back to racing, but go on over to the thrill ride section. The free thrill ride is out there for you to jump into a Hellcat and take a ride slideways. Get in there, and there's some expert drift drivers out there that'll take you around their track and probably give you the thrill of a lifetime. So definitely take advantage of that because it's free.
Got a Gen 6 Camaro, Gen 5 Camaro versus an old school 66 or so Chevelle Malibu. Both probably LS powered. Actually, they're probably LT powered on that Camaro. That would be the 5th generation Chevy small block, which is similar to a Gen 3, Gen 4, but even further, I think direct injection on those, the LT4s, the modern LT4. Lots of tire smoke.
The Camaro is literally a mechanical piece of jewelry. It's got a Steve Morse engine under the hood. I believe that's participated in several of the different week competitions, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, and then the Rocky Mountain Race Week, etc. And if you take a look around it, under the hood and then inside it, it's perfect throughout. And that's an amazing testament to engineering and craftsmanship and what can be done with these new cars, be it a Camaro or be it a Charger or even a Challenger, just the things that people are doing to them now to present as they do. Like walk up on it, okay, yeah, it's just another Charger, it's just another Challenger, but there's a lot going on in some cases under the hoods of them.
Yeah. El Camino against a Challenger. And that El Camino is an interesting one. That's probably a 73 or 4. The colonnade styling with the big bumpers. In fact, the bumpers on the front and rear were federally mandated to survive a 5-mile-per-hour impact without damage. There's actually hydraulic struts behind those that deform and then pop back out within 24 hours. So the large bumpers on these things are kind of heavy, but that was federally mandated crash protection. We've come so far. Look at that demon running away. But again, they're both great. I love them all.
Now, was that a 73 for the front end?
About that, yeah. Okay. 73 and 4. They're so similar. I'd have to look at some magazines.
Gotcha. No, that's
ballparky. Cool. Little Dodge Dart in the far lane, tubbed, 4-link in the back. 37 Chevy with a tunnel ram.
Tunnel ram, big block tunnel ram.
Like the Krager SS wheels up front. Looks like some old center lines or something on the back. Steel plate or aluminum plate wheel polished.
And the paint, let's call that splotch.
Yeah.
It looks pretty cool though.
I think I might be seeing a slight top chop on that 37. It's very subtle if it is. It might just be the way the paint's working. I think it is. But again, that's a steel-bodied 37 Chevy.
Wow.
And that's from the days when Chevrolet had just gone to what they called turret top construction. No more fabric insert in the roof. It was one of the first years for an all-steel body. No more fabric.
Interesting. Running up against the dial. Dodge straight through there. And I stand corrected as far as ETs. Unfortunately, we don't know what ETs are, and I'm guessing that maybe the drivers do get a time slip at some point at the end of this, but ETs are being recorded basically. They're being recorded because there will be a quick 8. So they have to have some kind of record of what the ETs are. And ETs are elapsed times, of course. Some type of record of what the elapsed times are. So
and those digital lights we just saw a second ago right there, that's not a scoreboard. That's
markers.
Yeah, and it's also, I think it's it's a predictor of how long it'll take your commute that day. It's very useful. That's not part of our drag strip setup here. It's not.
They need to alter it to like 0.5 for these cars.
That's right. Kind of cool little street rod here. Looks like a 29 or so Model A, all done up, fenderless, up against a Chevy Silverado. Probably 6-liter. I see a hole in the front bumper on the Silverado.
Silverado is a
turbo on. Look at that, just spinning those tires. That's kind of spooky right there.
Roasting the tires.
Yeah, keep going straight.
Now the lesson in that is dial it back. The time's down 20 minutes to get downtown. In one of these cars, subtract 15 minutes.
Now this is interesting. Here we have a C body, about a 68 or so Plymouth Fury up against a Ford Lightning, SVT Lightning pickup.
First-gen Lightning,
yeah, those are the 5.8, 351, and that was a big deal. Remember that?
Oh man,
351 pickup.
That was a cool truck, 351, and it actually, the SVT program, it had, for what it is, it had some handling in it. It was really a cool performance pickup truck. Very, very neat truck. Onboard camera, if you look up on the Jumbotron there, onboard camera. This does not have.
That's a 727 torque plate shifting into second gear, manual valve body, and watch it click into third. Okay, there's drive, and that's a 68 Fury C-body, full-size car, probably a 383, maybe a 440. Pretty cool, old school, full-size Plymouth.
Interesting that he did not install an aftermarket shifter, or console mounted or whatever type shifter, and it's actually shifting on the column there.
Yeah. Well, if you notice that he used his fingertips, if you use a deft touch, there's actually a mechanical detente in those. You'll click, click, click. It's not too bad. It's when you get carried away and start, ramrodding, then you go to N for nuke,
yes,
or R for wreck.
So, now is that a Fury 3?
It's a 2 or a 3. Yeah, there's a Fury 1, which would be a post with a more square roof, but there's a VIP. Hey, now that was the top, the VIP, very important Plymouth is what they called it back in the day. Like the patina on this split nose RS style Camaro. Pretty cool.
70 split.
Up against
might be a 71.
Yeah. Looks like a 4-wheel drive Silverado in the far lane.
Yeah, that's that gasser that drove by. It sounded really good.
He's got that figured out.
LS powered, yeah. He's got it working. It sounded, it drove by us a little earlier when we were checking out cars, and it caught our ear first before our eye. And actually, there's more ear appeal than there is eye appeal in that truck, but it checked out. It runs.
All right, another Demon. Oh no, Challenger TA. There you go. Those are pretty cool. That was when they sort of brought back the TA. The original TA, of course, was the homologation special with a 346 pack, meant for SCCA road racing to legalize those cars in the 5-liter Group 2, I think, sedan racing. But these are a tribute to them, the modern ones, with more power than they ever had back in the day.
Now, Steve, in the Mopar group, you just threw a lot of letters out there. You have your TA, you have your AAR, you have your RT. What do all of those things stand for?
Well, AAR, CUDA, would be the All-American Races, which was Dan Gurney's race team for SCCA and other racing. The Challenger TA standing for Trans Am, the SCCA's Trans Am series. And then the RT, of course, would be the Road and Track Capable RT Charger Coronet Challenger. It's a lot to memorize.
Yeah. It's a lot to memorize.
Yeah, Green Demon. Skinny tires up front. And those skinny tires came in the trunk on those cars, not mounted to rubber. It's up to you to put those two things together, because they didn't want people driving around, you know, on wet roads with skinny tires. So it was up to you to put that stuff together. The assumption being, if you knew how to put them together, you knew what not to do in the rain.
Exactly, what not to do in the rain. And to add to the alphabet soup, that one had HC on the fender, Hellcat.
Okay, yeah. Now that's not a factory graphic, but it might be. I don't know. That's cool.
If it's not, people listening to this from Dodge are probably going to make it one next week.
Yeah. Cool. Got a 68 or 9 Torino GT with a Boss 429 style hood scoop on it. Not sure if there's a Boss under the hood. Probably not. I would guess probably a 514 Ford 385 series. Stick shift, 4-speed car.
FE all day with a stick.
Okay.
I think it's a 427.
Okay, yeah. And the 427, of course, is the magical one with cross-bolted mains.
Yes.
That's the good one. The 428s, 390s, 352s are okay, but again, not the cross-bolted main cars.
We have some of our influencers coming to the line for the first time, getting ready to go down the track. You have Tavares in the orange Charger, and Tavares did. Second run for Tavares, and then Weston, who has twin turbocharged, i.e. compounded, his Charger, and it's going to be interesting to see how all this plays out, because our influencers are all claiming over 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 or better horsepower at the rear tires, and this is Tavares' second shot at the track, but for Weston, this is his first hit, and it'll be interesting to see how they navigate down Woodward Avenue.
Boy, I love the Texas steer horns on the front of that. Get out of the way.
Stolen from the Wagon Slayer team in Hoopty World Championship. They actually bolted on the same type of thing.
All right, look at those things.
Wow. Weston got down through there pretty well for admitted novice drag racers. That looked pretty good, pretty clean.
And these are rear-wheel drive cars. You know, a lot of folks think the wide body, oh, it's an all-wheel drive. Not so. I mean, you couldn't get it. You could get a Charger with all-wheel drive till about 3 years ago. But now they're rear-wheel drive. Nice wide tires. Here's the finish line. Look at that
Good
photo
close
finish.
race. Yeah,
Yes.
Good close race. That's what we hope to see throughout the day. Once things really start heating up, the closer the better. That'd be pure head-to-head, heads-up drag racing. Now they kind of slowed down out there to talk about it.
Yeah, on the return road.
It was so cool, man. Oh, my God, that was boss. I can't believe that was so much fun.
And let's get Demon on the left side. There's the wide front tires in use here. And again, those are Nitto drag radials all the way around. And it's nice of Dodge on the Demon to give you a spare set of tires. So when you burn the rears off, you put the fronts on the back.
Bolted
and then
in the back.
Yeah. And that was the whole point of the wide body kit, to cover the sidewalls, which is a federal mandate for new vehicles, because otherwise the tires spray water and, you know, up in the sky. But for Nitto drag radial, and again, the top speed on the Demon is only about 160 because of the fact the tires are not speed rated to 200.
Only.
Only. Right.
Only about 160.
That's right.
You know? And the thing is the aesthetics also. I've never ever, even with trucks, been a big fan of what I call stick outs.
Yeah.
Tires that stick out of the side of anything really are not for me. So. While there's some downtime, let's take a look at the schedule. We have coming up at 4:45, once again, the Hellcat Grudge Racers the Hellcat Grudge race gets started, and then at 6, the First Responders Showdown. That should be special. That should be really, really cool to see first responders get a chance to go down Woodward Avenue head-to-head. Then at 6:05, a flamethrower and wheel stander exhibition run. So anyone in the stands who has never seen either a flamethrower or a wheel stander, you're in for a really big treat there. Those are two of the coolest show-off or exhibition-type vehicles that can go down a drag strip, basically. At 6:15, we'll do the opening ceremonies for Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge, and at 7 p.m., our top 8 shootout begins. The top 8 begins, or the top 8 again is a collection of 8 of the quickest big tire and 8 of the quickest small tire competitors out here. Once they get all the ETs, they're going to do some calculations and get together 8 on each side and pair them off until a winner is eventually crowned. And at 8:30, we will do the top 8 winners award ceremony. So that's the breakdown right now. Hope everybody's having a good time, taking full advantage of everything there is to do here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge.
Guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man. Yeah. Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. You can move it here. You can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
Hey, I'm NASCAR driver Ryan Newman, and I spent years feeding deer and most recently some elk. The thing that I've settled on after trying a whole bunch of different products is Westbrook Monster Mix by Job's. You can find it at your local True Value store or local farm store. Just ask for it by name.
Can't take it back once it's been set in motion. Power. It can only be set free.
You guys ready? Are you ready? Let's do this.
When it comes to busting myths, there's a new crew in town.
This is our job!
Join Tori,
feels good.
Faye,
More power.
and BC
Absolutely gorgeous.
on their quest to solve motor myths or go for bust. It's Mythbusters for car lovers.
I think we're better.
I'm waiting for the truck to call it. I'm just getting stuff ready.
Well, welcome back to Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. We're street racing on Woodward Avenue, and we're not going to jail. That's because the City Fathers and MotorTrend and Dodge and Roadkill have all combined their powers to shut down about a half-a-mile stretch of Woodward Avenue right here in Pontiac, Michigan, to allow some safe, street-legal drag racing.
It's my wife's marching orders when I left home. Don't go to jail. So everything is working very well right now.
And I'm here with KJ Jones, of course. I'm Steve Mignonti, host of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold and Steve Mignonti's Supermodels. And KJ, you've got some TV stuff happening, something coming up.
Yes, the Hoopty World Championship. We're now 3 episodes in on the MotorTrend app. Download the MotorTrend app and check it out. It's really, really a cool program. We have Alex Taylor, who is one of the competitors in Hoopty World Championship. And people who are watching Hoopty World Championship are here, and it's really, really cool to get the feedback directly. Like, hey, we love the show, we're enjoying it. 3 more episodes left, or 6 episodes total. So just get online, download the app, and check out Hoopty World Championship. And I hope you enjoy it. We really had a great time doing it.
Yeah, well, the timing system has been repaired, so we can get back to the drag racing right here on DodgeGarage.com and the MotorTrend YouTube channel, whichever one you're watching us on. Thank you. And there's a lot more to come. We'll be here till about 9 o'clock tonight with pretty much non-stop drag racing, including a Demon and a Dodge Dakota RT. And that Dakota RT no longer has a 360 under the hood.
That Dakota RT has a 6.4-liter engine under the hood and a big turbocharger.
And that 6.4, of course, is a member of the Gen 3 Hemi family, which, of course, has hemispherical combustion chambers, double rocker arms, laterally inclined valves, and all the good stuff that made the original 392 and 426 Hemis as potent as they are. Chevy Apache pickup versus another Dodge. This is a wide body. I believe that's a Hellcat.
The Apache trim level, I'm going to guess it was a trim. The Apache trim level, Chevy had a couple of different named.
Yeah, there was a Cameo, and of course one of our influences, the throttle. This is a Hellcat wide body coming up. Gotta love that hood scoop on that, reminiscent of the 1972 Cuda 340, the double humps.
For people keeping score, the throttle team is out of San Diego, California, and they've taken the simple route with their modifications. We've been talking about what the influencers have done with the Chargers and the Challengers that they received, and some really got extensive with the modifications. These guys took the simple route and just did it with bolt-ons, you know, tried and true in a sense, bolt-ons, and kind of see how efficiency might do against, you know, the major horsepower and that type of thing. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out for them later on in the eliminations.
You know, one detail a lot of folks will do is on a Hellcat, you put a Demon blower on it, you go from 11.5 to 14.6 PSI, and that's a bolt-on. But going back old school, we got a great 1964 Dodge 330 or 440 two-door post. Love the two headlights. The inboard lights have been deleted, a la the 1964 Race Hemi light race. That's a cool car. Although new school is, look at that, the TRX is
the TRX, again, that goes back to the repeatability of that kind of car. The TRX and the CTSV, if you can get it together, that's something that basically you get in and mash the throttle and it's going to take off pretty much every time. The only concern with a vehicle like that is heat soak. Heat soak in the supercharger. It doesn't take a lot to get that thing cooled down. I mean, you go to your convenience store and just grab yourself some ice bags and everything and kind of put them around the plenum area to cool things down. You don't want to put it directly on top of the hat because that might cause things to, the heat cycling cause the blower to lock up, but that's a whole nother deal. But it's just efficient, it's just repeatable, and it's something that you can get in and clearly have some fun with going on a drag strip, and then of course take it off road and go banzai.
Now Chevy o'clock right now, Monte Carlo versus Nova. Down. Nova is clearly a more serious drag car with the wing on the tail. The Monte Carlo is more street and strip, but they're both down the track. And again, these are time trials right now, not the eliminations. That'll happen at about 4 o'clock or so. So these are, you know, it's not the end of the day if you don't win this particular matchup. It's more here about gathering data and, you know, getting your car dialed in for the eliminations.
For eliminations, yes. And people are now making more and more runs as they get closer. You know, you're seeing the time shorten up between these guys making runs.
Another Monte Carlo, and the Monte Carlo is an interesting car. That was based on the Chevelle chassis, and these were available in 1970 through 72 in that configuration. And yeah, the Monte Carlo, here's inside and you can see the aftermarket shifter. And these ride on basically a Chevelle frame with another 3 inches of wheelbase, and all of that ahead of the windshield. Look at that weight transfer of that Mustang. That's beautiful. Nose comes up. Okay, shifting in the drive. Yeah, the Monte Carlo is looking pretty serious inside. Gutted, got a big tachometer hanging off the A-pillar.
It probably gets down a racetrack pretty well. You know, I think that in some cases there's not erring on the side of caution, but, you know, being a little bit conservative, if you will, because of where we're racing.
Yeah, it's funny when you get 2 really fast cars going down the track and one blows the other one off. Like an 8-second car can make a 10-second car look slow, but a 10-second car is still darn fast.
Flying, yeah.
It's all relative.
Absolutely.
Here comes that Canadian Chevy Nova, I believe the Acadian. Somebody's going to correct me on that. I think it's an Acadian. There was a Beaumont and Acadian. I'm getting it wrong, but that's a Chevrolet sold in Canada is a Pontiac, and of course next to it's an Oldsmobile, which were made in Flint, Michigan, not too far from here. That's
up the highway, yeah.
Oh, that's Buick, excuse me. Yeah, Lansing, Michigan is Oldsmobile. Lansing.
That's up the highway too?
Yep, hold your emails. That's right, yeah. Flint, Michigan, the home of Buick for years and years. And of course, Pontiac, Michigan, the home of Pontiac. There you go.
I think that's like the coolest thing ever to have, a brand. The Canadian Nova is repeating like nobody's business right now, so.
Hello, my brothers.
What's
Hey,
happening?
good to see you.
My guy, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, Dave. Good to see you, man.
Hey, say, Mike.
Thank you.
Everything's cool, man. Good to see you guys.
I guess you met my guy Eric.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
I definitely did, and get some time to chat with him a little bit later, but it was good to just finally meet and everything, too, so it's very, very boss.
I got it.
What's happening?
Just this.
Look at this, man. I don't have many starstruck moments, but this is like one of them. You have, first of all, two friends for a long time, two longtime friends, David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan, and in the space, superstars. Superstars.
It feels like it walking around here. It's just kind of unusual.
And the cats that are, this is you. You started all of this.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
This whole thing actually came up with Tim Kaniskis from Dodge and also Eric Schwab from our company. We had done the shootout at the, what do you call it? Astrodome. Not Astrodome.
Silverdome.
The Silverdome. And afterwards, Kaniskis said, what can we do to make this bigger and better? And I said, dude, you got to race on Woodward. And he's like, we're going to make that happen. No, Kaniskis is awesome. He takes risks. He does big things, and that's what this has turned into, I guess, year number 6.
Wow. And that's Tim Kaniskis, like #1 at Dodge.
Correct.
And a former 5-liter drag racer and an occasional street racer, he'll admit. So that's the great thing. Tim is the real deal.
Absolutely.
Kaniskis, Tim Kaniskis, Mr. Kaniskis to me.
Yeah, Tim.
Can I ask you guys a question? Am I the only one that can't hear the rest of you?
Oh.
Yes,
Are you plugged in?
Audio?
Well, I'm just assuming I know what you guys are saying right now.
You're doing
Are you
a good
truly
job,
dead in the
Mike.
mics? Or?
I've got me. I don't know
Okay.
you guys.
You can't hear me?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
we
sure,
get
sure.
Mike fixed. We'll get you fixed, Mike.
But yeah, we're having a great time here. I mean, I got to say, street racing on Woodward Avenue is a good way to get arrested, except for today. It's an amazing thing. Although 24 hours from right now, there'll be traffic out here. People say, what happened? Nothing. This will be gone tomorrow.
Well, this drag strip started being built at midnight, and they were done at 6 a.m., and it's got to be gone by midnight. Wow. Yeah.
The red Pontiac. Ooh, red GTO. But the GTO, I would say, is probably the car which is most closely associated with Woodward Avenue. It's kind of the backbone of American street racing. And of course,
come on, Silver Bullet?
Yeah, well, that's true, too. Jimmy Addison and the 67 GTX, the Silver Bullet. But Pontiac did have a magazine ad showing a GTO saying, the rest of the story. It's on Woodward. And that kind of got GM in some trouble. People say, hey, you can't be promoting street racing. Oh, okay. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, but they were all out here at the time.
Exactly.
The Ram Chargers and everybody.
That's one of the cool facts, and you kind of wonder if, they're proving grounds now and actually facilities that are owned by these companies there that can, go and do some testing and everything. But to be an engineer in that period, the early days of muscle cars, to be an engineer and have your boss say, you know what? Why don't you take this home for the weekend?
Yeah.
And he
nudge,
knows
nudge, wink,
wink.
wink.
You know what? Stop by and see Alice for a little petty cash, too.
Well, it kind of started. 1962, a fellow named Lynn Townsend was in charge of Chrysler. His kid said, hey, Dad, Mopars are nowhere on the street. So Lynn Townsend's kids, maybe the Kaniskis of 1962, I guess, Lynn Townsend was, we have to go to Daytona and win that. Make it happen, guys. So that's why in 64, the Hemi came back, and Chrysler went 1, 2, 3, 4, I think it was, at Daytona. And again, it is a lot of history of factory-sponsored drag racing and street racing right here on Woodward Avenue.
Well, as you know, Steve Magnante, they came out with that Hemi, and the big story is always the Daytona 500. But they showed a super stock Hemi to Ray Brock of Hot Rod Magazine at the Winter Nationals that year before the Daytona 500 was run.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, so the Hemi was just as about drag racing from the beginning as it was about Daytona.
So how soon after was that car on a truck to California for Hot Rod to wear out?
Well, no, that one was actually raced by. Maybe you can help me with who was actually
The
driving
64
that
car?
The very first car.
Oh, well, I think the Ram Chargers certainly had a hand in it, but
Well, the very first Hemi to win a drag race anywhere was prior to the Nationals that year. They ran a little small event out in here in Detroit Dragway. And could it have been Al Ekstrand? Does that sound right?
It's possible, the lawman. Yeah.
It might have been. Ekstrand, who was an attorney for Chrysler and was out drag racing this stuff.
That's right.
Now, going back to Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge, both of you have actually raced on Woodward Avenue. You've raced, I believe you had Blasphemy out here, didn't you? And you've also raced in the Dodge cars as well. For someone that's watching this feed, for someone who's sitting out in the stands right now watching this happen, what does it feel like, you know, in your core, what does it feel like to race on this boulevard?
It's the sketchiest thing I've ever done in my life. Like, I don't think people understand what they're seeing right now. The people that are going down this street and not hitting the wall are really good drivers because the road is crowned. There's a crack in both lanes that you're gonna run over.
It's a real deal.
Yeah, and a stock Hellcat has trouble hooking here. So, you know, just the fact that you can even get down this street is really impressive. And my record is horrible. I think I've won 2 rounds of racing in all the years we've come here. Like, just 2. Not a race, not a celebrity shootout, nothing. 2 rounds of racing. And I've bumped that wall over there in his car. So,
Yep.
yeah.
You know, the thing is, so we went head-to-head with Blasphemy in my Super Beat twice. So his 8-second car, my 10-second car, and I won twice. And it's all about the traction. Because, well, and you missing a shift. Because it is crazy out here, which is why when we get to our influencer shootout, the Hellcat shootout later in the day, that is going to be all about who can make it hook up. It's going to be interesting because all those cars, these are brand new Hellcats that have been modified. They're all above 1,000 horsepower.
And one thing too, like Finnegan, you're shifting a manual transmission in your Blasphemy, going 8 banging gears.
That's amazing.
Yeah, braking gears.
With a
Lock
Hemi.
gears.
With a Hemi.
Yeah, supercharged.
Blown Hemi.
I have broken so many gears in that car. In fact, when he and I raced, 3rd gear was pretty much gone.
Now, what do you have? Is it Liberty or what transmission's in that?
When he and I lined up here, it had a Tremec T56 that was totally happy in that car.
Tough tranny, but you got 1,000.
It was fine until I put a supercharger on the Hemi. And then that trans was totally stock, was totally unhappy about it. And so by the time we got here to race, it was worn out. And now it has a G-Force GF5R, which is a clutch-assisted 5-speed. You're still shifting it. But you don't really need the clutch once you leave the start.
Get it on the chip and pull the handle.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, which I can't do that either in that car.
He keeps hitting the clutch pedal.
Get it on the chip and pull the handle.
The instinct
Get it on the chip and pull that handle, dude. It's going to make awful noises.
No.
Gargantuan noises, but it'll go in gear.
My car will not do it. The only way to shift my car is to blip the throttle and pull the next gear. It will not come out.
Send it back and have it fixed.
They have. They have. That thing...
You know, there are some cars here that are getting after it. We talk about the traction issue, but there's obviously some street racers here that know how to actually hook it up.
Yeah, there's a yellow Fox body that, with a whole lot of front end travel that just booked it
Doing
down
it right.
here.
Weight transfer.
Open the hatch and look in the back of it. He's probably got weight for days sitting on the back of that car, and he's got it figured out. He's going through every single time. He's going through very, very quickly. And there are a lot of guys out here, we were talking about it earlier, that, you know, of course, with a serious car, if you will, your first runs are junk. You're just really trying to go out there and see what it'll take, to put more in there, take more out of it. But as these time trials progress, we're starting to see, and you've witnessed it many times on Drag Week, etc., guys getting it figured out, and by the time the show starts, boom, straight down Broadway.
You know, this isn't the only event where the streets are shut down for drag racing. You know, there's also like Kingman Street Drags. There's a few other little towns that do it. This is the most hardcore of any of them that I've seen. There's some serious cars here.
We talked this morning, like, if it was me, I'd be in the hotel gym taking all the weights and putting them in the trunk of my car to come out.
You know, we've talked with Dodge also about doing another Roadkill Nights event out west. And there's nothing going on with that right now, but I've suggested places like Van Nuys Boulevard.
Oh, dude, forget it.
I've suggested the Strip in Las Vegas. Could you imagine that?
We're going on board. I just got word we're going on board with 2 cameras, 1 in each car. So this should be interesting to see. Just different driver reactions. Watch the Jumbotron closely.
Yeah.
Very closely, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a treat to see 2 drivers go after it and see if there's any, see what the differences are in driving styles. Not if there's going to be, there definitely will be some, so that's going to be interesting to watch.
This El Camino on the left-hand lane is a veteran of our Drag Week event and actually won our Spirit of Drag Week.
Oh, right on.
Because that car caught on fire and they got it together and they finished the event.
That is like the most special award at Drag Week to me.
Notice the 5-point harness. Safety sensor port protected out.
I mean, you can actually see when the tires spin. Look at him steer the car.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, yeah, he's all crossed up.
Yeah, he's driving it.
Is the chute coming out? Okay, all right.
Very, very, very cool. Spirit of Drag Week winner. That's winning Drag Week, man. You know, that means you are all in throughout the deal, man. And people, your peers recognize that. That makes it very, very special.
Yeah. You know, the one thing I keep pinching myself over is the fact that here we are in 2021 and we have Hemi cars again. You know, back in the 80s, I was like, 20 years old. I was born in '64, and I remember thinking of the Fox Mustang with 225 horsepower, Charger 2.2. I said we'd never see a Hemi again, and here they are. What do you think made it happen? Baby Boomers Part 2, or what do you think? Why is it?
The technology to make horsepower while still meeting emission standards and mileage standards. It's simply technology. Technology has gotten us here. So the car that we're looking at here in the far lane, what are you pointing at, Mike Finnegan?
The S10 with the turbo above the roof.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
In the return lane, you can see him in the background of the live feed. Meanwhile, this 53 Chevy right here is an 8-second car powered by a Turbo LS-based engine, also a Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week survivor.
There are a lot of them out here.
Yeah.
A lot of them, and actually cars that I remember from when I did Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week years and years ago. It just perpetuates. They just keep coming back for more, and it's really, really cool.
Here comes a couple of Hellcats right now.
Yeah, and the Hellcat's just an amazing thing. I remember it was Chrysler at Carlisle about 5 years ago when they announced it. There was going to be 707 horsepower.
Yeah, both of
influencers. These are influencers here. You have the Throttle Team and Tavares. Tavares is in the Charger, and then in the Challenger, the Throttle guys from San Diego.
So I've only seen one hit by the Throttle guys, but it didn't hook. This looks better.
So what's interesting is Tavares in the orange car is basically stock, is my understanding, and you can see he just outran the guys from Throttle, who have got 1,000+ horsepower at the rear tire. So once again, this is going to be about traction and reaction time. If you saw him snoozing at the flag down there,
it's true. If you can't use the power, why have it? So thank you guys, Roadkill, Freiberger, and Finnegan. Thank you for being here. You got someplace to go now.
Superstars right here. Man.
We can hang out with you guys all day.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, well, thanks again. The guys who made this happen. I mean, Roadkill right here. So thanks for being here, guys.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks very much. Ooh, here comes Brian Goldstone in the AMC.
Yes.
Oh, man, I can't believe we have to walk away.
Your cue to leave wasn't received.
No, it was not received. All right, see you guys later. Roadkill Nights.
See you.
Thanks, fellas. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, here we go with the AMC Javelin, second generation. Again, not AMC powered. Some guys are going to frown on that. And I mean, people like Wally Booth used to get AMC engines to run real hard back in ProStack, back in the 70s. And they certainly are capable of fighting. And in fact, Indy Cylinder Head does make AMC cylinder heads if you really want to go for it. Build yourself a 401 or a 438 or whatever you want. But there's a Chevy engine in that Javelin today, as there is in the Nova.
In the Nova, yes. And they're very fast.
Nice straight pass. Okay.
Now with the Javelin, if you notice, farther down track, it started to lose shape a little bit. Power is progressive. That's managed progressively with these turbo cars as well. It's a boost controller basically, and as they move farther down, they're building increasing boost.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go to commercial. Be sure to come on back to Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge.
Hi, thank you for calling United Way 211. How may I help you today?
I have an eviction notice to get out of my apartment Friday.
We have so many health problems, and that's what's hurting us the most.
I'm at 5 in Inkster, and sleeping in the truck's getting old. I gotta figure out something.
Hey, I'm NASCAR driver Ryan Newman, and I spent years feeding deer and most recently some elk. The thing that I've settled on after trying a whole bunch of different products is Westbrook Monster Mix by Jobe's. You can find it at your local True Value store or local farm store. Just ask for it by name.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Now, let's go borrow a boat and make some bad decisions. Time to go incognito. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
Well, welcome back to Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge, and we're actually enjoying, well, a little old-fashioned street racing right here on the side of Woodward Avenue. No, we're not going to jail. That's because the city fathers of Pontiac, Michigan, Dodge, and Roadkill and MotorTrend all combined forces to close off a section of Woodward Avenue right here in front of the M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan, and open the road for some safe 550-foot drag racing. And right now you got a 64 Plymouth Belvedere up against a 69 Camaro. Now this is a pretty unusual matchup. The Belvedere is probably wedge powered, maybe a 440, 426 carbureted. The Camaro is turbocharged and a whole different thing. But this is time trial, so there's no winner, there's no loser. These guys are going down the track to get numbers, get their stuff dialed in. So when the eliminations start today around 4, then when it really matters, they'll have their car running right. Of course, there'll be a handicap start, so the cars will be more evenly matched. But here we go. Look at the left-hand side, that Camaro with all that plumbing. The Belvedere, by contrast, much more simple. Nice launch on both cars. Camaro spinning the tires, incinerating the tires. And again, if you can't use the power, and again, we're on a street. This is not a drag strip, so there's no VHT, there's no concrete launch pad, and so tire smoke is going to be very common. But a good clean pass for both cars. That Belvedere is a wonderful car, which pretty typical of the cars you would have seen driving around here on Woodward Avenue back in the 60s and early 70s. And it's crazy to think, but back then, the factories, Ford, General Motors, and then Dodge, Chrysler, all had, factory-sponsored street racers. A fellow named Jimmy Addison had a 67 Plymouth GTX called the Silver Bullet, and that was a car that had a 480 cubic inch Hemi, cross-rammed, torque flight transmission, 8 3/4 rear axle, and so it wasn't so loud. He had 4 Cadillac mufflers underneath that car, so it wasn't as intimidating as it could have been with open exhaust or whatever. But again, Ford, John Vermeersch, had a 427 Galaxy with a Cammer, and of course General Motors, Jim Wangers, those guys out here, Doc Watson from Hearst with GTOs and Hearst Olds 442s. And basically the best kind of consumer clinicking is done in the battle zone. And so those guys would come out and see how the latest GTO or Roadrunner fared with the kids on the street and learn very valuable marketing data by coming out and doing that. Now it was illegal, and does it happen today? No, I bet it doesn't, unless you're right here, right now. This is Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, street legal drag racing, and nobody's going to jail, which is good. Yeah, the truck here, that's a Dodge Dakota with I believe a late model Hemi swap into it. Something's not happy. Perhaps the trans brake has failed or something like that, but they'll get that figured out. And this again is just outside of a thing called the M1 Concourse. Okay, they're staging the truck. You notice there's no timing lights, there's no Christmas tree. That's an arm drop start, old school street race. There it goes. The truck's making a fly run. You can hear the turbocharger just making all kinds of boost, pushing that truck down the quarter mile like it wasn't even there. Good stuff. And the shutdown area here is nice and long. It's a 550-foot acceleration course. And Alex Taylor Yeah, Alex Taylor, one of our influencers, who will be part of the Hellcat shootout at around 4 o'clock or so. Stay tuned for that. Alex Taylor, a young gal who's a very accomplished drag racer. And here she is in her Hellcat Challenger. And this car is pretty heavily modified. These cars were all supplied to these influencers to be modified to be part of the shootout. And get this, the winner's going to get $10,000 for their efforts, which is very cool. The cars themselves, unfortunately, will go back to Dodge and, you know, maybe be parted out. Again, these are pre-production prototypes, you know, born to be used in this match race. And so they've been gutted, stripped out, modified, and stuff like that. So they can't really be sold for retail. But that doesn't mean they're going to live in vain. They're going to be part of the shootout today, and I think that's going to go a long way. The streams that you see, those steam things, these are not steam engines. That's actually nitrous purging so that the shot of nitrous going into the engine is dense and full. Look at that Mustang weight transfer. That's amazing. The nose of that car is up high. And the point of that is not to make it look cool, but rather to put as much weight as possible onto the driving tires, the slicks. And that's called weight transfer, something you absolutely do want here on the drag strip. And when you see a car pull a wheel stand, which means the tires leave the track, then that's called a wheel stand. You're defying gravity. Now, I got to say, Alex did a nice job of slowing and stopping her Hellcat, but that was a pretty close one. The barriers down there will certainly stop anything, but luckily she didn't get into those at all. And then the skinny front tires on that might have been locking up a little bit. Again, you know, the coefficient of friction between a skinny tire and a wide one is a little bit different, so you want to be ready and hit the brakes sooner than later. 68 Charger, old school, versus a more modern Mustang with LS power in the far lane. Look how the tail of that Mustang is crunched down into the strip. I was here earlier with my sidekick and partner, KJ, and apparently he's got 300 pounds of weight in the back of that Mustang. Crazy stuff. Yeah, good stuff. And KJ, you're the host of a new show coming up on MotorTrend, right?
A new show coming up on MotorTrend. Stand by for the Hoopty Holiday Challenge, which should be coming up sometime. Well, I don't even know what time, but I imagine between now and the holiday challenge. But looking forward to that. It's going to be fun. And actually, I believe Eric Malone is going to be with us, as well as Stefan Costa. I'm actually paired with Dave Chappelle from Dirt Every Day. We'll have Faye from All Girls Garage with us, and there's one other person that I don't remember who that is, but should be fun. Should be a lot of fun.
Very cool, very cool. We just saw that Charger sort of drift to the right. Keep in mind that Woodward Avenue is a regular road, and regular roads are built with a crown so that water runs off to the sides, off the street. Well, when you're running down the track and your tires are loose, yeah, gravity tends to want to slide you to the side. Absolutely. So the right-hand lane's a little tricky, but
Steve Dulcich. I don't want to leave Steve out. Steve Dulcich.
Yes, Dulcich. Yeah, good friend of mine from the days back in California.
Yes.
Yeah, a great Mopar tuner and great mechanic all the way around.
All you guys are Mopar guys. I don't know.
Well, we love them all, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very pronounced. Not for
it's a recurring theme. It is a recurring
Freiberger's
theme.
even like a closet Mopar guy, so that's something else.
Yeah, you gotta love them all. I mean, you know, back in my earliest exposure was to like Roadrunners and Super Bs when I was 10. I think it was the cartoon factor. Oh, I love that turbocharged S10.
Wow, that car's moving. That's S10, part of the 10K Horsepower Wars 10K shootout, and actually won. The owner is now the owner. He actually got to bring that home as well as the prize money. So it's good to see that out here on Woodward Avenue, still drag racing and having fun with it. And it's quite the setup there with the turbo mounted above the cab. A lot of ductwork going on in there to get air to the engine. Big burnout coming up from the Camaro, and in-car camera that you can watch on the Jumbotron, and of course the people watching online will see an in-car view of what it looks like, not necessarily from the driver's perspective, but a look at the driver and what he has to do as far as shifting gears, holding the wheel straight, trying to keep the car itself straight on Woodward. It's a lot of stuff going on in these cars. Probably starting a data logger, possibly, and letting off the transgate. Watch the hand release, and his thumb will come out very quickly, and there he goes. Okay. If you notice, if you watch that in-car, he didn't reach down for a shifter. That shifter, the gear change probably happened pneumatically. There's an air shifter or a solenoid that's triggered by air based on RPM, and that would kick the transmission into the next gear, or into the higher or the forward gears as it goes through. There's probably one shift on a track this short, just first to second as they go through. A little track maintenance getting ready to happen right now, so it's probably, it won't be long, but it might be a good window to try to grab something to eat, or just take a quick break, go to the restroom or something like that, or make sure you take advantage of a lot of stuff, or all the stuff that's happening besides the drag racing here on Woodward Avenue. There are free thrill rides that you can get into a Charger or a Challenger and get slideways, professional drivers that will take you through a drift course and let you experience what it's like to be in a car with a lot of horsepower that basically has let traction go by the wayside and let you spin around there. You see it up on the Jumbotron now. That's really a pretty cool deal. I've been in a drift car, and from the passenger seat where you have no control, it really is it's something else. So make sure you make your way over there, and also go down to the Demon Drag Race Simulator. That's a really cool deal. You have a pair of Dodge Demons sitting next to each other, and basically it's a video game. It's a virtual experience where you let go of what would, I guess, be a trans brake and go through a drag race from the driver's seat, experiencing a wheel stand and then shifting the gears yourself to try to get down what is a simulated quarter mile as quickly as possible. So there's a lot going on here at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. Beautiful day out here. It's really cool to see so many car guys, car girls, car people, enthusiasts celebrating performance on what is a legendary boulevard for automotive performance and street racing. And we're street racing out here with no care about apprehension or being arrested or getting tickets even, or anything like that. Loud exhaust. Have to have DOT tires, but for the most part, this is a run what you brung platform, and I'm glad to see everyone out here taking advantage of it the way they are. Don't forget that at 4:45 we have coming up the Hellcat Grudge Race. The Hellcat Grudge Race is online influencers, YouTube, of course, and Instagram and Twitter and all of the social platforms that's what's happening today. And basically, there are individuals who have used these platforms to communicate messages about cars, or just share experience about what they're doing with cars and what they're doing in life, etc. And they've done it to the tune of accumulating a lot of followers. Many of you out here are followers of the influencers that we have out here with us, and they're going to go down the drag strip in what are now specially prepared or modified Dodge Charger or Challenger Hellcat SRT Red Eyes. So these are cars that going in have 797 horsepower and 707 pound-feet of torque, and basically they've been modified and now have well over 1,000 horsepower, I like to say at the feet or at the rear wheels. So they're going to square off against each other, get down Woodward Avenue until they can determine among the four teams, among the four drivers, a winner, and that winner will take on Eric Malone of Fastest Cars in the Dirty South. He's our shoe. Eric's a drag racer through and through, and he is definitely the guy to beat in this event. So just a rundown, if you look out at the Jumbotron, the schedule as we go forward, at 4:45, the Hellcat Grudge Racers race begins. Then at 6, First Responders Showdown. So firefighters and first responders get their chance to go down Woodward Avenue. I think that's going to be really, really cool because they're very special people. At 6:05, the Flamethrower and Wheel Stander Exhibition Run. If you've never seen that, and especially if there are kids out there in the grandstands, make sure they have a good vantage point to look out there on Woodward and see those vehicles go down. A flamethrower basically is that. It's a vehicle that's going to shoot a big torch behind it, and hopefully, well, at 6:05, it won't be quite as dark out here as it would be to really, really have a great vantage and a great view of something like that. But it's still going to be cool nonetheless. And then the wheel standers is just that. From a dead stop, and I don't know which wheel standers out here, but from a dead stop, car or truck or whatever it is going to take off and lift the front wheels and power through this drag strip on two wheels, on the rear wheels. So that's going to be very, very cool. As Dodge goes, back in the day, the Bill Maverick Golden, was it the Little Red Wagon? I think it was the Little Red Wagon was the wheel standard that was a Dodge. And then Hemi Under Glass, of course, another Chrysler-based wheel standard that, I mean, just does amazing things. And they don't do it at a slow pace. They go through on two wheels very, very quickly. So that's really something to see. Stand by for that at 6:05. At 6:15, we'll have our opening ceremony. So while this has been going on now for a few hours, we actually officially open Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge at 6:15 p.m. So hopefully everybody's in their seats and will be prepared to check out a really cool evening of racing and motorsports, because at 7 the top 8 shootout begins. The top 8 shootout is a collective of 8 big tire and 8 small tire competitors. Throughout this time period, the elapsed times have been collected and they will be calculated to determine in each group, big tire and small tire, who the quickest 8 competitors are. And then they will be laddered, and laddered mean paired against each other to go through the drag strip and eventually try to win this thing. So that's coming up at 8:30, the top 8 shootout. We'll finish things up around 9 o'clock, or actually 8 o'clock. I'm sorry, at 8:30 the awards program. I'm sorry, at 8:30 the awards program for the top 8 shootout, and then finish things up around 9 o'clock. So stand by for a really, really, really cool day of drag racing on Woodward Avenue. The Challenger, and then the old Dodge. That old Dodge there has a basically a 5.7 liter drivetrain in it. It's got the 5.7 liter Hemi engine under the hood and transmission, automatic transmission, and it's basically a cool driver going down Woodward here in drag form. But the owner, I spoke with him a little bit, said he just drives it around and enjoys the family with it, etc. Here's a cool car, the police car, cop car. Again, Dodge, I think it's a Coronet, against the Roadrunner. So 2 Mopars, 2 Dodges, or the Roadrunner, I'm sorry, 2 Mopars on the line, the Coronet and then the Roadrunner. It's a Plymouth Roadrunner. And the Roadrunner is actually a 4-speed car. So very cool. Managing a stick car on this surface is that's hero work, actually. That's really a rough ticket to try to get this thing, get that type of thing down through there. You're lifting off the clutch and you're engaging the clutch and throwing the gears. So hats off to anybody driving a stick out here on the Woodward. Very cool 86 Pontiac Trans Am. I'm sorry, Pontiac Grand Prix. What am I saying? KJ. Pontiac Grand Prix in the far lane, pretty gold, and it's LS powered with nitrous oxide, not a turbocharger. Veteran of several Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week events, I believe did the Rocky Mountain Race Week as well. And then a super clean, that's a Chevelle. That's a 65, I want to say, Chevelle, that is done up very, very nicely. If you get a chance to actually see this car, if not here, anywhere, super sano, prepared, immaculate. It's actually working pretty well now. Get a little bit out of shape. Notice that driver, like a few others out here, did not mount a shifter in the center area in the console or pedestal or anything like that. He's actually shifting the column shifter in his automatic transmission, so that's pretty cool as well. Diesel trucks, near and dear to my heart as the editor of the former Diesel Power magazine. I'm into diesels. I play with trucks, and it's cool to see GMC Sierra 2500 HD out here. Of course, it has a 6.6 liter Duramax engine under the hood. Don't know what type of modifications. Maybe something like that. You only need like a cold air system and a tune in it. Going against the Nova. In this space, of course, the Nova should be out front as it is, but if you look at that big GMC go through, think about it this way. We're on a shortened drag strip. I believe it's a little bit over 500 feet, but that truck, as it sits, can cover the quarter mile in 15 seconds. So it's no slouch in its own run, and it got down through there pretty good. Chevy Malibu in the far lane coming up, and then an International Scout. Steve and I were talking about the Scout. We've got the driver up on the Jumbotron and on your screen online at home. We're going to see how he navigates. A little bit out of shape there. That was his burnout, actually. That was his burnout. So you're going to watch and see how he steers. I doubt it's going to be just a big straight breeze down the track. Hopefully it is, but he'll probably have some steering to do in this truck. Short wheelbase, that's always kind of challenging. Then you have the other driver in the Malibu on your screen. Full safety equipment, safety suit, the harnesses. This is real drag racing. This is really cool on Woodward Avenue. No tickets. Wow. He's got a little bit of wheel input. He's got to steer it a little bit in the Scout. And then the Malibu driver went up in smoke. Went up in smoke, for those who don't know, basically the tires blazed up and created a lot of smoke. All right, we've got Christy with Tim Kaniskis from Dodge on deck. Christy, are you there? What's going on?
Hey guys, here with Tim Kaniskis. As you mentioned, I really don't feel like you need much of an introduction, because if you guys don't know who this is, you don't know anything about Dodge.
Thank you. I'm glad to have you guys out here. This is awesome. I mean, the live stream has really become a thing for this event. We get 50,000 people here, but you know what? Not everybody can make it out. So the ability to do this live stream with you guys is awesome. Last year we had well over not last year, unfortunately. The year before that, we had well over 2 million people tune in. I think we're going to blow that out of the water this year.
Ooh, I love it. Okay, so this event has become not only iconic in Detroit, but iconic for Dodge. We've got street legal drag racing. This event has been kind of like a brainchild for you.
Yeah, you know what? This is our party. This is the thing we do every year. This is our Super Bowl. We dreamed this up 7 years ago. We thought it was crazy. We went out to the Pontiac Silverdome just into an abandoned parking lot. We announced it a week before and 10,000 people showed up and we're like, oh, we're on to something here. People want to do this. And then when we said, hey, we're going to shut down Woodward and let people go and do a bucket list item that they probably thought they'd never be able to do and street race on Woodward, it's just been growing every year since.
This event has not only been an awesome platform for Mopar enthusiasts, drag racing enthusiasts, but it's also been a great chance for the Dodge brand to showcase their new product lineup and for you to showcase the Chargers, the Challengers, the Demon, everything on this same event.
Absolutely. We showcase our products, but I think even more important than that, we showcase who we are, what our personality is, and what our brand is all about. People have asked me many times, they're like, why is this open to everybody? Why is this open to Chevy, Ford, everybody? We're like, because we don't discriminate. We're all about power, we're all about performance, and we want everybody to come in. We look at this as we're a brotherhood of muscle. No matter what you're into, we want you to know we're into it too. Come join us.
So let's talk a minute about the Dodge brand. You guys, I see some t-shirts, I see some new logo branding, some changes on the horizon for Dodge.
Yeah, it's funny. So we had our EV day back in July, and we had a teaser out there of a car that we want to bring out in the future. And we said that we're bringing an electrified muscle car in 2024. And we showed a logo on that car, which was the Heritage Fratzog logo. And we never intended to tell people officially that we were going to use that logo, but we showed up here, and I totally forgot, to be honest with you. We have the logo everywhere. We have it on signs, we have it on t-shirts, we have it on Solo Cups, and I'm like, I can no longer deny it. Now I got to say, yep, that's going to be the logo of electrification for us going forward. So, and I think it fits perfectly because it kind of looks a little bit like the old flux capacitor, if you remember that.
It sure does. I love the complete and utter enthusiasm for the sport, for the industry. You're like, I didn't even know that marketing was putting the logo out. We love it that much.
Well, we talked about it, but I don't remember actually deciding to do it. But once it was here, we're like, well, now we got to go with it.
All right, one change for this year we got to talk about before I let you go. We've got the Hellcat grudge racing going on with some car influencers, social media influencers, a little bit different this year. I'm pretty pumped about that.
Yeah, every year. This is the 6th year. So every year we're thinking, how do we do something new, something fresh? How do we do something that, if you've maybe been all 6 years, how do we give you something new to see? And then we said, you know what? We're the exact same as everybody watching this, exact same as everybody that's in this industry and excited about cars, is we watch the TV shows. We watch your show, and we watch these cars being built and modified, and we say, is that legit? Or is that edited for TV to pull some punches? And then we watch the online stuff, and we say, hey, is that clickbait, or is that legit? So we're like, you know what? Let's help find out. So we gave out 5 Hellcats. 1 to a TV guy, Eric Malone, fastest cars in the Dirty South. He's representing the TV side. And then 4 online influencers, all got the same car, and they got $10,000 in cash, and we gave them no rules. We said, this is street racing. Street racing's cheating. You do whatever you want. You bring the craziest thing you can here, and let's see who's the fastest. And I'll tell you, it's not going to be the most horsepower. It's going to be who can pedal that car the best on this track.
All right, looking forward to it. Tim, a pleasure to speak with you as always. Thanks for your time again.
Thank you.
KJ, my man.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Awesome. Tim Kuniskis, let me get it right, the head of Dodge. And actually, David Freiberger was up here calling him Kuniskis. He's Mr. Kuniskis to me. Very, very good interview. And I hope everybody was paying attention because he led on to something that might be going on just a few years from now in 2024. So that's going to be exciting to see what goes down that way. Got another pair out here, Ford versus Mopar. Looks like the Dodge gets the edge on this one. Things moving along in this time trial period. Time trial period will run until roughly 4 o'clock, the open drag race qualifying until about 4 o'clock, and stand by because at 4:45 the influencers that Tim and Chrissy talked about are going to come to the line and try to see who's best. So that should be really exciting. Another pair of Dodges on the line now. It's really great to see such a large representation of the Challengers and the Chargers out here. That's really cool to see, and I'm really kind of not partial, but I dig the 4-door cars because I guess when you think about it, the 4-door car in wheelbase, you can't sneeze at that. You have that wheelbase, and you have weight transfer, power going to the rear wheels. You're working a little better with something a little bit longer, especially if you have something hot under the hood. So it's going to be really interesting to see it just in that space in the influencer challenge and the influencer grudge race, who comes out better? Will it be a 4-door car, or will it be one of the coupes? Rolling through now. It's also kind of interesting to see things, I guess, slowing up just a little bit. Racers might have the data that they need, or they might have actually closed the lanes by now and saying maybe no more. No, we have plenty of time left. Racers might just be saying, look, I've got what I need, and let cars and engines and drivetrains and such cool. I look at the monitor that I have here, and I don't see a lot of proverbial wrenching going on. A lot of people are still in line. A lot of people still in line waiting to get their chance to go. I believe it maxed out somewhere around 150 cars that are here competing. So given 150 cars and how many times you can go through, again, some people are just so confident it's one and done. But I would personally take full advantage of being able to race on the street. Very cool. Got a pair of Chargers going through. Coming to the line now. Ford versus Chevy. This is the ultimate in some cases. Ford versus Chevy. Whenever they line up on any drag strip, Woodward Avenue, and we have an in-car shot, a look at the driver of the Camaro. But when Ford versus Chevy comes to the line on the streets of Woodward Avenue, or at a drag strip, that's one of the major manufacturer wars out there, and it's one of those deals where on any given day, Ford can get it together or Chevy can get it together. And in this instance, the Ford has the edge. That Corvette Mustang definitely had the edge in this instance, and it's kind of like a seesaw thing. I mean, there's fans of every manufacturer out here. There's Dodge fans, Chevy fans, Ford fans, Pontiac fans, Buick fans, and Oldsmobile fans, you know. And on any given day, any one of those manufacturers can have the better hand. If you take a look at things on the Jumbotron, we'll have coming up for you in-car of that Mustang going through the track. There's your Mustang driver, and he's rowing gears. Double overhead cam 5.4 with a stick. And again, it was his time. And stay glued to the Jumbotron. There's the Camaro going through. Driver, look at the wheel input. Look at the wheel input, but very light. He's not heavy-handed. He's not heavy-fisted with the steering wheel. He's being very light with it because, in essence, some of these cars go through with the back tires hazing a little bit. There's a little bit of wheel spin, so you don't want to make really crazy wheel inputs and end up in a bad situation. It's a 72 Dodge Dart Swinger on your far lane, and then of course a later model Challenger. Jason Ruckert is the hero right now. He's our starter. Look at him holding up that Challenger there. Jason, we should have some type of a meter, like almost like a pedometer, but something for his arms to see how many times his arms flap between when we started this and 9 p.m. tonight. Probably somewhere close to several million. The 72 gets there first. Good, clean, quick run. And now if you keep your eyes glued to the screen, be it an online screen or the Jumbotron, we've got Christy with Mr. Jim Wilder. He's the SRT Vehicle Integration Manager. Gonna have a chat with him. Christy?
All right, here to talk a little more Dodge with Jim Wilder from SRT Vehicle Development. More of the engineering side of some of these Mopars. Let's talk a little bit about how the cars that we see out there now, the Challenger, the Charger, kind of got to this drag strip and got here today. I know there's a lot of R&D that go into that.
Oh, there's a ton of R&D that goes into it. I mean, this is naturally one of the homes for the cars that we do. The Challengers and Chargers are great on the drag strip, so they naturally flow to this environment. We put them on the tracks as well, the road courses. These cars really are outstanding going straight lines.
So the Demon, let's talk about that. We had a chance to chat before we came on camera. That was such an amazing product for the Dodge brand because years ago the Demon came out. It was a drag race, a street legal drag race car, and brands within the Challenger and Charger family trickled down from that. Drag Pack, Red Eye, it all was relating back to the Demon.
Yeah, it really was. The Demon was a real big halo project. Made a huge splash in the industry. We did first in many different areas, the performance, the trans brake, all these crazy things that nobody had ever done in OEM. And then after you do that, how do you follow it up? Well, you take pieces of it and put it in the next car. The 1320. 6.4 drag pack car, right? It's got a trans brake in it. So it took pieces of the Demon, the suspension, and then you go into the Red Eyes, the Challenger Red Eye, and then the Charger Red Eye in 21. You take all this stuff and filter it down to these other products and really bring them up.
So Jim, as an engineer, what's it like to come to an event like this and see the cars that you've been working on for years and years and years ago and see them actually in action, people modifying them and racing them?
It's really, really satisfying. We put so much into these cars. There's so much passion that goes into them. somebody take what you sweated over and pushed so hard to get right, and then they love it so much that they put thousands of dollars more into it to make it their own, to make it faster. It's just to give them willing to invest. Satisfying. It's really satisfying.
And what's cool with an event like this too, we're getting to see stock cars, and we're also getting to see modified cars. So it's a little bit of both.
Oh yeah, very, very heavily modified cars, and then very nearly stock cars with drag radials on them. So there's a whole wide gamut of people doing this, and just everybody's loving it. It's such a nice venue. It's and of course beautiful day, but it's just such a fun thing to be able to do with your car.
All right, back to the Demon. That was a major splash for the Dodge brand. I mean, what's next? Is there going to be a bigger, better car? Is that even possible to conceptualize? Is there going to be a faster car?
There's always bigger and better, and I'll leave it at that.
Ooh, is that an official teaser or an unofficial teaser? Ooh, okay, all right, that one stings a little bit. All right, let's ask the burning question I know a lot of people want to talk about a little bit, and you guys are all wearing the new brand, the new logo. What does the Dodge brand look like from a more electric or hybrid perspective?
You know, the Dodge brand is the muscle car brand of our company, and no matter what propulsion system is in the car, we're going to stick to that DNA of being a muscle car brand. So we'll let the future show what it's going to show when it gets there, but that is where we're going with this. We are going to continue to be the muscle car brand of Stellantis.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that was a 5 gold star answer for sure. All right, Jim Wilder, always a pleasure to talk to you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And enjoy the day.
Thank you very much.
KJ?
Jim Wilder, the SRT Vehicle Integration Manager. So Jim and Tim aren't letting on a lot, but something's going to happen. So I think everyone should just stand by, because hopefully by 2024, maybe even before that, we'll start to learn more information about what's to come from Dodge. But apparently something big is coming. So we're all going to watch out for it and be. I'm on pins and needles already to see what they're going to do. So that's that. We're back to the action, or the action hasn't stopped, but right now, a pickup truck, Chevrolet Silverado, 2500 HD, squaring off against the Dodge. And as Steve noted, this Demon has 4 drag radials on it, 4 big tires on it. Having a little problem navigating, a little bit of a traction issue. Hopefully that'll get sorted out. Still have plenty of runs left. That's cool to see a truck go through as well. It's not always about the cars, actually. Performance can be gleaned from anything with an engine. And I think we're going to learn more about, as we look into the future, the electric vehicles, those electric motors, not engines, but motors, and see what they're able to do. Little pickup truck, the Dakota, Dodge Dakota, that powered by a 5.9 is the vehicle you could have in the Dakota. It's a second gen, I think it's 71 split bumper Camaro RS, which now 71, 72. That's very much considered an old school car at this point. Old school was your 60s and your 50s for the longest time, and now the 70s, as far as the cool kids are concerned, that's very old school. Classic muscle on the far side are actually both sides. Now you have a Nova, 60s or maybe early 70s Nova, and then 71 or 2 Chevelle with a, I'm going to guessum, big block engine and a big 671 supercharger sitting through the hood. 2 carburetors, and it rumps. That's a rump that it does. A lot of pedal modulation, throttle modulation all the way through the length of the track, because too much, and basically it's not necessarily a smoke show, but you're spinning tires and there's no traction, and You have to modulate the throttle with something that powerful, as we're seeing as we watch these time trials. The cars with the big horsepower, it's really all about managing that power, be it electronic through a laptop and tuning, be it old school through a distributor and taking some timing back, or taking some fuel out, or whatever have you. But getting down this street is all about traction for the entire day, for the entire program. And it's going to be cool to see who really gets it figured out once we go racing, and who ends up the winner at the end of this. Two new school vehicles, if you will. That TRX with a little bit of wheel speed out of the Ram TRX. And here comes the four-door blasting through. It's very cool. This is, I promise you, everyone who hears my voice right now, this is the coolest thing ever. Absolutely, without question. This is just amazing to be here and watch this happen. Racing on the street, you know, it's one of those things where I kind of want to just pinch myself and check myself and say, there's no worry about police doing anything to anyone here. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Chevrolet Apache pickup in the far lane, and as my colleague, co-host Steve Magnanti explained, in the near lane is what's considered a Canadian Nova. This Nova was produced in Canada, hence the grille that probably looks a little unfamiliar to a lot of people out there that know Chevy 2s and Novas. But it books. And it seems like the Apache has its program a little bit better sorted out too. So don't know who's going to be in the top 8 or the quick 8 program later, but I would gather that maybe that Canadian Nova might be there. And he dumped the chute. He dropped the laundry at top end there, so he was probably flying when he went through that finish line. And that would be pretty cool to see, just a top end shot, to see some of the speed. The people sitting in the grandstands that are actually at the finish line, you're probably seeing something very, very, very cool as these cars literally fly through the finish line. A pair of 70s Monte Carlo, Chevrolet Monte Carlos. Performance luxury in these vehicles. These were kind of Luxo type vehicles, but they were prepared by Chevrolet with the SS trim level, so they had some go to them as well. They were in a competition, or they competed basically with the Pontiac Grand Prix. Everything coming out of GM, but the Pontiac Grand Prix was kind of the Luxo performance vehicle, and Monte Carlo was its Chevrolet counterpart. '70s era, late '70s era Camaro in the near lane, and a Dodge over on the right. Digging the look of that Dodge with the steel wheels, the white steel wheels matching body color, just a single red stripe, chrome in it. That's OG. That's true OG 60s muscle right there. And the Camaro with that parachute on the back of it. 1978. Notice again, hazing the tires. An in-car that would have been pretty cool to see, because the driver, you have pedal modulation or accelerator, the throttle pedal modulation, as well as steering input. You got to be very, very light on the wheel. You can't saw that wheel when you have the back tires hazing like that. Little Fox Mustang, 1985. 1985 Fox Mustang. You know that it's an 85. If you look at the hatch area on that tail there, there's no third brake light, or just above the tail, I'm sorry. There's no third brake light. So that's an 85, originally a carbureted carbureted 5-liter engine. I dare to guess that it's got an LS engine in it right now with a turbo. Another car that at this point, if you've been here or if you've been watching this, deadly consistent. I would gamble some lunch money that car would probably be in our quick 8 in the small tire category. Consistency is what it's all about in any type of drag racing when you're going rounds. Pontiac GTO, and as Steve mentioned earlier, this car here, the red car on the far lane, is kind of like the essence of Woodward Avenue street scene, be it racing or be it cruising on Woodward Avenue. Back in the early 60s, 64, 5, 6, this Tempest body, if you will, Gran Turismo Omologado, that car was what was out here. This car was the scene, along with others that came after it. This was really kind of the first muscle deal out there. And actually, this is the first time we've seen today him blaze tires that hard, so that tells me that he made 2 passes and thought that, hey, you know what, I might be able to push the envelope a little bit more, and sauced it up a bit, and that's the result. Major tire spin. So go back, take some out, and get yourself ready to go racing. '73 or so El Camino, and then the Chevelle in the near lane. You see the Chevelle driver on your screen. Notice the staple shifter. That's pretty cool. Michigan Wolverine behind the wheel there. But he's got a Cobra Jet sticker on his helmet. Okay. But that's cool. Look at that. Gear shift. And he's basically got it in drive. He stuck the transmission or positioned the transmission in drive. Doesn't have to worry about shifting anything. Maybe the transmission has a shift kit in it, so a nice little bark between first and second. Hold the wheel and go on through. That's pretty cool. Somebody's going to have to ask him about that. He's got the Cobra Jet, a Ford Cobra sticker on his helmet, and he's driving a Chevelle. Got the Ford at home. Left the Ford at home. The Nova in the far lane straight up gets it. It's the only thing I could say at this point. We've seen it several times. Straight and true and very, very quick. On the drag strip, as far as terminology goes, quick and fast. They're used interchangeably, actually, but by theory, quick is the ETs. The elapsed time is the time. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Your ET is the quickness of a car. The speed, mile an hour, is how fast a car is. That's a good drag race there. Had them pretty side by side going through, and it looks like maybe the Nova had a little bit of a problem, but at the drag strip, you know, when you're ear hustling, you know, listen to people talk and everything, and they're saying, hey man, that car's really fast, but they're actually referring to its quickness, to, you know, the elapsed time that it ran the distance in, 8 mile, quarter mile. Silver 55 Chevy is a Hot Rod Drag Week veteran. Really cool car. Several years back, Hot Rod Magazine presented the 55 on the cover, I believe. And we're on board with that car now. He's rowing a stick shift. This is driving personified right now. Focused, keeping the wheel inputs kind of minimal, and then having to row the stick shift. So any type of a stick shift driver, again, is heroic on a street or on a track or anywhere that they're trying to go very quickly, but have a lot to do. Pair of classic Chevys now. The Camaro on the far side, and then this turbocharged Nova in the near lane. under the hood of this Nova, it's immaculate. I saw this car yesterday over at Tom Bailey's pavilion here at M1 Concourse, and it is really, really, really nice. And got turbo on it, quick. One of the, I guess you could say, higher tiered fast street cars that does like a drag week or program like that. Can drive it, but it's doing no time. Look at that. With both cars, you saw the progressive acceleration, and that's just boost being managed, and boost from the turbochargers being managed through a boost controller. And they can start out just to make sure that there's traction on a low boost, and then through electronics and through their engine management, ramp boost in, and by the time they get to the top of the track, in some instances be all in and really, really flying. So when you see those cars gradually start to accelerate, that's typically boost management, managed by a boost controller. Joe Barry is in the 56 Chevy. Joe Barry, another Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week veteran. And personally, I've known Joe for many years. Joe's from Colorado, and Joe and I raced together years ago in the PSCA, the Pacific Streetcar Association. It was a California-based sanction, and that's where I met Joe many years ago. Joe has campaigned that 56 since about, I've known him for a long time, and I met him, I guess, around 2000. Oh, no, in the later 90s or early 2000s, and he's had that car the whole time. So it's been cool to see that progress from a 10-second car to what now is an easy 7-second car in the quarter mile and capable of driving drag week distances. As these things go, you have Joe Barry, you have the AMC here. These are the Nova Prior. You have your heavier hitters right now. These are street cars on somewhat on the edge. They're a little more needy than, say, your Challenger or your Charger that you just gas up and go, or maybe play with a program or something like that here or there. These cars need attention after their run. But still, even with the attention that they need, their ability to come back and do this over and over and then leave the property and in some instances drive home, that's pretty cool. Very cool. Going up against a white Fox Mustang. Jason staging him up. Building boost and the arm drop. That's a great shot there. Hopefully you saw that shot on the Jumbotron. People in the stands there and looked up at the screen. That's pretty cool, where you get to actually see from the driver's standpoint the starter drop his arms and flag off a race. And on any given night right here on Woodward Avenue, that's what would happen just as they took off. The 60s Charger. 60s Charger with, if you hear that jingle, that's a ProCharger jingle. That's a centrifugal supercharger made by ProCharger. Accessible Technologies Incorporated. They're in Kansas. And that's a boost maker. It's the alternative to putting a turbo on an engine. Probably has an F-Series supercharger on it, an F2, and that's capable of producing or supporting, the term is supporting, that's capable of supporting well over 1,000 horsepower very easily. So don't know what type of displacement the engine puts out in that Charger, but suffice it to say, it's a beast. Mr. 6 Seconds himself, Tom Bailey. Tom Bailey is the hero of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. He's gone and done big things. Got Steve Morse power under the hood. There was no hood or in the engine bay. And Steve always produces engines that make power, but as you can see, because there's no hood, it's jewelry. Just the machining that's done on the intake plenum and the valve covers, just really something that has great appeal to it and then functions phenomenally. Pair of Camaros. Oh, Tom has to check up. Again, applying power, a gradual application of power as he goes down the track, and then the tires start hazing. When that happens, just lift off. That's the best option. In this instance, on this type of a track, that's really the only option. You just give up the run and come back and run again. The 57 wagon, I believe that's Tom Bailey's son driving this car. It's a car that they prepared for the Rocky Mountain Race Week, Rocky Mountain Race Wars. And Doc Fox, legend from Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week in the Vet. Doc had to pedal a couple of times there. And the 57 goes through. Very, 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 very cool. I hope everybody, you know, I want to do like the little the crowd. Is everybody having a good time? And hear like the masses go, yeah, we're having a good time. I hope so. I'm having a ball. Started life as a 5.9 liter Dakota on the close lane, the near lane. Now sports a 6.4 liter Hemi under the hood with a turbocharger. Wow.
Well, the traction seems to be getting better.
It's coming in. It's coming in. And Total Venue Concepts has been through the track now with the machine, the rotator, and then the brush to kind of clear up any type of dust or debris or whatever. To try to give these drivers the best track or the most optimal traction that they can have, given it's a street.
Yeah, there are various traction compounds that can be applied, you know, VHT, pimp juice, that sort of a thing. Back in the 60s, they used powdered rosin, which was sort of a gold dust. It was sort of a rosin that was made of pine pitch. And you'd see, like, you know, Ronnie Sox and Dick Landy and those guys brushing this stuff in and then burning out over it and then launching through the gold dust.
And what's the origin of bleach, the bleach box at the drag strip?
You know, that's a good question. I think the bleach is sort of a cleaning compound for the tires, and also it may have a little more, although it makes more smoke, you know. Wow, look at the weight transfer of that Mustang. That's a classic old school, new school combo. That Plymouth is probably a 12-second car, but that Mustang's an 8-second car. Look at the difference.
Yes, indeed.
They're both great. But yeah, the bleach box, it's you know, just a burnout ritual, and I think the white billowing clouds are a function of the bleach and a little bit of tire smoke.
It looks amazing.
Yeah, and you know, back in the 70s, you might remember the fire burnout.
Fire burnout, yeah.
You know, that was quasi-legal.
I might remember. That's dating me incredibly.
Yeah, I never saw it in person, but you know, back in like 73, 4, 5, it was sort of done for photographers. You know, Don Garlits would back his car and they'd put some gasoline on. So, okay, a couple of in-car cameras. Watch this.
This has been cool to watch, man. Just seeing, again, what drivers do when they go down a drag strip. This is a very, very, very good opportunity for anybody watching this feed or anybody watching on the Jumbotron. I hate to say take your eyes off the track, but look up at the Jumbotron and watch these drivers navigate this strip. And you heard the horn, Steve.
Only on Woodward Avenue, a train comes through the drag strip.
Well, I was sitting here wondering, you know, wishful thinking maybe, like, would we get away with not having one come through? I've watched this program. Oh, look at this. Watch the stripe. We've got, look at your screen. We've got this finish line at the bottom now. You saw the white Camaro go through first. Anybody sitting up there at that point of the track, that is, theoretically, that's probably the best vantage point at the drag strip is top end. Not necessarily down low down here, but at top end.
Yeah, it's a good point. The funny thing is that there's actually an Amtrak passenger train that rolls through here. At least in the past years it has, and they slow down. In fact, I think it was the last time we did this before COVID in 2019. Leah Pritchett was here with her Papa John's fuel dragster, staging, about to make her pass. The Amtrak rolls through at like 8 miles an hour, so anybody inside the Amtrak probably thought they were hallucinating at the sight of Leah Pritchett's dragster on Woodward Avenue. But it happened. Okay, the AMC is pulling out ahead of the Oldsmobile and keeping the lead. And look at that. Good stuff. Again, the AMC is packing some turbo power. The Olds, I believe, is actually powered by a rocket V8. Of course, got to remember that 1949, first year for the modern overhead valve post-war V8, Oldsmobile and Cadillac. Both kind of set the industry on its ear, and within a couple of years, everybody in Detroit had their own pushrod V8s. But before that, flatheads were the rule, either in inline 6 or 8 or flathead V8 form from Ford. But the overhead valve design is far more efficient from breathing, and it really just became the new thing. We're watching here the Dodge Thrill Rides. You can jump into a brand new Charger or Challenger, and they haven't run out of tires yet, but they won't either, by the way. These cars are very well maintained, and there's a pile of tires. You just bolt them on, burn them off, bolt them on, burn them off. And the great thing, these cars in the Dodge Thrill Ride, those are regular production cars. They're not blueprinted, they're not special, nothing about them is beyond normal, and they do that all day long. And it's a testament to how durable and how rugged these vehicles are. You got to remember, the Hellcat has a very efficient cooling system for its supercharger, and they're designed to basically not lose power when they heat soak. That's the beauty of the Hellcat. It's really a very, very capable all-around performance car, and it has durability inbuilt as well. Okay, here comes the fuzz. Look out. 68 Dodge Coronet police package. Perhaps it's a real PK, not sure. PK, of course, being the VIN prefix, which would make that a police package. On the right-hand side at the screen is a Roadrunner. Both of these are B bodies, which of course means the mid-size Chrysler platform. The Plymouth on the right, Dodge on the left. Love the bubblegum machine up on top. That's vintage police stuff. There it is. I think a company called Signal manufactured those lights up on top, and those have been replaced mostly by more brighter LED stuff today. But back in the day, that's right there. That's what you did not want to see if you were out here on Woodward Avenue street racing. Yeah, this one's an interesting modification. It's jacked up in the tail. It's got an 8 3/4 rear axle, super stock leaf springs, which have a lot more arch, and of course probably some shackles. You know, a lot of that. And look at that Hellcat police. Hold on, there might be a Hellcat under the hood. That's interesting, because as you know, you can buy a Hellcat crate from Mopar Performance, no problem. That's probably a supercharged Hellcat under the hood of that 68 Coronet police car. In the other lane, there's a big block 383 or maybe a 440, not sure, under the hood of a Roadrunner, or no hood. Nice clean pass. Both cars probably running somewhere in the 12s. Police car pulls out on lead, or maybe the Roadrunner let him win, because you can't anger the fuzz. It's not good. And they're pulling off. The shutdown area is nice and long, and here's the beautiful original paint on the left, Chevrolet Chevelle 300 series. Look at the roof on that. It's kind of boxy and weird. The doors have full frames. Well, not every Chevelle was a Malibu. This is the base 300 series, usually seen with a 6-cylinder, but this one's been very much upgraded. But I love they've left the original paint. It's a radio delete car. And speaking of paint, on the far side, I believe that's an 86 Pontiac Grand Prix, another G body. And body on frame construction, that's a cousin to the Buick Grand National and the Monte Carlo Super Sport. And of course, Pontiac did have their own performance version back then. It was called the 2+2, and it had the big glass rear window. It was meant for NASCAR homologation. But again, the Grand Prix was never offered in a muscle version in the 80s. Would have been cool to have the Trans Am V8 available in the Grand Prix. But anyway, this one's been modified heavily. Great looking car. Okay, Chevelle comes out first, but the turbo power of the Pontiac comes on strong. And, okay, must have lifted. Chevy goes by. Good stuff. The chute on the back of the Pontiac is available for use at high speeds, but of course we're not getting close to that here. That car is probably capable of going 160 or so in a full quarter-mile pass, and you can bet that that chute gets a workout then. Okay, here's the back of that interesting vintage Mopar. The Steely's on the back of that thing. Pretty cool. 4-door. This has a 5.7 Hemi aboard. This Dodge Coronet does, the 4-door. And in the other lane, of course, a Chevelle, a Malibu, I guess, from 79, 82, thereabouts. And those are very popular cars. That's the 55 Chevy of today. And things are good. I'm joined by Eric Malone.
How you doing?
Yeah, good to see you, man. So later on today, you'll be kind of the guy to beat in the Hellcat Showdown. Are you worried?
Well, with racing, anything can happen. It's all a gamble.
Yeah.
I have not made a pass yet, but I ain't worried.
Okay.
I got a bad team behind me.
Okay.
Not only that, this Hellcat makes some power.
Yeah. Now, the big thing is, I mean, you're used to a little bit of street racing, perhaps, you know, and hooking on the street versus hooking on an NHRA-type track, what's the difference?
There's a lot of difference. First of all, this track here was, you could have went to the grocery store on it a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's right.
So
yeah.
there was no rubber. So when it comes to a track, they got a lot of rubber on it. They got a lot of glue on it. So it's going to be very difficult to try to get this car to go down.
Yeah, and this, of course, is Eric Malone, host and star of Fastest Cars in the Dirty South, and
yes,
also the man to beat in the Hellcat Shootout, or the Showdown later on. Speaking of which, a couple of sleepers, that turbocharged S10 pickup,
yes,
the turbo on a roof.
I've seen that.
And in the four-door Malibu, that car looks like nothing, but it's something.
Sure is. Hey, what I've noticed in all this is you cannot judge a book by its cover.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. But I am really impressed with our Hellcat. I'm hoping to get a chance to make a pass in a little bit. This car made ridiculous power. I was warned the road wouldn't take it, but I'm hard-headed.
Yeah.
And the last thing I can get in my head is I go out there and make a pass, and I'm on the floor. And they pass me, and I can't go no more.
Yeah.
So
you got to avoid that at all costs.
Yes. So if it's hooked, they ain't gonna pass me. Yeah. This thing made 1,180 horsepower.
Wow.
To the rear wheels.
Wow. I mean, it's funny. You know, back in the 80s and stuff, chassis dynos could go to about 600 horsepower. The Mitsubishi all-wheel drive shrieking its way down the quarter mile. Crazy stuff. But now chassis dynos can handle a couple thousand. You know.
Yes.
So now the question is, who gets lane choice? Because the right lane has a ground to it. And it's got a bit of a drift into the gutter.
Well, we ain't negotiated that yet, but they already done been out there making passes, so they ought to feel sorry for me.
Okay.
They ought to give me the good lane.
Okay. You flip a coin or something?
That's right. Yeah, I'm sure we'll flip a coin.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the racing continues. We have a modern Challenger wide body, probably a Hellcat, versus an old school 66 Chevy Nova. Got the weld wheels on the Nova, very cool. The Hellcat, of course, has the standard, I believe they're 19 or 18-inch rims. Very cool. And here we are. You can hear the Nova turbo spool up.
Hey, the more old schools, they still do good too.
Yeah.
But you can't take them Hellcats lightly at all.
Now, what kind of mods have you made to your Hellcat?
We got injectors, pulleys, nitrous express, nitrous kit on it. We put cat delete, brakes the rear end, BMR suspension. It's got race star wheels.
Yeah.
And majority of this was done at ARD Motorsport in Atlanta, Georgia.
All right. Have you done much weight reduction, pulling insulation, back seats, stuff like that? Or
well, we did take some weight off of it. Noticing what everybody else did, they all pulled the interior out of it. So I kind of feel like we was undergunned.
Yeah.
So we left the interior in it.
Okay.
And if you can't see it, it ain't in there.
Okay. Right.
So we took the front bumpers off of it. We took everything out of in the front of it. We took the back bumpers off. Door panelings have been off and put back on. So we took probably about 700-800 pounds off of it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is pretty cool. We got an onboard camera in the Dodge Hellcat in the left lane. Watch the driver. Now that one's a Torque Flight 8. He might leave it in gear or it might slap it in gears. Demon, excuse me. Demon. There we go.
Whoa.
Okay, kind of a little squirrely. Yeah, if you can't hook it up, if you're not going straight, get out of it. Don't be a hero.
That's right. You can always come back around and make another pass.
Yeah.
You wreck it, it's over with.
Yeah. Here's a replay on the interior. There he is shifting that Torque Flight 8 through its paces. And again, the Torque Flight name goes back to the 1950s. Of course, 1962, the first 727 aluminum case, a legend. I use them. I love them. Push buttons, cable operated. But the modern 8 speeds are better. Double overdrive.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. It's funny, back in the day in the 60s, the Ram Chargers were the factory team, and because they had to satisfy the NHRA stock classification, they do things like taking every other spring out of the seat and acid dipping the glove compartment door. I mean, stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Did you go that far with your Hellcat?
I didn't go that far.
Yeah, I mean, cars today, it's amazing how much power we have, and here on the line now, of course, an International Scout, which preceded the Bronco by like 4 years.
Yep.
That's great. Look at that thing go.
What?
The Chevelle's making popcorn. Something's maybe cooking with the spark plugs or something. And that is one of the things with Boost. Your plugs, your wires, all that stuff's so critical. Now, on the fastest cars, Dirty South, is your car supercharged? I should know more, but what do you run?
Well, it was a nitrous deal year for last. We actually went to turbo last season.
Okay.
It's a 540 cubic inch big block, 118 millimeter turbo.
Wow. Yeah. Now, going from a nitrous to a turbo car, we all know that staging and leaving in a turbo, you got to take a few seconds. Is it...
Yeah, it was very crazy. I'm used to going up there, hitting the trans brake and let go.
Yeah.
Well, when you hit the trans brake, you come up on the 3.7, you hit the button, it bumps up.
Yeah.
Well, that feels like when you first do that, it feels like the car taking off when you ain't ready.
Yeah. Okay. So you got to sort of just steel yourself.
It took a minute to get used to it.
Okay.
But yeah, sure is.
A couple of modern Mopars on the line now. Looks like a Hellcat in the left and the right. And you're going to love it. The Hellcat engine available in a 4-door Charger. Yep, that's the world's only 4-door muscle car right there.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, funny thing is, the Challenger is a smaller car than a Charger, 2 doors, but the Charger actually goes 201, Challenger like 199 top speed. And the difference is the grille. The aerodynamic drag of that recessed grille. So it's kind of funny. The 4-door is a faster car in a long haul. 2 miles an hour.
Well, don't say that too loud. That's what I get.
Okay, all right. Now, I got to ask. Now, were you guys given the choice of a 2-door Challenger or a 4-door Charger in this shootout?
I actually asked for a Challenger.
Okay.
And when I got it, somebody sent me the wrong one. It dropped the ball on it somewhere. It was a 6-speed car.
Oh, okay. That's good but bad.
That's good but bad.
Yeah.
So I ended up. They ended up sending me a Charger automatic of 2021, and which was a real good thing. It actually made 100 more horsepower than the Challenger.
Wow. Now, is that maybe the transmission difference or the tune-up or what?
I think it was a regular Hellcat, and the other one was a red eye.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. All right, and the 6-speed manual. I mean, it's a hero who runs one of those things down the track. But just loading and unloading the suspension, gear shifts, it's asking for trouble. I think.
I can't believe that the rear end stay anything.
Yeah, it's amazing. I know that the differentials in the Hellcats are, I think, 9.2 inches versus 8.5 in the 5.7. So it's upsized, so it's a great thing. Yeah, it's good stuff.
They definitely got it figured out.
Yeah, I'm here with Eric Malone, the host and star of Fastest Cars in the Dirty South, and he's here going to be the man to beat in the Hellcat Showdown at like 4:30 or so, I think.
That's
when
right.
It runs.
I think I heard they're going to start racing each other, and there's a possibility that I might make some test passes in between them racing each other.
Yep. So. Now, tires on the street, Woodward Avenue, that's where we're racing, and any other time we'd be going to jail for running here, but it is closed to the public, and we're able to go racing. But on the street, what kind of tires are you going to be running?
We got Hoosier slicks on it.
Okay. Yeah. Do you run them down to a certain PSI or?
Well, I'll be honest with you, we ain't made a pass in.
Okay.
So the first hit on this car is going to be the judge of everything. So we'll start adjusting after that.
Okay. Just watched a Mustang make a solo pass down Woodward Avenue, and this coming up right now is kind of an old school hot rod with a supercharger, a Roots style on top. About to do his burnout, get the tires nice and warm. What's your philosophy on burnouts? Long and smoky, or just get it done quickly?
On our cars, all my cars are radial tires, so we normally just pretty much hit them, knock a little smoke off of them, and we stage them. We want more of the glue the glue and stickiness on the tire.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay. Trans brakes are up. Hot rod takes a nice lead. Okay. And there we have it. There was a turbo car, and again, this is a time trial, so he can take his time. It's not a big deal. But when it's down to fighting time, he's got to leave when it goes green.
That's right.
That's the thing. So with the turbo, do you use a little nitrous to spool it up? Or?
No, I'll actually work at Performance Torque Converter, PTC.
Okay.
And they got the converters figured out. So I have no problem spooling up. It goes right up like that.
All right. And can you hear that crazy loping idle? That's another
big
supercharged
blower.
car.
Yes.
Yeah, 671 or maybe an 8, a root style on top of it. I remember when these Pontiacs came out in like 1982. Yeah, third generation Firebird.
Yep. That looked like one of the. No, that's a Trans Am. Some of them had like a little 2.8 in them.
Yeah, that's right. And I think the Iron Duke 4-banger was even possible.
Yeah, sure did.
It was.
That's a Lightning.
Oh yeah, 5.8. Ooh, keep it straight, keep it straight, keep it straight. Ooh.
Hey, these guys are driving, ain't they?
Yeah, it's like the Chi-Town Hustler burning the corner all the way down. Look at that. Yeah, when I see that, I kind of, because, when your rear tires are spinning at 90 miles an hour, it doesn't take much to get it.
Well, I kind of had him to put a little rubber down for me.
Okay, yeah, there you go, there you go. Yes, sir. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, great weather today. I mean, in years past, we had a little rain toward the end of the day. And, of course, racing, drag racing in the rain is not a good idea. But we're looking good today. Dodge Dart in the far lane.
We actually got one of them that we did on our show. Okay. Very, very fast. Data Minor, forward drive.
Going up against a modern Hellcat. Pretty cool. So
Two Dodges. Old school, new school.
Yeah. I like to say the good old days are right now, because back in the 80s when I was like 20 years old in 84, I figured that the 5-liter Mustang with 225 horse was as good as it was ever going to get.
That's right.
But now we have Hemis, we have Coyotes, we have Voodoos, and crazy. It's great stuff. Yeah, for people who don't know, when you see that little steam coming out, what's that?
Yeah, that's nitrous oxide.
Yeah, right.
Heck yeah, I love it.
Yes, got to purge it. Yeah, the nitrous is a great thing. I've used some nitrous, just 200 horsepower shots, nothing major. The only problem with that is the party's over when the body's empty. You got to bring a couple bottles out, make sure you got a fresh bottle, But they're cool. Okay, old school wins that race, but that was a tight race.
Well, I still love nitrous. What we spray right now is crazy. I never in my life would think, some of these cars we got a 48 and 52 jet in it on the fogger, so that's on every cylinder. I remember when I used to spray that in a plate.
Yeah, little spray bars.
One little spray bar. Yeah.
37 Chevy, all steel, tunnel rammed. I think it's a rat motor in that one. If you're a model car builder, AMT does a nice 37 Chevy model.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I built one.
Wow.
427 under the hood. Chevy Silverado.
I seen him drive in this morning.
Yeah. That's one of the great things about turbocharged LSs is that they're so tractable and so gentle. You can drive it around
anywhere you want to go.
Yeah. Get 20 miles to the gallon if you're nice to it, overdrive, and then come out here and run a 9.
That's right.
Yeah, we've come so far. I mean, I'm kind of old school. I'm 57, and I remember as a kid growing up, if you had like a 5-liter Mustang with nitrous or something like that, or a 440 Mopar, if you were running 12s, you were going fast.
You were rolling, yes.
Nowadays that's a minivan like that.
Pretty good.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being with us, Eric Malone, host of Fastest Cars in Dirty South.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I wish you luck in the shootouts this after.
I need it.
$10,000.
I got Ford. It's got they ready for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks very much, and we're going to go to the field. Rebecca.
Thanks, guys. Well, I'm down here with some serious style. We have exterior and interior design of Dodge. How you doing, Scott?
Doing great. It's an amazing event. I can't complain.
Amazing event. Scott Kruger and Dale. Now, Jeff Gill, Chief Interior Design. How did you decide on that wide body car?
How did I decide on the wide body car? Well, there's, when you talk about the models that we have available, Charger wide body is something I've been driving for a little bit. They're so much fun to drive. The grip you get from them, the feel you get in the car, that visceral nature of what we've got from the Charger and Challenger, can't beat them.
Can't beat them. And so what cars are you excited about seeing here today?
All of them. I mean, seeing some of these cars that are driving down the track is just unreal. I mean, cars from way back in history, I mean, to cars that are on the road today. It's pretty amazing.
So have you always been a fan of the muscle car era?
Oh, big time. Big time. I have a couple of my own, in fact, but being a part of our company and the history that Dodge has been so much fun for us to be able to explore, present, and be able to show the world what we're capable of as far as bringing back some of those vintage nameplates.
And so what was your favorite car from the muscle car era?
That's a tough one, man. I'm going to go off script here a little bit and say the Plymouth Cuda, but man, a 68 Charger, those two cars are probably my favorites.
And how about you?
I would probably agree. 68 Charger, I mean, I've seen a few of them today, and they're just amazing. Just the presence of those cars are just second to none.
And so how do you see the future of Dodge as far as eco-friendly cars?
Well, we celebrate horsepower, right? We celebrate that experience of driving the car, the power, the way it sets you back in the seat. We're going to continue doing that. We're not going to stop.
You're going to stay true to your roots.
Absolutely. Performance is what it's all about.
And so how about more muscle car design? Are you interested in that?
Absolutely. We're busy, very busy right now, doing a lot of work based around, like Jeff said, a lot about performance, Dodge heritage, the muscle of our brand is what we're about. So, yeah, exciting times.
How do you get inspired by new designs?
Oh boy, as designers in the auto industry, I think there's a lot of people that'll tell you that we get inspired by everything, and that's nothing further from the truth. We get inspired by home design, as you mentioned. There's fashion, there's product design, industrial design, which I have a degree in. All those things visually, the things that you see people doing differently in design that people kind of glom onto and celebrate as far as that passion and the things that bring people in, and our ability to be able to bring people in and celebrate design and see that they celebrate that is there's nothing closer to our heart. So we get inspired by all kinds of different things, in short.
Now, how do you design the interior feel of it, the grip and the handling of it?
Well, the interior feel of the car, that's some people would call the soft squishy bits, right? So the inside of the car is what I focus on as chief designer for Dodge. So we celebrate all things that are driver-centric. If you notice in all of our vehicles, the Durango, the Challenger, the Charger, all of them have that center stack in the middle of the car turned toward the driver. We have the steering wheel there that's got all the bumps on it that are, a flat bottom on the steering wheel is what we like to celebrate from a performance standpoint. Gives a little bit of room to get in and out at the bottom as well. All of those things. We bring authentic materials in. All the bezels and all of those in the Charger and Challenger, aluminum to start with. You've got carbon fiber available. And even on some of the Buzz models, we've celebrated some interesting things that we've been able to do with carbon fiber in bringing metal weave into it, which has been a lot of fun. Real authentic carbon fiber is in those cars. It's a lot of fun for us to be able to play with different ways of doing that.
Oh, that's very cool. So do you want to take us through some of these behind us? They're gorgeous here.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, you look at the Charger here and the Challenger. I mean, you look at the wide mouth, the grill, everything on these vehicles is functional as well. I mean, you look at the hoods of these, the extractors, the hood scoops, everything's there for a reason. Not to mention the fact that these things have an amazing stance with the wide bodies, big, huge wheels, big tires. I mean, Dodge products are bold, unapologetic, and big.
Unapologetic.
And that's what they're about. I mean, really, it's and that's what people here are celebrating. I mean, that's what, as Jeff mentioned, just that enthusiasm. That's what really gets us going. I mean, that's what keeps us going in the studio for sure.
I can't wait to actually drive in one, but just seeing them on the street, they are so cool and modern. I mean, do you have meetings where you guys are like, okay, let's make the angriest looking car we can?
Absolutely, we do. We have a lot of meetings like that. Yeah, I mean, we're all fans as well. We're all enthusiasts and car lovers. I mean, so we live and breathe this stuff not only as designers but as car guys. So it's definitely something that's in our blood.
I mean, this car is a little intimidating when you see it going down the street.
We have fun that way. Like Scott mentioned, I've had time in interior and exterior now, and it's you distance yourself a little bit from exterior, and you see the cars on the road, and it just brings back what you've done, what you've practiced, the things that we strive to put in the renderings that you hang on the wall. Right? It's like, okay, how wicked can I make this thing look? What's too far? Right? What's the boundary that we're trying to get to, and can we cross it?
Yeah.
So.
All right, well, very, very interesting. Keep up the good work, guys. We love your work, and back up to you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Rebecca Grant. Yeah, great designers and passion these guys making these cars happen. It's got to be a dream job Well, we're back on the strip here, and we are dealing with a Chevy Monte Carlo with weld wheels and probably a carbureted LS or perhaps a rat motor, not sure. In the close lane, of course, a Chevy Nova, but not so fast. This is actually a Canadian production car, and it's an Acadian, and it has the Pontiac grille. That would have been sold at a Pontiac dealer back in 1966, but looks more like a Nova because it's based on one. And while those are both quick cars, we can see, of course, that the Nova is, or the Acadian, excuse me, is much more dialed in for drag racing, whereas the Monte Carlo is more street than strip. But they're both quick cars. And again, these are the time trials, so there's no winner or loser here. Nobody goes home. And these folks are getting data so that when they get into the eliminations, then that is when they'll be going home or getting on to the next round, depending on how they do. And speaking of Monte Carlos, another one up on the starting line, getting ready to go. They're in the water box right now. Put the water down, get the slicks easier to spin, heats them up. The soft compound of the tire is better able to grip into the surface of Woodward Avenue. Yes, I said Woodward Avenue. We're actually racing on the street here with the blessing of the police here in Pontiac, Michigan for this one day only. And brought to you, of course, by Dodge, MotorTrend Roadkill. Close lane, Chevy Nova. The wing on the back suggests that car is probably an 8-second car in the drag strip on the quarter mile. Here, we'll see what she runs, but Monte Carlo's off to a quick start. The Nova takes the lead and holds it. Wow. Yeah, 550-foot course here. We'd like to go a full 1,320 feet, like a quarter mile, but the cars might wind up down in Detroit, slowing down. So again, this is a public thoroughfare here that's been closed off for this very special event. But again, Woodward Avenue has history, tons of history. In fact, this is the first concrete road in the country, way back in, I believe, 1920 or so. Also, Woodward Avenue is the first street in the nation with a full 3-color traffic light. And the operators of those traffic lights would sit in elevated podiums above the street way back in the early 1920s. So pretty cool. This is the mother road, almost. Route 66 is the mother road, but this is pretty much the ground zero for street racing and the legends of the Detroit factory drag teams right here, Woodward Avenue. Okay, Mustang versus Oldsmobile. Nice even race. 67 GT500 lookalike, and the Olds Cutlass. The Mustang takes it by a car length. Yeah, these are traditional drag cars. The more modern cars we have, of course, are turbocharged, supercharged. These are naturally aspirated, I believe, these two here, which means they breathe in through a carburetor or maybe fuel injection versus having a turbo or a supercharger that forces the air into the cylinders instead of being drawn in by the pistons on the descending intake stroke. Chevelle versus Chevelle. 1972 versus 69 or thereabouts, so similar but not the same. The Chevelle, of course, went many, many years, starting out 1964, running through 1973, 4, 5, and when downsized, became the Malibu, I believe, in 1977. But the Chevelle, a classic American mid-size performance platform. So many things you can do with one. The far lane, a Root-style supercharger sitting on top of a rat motor. The near lane, something less exotic, but probably as powerful. One thing these cars share, of course, is drag slicks on the rear, and the slicks are soft compound. The sidewalls are flexible, which allow the tire to grip the surface of the track, or the street, I should say here, better than a stiff sidewalled traditional street radial would be able to do. But a lot of these modern drag slicks are radial construction, which work just as well as the old school wrinkle walls. Now on this Mopar we see right here, the screws, the rims on the back, that's a split rim. That actually, those bolts capture the bead so that the rim can't outspeed the tire and break the grip. That's how much traction and power this thing has. The tire has to be bolted to the rim. There you have it. Also used in off-road racing, but it's a great way to make sure you don't have any tire problems. Who needs that after you've done all the work to get to the line? Now, this is a Hellcat powered Challenger, radically modified, probably a 7 or a 6 second car on full quarter mile. If you can hook it up here, well, that's going to be the challenge. Again, we're on a normal street. There's no concrete launch pad here, no VHT. It's not been prepared. There is more rubber here than there was when we started out at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, but it's still going to be kind of slippery. So if you can make full use of that power, well, we'll have to see. But Grampy Cat Unchanged. You got to love the Challenger, the LC platform, new in 2008 and still in 2021, just as new and refreshing and challenging. A great design that's really withstood the test of time. In fact, the new Challenger, the LC, has been in production for more years now than the original Fox Mustang, which went 79 through 92. So bring on the Challengers. Okay, so he's just doing a test pass right there. Again, these folks are getting data so that when it comes time for the illumination, they'll know how aggressive to get. Now, that was not a wasted pass right there. I'm sure they learned something. But if they do that in the illuminations, well, they're going to go home. But this is Woodward Avenue, and if you're a fan of the 60s magazines, you might remember an ad in 1968, Pontiac, and they showed a Vertigo green, beautiful Pontiac GTO sitting on one of the median turnarounds on Woodward Avenue. I'm not sure where, but I think maybe around, 13 Mile. And it showed a picture of the car and it says, Pontiac GTO, you know the rest of the story. And basically it was all about street racing. And at that point in time, safety was a key thing, and Pontiac executives were spanked for touting street racing with that ad that appeared in Hot Rod, MotorTrend, a lot of different magazines back in the day. But again, that was the original first go-round in the 60s when muscle cars were being sold to baby boomers between the age of 16 and 26. And speaking of GTOs, the first muscle car, we get a nice 65 in the far lane, beautiful red car. And you got to remember the GTO, Gran Turismo Omologato, which is Italian for it's a homologated race car, well, basically used by Ferrari way back when. But it sounded sexy. Pontiac adopted it and really created a dynasty in the Pontiac GTO from 1964 through 74. The GTO was one of the leading muscle cars, really. Maybe not as potent as a Mopar, I'll shut up now, but I'm a Max Rage and Race Amy kind of guy. But GTOs had tri-power. The Ram Air 4 cars were certainly very potent. And this one here, not sure what's under the hood, but that cowl hood on that is not stock, and it's certainly there to clear some sort of an exotic induction. Perhaps a turbo, maybe a tunnel ram, not sure. In the near lane, of course, S10, Blazer, or S15, I guess that would be, the Blazer version thereof. And these were classic mid-sized pickup trucks, which arrived in, I think, 1982 or so. I drive a GMC Sonoma, in fact, back home in Massachusetts, which is the GMC version of the S10 style pickup. And it looks like they're closing the track for a moment, maybe to clean something up on the top end. But now would be a good time to have a little bit of Demon facts. Now, the Demon, of course, we all know that car came out 3 years ago, 2018, and they made 3,300 Demons. Of course, all of them Challengers. And while you can and could get a 6-speed manual in a Hellcat Challenger, the Demons are strictly 8-speed automatic. The punchline being that if you had a 6-speed transmission in a 800 horsepower or 790 horsepower Demon, trying to make and break traction as you made your gear shifts, it might be a little more than most people are ready for. So the TorqueFlite 8 gives much gentler applications of power as you go from first through, say, fourth or fifth gear in a quarter mile. So Demons are all automatics, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Now, the Demons are also unique. The fuel pumps, or the fuel system on the Demon is different from the Hellcat. The Hellcat is a high-volume system for sure, but the Demon has 2 pumps, an additional pump, versus the Hellcat's 1. And one thing that's kind of cool is that the Hellcat and the Demon program, the Demon actually was during development, because in Detroit there's a lot of sleuths and spies, and to keep it a secret, the Demon program was called Nines with Light. That was the terminology. If you're working on the Nines with Light program, that meant you were working on the Demon. Kind of cool. The backstory is all there. The steering wheel in the Demon's pretty cool. It's a 5-spoke rim. It's called the Whole Shot rim. It's 18-inch diameter, 2 inches smaller than the 20-inch on a Hellcat. This is the rim, not the steering wheel, excuse me. But the wheels on the Demon, of course, 18 inches, and the tires on Demon are also Nitto drag radials, front and rear. A lot of folks make the mistake of assuming the Demon's 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, but no, they're strictly rear drive, and it's kind of cool that the Demon gives you a spare set of slicks in the deal. The front tires can be put on the back when they wear out. Another thing, too, on the Demon is the Demon Pack, which is an extra $1. It's that crate, the Hellcat crate, or the Demon crate, and you get a set of, I think, 16 by 4-inch wide rims. And the punchline with those is they're skinny, and those are to be put on the front of the car, but they come detached. The tires are not mounted to the rims, and the point of that is that to put those skinny front tires on a Demon and drive it on the street is something that Dodge will let you do, but you got to mount the tires and rims on your own to drive them on the front. So here's a little schedule going on here. 4:45 today, just about another hour and a half or so from now, the Hellcat Grudge Race begins. $10,000 prize on that one. 6 o'clock, the first responder showdown. 6:05, flamethrower and wheel stander exhibition runs. 6:15, opening ceremonies. Let the eliminations begin. 7 o'clock, top 8 shootout begins. And at 8:30, an hour and a half after the beginning, the top 8 winners will be awarded. And one great thing at 6:05, again, the flamethrowers and wheel standers, those exhibition runs, anybody who has seen a wheel stander will probably remember the little red wagon back in 1964 when Dodge, the 426 Hemi and the A100 compact pickup truck were brand new. Dodge said, why don't we put those two things together and turn it into a factory experimental drag vehicle. So they put the Hemi kind of in the middle of the bed, not way back, but somewhere in the center so it would get good traction. And they said, well, let's go racing and factory experimental. So the thing went down the track well, but it had so much traction, the front tires would sort of bob off the track, and it was a bit of a handful. So they decided, why don't we just make this thing an all-out wheel stander and forget about trying to go after the A factory experimental record. And so they maximized or optimized the vehicle for riding the rear bumper, and Bill Maverick Golden took over from Jay Howell, and the Little Red Wagon became a wheel stander, one of the first, in fact, probably the first, followed very quickly by the Hurst Hemi Under Glass, which was a Barracuda built by Hurst. And then from thereafter, of course, wheel standers have become a major part of most any professional drag racing show as a sort of an exhibition act between the major rounds of the pro cars. So we'll have some wheel standers here at 6 o'clock. So that'll be very cool to see that. So they're still working on the track, the street. That's right, this is Woodward Avenue. This is not a drag strip any other time than today. And the beauty of this thing is that the City Fathers of Pontiac had the foresight to allow this to happen. And here we are in our 6th year of Roadkill Nights right here in Pontiac, Michigan. Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. Okay, the GTO has fired up. The tires are smoking. They're getting ready to grip into the street. The strip. And there's that S15 Blazer. And a little pipe coming out of the front fender tells us that's definitely a turbocharged truck. The turbo exits right out there. No mufflers on turbo vehicles. They're generally rather quiet. The turbo quells the exhaust pulses, so the engine's not that loud. They get toned down, but they make power. The boost is forcing the air-fuel mixture into the engine, and a 350 will behave like a 700 with turbocharger on board. GTO gets a hole shot, but the turbo boost, okay, turbo is pulling away, and there you go. I see the railroad crossing lights have come down, and yes, there are a couple of railways that make their way right across Woodward Avenue. In fact, way back when the M1 Concourse was the GM truck and coach division, these railways would bring in a lot of the raw materials, steel, frame rails, all kinds of stuff. And now Amtrak is coming through here. The passengers must wonder, what the heck are they seeing? Drag racing on Woodward Avenue? Yep, today at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. And only today. Try this any other time, you're going to go to jail. Okay, lined up right now, got about a 79 or so Camaro. 78 says the window, with a 57 Chevy, 150 wagon. Off they go. The Camaro spinning the tires, the wagon making more use of its power. Sometimes less is more. Wagon finished the run first. Again, these are just time trials, so there's no winner or loser in this particular matchup, but they'll be back in another hour or two. And the signs you see right there, the digital numbers 21, 22, that's not a scoreboard, it's not a finish line. That just happens to be the time predictor for traffic flow into downtown. So there you go, 21 minutes, 22 minutes. Take one of these cars, you might cut those times in half. But again, that's not our finish line. It just happens to be a new thing this year to let folks know how long the trip's going to take. Love that Mustang. That's about an 85 Fox right there with a turbo, the big pipe sticking out of the nose. Watch the weight transfer in this thing. It's almost like automotive ballet. It's beautiful to watch that thing dangle the front tires. The 65 Plymouth Belvedere in the left-hand lane, that's a hardtop, not a sedan. Beautiful car, though. It's a B-body in its fourth year, 62,345, 1965 right there. The B-body being, of course, torsion bar suspension up front, mid-size platform, the same basic bones found under a Roadrunner, a Superbird. Beautiful platform right there, the 65 Plymouth B-body. Mustang also a wonderful Fox platform underneath that. And crazy but true, the Fox was also used under the Ford Fairmont, which was a 4-door or 2-door or a wagon. Same basic bones used under the Mustang from 79 through 92. Now I think I know what's going to happen here. The yellow car being a little more seriously designed for drag racing is probably going to run away. But again, the red car, that's probably a 12 or 13 second car, which is darn quick. Mustang runs away. It's amazing how the nose of that Mustang comes up like that. And that's good news at the starting line, because that means all the weight is transferring onto the slicks. In other words, allowing them to bite in and move the car forward. But sometimes at the top of the track, say at 130, 40, 50 miles an hour, the nose-up stance can kind of backfire when air gets underneath. And at about 150, a car like that becomes a pretty lousy airplane. So what sometimes happens, people put chin spoilers underneath them, or sometimes tie the suspension so they can't rise that high. But here on this short course, that amount of weight transfer is a very good thing. Another Fox Mustang. This one, of course, this is the 2-door sedan. These are also popular with law enforcement. There was a thing called the SSP, Special Service Package Mustang, sold to police departments all over the country for freeway interceptor use. This one here is not a police car at all. Gets a by run and nice clean pass. Okay, let's go back to Rebecca in the field with Jeff Roselli.
Are you or am I?
Hi guys, I'm here with Jeff Roselli. Now you are with SRT Engineering and you really know your stuff.
Thanks for the compliment there. Yeah, SRT Engineering, been here a really long time, worked on a really great batch of products, but today we're standing in front of clearly the pinnacle. This is the Challenger Hellcat Red Eye. 807 horsepower of just absolute beauty. This really is the pinnacle of street performance, right? Solid Hellcat engine, and really, it's the whole package, right? Suspension, brakes, and just everything not only to go fast, but also really to daily drive it, right? I mean, this is a daily driver, high performance, 203 horsepower monster.
Now, how do you keep up with this Dodge audience who is so thirsty for speed and performance?
I know, I'm telling you, I mean, you look around here, right? All day, there's just people everywhere you look, really taking in the scene, hearing the sounds, smelling the burnt rubber. To be honest, there's no way to keep up with them, right? They are so serious. But what we do, right, is we really listen to the customer, and it really drives us, right? Every morning we wake up smelling the gasoline and knowing that we have to deliver, and it's products like this that really are the passion and the fruit of our labor.
Well, sure. I mean, they think of Hellcat, but what's the feature that would surprise them?
It's funny you say that, because yes, this is a 200 horsepower vehicle, but it's a 200 horsepower 5-passenger daily driver, or 200 mile an hour.
That's a heck of a baby carriage, right?
Absolutely. It's this is something that you can load the whole family in, and obviously, you would never go that fast on the street, but put the helmets on, take them to the racetrack, and it's ready to go.
And so what's the best bit of racing advice anyone's ever given you?
Always look where you're going, regardless of what is happening at the tires. Believe it or not, your body will get the vehicle pointed in the direction you are always looking. It's pretty amazing.
So I have to say, I love the Hellcat Red Eye emblem on the side. What if I put one of these on my car? Could I look at the Hellcat Red Eye? Love this guy.
Certainly the dead giveaway is the red jewel. The dead giveaway is the red jewel and the emblem. And that is the signal, don't step here, as if a regular Hellcat
Don't tread
isn't.
on it.
Don't tread on me. That's
Wait,
right.
look at this. Look at the red eye right in there. Gotta love that. So now, do you have your racing shoes on today?
Absolutely not. These are my running shoes. They are a little heavier, a little bulkier than the racing shoes. Those ones are definitely purpose-built to have your feet at one with the pedal so you can be at one with the car.
So what's next for SRT Engineering?
There's always a next for SRT Engineering. I think when you look around out here today, you'll see our inspiration, and it will be more performance, just better cars, better products for the customers.
What's your favorite feature?
My favorite feature is that noise you hear every time you put your foot down.
Noise.
A little bit of guttural, a little bit of whine, and a lot of blurring of the everything scenery-wise.
So what are you most excited about seeing here at Roadkill Nights?
I'll tell you what, it's great just seeing every car out there, and it's strange, I definitely have my favorites from watching earlier today, but what I get the biggest kick out of is just the line of cars, right? So many enthusiasts, so many people coming out here to run and run safely in a controlled environment, but just have a blast and really, show the crowd a great show.
And so are you going to get me one of those cool hats?
I'll tell you what, maybe if you get me a pair of those cool sunglasses.
Ooh, it's a swap. It's a swap. We might have to do a swap. All right. Well, why don't you tell us a little more about the tires?
Okay. I mean, where the rubber meets the street. This is the Pirelli.
Okay. We're wrapped. Okay. All right.
Thank you,
Okay.
Rebecca.
Steve, KJ,
You got
back
it.
up to you guys.
Live television, you gotta love it. All good. Yeah, we're back here. A train just rolled through here a moment ago, but we're still racing here on Woodward Avenue. I'm here with my right-hand man, KJ Jones.
Yes, sir. Steve, it's really interesting. Actually, we had two trains go by in pretty close proximity of each other, and the sound of a freight train mixed with these engines and stuff, and the burnouts and then taking off, that's a goosebump moment right there, man. When you think of, the fury of a freight train, coupled with the torque and the power of these engines, it's like, whoa, man, that's just one of those quote-unquote sensory overloads right there.
Speaking of freight trains, the father of the second-generation Hemi, Tom Hoover, went from Chrysler to General Electric, where he helped to design locomotive engines in the mid-1970s. So when you think Hemis and freight trains, Tom Hoover, who was a legend of Chrysler design, was there. Kind of interesting thing, going from big to bigger.
No clue how much I appreciate the minutia that it's amazing.
Yeah, well, Tom Hoover, one of the founding members of the Ram Chargers, and of course Ram Chargers were factory drag races from 1960 through about 67, and they were out here on Woodward Avenue, a lot of those guys, practicing what they preach, testing their stuff at night on the road, and doing dangerous things safely.
That's the coolest thing ever, though. I mean, imagine being an engineer for any of the big three, and being able to work for that team. And even in modern day, the guys that work now for the SRT program, and guys at Ford that work for the SVT program and stuff, it's just like, that's probably as the hierarchy goes within these manufacturers. At GM, the propulsion lab, that's a fantastic place. My friend Jay Rohrbach over at GM, he works in the propulsion lab, and I got a chance to visit that and see what they do as far as development of racing things, racing pieces and parts that eventually trickle down to the consumer in their street cars. So it's just really, really something that, it manifests very well, and it's going to be interesting to see how it goes forward with these teasers now, 2024 and EV.
Yeah. I got to say, I've spoken to a lot of factory engineers, and they always say that they never buy a new car or don't like to because they're fully aware of what's coming down the road in 4 years. So, to us, a new car is a new car, but to them, today's car is an old car because they're working 4 years down the road.
Sure.
So I wish I could read minds. I'd want to read what those guys were doing on the new Hemi. Is there aluminum block? Don't know. They won't tell you. We'll find out in 4 years.
Sworn to secrecy, and you got to respect their honor on, I mean, then again, it's fireable offense if you let something go, too. So.
Right. Well, a couple of cool cars on the block right here. Block, drag race, drag strip, 68 Charger, 78 Camaro. Charger's on leaf springs, and the Charger caught and passed the Camaro. Look at that. Now, the leaf springs in the back of that Charger are old school, but they work. You know, Chrysler was one of the originators of the Superstock style leaf spring, and they had a whole program in the 60s and 70s for like about 15 different leaf springs, depending on your application, the Superstock leaf spring. And I've used them. They work great. So they might be kind of old school. GM generally had coil springs, but leaf springs work well.
Is that something that was the closest race of the day? Actually, that was. Look at the stripe here. We have a look at the stripe. Look at the jumbotron.
Wow.
That's thousandths of a second. That's a close drag race. Those guys were looking at each other when they went through.
Yeah, the Javelin is back. Dart on the back. It's not a Dodge Dart. That's a reference to the Dart aluminum cylinder heads and potentially block, but Dart makes aftermarket cylinder heads and engine components, and no doubt there's a set of their heads aboard that Javelin. In the far lane, I love that S10. Look at that crazy turbocharger way up on the roof. That's nuts, but it works. You know, it's
that somewhat really. It's an example of roadkill. When you think about what Mike and David do with roadkill, and they take vehicles like that, and before you know it, they look similar to that car, you know, to that truck. It's a roadkill style truck there, definitely.
Yeah, making something out of nothing, correct. And that's not a dig. That's what you do.
Oh my!
Okay, something's not happy.
I was explaining a little bit earlier that, you know, the progressive ramp of boost, as we've seen some of these heavier duty cars or the stronger cars go down the track, they're ramping boost in through a boost controller. And trying to find that happy medium, the sweet spot of where, look, I'm all in. And I think with these test trials and time trials, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, the Javelin was really on and off the throttle. Let's take a peek and just watch the tires smoke, stop, smoke, stop.
Yeah, having to manage that power, it's something else.
Yeah.
It's an art to it, very much so.
Okay, the police are back. See the Hellcat logos on the hood? Oh yeah, we got a Hellcat engine under the hood, 707 horsepower. Police. Off they go. Okay, the more aerodynamic turbo Camaro pulls the lead and on its way.
And takes off.
Yeah. Nose down stance on the Coronet, pretty cool.
California, that references stink bug.
Stink bug, right? Right. Yeah, or a rake. I guess.
Rake, yes.
A rake.
A rake.
Gen 4 Camaro and a Plymouth Roadrunner, a 69 Roadrunner.
4-speed?
Yeah, 4-speed. That's right. Got the big A833 4-speed, which is a cast iron case transmission. Most of the GM Muncies were aluminum. Muncie's a tough tranny, but the 4-speed from Chrysler's a tough, indestructible thing, but kind of hard to shift. You know,
did they have like a nickname? You know, you had your rock crusher and.
Well, there was the Hemi 4-speed, which would have an 18-tooth input found on 440s and Hemis, and the regular 4-speed, which had 23-tooth. So yeah, 833.
Come around, and that's a dialed run right there.
Yeah.
By all means, that's a dialed run. Straight down, under power, no issues.
Yeah. Body rise, front and rear.
Absolutely. At this point, Steve, we might start watching this to kind of put a ballpark on who might be the 8 players on both sides.
Yeah. Here's that crazy sleeper 67 Chevelle. And another Javelin. This is the first generation Javelin. You can see it's got smoother flanks than the second gen, which kind of had an exaggerated body line. A guy named Dick Teague was the designer at American Motors who came up with most of the Javelin's traits. Brilliant industrial and automotive designer, Dick Teague.
And the performance Javelin in this body style was an SST, correct?
Yes, well, the SST and the AMX, which would have been a short wheelbase. But yes, the SST was generally the hot dog package.
Good runs.
Yeah.
Good runs.
Tight race.
Good runs for both. And that Chevelle, we talked to the owner earlier, that 4-door Chevelle, he claimed a 7-second ET in a quarter mile. Looking at that pass there, it looks about legit the way it checked out.
Yeah. Yeah, 7 seconds. I mean, you go back to the 60s, fuel funny cars weren't running in the 70s until like 1968.
Right.
Comes that crazy Dodge Coronet, the one in the close lane. That's got a 5.7 Gen 3 Hemi. The Olds 442 in the far lane.
Torque Storm supercharger on board.
Yeah.
And the Oldsmobile engine. He's got it figured out now.
Yeah. Big Coronet. The funny thing is, the fellow named K.T. Keller was in charge of Chrysler in the mid-50s, and he was big on wearing hats, I kid you not. And he would tell the designers, make it so a person can wear a hat inside this car. And he used to say, the styling won't knock your eyes out, but it won't knock the hat off the top of your head.
That's the
no
highest,
joke.
really?
In the tall greenhouse on Chryslers. And 1956, Virgil Exner's forward look kind of replaced that, but for many years, the tall look was on purpose.
So in hot rodding, was that a vehicle that is known for the chop top? Was that used?
Well, you know, they were, I hate to say it, but they were pretty much unpopular, the mid-50s Chryslers. Till you get into 56, 7, then they really took off. But the 48 through 52, 3, 4, they were kind of stodgy and kind of ultra-rans. The chop top, that was 49, 50 Mercury. Yeah,
yes, the Mercury in 49.
Yeah,
absolutely.
similar but not the same. We got the Plymouth Belvedere on the far side, Sport Fury or Belvedere, but it's got the hard-top body. Same basic car that Richard Petty drove to victory at the Daytona 500 in 1964. Same shape. Yeah, nice.
Very clean.
Again, the Charger, when it came out again as a four-door, some people complained, but the reality is, you know, it holds its own. It's a four-door. If you want to have your muscle car but have a family, that's the car to have. You know, and the Challenger is for folks who maybe a second car. But the Charger will seat 6 people very comfortably, and you know, you pick your power, V6 or Hellcat. It's all there if you want it.
You really just can't beat platforms like that, as you said, for, you know, a family or an individual. But all the amenities are there, and performance. You know, there was a time when it was either or. You had one or the other. But to have something like this in a Dodge package that totally is the best of both worlds, if you're a true enthusiast, you can't go wrong with it.
Yeah. These two Dodges here have one thing in common: the Hellcat engine.
They certainly don't have a weight in common.
Right.
And there's the truck takes off. Look at that. That's a great shot there. If you look up at your screen, the shot looking down Woodward Avenue is really, really awesome. And there's also a picture, I don't know if that's something that can be captured, but behind the cars and seeing the arm drop from the driver's view would really be a slick position to share with people out here.
Speaking of slicks, wink, wink, see what I did there? That you can see the tire getting heated up in the bleach box right there. That's a drag radial.
Yeah, they're not slicks. Right. To be clear, everyone out here racing on Woodward Avenue required to have a DOT, Department of Transportation, legal street tires. So the tires have grooves in them, and they are stamped with DOT approval to run on the street. So.
Yeah. And they do have a soft compound. I mean, make no mistake, they're not highway milers, but they're legal. The little Scout does it again.
The Scout's very cool. And we're gonna take a quick little break now. We'll be back soon.
You think you have what it takes to tame 797 horses? The only way to drive like a pro is to learn from the pros. Welcome to Radford Racing School, the official high-performance driving school of Dodge SRT.
Hey, I'm NASCAR driver Ryan Newman, and I spent years feeding deer and most recently some elk. The thing that I've settled on after trying a whole bunch of different products is Westbrook Monster Mix by Job's. You can find it at your local True Value store or local farm store. Just ask for it by name.
Can't take it back once it's been set in motion.
Power can't be tempered.
The Great American Road Trip is back. HP Tuners presents Hot Rod Power Tour, driven by Continental Tire. With over 5,000 cars, it's the largest traveling car show in the US of A. Traveling to 5 cities in 5 days, featuring hot rod displays, drag racing, vendor midway, and more. Enjoy 1,000 miles of adventure, sights, and entertainment with your fellow car lovers. Hot Rod Power Tour, August 23rd through August 27th. Register now.
Well, welcome back to Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. We're here, myself, Steve Mignonti, and my co-host, KJ Jones.
That is me.
Yeah, street racing on Woodward, not going to jail.
Not going to jail. Legal, safe, and I don't think anyone here witnessing this will argue a lot of fun, man.
Yeah. This is the 6th year for Roadkill Nights, and I think the 4th year, or 3rd, for actual street racing, drag racing on Woodward Avenue. And the city fathers of the city of Pontiac have given their blessing to this event, and here we are. Thanks to Dodge, MotorTrend, Roadkill, and of course the city of Pontiac.
And actually, the M1 Concourse, this facility is, in a sense, perfect for something like this. You know, it supports all of the activity that's going on behind us in the thrill ride area, and then you have the Demon Drag Race Simulator and a lot of stuff going on in the midway. It's just perfect for enthusiasts to gather, watch some drag racing, and do a whole bunch of other things that are related to the hobby. It's really good.
Yeah, the Brotherhood of Muscle. And again, the Dodge Thrill Ride, there's the tent for it right there. You can stand in a very short line. There's several cars making circuits. Jump in, go for a shotgun seat ride and a Charger or Challenger Hellcat. There's also the Demon Drag Strip Simulator, which actually has the feel of a wheel stand, has electric solenoids that move the car around. And again, it's all included in a very modest pricing edition.
Don't forget the important thing. The important thing is getting into that midway and getting merchandise. You have your Roadkill shirts and Roadkill apparel. I noticed, I met actually someone earlier that had a Hoopty World Championship sticker. I don't even have one of those, so I don't know if you get that down in the midway or whoever has them. Let's make sure that KJ gets one of those. I think it's somewhat important.
Yeah, and speaking of the Hoopty World Challenge, KJ, you and Freiberger are the hosts of that show.
Yes, me and David did that.
When does it run?
It is currently running. We're now 3 episodes in out of 6 episodes. A new episode airs every Tuesday. And I was coming to this event from the East Coast just to see if it's really every Tuesday. At midnight, I turned on the MotorTrend app and saw that at midnight we were live with the Hoopty World Championship. So every Tuesday, you'll get a fresh episode, and once it's down, you can watch it anytime, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's true. You can stream thousands of hours of the best in automotive entertainment with the MotorTrend app. Just download the MotorTrend app and start your free trial today. Up on the line right now, we have a couple of pony cars. There is a Demon and a Firebird. The Demon is stock, the Firebird is not. And that's crazy to say, but the Demon is a 9-second car. The Firebird, well, when new, was maybe a 15-second car, but with that Root Supercharge small block poking out of the hood, it's probably a 9-second car.
The game has changed considerably. Yes, this is definitely a 9-second car, 9 capable for sure.
Yeah, very close match. It's crazy to think that we have such fast cars, brand new.
We have an influencer on deck now. Tavares coming to the line in the orange, the orange Charger. Doing his burnout. We've got about an hour to go before the grudge match between the influencers. That's going to be exciting. I'd recommend everybody be in a seat or be glued to the screen to see that, because you have people from the internet, from YouTube. They've been made famous by posting and creating automotive content and giving it a shot now on Woodward Avenue. Tavares has safety lights going and actually got through there pretty well.
Yeah, and his opposition was no small fry. That's a Demon.
Exactly.
9-second car.
Exactly. That's really going to be pretty cool. I'm excited to see how they all fare, because a couple of the influencers are not drag racers in any sense. You know, this is their first opportunity to go down any type of a track like this. So it's kind of an earn as you learn thing, literally, and it'll be interesting to see how, once they get into the competitive space, how they make out.
Yeah, it is true that, drag racing, it's simple. Just step on it and go straight. Not so fast. There's a whole lot more to that. Knowing the car and knowing how and when to steer into a drift, and, it's a lot more than meets the eye.
Sure, and the in-car cameras that we have now give the people watching that vantage point to see exactly what might be happening as far as steering wheel inputs, shifting if they're shifting. We noticed that there are several drivers have just put the transmission in diesel. Maybe there's a shift kit in the transmission or something like that. But you'll get, once we go in car, in the instances where we do go in car, you'll get to see exactly what's going on as they go through this track real time. Can't beat that.
On the line right now, we have a 37 Chevy, all steel, like an old gasser, pretty cool, versus, probably a 2000 or so Camaro, LS power for sure. Gasser takes a whole shot. And again, these are time trials. So the late start on the part of the Camaro is not a bad thing. Again,
Correct.
These guys are just down their cars, but in the eliminations, no, you would be going home to leave that late. But again, time trials.
They definitely want to make the quickest pass they can right now on this street to earn a spot in top 8 competition. The top 8 competition for both big tire and small tire based on these time trials. They'll have their times calculated, and the lowest ETs, the quickest runs, will be tabulated and 8 taken on both sides and laddered and squared off to actually drag race, to full-on competition drag race on the Overland.
Coming up right now, interesting stuff. The white car is a C body, which is the full size, the A body compact, B body midsize, C body full size. It's a 68 Fury 3 hardtop, 2-door, probably a 383. The biggest motor available would have been a 440, but who knows what's under the hood now? It could be anything. In the far lane, of course, is a Hellcat. We see the little Hellcat logo on the fender, so we know for sure there's a 6.2-liter supercharged Hemi with at least 707 horsepower under the hood.
Yes, sir.
Of the green Challenger.
We also know if that stripe isn't factory, it will be very soon.
Yeah.
Factory available.
Yeah, yeah. H key for Hellcat,
Yes,
HC.
sir.
Kind of looks like the Challenger TA, but with a little twist on it. Kind of cool, like it. Hellcat hits the lead. Wow. Both cars have TorqueFlite automatic transmissions. A little difference though. The modern one is an 8-speed, and the Challenger, the big white C-body, has a 3-speed 727 TorqueFlite. Both great, pretty much bulletproof transmissions, and in action right here, right now.
Yeah, the C-body, that 727 was preferred, and in some instances that actually was swapped like a Dana rear end into other brands just because of its durability.
That's right. Companies like B&M, C&O, Art Car sold aluminum adapter kits, wheel cap, and yeah, TorqueFlite was a great tranny.
Yes, sir.
You can hear that supercharger whine of the Hellcat in the near lane. Yeah. The electric drill. Old school 29 Ford or something like that. We can see in the roof of that, it looks to be, I believe that still has it, but those would have had a fabric insert from the factory vintage cars of that time. Yeah, and there was a thing where the stamping equipment to make a big steel shell just wasn't, well, they hadn't invested in it yet. And by the mid-30s, late 30s, they had done that with the steel, the turret top they call it, but most older cars of that period have a fabric insert. It wasn't removable, it wasn't a sunroof, it was just the way they made them. Cheaper.
That program is together.
Good hole shot on the hot rod there.
Definitely, and again, you know, it's starting to take shape a little bit. At least from my perspective, we're seeing who the consistently quick drivers are and the cars are. So to pare down to just 8 is going to be tough. Actually, it'll probably be what is considered a tight field. You know what I mean? A very, very closely matched tight field. So at the end of the day, we should see really good side-by-side drag racing. Hopefully, when they square.
Yeah,
Pair of trucks.
Battle of the pickup trucks. The red one is a Ford SVT Lightning.
SVT Lightning based on the F-150. And on the other side, you have a Silverado. I believe that's the heavy duty thing, the 2500.
Such a huge vehicle. Look how quick it is.
That first gen Lightning. Well, I think that the big Chevy is LS powered. I believe he has an LS in it now, but just really cool that the battle of the brands in truck form to go through Woodward Avenue is pretty cool.
And that Lightning is probably one of the first couple of years of them, and that really started the whole thing that ended up with the Raptor of today.
Another influencer at the line now, the guys from Throttle out of San Diego, California. Yes, and Weston is next to them. Weston with a twin turbocharged version of the four-door Dodge.
Now these folks were all given Hellcat vehicles by Dodge for this shootout. Some chose Challengers, some chose chargers, and they were all told to do whatever you want to do, lighten them up, strip them down, whatever you want. And twin turbos, that's quite a departure from the supercharger on a regular Hellcat.
A big departure, and you have to understand that those twin turbochargers aren't installed in lieu of a supercharger. They're compounded into the supercharger. So he's pressing a lot of air through that engine, basically. It's the turbos are mounted beneath the car, actually on the floor pan of the car. It's a system done by Helium Turbo Systems out of New Mexico. And what Weston has done is said, look, let me try compounding. And I believe it has a big water air intercooler in that system as well. So as far as power claims, and he's claiming well over 1,000, no-brainer. That's certain. It's really a big turn that down. Here's that run again. Watch the Jumbotron. Watch your screen at home. And you'll see Weston just sort of cruise away. So that's two turbos combined with a root-style, screw-style supercharger, just making all kinds of boost. How do they say it? All the boost just now. And I believe there might be nitrous oxide on that car as well.
Yeah. And we've got an El Camino versus a Dodge Dart. Speaking of nitrous oxide, I think we're seeing some purging going on right there. And that's pretty much to get a nice solid shot of nitrous with no air gaps in the lines into the engine. So you get full cylinder filling and everything that bottle has to offer.
All the nitrous, as the cool kids say.
Yes, sir. And the funny thing is, the El Camino is probably a 14-second car, which is a fairly quick ride if you're in it. But sitting next to the 9-second Dart, it doesn't look so fast at all.
Looks like it's taking a while.
It's funny how that works. Yeah. There's a 392 Charger, which of course we know is the second step up from the 5.7, which is a step up from the Pentastar V6, which has 306 horsepower. Do you really need more? Yep. Above the 392, of course, is the Hellcat.
Hellcat.
It's great. You can pick your poison and have your fun in the Charger.
Goodness.
4 different engines to have fun with.
The Silverado has been going through, making laps, but they've all been with tires ablaze, basically. A lot of smoke all the way through the run. To me, that would say, you know what, let me turn this down a little bit. Maybe to the driver, hey, I'm on Woodward Avenue having a great time, and I just want to do John Force burnouts all the way through every time I come along.
Right. You never know.
Yeah, you don't know. And, you know, respectfully, that's cool too. You're out here having a ball. There it goes, a little bit better.
Good pass so far.
Good pass now.
Yeah, he dialed it back. Whatever he's done, it seems to have worked so far. Nice. And this is a 550-foot course. I mean, after all, this is Woodward Avenue. It'd be nice to have a 1320 quarter mile.
Oh, my goodness.
But then again, the slowdown would probably be right around Detroit, downtown. So, 64 Dodge 330 two-door post with a race Hemi scoop. And I love how it's got the low beam, or the high beam delete the grille. There's no inboard headlamps. That's indicative of 64 race Hemi stuff. This is probably a clone, but that's cool. I love the baby hubcaps on there. That's correct stuff. Monte Carlo on the other lane. More of a street rat kind of car. Both good.
Now, is that also a push-button transmission car? Push-button automatic?
Yeah. 62, 3.4 Dodges would have a push-button torque flight, unless it was a console-equipped car. But the buttons are awesome. I've had them before, and it's basically a cable. There's no electronic, no hydraulic. It's very simple. And with a full manual valve body with increased line pressure, it's as quick as a 4-speed. Click, click, click. You know, it's kind of cool. Just don't hit R for wreck.
As that came up in hot rodding, the terminology was playing the piano.
Yeah.
Playing the piano.
The dial-a-win torque flight is what they used to call it. Wow. You know. But it comes down to the full manual and get rid of the kick-down stuff. It, you know, it has to be tweaked a little bit.
Tavares come back around very quick. Hot lapping, basically. You know, now you're looking at the Hellcat, hot lapping a Hellcat. Hot lapping and actually getting it figured out a little bit better than he started out with. So that's a testament to making practice laps. Tavares didn't have any time at all in this car until it got here. So he's taking full advantage of the test time now to make sure that he's ready when we start the Grudge event.
Yeah, the beauty of the ability of the hot lap is the fact that the Hellcat package does have a super cooler, the super chiller as they call it, and in fact it's part of the AC system, which does double duty, which brings the coolant down 45 degrees below ambient temperature on a hot day. So you can hot lap the heck out of these things. They don't slow down like certain Brand X GL1 Camaro type supercharged cars will slow down. Not so with the Hellcat.
It feeds, exactly.
Gotta love them all.
Yes, sir. And TRX, another one that I mean, shoot, if you're at home, you can just basically go and have fun with these cars. You know what I mean? Just really go to the track, go to your local drag strip, and have a ball.
Again, more Monte Carlo. And the crazy thing about Monte Carlo is 70 through 72, they were all made. 71 and 2, there's a little emblem on the grille which actually has the year of manufacture in Roman numerals. Now you know, not 70, but 71 and 2. It says MCXB, whatever the heck it is.
Interesting.
But if you look at it, it's like a little, and it's different, 71 and 2. It's the little, the shielded part has a Roman numerals.
I talked about it a little bit earlier with Monte Carlos, similar to Grand Prix. They were somewhat of a Luxo performance deal, and Chevrolet actually created SS versions of the Monte Carlo, the big one.
Wow, that S10 is cooking.
Checked out. For sure. Checked out. This is just too wickedly cool for me right now.
And the crazy thing, 24 hours from right now, it's going to be gone. The concrete barriers will be gone.
They'll be gone. Yeah. But the local guy is probably going to come through here at some clandestine hour after everything's removed. Yeah. Risk getting that ticket that nobody's going to get here now because it's perfectly legal.
Right. Or if nothing else, come over and just scrape up some of the rubber from the street just to have as a memento.
Just to have it.
We'll be back next year, hopefully. You know,
I hope so.
I mean, the first time this happened, we thought, well, one time let's try and get this thing happening. And we thought, well, one time, folks, well, here we are. And I think third or fourth year that we're actually running here. So hopefully it'll be number 5.
I hope so. I hope so in a lot of ways because, you know, as you know, I'm filling in. You know, Brian Loans, this is his seat, and the esteemed Brian Loans, who has NHRA commitments right now. So I'm fortunate enough to stand in for Brian. I'm goosebump tickled to do it, and I hope that he's well, and I hope that if he gets a chance to check this out, he doesn't say KJ listened. It starts with KJ listen.
Couple of bow ties here, 55 Chevy and a 71 or so Nova. I think you should change the name of that to Ziva. Oh, look at that, the 55 trunk lid is open.
Yeah, the trunk lid. And
that's interesting. Wonder what that's about.
Oh boy, he lost...
the car cover came out, I guess.
Something popped out,
It speaks to airflow over vehicles at speed.
Yes,
There is
sir.
definitely a vacuum which develops over the back, and it absolutely sucked the trunk open. It probably was lightly latched or not latched, but look at that. Interesting. No harm done.
No, thankfully no harm done, and thankfully it wasn't a hood.
Yes, you don't want that. That's what pins are for,
Exactly.
hopefully. Got to get that car cover off the track. I think there's a car cover came out way down there, but...
Oh, it looks like a moving blanket, actually.
Okay, there it is. Oh, yeah, there it is.
A moving blanket.
Yeah, probably fender cover or something like that. There it is. Yeah, Demon, left lane, or Hellcat, similar thing. Not the same, similar.
Look
Both
for
good.
the bulge. Fender bulge equals Demon.
Yes, true.
Going. And the trunk.
Return to sender. There you go.
Very well could be used, as you said, a fender cover. I mean, look at that car. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's not something you're going to lean over the fenders and do any type of work to or anything like that.
That's great. That's a 55 Chevy. That's the car. That is the vehicle that brought the V8 to the world. 1955, first year for the small block Chevy, and what a revolution that car brought into the realm.
And at that time, was the small block Chevy a 283 or?
265.
265.
Yeah, and it was, 162 horsepower, which that was a bunch of power. Okay, we got Hellcat Demon, nice.
Demon.
Dodge Dart, old school, new school.
And I don't know if we could pick that up on the Jumbotron, but the Demon pushed through the beams, quote unquote, pushed through the beams. When he came up on the boost, the front brakes were locked essentially, and that starting line must be a little bit greasy because basically the front wheel stayed locked and he rolled through those beams before he took off.
Well, let's throw it to Rebecca Grant. Let's stay with the racing for a minute. We've got a good one here. This El Camino is a second-gen El Camino, of course. Fourth generation El Camino, excuse me. There's a bunch of them, but this is the downsized A body / G body, depending on what the brake you want to call. But that's body on frame construction right there. First seen in 1978, and it was a revolution. 700 pounds lighter than the 77. You can hear the
As far as hot rodder popularity, the 4-headlight El Camino is the preferred.
Yeah, I get that. It's sleeker. All right, let's throw it to Rebecca Grant in the field with an update. Okay, well, we're back. That was quick. Thank you, Rebecca.
Quick. Thanks, Rebecca. Good job. Appreciate you.
Yeah, fast forward. That's all good. She'll be back. But we've got a couple of pony cars on the line now. Again,
Throttle's back.
Yeah, we got the Challenger, Throttle folks, and a modern Challenger LC, and a Camaro, about a 78 Camaro. We can see some Caltrax bars in front of the rear tires on the Camaro. They supplement the leaf springs to stiffen them up so you don't get the sine wave, which then triggers axle hop. Traction bars, an old school thing, but the Caltrax bars are a little bit different. They're tubular, they're more adjustable. The Hellcat does not have traction bars, independent rear suspension on those.
Exactly.
More of a squat characteristic built into the drivetrain.
A squat characteristic, and what Throttle did was replace those half shafts. So with that squat with these cars from the factory, traction, if it's there, could lead to a little snappy. So that.
Okay, we hear that Rebecca Grant is ready for us out in the field. And what do you have for us, Rebecca? What do you have for us, Rebecca?
Thanks, Steve. I'm here with Audrey Walker from United Way. How are you doing today?
Doing great, thanks.
Let's talk a little bit about Dodge's relationship with United Way and Stellantis.
Sure. We've been fortunate to have this partnership for over 60 years, not only at events like this, but also with all the events that they do, and including their employee giving campaigns. So many thousands of donors throughout the years that we're so grateful to have that partnership.
Tell us a little bit about the auction.
Sure. Leading up to this event this week, there was an online auction with items donated from Radford Racing School and MotorTrend's, and we were able to raise over $5,000. So again, just really grateful for this crowd here today and all of our supporters.
Oh, thank you so much, Audrey.
Thank you.
Back to you, Steve.
Well, thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, we're having a fantastic time here on Woodward Avenue. Some drag racing and, yeah, street racing, but it's all legal. It's all good for this specific day when it's okay. Here with KJ Jones, co-host of the Hoopty World Championship with David Freiberger, and that's currently on MotorTrend, right?
Currently on the MotorTrend app. Hopefully we'll be on MotorTrend channel coming soon, later on this year. So appreciate you guys out there supporting us.
Well, look at that. On the tail of that Camaro, where the chute usually goes, I think I'm seeing dumbbell weights that are put on the tail. They're round. They look like they're made of metal. I think that's a weight stack on the tail of that for ballast. Interesting. Don't think I've ever seen that.
Never seen that.
That's where you want it, as far back and as high as you can get it. Interesting.
And now the Sleeper Bel Air with a Fox Mustang. I believe both cars are turbocharged.
Yeah. Both sleepers in their own way. Sure. Back in the 80s, most folks looked for a Mustang GT with the stripes and stuff, and the little sedans, the LX sedans, were the ones that were usually the ones to watch out for.
Absolutely.
With the 5.0.
The trunk was the cool one. It was lighter.
Wow, look at that 54 get gone.
It's out of there. Now it's unreal to see this progression, stepping up. Now the stepping up is happening, and the track is probably coming in pretty good at this point too. So it's all working together. Horsepower, torque, tires, suspension, and track. It's all becoming, in a sense, one. And we should see more consistency, and then the faster cars really define themselves as players in the top 8.
Yeah, some of the master shots up high, you'll see sort of a dark region down the center. That's rubber being deposited by the cars.
Groove,
the groove, indeed it is. Yeah, stay in the groove. And it gets lighter the farther you go because the tires aren't spinning as much as the vehicle gets up to speed. But that's what you want. When you start to see that, you know the track's coming around. More traction and better acceleration. Got the 64. Yeah, there it is. They can see the contrast between the host pavements and the newly arrived rubber coating.
Exactly.
Now, it's funny that too much of that rubber can be a problem. We won't have it here, but at an NHRA event, they actually get flame devices and scrapers to get the rubber off, because then it balls up, becomes a problem. But right here, it's a good thing.
Yes.
Old shot by the Javelin. 64 Plymouth, trying to catch up, but not going to happen today.
And that was a lazy launch from the Javelin. But going back to the groove real quick, the groove on a drag strip, NHRA drag strip or a quarter-mile drag strip, eighth-mile drag strip, the groove is 9 feet wide.
Okay, okay.
9 feet wide. And it makes me wonder what type of a groove was established here, or is establishing itself here, maybe about 6 feet.
Another thing, too, about that is I took the Frank Hawley drag racing school back around, I don't know, 1999 or something like that. But at Pomona and some tracks, there literally is a saw cut in the surface of the track, right down the lane. And if you're in a dragster, I was sitting in a rear engine car, a super gas car, but there it is. You can actually see it. So you put the nose of the thing on the groove, literally. And so there's not one here, of course. There's some cracks, a lot of cracks on this here, a lot of grooves that way. But there is actually a saw cut on some pro tracks. Got the GTO going on here with 79 or 78 Camaro. They're very similar. GTO, of course, a 65 classic stacked headlights. First year for the stacked headlights on the GTO.
Oh my!
The smoke. Oh, keep it straight. Keep it straight. All right.
GTO reference back to its last run. He annihilated the tires in his last run. So again, okay, I went too far. Let me dial back a little bit. Straight down.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah, the smart racers are honing the edge.
Exactly.
Getting closer and closer.
Oh my. Just on a drag strip, a bit of an infraction there. The Camaro cut across the lane. The innermost lane has the right of way when turning off any drag strip. For anybody out there that wants to drag races probably knows this already. Even on Woodward Avenue, the turnoff is to the left, so that left lane would have had the right of way, and the Camaro sort of went around it. And you got to be cognizant of what the rules are, and you have to just be paying attention at all times. You know, if the GTO driver had to just glance down for a moment, that could have been bad. But for anybody that wants to go to the track and needs to know something like that, actually, when you go to the drag strip for a first time, here's a look at it. If you look at the left lane, now watch the right lane. He should have given way to that red GTO, allowing him to, and he jammed the brakes. You see the brake lights. He had to stab brakes because he was the Camaro cut his right of way off. Going back to that, if you go to the drag strip for the first time, say you go out and you buy yourself a new Demon, or you buy a new Challenger or Charger, Hellcat, and you want to go racing with it, you want to take it down the track. Best advice I guess I can give you, pro tip, first time, before anything starts, when the track's not hot, obviously, go walk the track. Ask the track owner, ask the operator, can you walk the drag strip just to learn where things are?
Yeah.
And then you'll have a better scope of where you're turning, when you're turning, and then keep in mind, whatever that turnoff side is, that lane has the right of way. So if you're in the left lane, you go ahead and make your turn if it's on the left side. If you're in the right lane, you need to check up. And the car in the left lane could be a quarter mile behind you. Etiquette is for you to wait until that car gets there and you make your turn off. Exactly. Just keeping things safe. Trying to keep it safe for everybody here, and if you're going to pursue drag racing in any form, trying to keep it safe for you as well.
Yeah, and speaking of walking the track, this actually happened back in 1987. The first time I ever went down a drag strip, 64 Dodge Polara, ran a 14.3, but Epping, New Hampshire, New England Dragway. I got in the car, staged, did the burnout, went down, and I had no idea what was at the other end of the track. Nope, I didn't know. I'm like, what do I do now? And I'm coming through at 93 miles an hour. I slow down, I stop, and I just, in the moment, had to, okay, there's the exit. Oh, there's 3 of them. Okay. So walk the track.
Absolutely.
Because I actually went down the track not knowing what was at the other end, except for the finish line.
As far as war stories, you know, I've seen people just dead stop in the drag strip. Some people have turned around and decided to come back the other way.
Right.
No, just walk the track first, find out where to exit, and learn how to do things properly. Safety here or anywhere, as far as motorsports are concerned, is the most important thing going.
Yeah, and there's usually 3 exits, so if you miss the first or second, don't jack the brakes.
Absolutely.
There's a third for you, more often than not.
Absolutely.
You know. Just play it safe. Maintain presence of mind.
Safety is totally key. I'm a strong advocate for it. You never want to see anybody get hurt. You don't want to see equipment get damaged in any way, but injury and stuff is the worst.
Yeah, great day for racing. No signs of rain, which is good. I don't even say that word, but knock on wood, we're doing fine. A couple of years ago, it wasn't so good. It got a little wet. And we actually had a jet car out here, a jet dryer that was, trying to keep things, return the track to use. So we had to call it early that year. That was a few years back.
It's beautiful now, and it's no rain, and it's actually not overwhelmingly hot or humid either. Yep. So conditions are good for us sitting here watching the people in the grandstands that are taking this in, and also for the race cars.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you can't jog well, neither can your engine run well. It is true. So let's take it down to Rebecca Grant in the show field. And what do you have for us, Rebecca?
Thanks, Steve. Now I'm here with Beth from, I'm here with Beth from Radford Racing School. Now tell us about the racing school.
Yes, well, Radford Racing School is based in Phoenix, Arizona, so a little ways from here, but it's fantastic to visit. This time of year, we've got air conditioning in all our SRT vehicles. We've got 80 Dodge SRT vehicles ready. And we have classes. We have drag racing classes, high performance driving classes, teen driving classes for new drivers. We've got Formula 4 open cockpit. We've got new go-karts that are gas-powered Honda engine go-karts. So there's just a lot going on at the school right now.
Tell us about the SRT experience. So if you buy an SRT, you actually get to come drive on the racetrack.
Absolutely, yes. You're treated as a new owner of the SRT vehicle to come and learn how to drive it. I mean, it's a high-performance vehicle, right? It's got a lot of bells and whistles on it. And so in order to really get the maximum performance out of that vehicle, Dodge invests in new owners to come down to our school and take a high-performance driving class and be in the vehicle that they bought, because we've got 80 of them down there. So you're going to learn how to really operate that vehicle and get the most out of it, and bottom line, to be safe driving that new vehicle. So
that is awesome that Dodge offers that.
Yeah.
So what are the age groups that you can be?
Well, you have to have a driver's license. Okay. And so our teen drivers are for teens primarily, or new drivers. They're one day or multi-day. Our high performance driving is multi-day or one day. We also can throw in, you can drive our Vipers. We've got 2 Vipers there. We've got Demons for our drag racing classes. Wow. And so it's really all ages. It's everyday drivers. We also train celebrities. We had Christian Bale down there, Ford versus Ferrari. He learned how to drive at our school. Kevin Hart was recently there. Tom Cruise has learned how to drive there. So it's really for professional racers, everyday drivers, teens, parents.
So now you have a giveaway today, right?
We do. So just for Roadkill, we are giving away a $5,000 package, and it is 2 classes. So the one is multi-day, that's our high-performance driving class, and the other is a 2-day teen driving class. So if you're a parent or a guardian and a teen, you can both come down. Teen is in one side, you're in the other side. You're both learning skills. And what's nice about our school, it's 80% track time. So you are in the seat 80% of the time, which is huge. People really want that. They love that.
Mm-hmm. So Steve and KJ, you guys could go down there and take some driving lessons. What do you think?
That sounds like a plan.
Absolutely,
that sounds like I might have to take you up on that offer.
We get a lot of return visitors who've just had a little taste, with a 1-day or 2-day, and then they want to come back and they want to earn their drag racing license. That's brand new. So there's always something new, a multitude of experiences. And like I said, it's really year-round destination, because these SRT vehicles have amazing air conditioning systems. So people stay cool and comfortable even in August in Phoenix.
Sounds like so much fun. All right, well, thank you so much, and
thank you,
back up to you guys.
Well, that's really cool, Beth. Thank you. And I might have to take you up on that. I'm right across the 10 freeway in Los Angeles, so look for me at some point soon. Thanks very much.
Not ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
Build it, drive it, race it, earn every mile. Hot Rod Drag Week kicks back in gear this September. Drag racers must deliver at the track and make it to the next town as competing vehicles travel between events under their own power. The ultimate test of speed and endurance. Find out who has the fastest street car in America. eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive, September 12th through the 17th. Don't miss out on summer's greatest drag racing event.
We're back at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge, at historic, at legendary Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. I'm KJ Jones, along with my cohort and co-host, Steve Magnanetti. Let me get it right at least once. Magnanetti. Steve, this has been just an awesome day, man. So far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really amazing thing. I mean, any other time we'd be going to jail for street racing on Woodward Avenue. But this is the time, this is the day, Roadkill Nights. And in fact, this is the day, but we're going to run till 9 o'clock tonight. Something like 150 cars round robin until they get down to the quick 8. And there's going to be a winner here, including the Hellcat Shootout, $10,000 prize to the winner of that.
The Hellcat Grudge Race. It's a shootout between influencers who are going to battle each other and eventually whittle down to one who will try to go against Eric Malone from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South, and that should really be a showdown. You have heavily modified and well prepared.
Yeah, Hellcats.
Yeah, Hellcat vehicles.
Yeah. We're down racing right now, about to get started, but we had a delay. A Camaro knocked out a timing light, and here's a replay on that. And you just don't know what's going to happen in the drag strip, but momentarily we'll be back to the traction action.
That was the equivalent on a track. That's clipping the cone.
Yes.
That's clipping the cone. Or foam, the foam block.
Right.
The foam block.
Malibu versus Charger. Turbo versus Supercharger.
Again, this is the influencer Tavares. He's just making laps now. I'm kind of digging his program. Him and Throttle are making laps, trying to get as comfortable and familiar with their cars to hopefully go out there and win once we start this grudge match.
Yeah, and again, these are time trials, so nobody wins, nobody loses. People gather data on how to make the pass, so when the eliminations start, well, they get it right. Just about 40 minutes from now, the Hellcat Grudge will begin.
Oh boy, getting serious.
Yeah, last few tests and tunes. Okay, this Chevelle coming up right here, this is what we call a 300 series, not a Chrysler letter car. This is actually the bottom of the barrel of the Chevelle family for 1965. Notice the formal roof with the formal squarish roof line. the full door frame, and that's the base model Chevelle right there. Those are usually found with a small block, a 2-barrel 283, or a 6-cylinder. This one's been hot rodded. That's the original paint and interior and radio delete plate on that car. I like that.
Shifting on the column. Now with that car and being a 300, was the Deluxe an uptick off that 300? Was that something that might have had 1 or 2 more amenities?
I think it might have been 1 up. Yeah, 1 for 2 dents to the bottom. Look at that tire spin.
Tire spinning, yeah.
Wow, that's a surplus of horsepower. But he still got it down there. The Roadrunner a little bit behind, but still a clean pass for him too.
And it's kind of unique that that 64, 65 body is used in this drag race. It wasn't, in a sense, the quote-unquote best car for drag racing, actually, because of its brick styling in nature and, you know, sort of squaring out your arrow, etc. You don't see that a lot.
Yeah. The square roof cars are kind of, well, no, less popular. The Malibu with the sexier hardtop roof is probably more desirable, but they're both good. And here is a couple of weird 4-doors, the police car in the far lane, and the sleeper in the near lane. And
police car with a Hellcat.
Yeah.
The Chevelle with a small block, basically, not an LS.
Both supercharged, one way or the other. The great thing about a 4-door is it's twice as hard to get your doors blown off. Now you know.
And the great thing about it is wheelbase, actually, you know, as far as having the length and transfer, etc. I mean, you might, if you can compensate weight-wise, you can actually do pretty well with a 4-door.
Comes that 86 Pontiac Grand Prix, and again, the Pontiac 2+2 would have been the performance model.
Goodness, yes.
Grand Prix was not to be confused with a Grand National Buick, which was a hot rod. These were, you know, luxury, personal luxury cars, but this one's been breathed on. LS power. Both cars with parachutes.
Good drag race.
Yeah, no
Very
chutes
good
being
drag
popped. No chutes, not needed, but there they are in case.
Another 100 feet and they might be popping shoots.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, in that short space, theoretic short space, it might be popping shoots.
Yeah, one of the first people to use a drag chute on the drag strip was Don Garlitz in 1955. He got a surplus U.S. Air Force, I think it wasn't a Phantom, probably a Starfighter or something like that, but got the drag chute from one of those. And literally, a drag chute is exactly, it's not about drag racing, it's about creating drag behind an airplane, usually on an aircraft carrier in some cases or elsewhere, but adapted to cars, and Garlitz was one of the first folks to put on a dragster.
Wow.
And from there, of course, they've become a fixture.
It's a standard, yeah. It's a standard on fast cars. That really is a good-looking Grand Prix there. I almost slipped up and said it. It's a good-looking Grand Prix there. Very.
You'd be forgiven. You know, they're all cousins. You know, the G bodies.
Sure.
Right on. Yeah.
And as you said, there was a 2+2 and the Aero Monte Carlo and I guess an Oldsmobile in the same space with the 442.
Yeah, and the Hurst Olds in the early 80s. They were, you know, again, they were, well, to me, the Grand National was the real one of them all. Had the right rear axle and, of course, had 330 foot-pounds of torque out of that turbo 3.6, or 3.8, excuse me, but great stuff.
But the Grand National in its time, while it was a beast, and I had the opportunity to drive one, a coworker had one, I took it out, it still handled like a Regal.
Yeah,
you know, it was a little squashy and sloppy, and that was, you know, a disappointment, I guess, for me as an enthusiast in driving. I'm like, man, well, they could have tightened this up a little bit more and made it more sporty, but it was just, I want to say, just a Regal suspension. It had all the power and performance in the world with that V6 turbo.
Yeah, the Boulevard ride, you know, in Buick, I mean, you know, their backbone was large, comfortable cars for, you know, mature owners.
Roadmaster.
Yeah. So they kind of were stuck in the middle of handling and firm ride, and you know, got a Dodge Charger and a 71 or 2 Chevelle with an old school Roots style supercharger, a couple of carburetors on top of it. Far lane, Pro Street style, big tubs, big. That is working very well.
Pass, yes, sir. Very, very well.
Yeah, can you say final 8? I'm thinking he's going to be one of them.
Yeah, you know what? It's such a blur now. There, you know, you don't know. Let's say there are probably 12 that I think could be in that 8 on both sides, big tire and small tire. So it's unfortunate I can't be too definitive about it, but it'll be very exciting to see who, in a sense, makes it. And I'm sure they're going to put on a great show for everybody out there watching.
Yeah. Got a couple of Dodges here, a Charger 392, the blue, of course, and the Dakota RT in bronze, but there's not a 5.7 or not a 5.9 in that anymore. Now it's got a Hemi, right?
Yes, sir. 6.4 Hemi in it.
Bolts right in.
He's got it figured out. It's another one. Had some struggles, trials, and tribulations initially, but now it's like, look, I'm trying to get in the show, so let me make this one count because it's probably the last run he'll get.
And a chunk of that too, that the track is getting darker and darker and stickier and stickier.
Starting to work.
Chevy Nova and a Dodge Charger. The Charger, you can hear that whistle. That's definitely a Hellcat car. Do I see fiber or carbon fiber front fender on that? Could well be. Maybe 5-6 pounds lighter than the thin gauge steel.
That's actually Eric Malone. That's our guy. That's the
indeed it is.
Star of fastest cars in the Dirty South. Eric Malone making what I believe is his first hit of the day. Eric has, maybe it's a strategy. Eric has let all these cars go down, get the track a little better. He's a drag racer. He knows what he's doing. And the trunk open. Is he opening a nitrous bottle right now?
Somebody's twisting a bottle right
yes,
around
sir.
now, I'd say.
Yes, sir. Eric Malone making his first hit. Probably might be his only hit. And I guess he'll park it and say, hey, guys, bring it. Let's see what you got.
Okay, a little tire spin.
Eric Malone is now realizing, hey, man, maybe I should have made a couple of practice runs earlier.
Well, maybe he'll use that Hellcat super chiller and make some hot passes.
That or then again, it could be a big snooker game as well. You never know how this works. I mean, the influencers in Eric, everybody has been trying to one-up themselves. Gamesmanship and not necessarily letting on all kinds of truths and stuff. I watched some of their videos and being very, very vague about what's happening. So that could be a play. We don't know. It really remains to be seen. But Eric is the target. Eric is the guy with the target on his back, and everybody is going to be shooting to get an opportunity to race him here on Woodward Avenue for all the influencer and celebrity marbles.
Hellcat Challenger versus 69 Camaro.
Tom Bailey, 6 seconds. Both beautiful cars. Beautiful, beautiful cars. Aggressive on that Camaro. As you see, it just really lazy because you can't be all in with a car like that. And even up top, not really all in. That was, I mean, if you looked at data, and I'm sure you had the data logger, if you had the data logger on, as that car goes, it's probably so ultra conservative. It's ridiculous. But still, it went through pretty quick in this space. That's something else. That's amazing.
Here's that little Scout. Again, first Scout, I believe, 1961. International Harvester comes out with this little critter and was quickly copied by Ford, the Bronco, and that was copied by the Blazer, and of course the Dodge Ram Charger. But that's kind of what the SUV started right there. The Jeepster, some would say, was one of the first, but that's kind of the blueprint right there for the first of the SUVs of the non-Jeep type.
And I'm going to hold 50%, maybe 60% confidence he's going to get in the show in small time.
That thing moves. All business.
Absolutely. If he doesn't, it's again because it's going to be that tight a field of the quick cars and small and big tire. If he doesn't make it in there, it's because the field is so stout, and that takes absolutely nothing away from that truck. That's very, very cool. Taking nothing away from anybody out here to come out on Woodward Avenue and have this kind of fun at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. My hat's off. I salute everyone in this space right now.
Got a Hellcat on the line, actually a couple of them, it looks like. You're going to love that. The Hellcat is 6.2 liters. You might say, why not 6.4 like the 392? Well, the bottom line is the crankshaft in a Hellcat is made with more overlap between the main and rod journals for more strength. So they lose a little bit of stroke, a little smaller engine, but they gain a lot of durability. That's why the 6.2 instead of the 6.4 is used for the Hellcat engine, the supercharged Hellcat engine, that is. The hoods are aluminum on the Hellcats. as they are on most modern cars. Actually, aluminum used to be a very exotic thing used only on super stocks, but now it's kind of common.
Yes.
Ford pickup trucks are all aluminum, the cabs, the beds, and okay, got to get traction. Good race, couple of LC Challengers, third generation Challengers. A lot of people forget the second generation, which of course was the Mitsubishi Galants of say 1978 through 83 or thereabouts. It was a rear-wheel drive captive import, but it was a Challenger. They sold well too.
GTO on deck.
GTO's back, yeah, All-American up against a Challenger Hellcat. I love the Hellcat has the air catcher, the inboard headlamps draw air. The outer ring is still a ring of light, but down the middle it's a hollow tube where it draws the air into the intercooler.
Interesting.
And the GTO, Holden Monaro is what that is.
Yes.
That car made a trip here aboard a freighter back in 2004 or 5 or 6, whichever one that is.
And again, it's too bad it didn't stick. It just didn't catch on. It's really a bad car.
Yeah. Wow. That sounds totally cool. Shredding the air. Yeah. Good straight pass. A lot of traction, both of those guys.
Yes. Turbo Silverado on deck with the 57 wagon.
Put down a little strip of rubber. Get those tires nice and sticky. And no VHT is allowed here. I know one of the competitors in the Hellcat shootout had an onboard electric motor that squirted some pimp juice onto the tires. Well, I guess they were saying, take that out of there during tech inspection. So no can do. But so traction's going to be one of the great equalizers here.
Yeah, that's understandable though, from an unfair advantage standpoint, but also for everyone that has to race in front of or behind. This is also racing on this track. In a sense, it's a contaminant. You don't know what's in the pimp juice. They're throwing down VP Racing Fuels traction compound here. And to introduce something else, it could clash with that compound or something.
Yeah, that's true.
At the end of the day, it's a very good call to not allow Tavares to use that. A good idea, and it would have been pretty slick. Actually, in Hoopty World Championship, the Wagon Slayer team of the DeBertis, Doug and Brad DeBerti, used a similar setup to introduce what I started calling slip juice. They had an all-wheel drive WRX, Subaru WRX, and to get it to drift in the drift segment of Hoopty World Championship, they plumbed the same type of system using just soap, simple soap, liquid soap, on the rear tires to get that car to slip a little.
Was it a last-minute fix because it was too sticky and it wouldn't drift, or what?
That was in anticipation of it being very sticky.
Wow, I'll have to tune in to see. Is that happening yet? That
Absolutely,
episode?
that episode is actually online now. So just dial up MotorTrend app, Hoopty World Championship. I believe it's episode 2.
Yeah, it's true. Stream the best car shows, including Roadkill, Fast and Finnegan, Hot Rod Garage, Engine Masters, Dirt Every Day, Honor Resurrection, and even Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, final of the show.
Yes, sir.
You can check them all out at Roadkill's, or MotorTrend app, I should say. And free trial can start today.
I've learned a lot from your show, Steve. You're a brilliant man.
It's a lot of fun. A little preparation goes a long way, I'll say that too. But it's fun to give cars a voice. Because last time I checked, they don't talk. So we got to give them a voice. Here's that Firebird and Lightning again.
I could swear they're saying, take that when they break out.
Yeah, the Lightning, that's one of the first editions. Again, the big deal there was the 5.8 liter, not the 302 with 5.0, and a half-ton two-wheel driver. It was kind of exotic for its day.
And that stance is on purpose. That's actually the way suspended. It's actually higher in the front than it is in the back by the factory. Coming down to, I guess, the closing moments of our time trial segment, huh?
Yeah, it's 409. She's real fine, my 409. Of course, that's the Beach Boys singing about the W-engine Chevy. I haven't seen any 409s here today.
Bubble top.
Yeah, great looking cars.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, a lot of folks, oh, it's a truck engine. No, it wasn't. They used them in trucks. Yes, they did. But the weakness of the 409 was the fact that they had a very heavy piston, and the connecting rods were not that much larger than a small block. But cars are still getting in line, and we're getting closer and closer to the eliminations very shortly. In another half an hour or so, we'll start to see the long-anticipated Hellcat shootout.
That's the grudge race.
Grudge race, right?
Grudge race. That's the order of today's racing, grudging.
Yeah. Run what you're brung, and hope you've run enough.
And in some instances, I don't like you, you don't like me, we'll race, and then we'll go, shake hands and be cool afterwards.
It's the four-wheel drive, 3/4 ton crew cab, or club cab, I should say. It's got 2 doors, but LS powered versus the Dart with small block nitrous, plastic windows. See the Zeus fasteners on those doors, probably fiberglass doors, hood and trunk.
I imagine it's a lightweight, you're right. And that's actually a 72, so small bumper car, just before 73 in the big bumper, the federal bumper.
I had a Duster one time. I was at Hot Rod Magazine, and I got that thing down to 2,400 pounds using nothing but bolt-ons. No cutting of the car. The unit was all done. Tubular K-frame, plastic leaf spring, stuff like that, plastic doors. But 2,400 was very possible.
Super light.
Yeah. $150, so that would and I get in at 220 and ruin everything. It is true. That's why jockeys are small. People who ride horses.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Because Is that Apache? I believe that's a 58. First year for the 4 headlights.
Super cool truck.
Yeah. Not a Cameo. We have to remember, of course, there was also the fiberglass smooth bed Cameo in this point in time. And then the style side arrived, I think, in 58. But that's a step side. And again, classic stuff, 4 headlights, and that was just such a modern, exotic design in 1958 when it came out. And beautiful, timeless now, kind of scary, almost like a jack-o'-lantern or a Frankenstein's head.
It's almost like over the headlights, almost like an eyebrow. Almost.
Yeah,
like an eyebrow over it and stuff. It's really cool. And the 58, it's, I guess, brother vehicle, the Bel Air. Bel Air, Biscayne, anything in that group was just like, wow.
Yes, the design language was standardized.
Absolutely.
All right, here comes one of the influencers in another one of the Hellcats.
Tavares one more time. He's making laps now, so I'm concerned, wondering if he has an endless supply of nitrous oxide or how things work in that way, because you're getting ready to run for the money, if you will, and you don't want to tag that button and come up empty.
Yeah.
He's making several laps.
And remember, too, the super chiller that's part of the Hellcat allows the engine to make boost and still cool down. And that's why hot lapping in one of these cars is not such a bad thing, because there's a dedicated cooling system for the supercharger and the intercooler that maintains low temperature. And even though you can make 5, 10, 20 passes, it still stays cool.
Supercharging over that's absolutely brilliant, because again, heat is a factor for attrition, and it's a factor against horsepower. It's a factor against performance. You don't want to break anything with the heat, but you don't want to be robbed of the power that an engine has because it's too hot. So to have something like that super chiller in place is awesome.
Yeah. And it all comes down to the fact that the hotter the air is, the less dense, the less air molecules, less fuel. So cooler is denser, denser is more power, whether you're jogging or burning it in an engine.
Allows you to burn more fuel.
And again, Woodward Avenue, one of the legends of Woodward Avenue, of course, was a guy named Jimmy Addison, who had a 67 Plymouth Belvedere. In fact, on the Jumbotron, that silver car right there in one of the shots is his Silver Bullet. And the car was formerly a Proving Grounds mule car at Chrysler's Chelsea, Michigan Proving Grounds for the 440 engine, and they gave it to Addison around '69, and they gave him a Hemi. He put a big old Maxxer Cross Ram Hemi in the thing, and it was running 980s, and it was the car to beat on Woodward Avenue. Jimmy Addison and Silver Bullet. And Mike Fonz had a 56 Corvette with a 427 L88. You could come close. Now these guys were running high 9s, and I mean that was hauling butt in the day. But again, high 9s here it's doing good, but again, that was Jimmy Addison was kind of the guy who ran Woodward back in the day, and he was a cool cat. He was not a wise guy. I interviewed him one time, and he was, very, very modest about what he was doing, all business.
Would Jimmy be someone that they just, in a sense, just put in the corner of the shop, like, hey, Jimmy, you just do your thing, buddy?
He worked. There was a guy named Ted Spihar who was a Chrysler engineer, Chrysler employee, but he also owned some Sunoco stations, and Jimmy was an employee, so he was once removed from the factory, which kind of gave them some deniability. So Tom Hoover and the guys would funnel him the tunnel ram, some Dominator, some Holley Dominator carburetors, the latest 8 3/4 axles, low gears for the torque flight, whatever it was, exotic parts. He'd try them out, see how they were, but he was just a guy street racing.
That's great.
Yeah, and there was no manufacturer's plates on the Silver Bullet.
It wasn't us, it was Jimmy. Jimmy did it.
That's right. One step removed, Although Tom Hoover might have been sitting on the passenger seat with him hanging out.
Right.
But he wasn't alone. There was Jim Wangers at Pontiac running Ram Air 5 GTOs and prototype and stuff. Jack Watson running Olds 442s with 500-inch W motors and stuff. And it was cool, the factory playgrounds.
It's a great day, a great era, great time. All I can say is I've read hopefully enough about it to be intelligible when I speak about it, but to have lived it and experienced it. And I have uncles and relatives who were in that heyday, you know what I mean? And that's kind of how I got into this whole deal anyway, through watching those older than me and going to the drag strip and stuff, man. But just that period, as a car person and a very, very strong enthusiast, to me that period was just pure magic.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'd say one of the best windows into it is vintage car magazines. Just grab a stack of Carcraft, Hot Rod, Superstock, all those magazines, just look through them, and you'll soak it in. That's how I learned about this stuff. I was a kid growing up in Massachusetts. My dad was an optical physicist. My mom was a graphic designer. They didn't know about cars, but I found a stack of Superstock, Carcraft, high-performance cars, all these things, Modern Rod, Drag Strip, and I was reading these magazines, and Roe McGonigal wrote a story in 1971 about the Jimmy Addison and the Silver Bullet. And that's when I first learned about it. And who knew that years later I'd be working for Roe. He was my editor at Hot Rod, and he'd tell me about the night he came out here to Woodward, and it was wonderful to meet these people and be part of it. But if you can't be part of this physically, like me growing up, get magazines, old magazines. You'll learn all about it.
That message is for everybody sitting here right now that wants to get into it or is very interested in it, and especially people that are watching and listening on the internet. You heard the man. Just do your research, and the research is available to you. It's available now pretty much online. A lot of stuff is archived online, so you just dial it up, and through MotorTrend, our legacy magazines are now online, if you will. The content is there, so go back and look at the stuff that I did at 50 Mustang and Superforce. Look at the stuff that you did at Hot Rod years ago. It's all there for the taking and for the absorption, to educate yourself and become well-versed like this gentleman sitting to my left.
Yeah, and geek out.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the wonderful thing, really, magazines are cool, but trouble is, they're gone off the newsstand after 4 weeks, in terms of being new, whereas, internet stories are there kind of forever, So that was one of the problems. A lot of guys, hey, my car's in Hot Rod, got to go buy it up off the newsstand before it's sold out, the next issue replaces it. So it's a double-edged sword, but at the same time, a stack of old magazines is there forever too, but the internet's cool. And one thing I do love about the internet is a lot of guys with their scrapbooks and stuff, they put pictures online. So you get images from, the Ram Chargers family album, and they put them online. So it's a wonderful treasure trove, both of them. Just study away. There's lots of stuff out there. It's fascinating.
Speaking of Ram Chargers, and that was the factory race team, the Dodge factory race team. Do you know who the players were in Ram Chargers, or like by name?
Yeah, sure. There was Jim Thornton, who was an engineer. There was Tom Hoover. There was Dick Maxwell, the Mancini brothers, and a variety of Bill Shope. There was about 24 guys in the Ram Chargers early on, and by the end of it, there's maybe 5 or 6 guys, but generally Jim Thornton and Al Ekstrand and Tom Hoover and the Mancinis are the guys who were they stuck with it for the longest, put it like that. But the Ram Chargers, their heyday really was 65 and 66 with the match race years, the altered wheelbase Ram Charger 65 Dodge, which really was the birth of the funny car.
Match race, exactly. The altered wheelbase that, in a sense, gave birth to the funny car, introduced the funny car. Yes, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, one of my favorite things on the planet is altered wheelbase cars. In fact, I built 3 of them in my time. When I was at Hot Rod, I did a thing called the Wilshire Shaker, which was a 63 Chevy Nova, but altered wheelbase, straight axle, and injected rat motor. But yeah, funny cars are fantastic. Okay, we're getting ready to rock and roll. Christy Lee is down at the starting line with Joe Zolper.
Don't get hit with the horn. Go.
right, down here with my buddy Joe Zolper, and as you can see, it's a little bit hectic down here because we got cars, we got more cars, we got you got these really cute pants on. I don't know, it's a good look for you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. This is awesome to be here. I'm so excited. I can't believe I'm bringing my blown alcohol car out on this street.
I mean, here you are, Woodward Avenue, in the Motor City, in Detroit. I know you're from the Chicago area, Joliet, for those of you that know. What's it like to be here and bring your car out to this not only awesome event, but come on, racing it, legal drag racing on the street?
I mean, first of all, legends have went up and down this street, so to be here is really awesome. But the Motor City, my first time visiting, I love it, Christy. Why didn't you invite me up here a long time ago? Come on.
I've told you for years, you can come out to Detroit anytime that you want to, but you're all like, no, I'm gonna stay over in Chicago. All right, so I personally have unfortunately heard so much about this car. Oh my God, dauntless this, dauntless that. But for those of you who haven't heard about it, let's hear a little more about the car, because it is pretty badass.
So it is a steel body 69 Daytona that I built from scratch, from the chassis, tubes laying on the floor, all the way to, yes, paint and body. As you well know, I can't say paint and body, but we did that too. And then I built the motor and everything, and I thought, you know what, I wanted to do something different if I'm going to build a car, so why not build, a Daytona? There's only, 503? And Chrissy, I like to be different.
You, always special, always special. So you got a chance to rip this earlier this morning. How'd you feel?
It felt really good. I'm ready to go, and hopefully we make a decent hit on the street. It's a little slippery, but that's kind of my flavor. I like that. I like the challenge.
All right. My good friend, you guys know him from Garage Squad, Joe Zolper. Good luck out there, man.
Thank you, Christy. Hey, and you want to know the best part is? If it breaks down, Christy can help me fix it. It's all good.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the best part was talking to me, but yeah, I guess I can help you out. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Christy. We're back. Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. We've got some activity now mid-track, if you will. Our influencers and Eric Malone from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South are now lining up mid-track, so I'm pretty confident we're going to do some introductions and probably talk to them and then get down to business, basically. As far as timetable goes, the way things are looking right now, the Hellcat Grudge Race. That's probably why they're lining them up, to introduce them and then get them lined up so that they can square off. The influencers will square off against each other, whittle down to one car remaining that will see Mr. Eric Malone out here on Woodward Avenue for a drag race to see who's better, the influencer or the TV guy. Eric Malone has his TV show, and it's a drag race program. That's what he does. So it's going to be really cool to see how this plays out, because Eric said it himself yesterday in the press conference. Eric said it himself. Anything can happen in a drag race. Anything can happen in a drag race. And of course, we've been talking about traction for most of the day now. And one of these 1,000 horsepower Hellcats could break the tires loose. The other one could go straight down through there. We don't know how it's going to work. So this is going to be exciting to watch. And Steve, do you have any kind of an early horse now, or are you going to reserve your thoughts?
It's tough to say. I have a sense that the multiple turbo and the compound, I guess you might say, the turbo and supercharged Hellcat sounds like something that could be hard to beat, again, if they can hook it up. That's the thing, and got to keep in mind the Hellcat is kind of specific. There's more than just an engine. The rear axle ratio is also a 262 to 1 versus the 282 in a 5.7 or the 309 and a 6.4. And the bottom line is that there's so much torque in the Hellcat, the 262 ratio, which is more of a highway gear, is just fine.
That's amazing that works like that. Wow.
Yeah, beauty thing is, of course, the Torque Flight 8 has a really low first gear, 4.71 first gear. And you think about the Torque Flight at a 245, or like a Muncie M21 or something as a 220. So, 4.7 to 1 is first gear in a 8-speed Torque Flight. So you can get away with that 262 rear axle ratio because the 471 gets the car off the line just fine. And again, there's another 5 gears beyond that with double overdrive.
Gotcha. So mark your time. Coming up at 4:45, we have the Hellcat Grudge match. You see the Hellcat cars lined up there, kind of angle lined up in the middle of Woodward Avenue, and we had a shot a few moments ago. I hope you looked up in the Jumbotron. Actually, the people sitting out there are in it, but the crowd is incredible out there right now, Steve. I'd love to be able to go down there and just take a look outside of this commentator stand where we've been all day, but just glance at the screen, and that's wonderful. Everybody, you know what? I think I can do this. I think I can do this from here. Everyone in the stands right now, just give yourselves a round of applause, if you would. If you just appease me and give yourself a round of applause for being here. for celebrating performance, being out here with Dodge, and thank you so much to Dodge for putting Roadkill Nights on for everyone. I'm upside down tickled, and I hope everyone else out here is tickled as well, because this is a fantastic day on Woodward Avenue.
Yeah, this is at the Brotherhood of Muscle. You know, everybody's here who loves muscle cars, and the people who can't be here certainly are watching us at home on any number of places. But it's good stuff. The internet is here, bringing it all to you on the MotorTrend YouTube channel and DodgeGarage.com.
That's an impressive sight there. That looks good. And then influence. Look at Tavares. He's out there with his camera. He's doing his YouTube stuff. That never stops. The influencers never stop.
That's right.
That's how the millions of followers and people that love you and all that kind of stuff happens. Doing exactly what he was doing. And it's so simple. You have a phone. A phone makes it happen. I mean, there's more elaborate camera rigs and gimbals and all that kind of stuff that are used, but the phone is the simplest way, in a sense, to get yourself out there. And these people have the gumption to go ahead and use those phones and get themselves out there in an atmosphere where we're learning and we're seeing that they're revered. That's Eric Malone there, fastest cars in Dirty South, and he's the man. He's the drag racer. His program on MotorTrend is all about drag racing. It's about him and his crew, the 256 crew out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama. They just build cars to drag race them and take on all comers. So that's why he's here. All comers are our influencers, and we're going to sell it. This is awesome.
Yeah, the Hellcat that is under the hood of each one of those cars is a very special engine. Every single one of them goes through a 42-minute dyno break-in at Chrysler or Dodge before installation in the car. And the intercooler, of course, is there to cool the intake charge, 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Is that steady state?
It is, yeah. 140 degrees is the Fahrenheit intake charge temperature if the intercooler is doing what it's supposed to do, which is what it does. And there's a separate cooling system, of course, for the intercooler. It has its own variable speed electric pump. Alex.
There's Alex doing her thing, influencing. Look, I'm live, y'all. See me. This is what I do, and she does it very, very well. She's phenomenal. She was one of our competitors in Hoopty World Championship. She and Derek Bieri of Vice Grip Garage, they were a great team, great competitors. Had their challenges out there, but they worked through all the challenges, which is really something that was special for me. In one episode, you'll see, I'll just share a little bit. They were challenged, if you will, to knock my socks off, and press me to the point of knocking my socks off. And if you watch the episode, that's what happened. Well, that's cool. She's talking. Oh, she's with Eric right now. So Eric, tell me, do you think you're going to beat me? Eric, do you really think you're going to beat me right now? I don't think so, Eric. Smack talk that's what makes grudge racing. Smack talk, and on the illegal side of it, money. But smack talk even makes grudge racing more than money, in my opinion. When you can walk up on someone and just talk all the trash in the world, hopefully back it up on the track, but if not, it's done. It doesn't carry into an animosity or a hatred that lasts forever or anything like that. It's the moment, and that's what makes grudge racing so cool.
Yeah, the Hellcat engine program, back in the 60s, of course, Tom Hoover and the guys were responsible for things like the Max Wedge, the Street Hemi, the Race Hemi, and of course a whole new bunch of guys. Jim Wilder, one of the key engineers on the Hellcat program, and initially they were considering turbocharging with the Hellcat engine, and they chose the supercharger because they thought that the turbo would have too much lag, whereas the supercharger being belt-driven was right now. But they looked at all kinds of possibilities for the Hellcat program and settled on the most efficient one, of course, being the supercharger. And it's a great thing. The Hellcat engine program racked up nearly 2 million hours of dyno test time. And in numerous situations, engines were run for 24 hours at wide open throttle and could hang in there. I mean, that's an astonishing thing.
Durability, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine the racket that would have made.
Well, racket to some, beautiful noise to others.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Alex is still down there doing her thing. I wonder if she has already, or at one point will she say, "Are you going to let a girl beat you?"
Yeah, right.
And she very well can. She's an accomplished drag racer, participated in Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week many times, participated in the Rocky Mountain Drag War, or Drag Week. we're going to we're going to take a break real quick, and up next we've got the Hellcat grudge match, so stand by.
Mecum Auctions, the world's largest collector car auction company, returns to Dallas September 8th through the 11th at the K. Bailey Hutchison Convention Center, featuring 1,000 American muscle cars, classics, Corvettes, trucks, and more. We welcome everyone to Dallas to bid in person, and enhanced online bidding and telephone options make it easy to join in the Mecum experience from around the world. Register to bid now at mecum.com.
Hey, I'm NASCAR driver Ryan Newman, and I spent years feeding deer and most recently some elk. The thing that I've settled on after trying a whole bunch of different products is Westbrook Monster Mix by Job's. You can find it at your local True Value store or local farm store. Just ask for it by name.
Can't take it back once it's been set in motion.
Power can't be tempered, silenced, or caged. It can only be set free.
We're back at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge on Woodward Avenue in Pontiac, Michigan. Waiting for things to kick off now. On deck, we have the Hellcat grudge race. Influencers versus themselves first, and then Eric Malone of Fastest Cars in the Dirty South for the finale. Steve, the excitement is building, basically.
It is. And you got to keep in mind, this is not a drag strip. We're not at Pomona. We're not at Irwindale. We're not at Bristol. This is Woodward Avenue. This is a street.
Yes,
you know,
sir.
and any other time, you know, you might go to jail for doing something like this. But, you know, this is Woodward. And, of course, the City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan said, okay, let's do this. Dodge and MotorTrend and Roadkill all teamed up. And this is the 6th year for the Roadkill Nights event. I think the 3rd or 4th year for actual racing on the surface of Woodward Avenue.
And think back historically. I mean, this is my first time at Roadkill Nights. But historically, a top fuel dragster went down the street.
Yeah, that's right. Leah Pritchett. Yeah, a couple of years back.
Leah Pruitt, yes.
Yeah, with her Papa John's Pizza rear-engine top fuel dragster.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, she was sitting right there. It's idling, and I guess one of the Amtrak trains came through. They shut her down for a second or two, and these people on the train probably wondered, what did we just see? Yeah, and Woodward Avenue, of course, on July 4th, 1909, the first section of Woodward Avenue was paved with concrete. That section ran between 6 Mile and 7 Mile, and by 1919, 10 years later, 27 miles of Woodward had been paved. And this is the first major road in the United States that was paved with concrete. And yeah, a historic piece of road.
Just up the road a tick, I've actually, in following this weekend, the Woodward Dream Cruise is next Saturday, and I've attended the Dream Cruise 3 times now. It's actually a happening that probably gets started Wednesday. Midweek it'll start to pick up, and then by Saturday it's just cars and people everywhere. But if you go up the road here a piece, there's a turnaround that'll turn you back around to go southbound on Woodward Avenue. From that point, concrete begins, and then it comes down to this asphalt here. But that is not for nothing a racer's paradise on that strip of concrete up that way. So don't know what kind of action happens late at night up there, but it's there's still some concrete on Woodward, let's put it that way.
Yeah, to that point, most good all NHRA tracks have a concrete launch pad.
Absolutely.
And, you know, the bottom line there is that it can be very dense, very fine grained, and it doesn't get rutted, you know, like pavement would with repeated burnouts, you know. So yeah, it'd be nice if we had a concrete pad here. We'll put that on the list of things for next year. Will there be a next year? We can't say that for sure.
Hope so.
Let's hope so.
I sure hope so. This is again my first time, and I certainly hope it's not my last time, because this is nothing but a blast right here. I'd like for this to continue ad infinitum, you know.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. And keep in mind, the first Woodward Dream Cruise was in 1995. And 1,000 cars will come, you know. 10,000 cars showed up in 1995. And it was supposed to be a one-time thing. And it says, we got a tiger by the tail here. And it grew into this. But 1995, humble beginnings.
Wow.
And here we are.
Yes. Still waiting. 4:45 is launch time for the Hellcat grudge race. We're got influencers down there going over their final rounds of smack talk, I would guess. The crowd is in place at this point. People actually on the other side too. That's Alex Taylor's car there. Alex Taylor's car was assembled in literally no time for this event. And we're going to actually have a quick chat with Alex. Who's down there to talk to Alex?
All right, thanks, guys. Hanging out here with Alex Taylor, racer, driver, builder, total badass, only girl competing in the competition today. No big deal whatsoever, you guys. Welcome to the Motor City.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
All right, so you've been to this event before?
Yes.
Okay, but this is the first time you're competing in it.
I've actually raced twice on Woodward before. So I have competed twice, different car, obviously. So this will be a new setup, new combination, but I think we're going to have a little bit of an advantage compared to previously.
All right, all the way from Arkansas. This is a huge event. This is a big deal in the Motor City. You guys put a lot of work into this car. Tell us a little bit about yourself first, and then I want to get into this build.
Cool. So yeah, I am 24. I drag race. We build cars, and that's kind of that's what we do. So we just built a 55 Chevy. I'm getting ready to upgrade my NHRA license. Got lots of racing on the schedule for the rest of the season, and we've got lots of building. Obviously, it's what we've been doing for 8 months straight at this point. So.
Okay, I follow you on the gram, which everyone should, and you spend a lot of time in the shop. So I love that you've got a great combination of not only racing, but you're also wrenching too, which is amazing.
Yeah, so it's never been just like, hey, here's a car, drive it kind of thing. It's like, hey, you want to build a car or you want to go fast, like build a car kind of thing. So my dad and I, we work side by side. We don't have a crew in the shop, it's us. So we come up with an idea, we create, we build, and we go from there. So I've been alongside him since I was like a couple weeks old. So, you know, I'd like to say I have like a 24-year apprenticeship beside my dad, basically.
I love it. Okay, well, we've got one hell of an idea right behind us here. Let's talk a little bit about this Hellcat. Kind of, you know, what was it like, first of all, when you got approached about an opportunity like this?
Yeah, so first of all, when Dodge even like recognizes your name, I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's such a cool opportunity to begin with. Then they're like, here's 3 rules. There's basically none, run with it. And so Dad and I are like, oh man, like we gotta run with this. The only catch was we had 4 weeks. So we were, there says 6, but you know, it ended up being like 4 weeks. So we were a little limited by that. But we started at the front, figured out what we could do, and worked all the way to the back. And we pretty much changed. Majority was the back half of the car, but we made some modifications front to back. So.
Okay, as someone who spends time working on plenty of cars, what was the mad scramble like this past week getting this car here? Be honest.
It's mad scramble, yes. That's like not even, I don't even think that does it justice. We have not slept, and what's bad was we just came directly from an like super strenuous build right into this one, so we were already tired from it. But the last week, if it could go wrong, it went wrong. Like that's the full honest side, you know. It wasn't just like it was super easy. I mean, we switched from everything Dodge and Dodge wiring that's proven and works and tested to, we switched to a standalone EFI system. Holly switched over to that, and so tuning that, getting a tune that was going to be safe with nitrous, safe just, you know, with a supercharger and everything. Like there was a lot of, you know, pressure to get that right. So getting over to the dyno and stuff like that, like we were dynoing 2 days before this and, you know, driving through the night to get here. So
just the adrenaline rush from that week right into this week. I love it. Okay, let's kind of take a little tour. Can you tell us a little, we don't want to know all the secrets because we'll see them on the track, but can you tell us a little bit about the car, just kind of from front to back? Let's talk under the hood first.
Yeah, so starting under the hood, we didn't change too much as far as power wise because our main focus was traction, but we did go ahead and switch the lower pulley, upgrade it so we can make a little bit more boost. We didn't originally have a red eye, so we went ahead and put a red eye blower on it as well because everybody else here does have that, and then we added a small shot of nitrous, about 150 shot. But other than that, locked out the VVT just because with the standalone system, couldn't use that. So that's it as far as under the hood, other than setting the engine back about 4 inches. So we did do that as well.
Okay, wow, that was a huge modification to make to this car.
It was. It's actually a little bit easier probably than it sounds, but we went ahead and did that just to help with that weight bias and weight transfer.
Okay, so major power plant going on under the hood. Let's talk in here. I know that you talked about your Holley EFI system, so you guys had a lot of electronics that you had to incorporate in this build too.
Yeah, so we wanted to totally strip it. We wanted to lose as much weight as we could. We ended up losing about 1,000 pounds total to begin with. We ended up adding a little bit back, but stripped all of the electronics, switched to the standalone system. We do still have a dash in there, but it's totally empty on the inside. We went ahead and reupholstered it. You know, that was some weight we wanted to add back. We wanted to make it look nice, so I'm calling it the factory backseat delete big tire option. So it totally looks like it's stock, you know, but it's not. So.
Did you hear that, Dodge? Did you hear that? Okay. All right. Well, let's play auto show for a minute and do a quick inside tour. So
we went ahead and took out the passenger seat, switched to just a Momo racing seat so we could put the racing harness in as well. And then we went ahead and took the steering column out because that didn't fit with that. Put a quick release, I did it column in, and ran with that. Nitrous bottle on the passenger side.
All right, so we got a little sneak peek here. What about your suspension setup? Obviously, we got the fat tires on the back.
Yeah, so that's going to be our key. So the main thing that we went for, one was traction, second all was as far as losing weight, and then third was horsepower. So the back half was our main focus. We cut the whole factory sheet metal out of the back, like there's nothing back there, and we went to a 33/22 tire with a 15/15 wheel on it. So switched to that with a 9-inch in it, and then a 4-link suspension. And then we also went to a turbo 400. So totally upgraded from, midway back was our big focus on it. And then we made it about a 50-50 weight bias by adding some weight back to the back. So.
Weight changes, gearing, suspension, tires. Are you guys taking notes? Are you taking notes? I am, but only mentally. Okay, so how are you feeling going into this? Are you feeling good about racing?
I'm excited. I think we've got a car that's prepared for the circumstances with the street. We're not on a drag strip, so I'm confident that we've built the car. Anything can happen. I mean, it's a race, so it's anybody's game still, but I feel like we're as prepared as we can be. I feel like I'm prepared for it. So we'll see. We got to see once we get out there, but I'm ready to go.
I feel like you've got this amazing, friendly, personable outer candy shell right now. Deep down inside, how are you feeling about beating these boys?
I'm the worst trash talker, but yes, that's the plan today, and that's what I want so badly on the inside. I want to go out there, improve the car, improve myself. Like, that's something that's going to mean a lot when it happens, and you know what? I said when it happens, not if it happens. That's the inside. That's where we're going.
There you go. All right, guys, Alex Taylor, watch her on the track and follow her on the gram. I told you, see, I would. Yeah. Best of luck today, girl.
So much. It's nice meeting you. Nice hanging out with you today.
Well, thank you, Christy. I have to say, listening to Alex describe the things they did to that car to maximize traction, could be the winner right there. The reason I say that is, traction is key. The horsepower is really not important if you can't use it.
Absolutely.
And the key thing she said was they moved the engine back 4 inches in the car.
Set back.
Which brings us back to the Ram Chargers.
Yeah.
The NHRA rulebook, to them, you couldn't modify the firewall. You can't move the engine, so they moved the axle forward. But in this world here, the grudge match, you can modify the firewall. So moving the engine back is the same as moving the center of gravity rearward. So it's a fantastic thing. I think she might have the edge. If the others don't have an engine setback right there, she has an advantage.
Move the engine back 4 inches, and the car is on a big tire, and it's a fueling car. So there are a lot of things going on. But listen, let's go down to the grid. It's that time to talk to people down on the tarmac. So I don't know if we have Christy or Rebecca down there, but what's going on at ground zero? Talk to us.
Go for it. All right, guys, are you guys ready for the Influencer Hellcat Challenge?
Yeah, let's do it.
That don't sound very exciting. Come on.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So here's how it's going to work. We're going to do 2 qualifying sessions. You're all going to run both of those. We'll chip draw, and that will decide who's going to run who for those 2 qualifying sessions. After the 2 qualifying sessions, we're going to take the 2 fastest passes. You guys will run each other, and the winner of that race will run Eric Malone next. Any questions?
No.
All right. Does anybody want to call anybody out for the first round of qualifying?
I will call somebody. Get the out.
Who do you want to call out?
I'll call out Weston Champlin.
Don't do that. All right. That works. You don't know how to race?
Dude, the only thing I've driven in a straight line since I got here, well, before I got here was a tractor, so I'm not sure how this is going to work. But hey, it has hydraulic connections on the back of this bad boy. We got hydraulic connections on the back of this bad boy. We can pull a disc, a plow with this. I'm feeling right at home. No AC, feels just right at home.
All right, so that was the plan. So then you will run you. Is that ever good with that? Lane choice. You guys want to pick? How do you want to do lane choice? Do you want to flip for it? Y'all want to be friendly? What do you want to do?
I mean, whatever works. Whatever works for anybody else. You guys want to just like pick?
All right, so left lane, first pass, right lane, first pass, left lane, first pass, right lane, second pass. Everybody good with that? Okay, so we're going to go and get cars ready, get them back to the staging lanes, and we'll come back and we'll do a chip draw, or you guys can call each other out for a second qualifying pass.
Okay. So we're ready. racing, Tavares?
Let's do it.
We are racing. We are racing. See that orange car right there? That's right. We're going to be at the same place at the end of the line. Well, maybe, you know. I don't know. I don't. Well, we'll see. I'm bad at trash talk. Really, really bad at trash talk. I haven't figured this out yet. Like, Eric is really good at this stuff, and I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm going to put a grill guard on my car. I don't know.
Eric's the only trash talker here.
Well, you see, the only.
Trying to be humble.
The only thing I did is I said when I first you called me and I pulled out the Gapplebees joke. That was the best one.
Yeah, it was.
That was the best one.
I don't know when you had.
Well, that's you know what? Life's a joke. Let's make it funny.
Yep.
Bam.
Everybody go fast and have fun.
All right, let's do it, guys. Here we go to the station lanes.
Well, got to say, you know, they're all great drivers, great mechanics, great intellects, if you will. But I think curb weight, body size, you know, Alex Taylor is a small person. And I remember a couple of years ago, Leah Pritchett and Matt Hagen had a match race in identical cars. Leah weighed 120 pounds, Matt 240. Who won every race? Leah. She's smaller, she's lighter. So, you know, every 100 pounds is a tenth. In the quarter mile, a tenth is a car length. So I think we might have a built-in advantage with Alex, who's kind of petite. We'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And you went through all that greatness. But one thing they're not very great at, it seems, they're not really great trash talkers for this grudge racing they're about to do. That was pretty sedate as far as the trash talk, given all the videos and all the stuff that has been happening prior to this. Now, you know, they're 1-to-1 and in each other's face, and everybody's quiet. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. Well, let the cars do the talking.
Well, that's it. But as far as grudge racing goes, I mean, you can go on YouTube and go online and, I mean, at this point, pretty much dial up grudge racing and some of the stuff that goes on in the Dirty South and the southern states where Eric is from. I mean, that's face-to-face just barking at the next guy or the next girl even and then settling it on the track. It's always civil when it's over. But before it happens, it's, you know, all out like, look, this is what's going to happen, and I'm going to try to talk you down before I beat you down. Basically, it's getting in another racer's head. It's a psychological element to grudge racing, and that's the trash talk and the saying that you're better and the confidence in what you're saying versus getting out on the track and doing so. Quite honestly, that was a little surprising, and I guess I had a twinge of disappointment because I thought they'd go for it a little bit more. But Freddie Hernandez, Tavares, is going to take on Weston Champlin first in a call out, you know, and that's part of the grudge racing as well. Is like, look, you know what? I'm just going to draw on you. You know, let's drop the gloves, and you and I, let's just go do it. So they're going to settle it that way, but the others are going to go with the chip draw and see how it all plays. And I like the structure of this. They're going to take the times. And like we're doing with the top 8 in big tire and small tire, the quickest times will then race, and they get to see. The winner of that matchup gets to see Eric Malone for the showdown and the win.
Yeah. And when Alex mentioned that she put a red-eye supercharger on her non-red-eye Hellcat engine, what she meant was that the supercharger goes from 2.4 liters, which is pretty big on a Hellcat, versus I think 1.7 liters on a ZL1 Camaro, to 2.7 liters. So the red-eye supercharger is essentially the Demon supercharger, again going from 2.4 to 2.7 liters by making the swap from the standard Hellcat to the Demon or red-eye supercharger. So that's one of the many things they did. I was kind of surprised to hear that they got rid of the independent rear suspension, which I kind of understand. You know, the 9 inch is a live axle, so to speak, with 4 links, whereas the independent rear suspension on a standard Charger or Demon can be a little complex, a little bit delicate. So I think ruling out weak places and, again, moving the engine back, that's a key thing in the mini-tub job they did. So traction, I think by playing the traction game, that might put her and her curb weight, she's got a lower curb weight than the guys.
Yeah.
You know, it could well be that, I won't say we have a winner, not going to say that, but that car looks like it might be a favorite.
It's definitely built to be, it's a battle wagon for sure. The power wagon on the truck side, battle wagon in drag racing.
Right.
It's definitely built to get it done. And Alex is very, very accomplished behind the wheel in drag racing. It's really going to boil down to can it be her day? Can she have her day in the sun, basically, against her competitor in this particular race?
Yeah, and I think the track is coming around. The street.
We're going to go back down to the grid. There's got more activity down there as we get closer to race time.
Hey everybody, it's David Freiberger from Roadkill here, and we are going to be shooting an episode of the Roadkill show right here at Roadkill Nights. Everybody, let's get some energy! So what you're going to hear right now is we are going to be walking, myself and Mike Finnegan, and talking to each of these people who are in the Hellcat Showdown. We are going to be with Eric Malone from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South. He is the bogey for all of these guys. Once all these cars run, they're going to have to run Eric for the overall win. So he's going to come with us and for the first time hear what is going on as far as the builds on each one of these cars. So we are shooting an episode of Roadkill Live. You'll probably hear a little bit of pauses in the action as we coordinate with our director and with our camera guys and things like that. But let's get to it, and then we're going to go straight to action. Here we go.
Eric has the keys on. Let her rip. I didn't get the mic in there.
Are you guys ready to go? We're live right now. Well, from the top, right?
Sorry, everybody. We're filming a TV show.
We're on the line.
They can't hear me, right?
Go in. So basically what you guys just started with everyone's going to talk to Mike. Let's take it about like a minute.
David. The heavy stand right here in front, with them in the background. Let's just have you address the episode with, you know, this is what we're doing, and go right into them already chatting. Okay. You might have to kind of keep his mic open. Am I on? Me? We're doing both things.
All right, we're getting ready for this influencer shootout, the Hellcat Showdown. And so we've got my partner on the show, Mike Finnegan, right here. We're also going to be taking Eric Malone from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South because he is the bogey for this entire race. We're going to talk to each one of these car owners and drivers and find out what's going on. Eric, you feeling good about this, my brother?
I feel real good about it. I haven't even made a pass and I ain't scared.
He's not even sweating.
This is true. Eric has not had a single test pass, whereas all of these other guys have.
Just made just a little bit one. Just a little bit. I went a little bit.
Just a little bit. All right, guys from Throttle, tell me what's going on with your car.
I mean, she's here, she's running, she's ready to rock. We have about 1,100 horsepower, 23 pounds of boost, and we're ready to rock, ready to go.
Does that scare you, Eric?
No, he said something.
See, this is what we're going to be seeing here. A lot of street race action. Mike, how do you feel?
I'm now rooting for Ricky and the Throttle team here because he is the original builder of La Fonda.
No way! You originally built the Honda that was on Roadkill? Tell us the story.
So when I bought it, it was sitting for 11 years in the same spot. Took it home and I bought a Weber car. I did the whole cutting the suspension, the eBay, the ghetto welding, the fiberglass flares, custom wheels, and I was driving it around. It was fun.
Did Mike tell you how terrible that car actually was?
I saw the episodes.
So cool, so cool.
It's so cool that I want it back. Can I buy it back from you guys? Do we have it?
We have that car. It was on Craigslist. You could have bought it back and you didn't.
I really wanted that car back.
So there we go. Throttle with some Roadkill history. All right, we're moving on to the next guy. Good to see you. Thanks a lot. Yep. All right, we're moving on to Tavarish.
Yes.
What's happening?
I guess I'm the next guy. How are you?
We're pretty fantastic. We're here to find out exactly what you did to your car because all I know is what I saw on Instagram.
So what you saw on Instagram is that this car used to be silver, now it's orange, and it has this awesome aero package on the top of the car, which also doubles as a roadside assistance light. In fact, this is a complete roadside assistance livery, and in the back it says you're on your own, which is pretty much what Wrench Every Day stands for.
All right, very Roadkill. So you did no performance mods to this car at all?
Not necessarily. So let me show you something. Excuse me.
You should see the look on Eric Malone's face as he's listening to these guys. He's like very tuned in.
Yeah, because I know he's lying. I've been watching him make passes. He did some mods.
Eric says he knows he's lying. Well, he purge. Do you think he actually has it connected to the engine?
You right. He didn't put it on there for nothing.
Listen, this is at least an intimidator package, okay? I put that in front of you, you get scared. I don't care what you say. Oh, you do?
Yes, I do got one. And I will tell you, mine's hooked up.
That's okay. It ain't gonna help you.
We're gonna see how they work out.
The smack talk has begun. Does nitrous help or hurt when you've got a traction problem here? You test run, Eric Malone.
It hurts. Yeah, I would say it hurts. But I didn't just make nitrous horsepower, I made motor horsepower. So,
Freddie, did you run the nitrous when you were making passes?
No, because I trust Dodge Engineering. They make a very good car. I think right out of the box, this thing is going to beat everything here. And just because, I need to smack top. It's probably low man on the totem pole, but this thing is fast.
One word he's saying.
No.
No. All right, moving on. So,
this is me.
So, tell me of what you've done, because you are the target for this whole competition.
I will be honest with you. I have I put injectors, pulleys, nitrous, suspension, drive shaft. I made 1,180 horsepower to the rear wheel.
Only 1,180.
Only, yes. But I'm gonna try to run it on the motor because I seen with everybody else. I don't think it'll take that.
You don't think it's going to hook up if you hit it with the spray?
I don't think it'll hook up. I should.
You started with a red eye, didn't you?
No.
No.
I started out with a regular Challenger 6-speed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You had the 6-speed and you had to trade off for the Charger with the automatic.
And I was like, man, Dodge must don't like me. but when they found out what I had, they sent me this car. This is a red eye and automatic, and it made 100 more horsepower. I am tickled to death.
So this is the really funny thing that Eric did as far as the whole social promotion on Instagram. He posted a picture of a wrecked Challenger from like some random police impound yard somewhere and said, uh-oh, I shouldn't have been testing on the street.
Yeah, and I got a lot of phone calls from that post.
Yeah, including from me.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the worst part that made me feel really bad is Alice called me and, hey, are you okay? And I took the post down.
Oh, you felt guilty when the girl called you.
I felt bad.
Nice. Okay, so all of these people are going to be racing, and at the very end, the overall winner is going to take on Eric Malone from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yep. Let's see what the next guy's got here. We're coming for you. Good to see you. Weston, what's happening?
A little bit of everything, whole lot of nothing, all at the same time. It's all big combacle. I don't know what's going on. But
so you've got this thing like double throwdown, twice blown. Tell us the story.
Wait, what? What's that mean? I don't have no idea. Well, honestly, it's just a fighter jet. FAA approved us just about 5 minutes ago. Take this thing for a flight, so we're good to go. We got the shark bite on the side because obviously we got to look cool. Now, obviously, I know that we're a little bit, Eric, I know we got you in one area. You do not have nearly as many bullhorns as we do. And that there's a loss, I'm just telling you. Look how many zip ties we got on that bad boy. So, anyway, this is our 20, I have no idea. It's a Hellcat Red Eye that we decided to put a Hellion twin turbo sleeper kit on. So it doesn't have nitrous, doesn't have pulleys, all that stuff's factory. That's all the stuff that everybody else is running. We got turbos underneath there because we like that doo-doo-doo-doo sound. And obviously we like, they count as mufflers, really. They make the car quieter, make it more daily drivable, that kind of thing.
More power.
No, not really. They're just cool. Like, why would you put them on to make more power? They're just put there to make look cool. I seen myself on that screen over there and got confused.
So you've got turbos on top of the stock Red Eye supercharger.
Yeah, so it's compounded. So supercharger takes over down bottom, but supercharger kind of falls off over on top. That's where turbos take over, and it just, hopefully, in theory, if it's close.
Eric Malone, your level of fear.
I don't have any. That's the only car I fear right there.
I fear that one too. Look how intimidating she is.
Okay,
this is what's tripping me out. Have you noticed that nobody got interior? I thought this was a street car, as in a street race. I don't see no street cars.
Well, you do have the only car with a full interior, right?
Yeah, I had the air conditioning on. It was cold too.
Air conditioning and everything. Mike Finnegan, what are you thinking at this point?
I'm glad Weston's car doesn't have an interior because even with it stripped, it smells like 9th grade gym class in there.
That bad boy is ready to party. And you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. As long as it's only one person in there, that thing's got a full interior. The center console's not bolted down. We unbolted it about halfway to get the carpet out, and then I'm like, yeah, just leave it. It's fine.
Okay, speaking of unbolting stuff, we need to go to our last contestant here.
Oh, you didn't even see the good Roadkill.
All right, my friend Alex Taylor and her dad Dennis made this car happen in what, 4 weeks?
4 weeks, start to finish. Lots of hours, but 4 weeks.
Okay, so everybody has got you on the bullseye. Tell us why.
I mean, I do have a target on my back. I guess we did do it to ourselves, but I think traction's going to be king out here, as we've seen, and big tire was our focus, and that's what we did. So I think I'm going to assume that's probably why.
So here's what she's not actually telling you, which is this car right here is the only one in the whole competition that is tubbed and 4-linked and solid axled, yeah?
Tubbed, 4-linked, engine setback, 50/50 weight bias. I mean, turbo 400. We took the drag pack playbook and translated it with a pig tire option. So
perfect. And Alex did all of the wiring on the Holley EFI herself, took it down to Bowling Green, and actually put it on the chassis dyno at Holley. Tell us lies about what kind of power you made.
You know what? I'm going to be honest. We were not focused on power. That was not our goal. We made 800 with nitrous. That's like nothing compared to the other cars out here. I mean, I've all heard they're like 1,000 horsepower plus, but you got to get it down into the track. That's the key.
So she's claiming 800 to the tire. 800. Eric Malone, do you believe it?
I think she's telling the truth. I think she is. I get it to her. Yeah.
Are we friends now? We're friends now. He's been after me all week, but I think we're friends now.
I think that's true. She was smart. She blew my mind. I thought the pictures was fake.
I know. I actually sent Eric a picture of your car real early on when you all were tubbing it at your house, and he called me. He says, "Is that real?"
It was real. We really were like in the middle of it. And we're like, Dodge is either going to love us or hate us. We tried not to share it at first because we're like, we have got this car tore apart. We need to get it kind of back together before we share anything.
Well, while it's been overkill, I have to say the amount of work you all got done in 4 weeks is incredible, and we can't wait to see the car. Finnegan and I watched some of your test passes, and it looks like it hooks up. Does it look like 800 horsepower, Mike?
No, I'm calling shenanigans on this whole thing.
Shenanigans. All right, there's only one way to sort this out. Let's race, right? Let's run them.
That's awesome, David and Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, David Freiberger, Mike Finnegan, the fathers of Roadkill there. Give them a round of applause, definitely. The fathers of Roadkill. Without those guys and without Dodge, we wouldn't be here right now, honestly. Those guys came up with the concept many years ago, took it out there, and went on the road doing a lot of zany things that I actually didn't believe in a couple of times, and I guess the one of note is Stubby Bob. I did say it would do a wheelie. Yes, I believed in the wheelie, but not as big of a wheelie, and a wager that David and I made lost me $100. But anyway, it's really cool that they're out here, and they actually David got these competitors to do a little bit of smack talk. It's still not the high-level, real good grudge smack talk that I'm used to, but they're opening up a little bit, and that should get the juices and the energy flowing to get behind the wheel now and go down Woodward Avenue.
Yeah, no doubt. I worked with David at Hot Rod Magazine for several years, and he's the only guy I know who can work 25 hours a day. You know,
definitely.
But a sharp guy, and he can whip a magazine into shape. In fact, if you read Carcraft, in the late 19s, early 20s, he brought that around and made it a lot of fun to read. So he's in charge of this whole thing now. In fact, David's largely responsible for the Hot Rod Power Tours.
Power Tour, Drag Week,
sure.
Just his legacy, and it's still building. It's just incredible. You know, a big catalog, as they say, of work that's not ended yet. So I definitely salute him. I've known David for many, many years now. We peruse the Long Beach swap meet when we have opportunity to, either on the buy side or the sell side, and we have a lot of fun. And we both actually were cigar pseudo aficionados, so we get together for a good Maduro every once in a while as well.
Yeah, he's a car guy's car guy.
Absolutely.
All right. It's funny, too, that some teams chose Chargers, others Challengers. And, the difference is the Challenger has a slightly shorter wheelbase, I think 6 inches, something like that. Chargers are a little longer. But again, I really think, though, that Alex, in moving the engine rearward, that's a key thing.
Definitely.
To have done that. That's a big deal. And I don't know, when I was at Hot Rod, I built a thing called the Bad Seed Chevette. And it was a Chevette with a Cadillac 500. Well, what I did is I put the engine with the carburetor under the windshield so that we had some traction. Because if the motor's hanging out over the front axle, it's just going to spin the rear tires. But you move that, every inch you move the engine back is tremendous, because that engine weighs a good 800 pounds, engine and tranny, and you move that back 4 inches, that's significant.
That's big.
Yeah,
That's
it's probably a 49-51 weight distribution, 49 rear. So that's good stuff, what she's done there. So I'm not going to say we have ourselves, a ringer, but that's going to be a tough car to beat, because she's going to hook that.
Properly engineered. For our audience, though, and we'll try to get definition or clarity on this, I'm not sure if there was a selection or where they assigned these vehicles. I don't know if it was a matter of them actually Dodge saying, here, you're going to race this one, versus I want to race a Challenger, I want to race a Charger. Maybe somebody can get to us and let us know for sure. But either way, they're in all these vehicles now and they're ready to go. So we're about to watch some racing.
We do know that Eric Malone was initially sent the 6-speed Challenger, he was saying, I don't know who doesn't like me at Dodge, because I get that. Trying to bang 6 gears or even 4 or 5 of them down this street would be kind of tough. So yeah, the automatic would be a better way to fly. And of course, Alex did mention that she took the Torque Flight 8 out of the car and replaced it with a Turbo 400.
Turbo 400,
which is 3 speeds, because it is true in 500 feet you're not going to use 8 gears.
Yeah, by science they've got I'm not going to call it the car to beat. I'm going to call it by science. They've got the drag race car in this competition. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If it was my racer, I would have altered the wheelbase. I'd have moved the rear axle forward about 10 inches. It would work. But a lot of surgery, but it works.
Have you seen a late model car like this altered in like a throwback to alter?
One of the things is that to do an altered wheelbase car, you need to have real estate between the rear wheel opening and the door. And the Charger being a 4-door would be kind of tough. You'd have to weld the door shut. And the Challenger, there's not much room. So I have not seen a modern LC or LX done up with an altered wheelbase. You could do it, but the effect works on anything. I've got a Ford Fairmont that I moved the rear end forward a foot, and it works. It hooks like magic. It's an amazing thing. But old altered wheelbase stuff. It's not an old technology. It can work on anything. But then again, so does an engine setback. That works just as well.
You see that kind of rad actually coming up in November. If someone pulled that off, if someone were to do it, you would see it at the SEMA show.
Yeah.
That's something, that's cruising SEMA. And so many times I've walked through the SEMA show in Las Vegas and, looked and then had to do a double take at a car because of the way it's been altered, not necessarily for drag racing, but just augmented, be it stretched out or even shortened in some cases. It's like, wait a minute, that's not quite factory. And you take a closer look and it looks so seamless, great engineering and workmanship, etc. It's like, wow, this is a really cool SEMA car because it's different by way of just length. In some cases.
Yeah, SEMA is a great place, and if anybody out there gets a chance to go, you kind of have to be an industry person, but if you own a tire shop or something like that, or know someone who does, you can probably get in.
You can get in, or, just at today's day and age, you look online. The photos go up almost instantly, and a lot of the companies that participate in SEMA, they're doing social media, and they're sharing with everybody what's being presented at the SEMA show. So at this point, there's really no way you can kind of miss what's going on at the SEMA show, regardless of being able to get a badge and go and get in.
Yeah, I was out there about a month ago for the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, and the Las Vegas Convention Center has been improved and enlarged. It's, I won't say it's twice as large, but it's massive. They've added a whole new hall, so the old SEMA of being cramped and sold out, it won't be a problem anymore. I'm sure it will be soon, because they'll fill that up too.
They'll fill that space. But that's like, building a shop. You build your shop, and I mean, when I put my building up, it was like, wow, this is cool. This is going to be perfect. You know what I mean? And now you can't get in the front door.
Okay. Nature abhors a vacuum, right, or something. Yeah, but SEMA should be good this year, certainly, and bigger than ever, literally, because there's a whole nother hall. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
So here we are, the Hellcats 2021 on Woodward Avenue. If this was 1979, I would have said there's no way. There were no V8s in 2021. Woodward Avenue street racing, no way. But here we are, man. The good old days are right now. Here we are living them. It's great stuff. And the Hellcats are pretty much the preeminent Detroit muscle car of today. I mean, yeah, sure, Chevrolet has some hot stuff. Ford does too. But the Hellcat program really has given Dodge a tremendous boost in popularity and sales. And it's a good thing. And I'm sure that when those guys talk about keeping the acceleration and the SRT moving forward, even in the era of electric vehicles, you can bet that there will be high-performance hybrids and electric vehicles, and Dodge will bring them to you. And
Well,
the beauty.
you know, we had earlier Tim Kniskis. He's the head of Dodge, and he spoke with us a little bit earlier, and he said this is a brotherhood of muscle. You know, Dodge, in a sense, personifies the muscle car. We spoke earlier about the 64 GTO that's out here, and it's like one of the first. But again, you go to your legacy of Ram Chargers, you go to all of the vehicles that they've put out. Muscle has been on their mind and in their attitude forever. So in this brotherhood of muscle, to be here and get ready to do this with their latest model cars that put out a lot of power.
Yeah.
This is really slick.
Well, there's an adage in Detroit. They say that you can sell a young man's car to an old man, but you'll never sell an old man's car to a young man, or a woman for that matter. But it's true, you know, the interest in performance sells cars, period. And I have to say, you know, the Tesla thing, the fact that they focused on ludicrous and dual motors, and instead of selling the Tesla electric car as a green machine, which it is to a degree, they sold it as a performance machine and an interesting gizmo. And I think they marketed that thing perfectly, and I'm sure that Dodge is going to be doing similar things.
Absolutely.
When they do, you know, SRT electric vehicles.
Across that board, notes were taken, and yeah, if it's SR, I'm sure it will be SRT. But I'm actually excited based on what I've learned here in this day, in one day. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table in 2024, 25, or whenever it happens. Yeah. It's probably going to be next level in terms of performance, not just because it's electric. It'll just be done, not for nothing, better than the other guys are doing it right now.
11 tenths. You know? And one thing I love about Detroit is just driving around, you see mule cars. I always keep an eye out for anything that has camo or manufacturer plates. And then you look underneath it, you say, okay, hang on, wait, there's 3 mufflers or whatever, something weird, or a nuclear reactor. It's glowing. What's the, you know,
that's
a lot
like
of weird stuff.
A total lose my mind kind of thing. Because out in California, you know, they test these cars everywhere. Hot weather conditions, up in Colorado to go up grades and stuff like that. But when I have the opportunity to see them, in some instances, you try to chase them down. It's like, hopefully you don't have to do something, because you might take a 10-mile detour just to follow it to get a chance to get up close and see it. That's, you know, it's car guy. That's like hardcore car guy to track down a mule, a test mule, and see exactly what's going on.
I had a crazy experience in LA one time. I used to work at Hot Rod. I had about a 30-mile commute. Then I'm driving along on Wilshire Boulevard one time, and I see what looked to be like the old school LH type car, cab forward, front wheel drive. Remember, like the Intrepid, those big ones. But the front was a little longer, and it had, instead of nuts and spindles up front, had a dust cap. It wasn't front wheel drive. And out back, big square mufflers. It was primer. There was like 2 of these things were manufactured. These were mules for the LX family. And amazing stuff. But they look like LH cars, but they were mules for the Hemi cars we now have.
That we have right now.
I wish I had a camera.
Totally too bad you didn't have your camera. Just like I said. And today you have a phone. You can go right behind it and just bang away on some photos or take video or something like that. And in some instances, sell it to somebody like an outlet, you know, a media outlet for decent money.
Jim
Absolutely.
Dunn, right on Hidden Image. Yep.
Absolutely.
Jim Dunn says he put his kids through college with spy photo pictures.
Wow.
Because everybody wants to know the future. You know, I mean, you know, the manufacturers certainly don't want to tip their hand, because it's, you know, multi-million-dollar secrets, and, you know, why share it till it? But people want to know. Just a glimpse behind the door is good enough, you know.
Absolutely. And if something does get quote-unquote leaked, I don't think there's, you know, arms are flying up because it's happened. You know what I'm saying? And this is just my own opinion. I don't know anything officially, of course, but I don't think that, you know, if there's a leak of a corner of a fender, it gets minds thinking. What's that? What's coming next? What are they getting ready to do? What's it going to look like? It just gets mind thinking. So execs and people that make decisions probably don't cry too loudly about that happening.
Well, the mid-engine Corvette, you know, Chevrolet deny, and then all of a sudden, hey, guess what, everybody?
Look at this.
It's real. You know, and of course, the C4 Corvette, that was a situation where Chevrolet actually played a trick on Car and Driver. They actually had a cardboard mule that was crudely put together. Car and Driver puts on the cover. The new Corvette. It was just this goofy thing that they slapped together. But it's how rabid we are for information on the future.
Guilty, right here.
Yeah. Nobody goes hot rodding like Detroit. You know, it's all the king's horses, all the king's men. They can do whatever, anything and everything. You know, it's fascinating to be here so close to the epicenter, the glowing red molten core of the auto industry.
Definitely. And then I guess as far as proving ground goes, first and foremost, this is, you know, again, ground zero and proving grounds. But out where I am in the West Coast, that's the driving area. That's where you get your driving experience, going up and down the coast,
Death Valley,
going into the mountains, Death Valley, etc.
Try up first.
A lot of car culture is on the west side as well.
Yeah, and the caravan sometimes of mules. I remember one time seeing new Beetles at like 5 a.m. We were all going off to, I don't know, flying away, and all the hot rod staff is waiting for the bus to show up. It's like 4 a.m. and there comes this parade of these weird Volkswagens, the new Beetles, back a year before there were new cars, and they had manufacturer tags and stuff. So it was kind of an interesting thing. But yeah, it's every car you ever see was once a top secret thing. Even the Gremlin. You know, speaking of Hemi Gremlin, you know, but that was a cutting edge car in its day. The cam back, the lift gate. That was basically how American Motors turned a rather mediocre mid-sized car into an import fighter. Cut the tail off.
Speaking of Gremlins, if you go out into the car corral area, the David Freiberger's Hemi Gremlin is out there. They've recently completed Hemi Gremlin as a roadkill car and built specifically per David, specifically for burnouts. You know, it's got this Hemi. Props to those guys for first and foremost getting a Hemi engine to fit in that car. It's amazing. And I had an opportunity to go by the shop and see what was going on in there. And I honestly didn't think, another roadkill moment was like, I don't know if you're going to get that thing in there, but they did. And it looks really impressive. And understand, David and Mike, first and foremost, they're not about going drag racing with that car, because I think they understand that they could probably get hurt very badly trying to drag race that setup. But built for cruising around. It's not wicked up very high, but you mash the throttle and smoke is everywhere. So it's just a really, really cool burnout machine. And it's right there behind us. If you want to go take a look at it, when there's a moment, you go out to where the just before the thrill ride area, the main concourse there, and the roadkill cars are lined up for you to check out. All of the Dodge Chrysler roadkill cars are out there for you to check out.
Yeah, it's the great thing about the Roadkill Nights. It's just one thing. It's Roadkill Night in a way, but at the same time, it's the show comes to you. And I think it was sold out. I think general admission was open today, but largely it's been full of people who just want to see this stuff and get close to it. And yeah, with any luck, we'll be back next year. Don't know if we will or not, but I hope so.
I hope so. I hope so. And that's me. On a personal level, even if it's just to spectate, with all things working correctly, Brian will be back in this seat doing his thing, but I'd love to just come and hang out, no question. Got everybody. It looks like the pairings are set up now. From what I can see, and we have an engine fired.
Spraying water,
engine fired. The first race is a call-out with Freddie Hernandez, also known as Tavares. The real Tavares is going against Western Champlin. There's Tavares in car. So the in-car cameras are set up. This is going to be exciting. This is going to be a treat for everybody watching Jumbotron, watching at home on the computer. Yes, found the large size helmet for Weston. He's doing some type of button pressing, it appears.
Notice how he added lightness. He took the interior out of the car. If it doesn't make it go, you take it out.
He took a lot of stuff out. I watched some of his videos, and for the most part, all of them, save for Eric Malone, who said he kept a lot of his interior in the car. They were gutting these cars. Got the near lane on the left side, far lane over on the right side. Freddie looking pretty casual, actually. Tavares looking pretty casual. Window goes up. And wheel yourself into position now. This is going to be awesome. You're riding along. Jumbotron, people in the stands, look up at the screen. It's going to be hard. You got to kind of watch the screen and watch the track. But that's a cool shot right there that you see on your Jumbotron of both drivers in their cars. And the pressure's on now, Steve.
Yes, it is.
It's for real. This is actually for real right now, and I'm goosebumps excited. I am excited. This is really cool.
There's your burnout.
All right, Weston with the burnout. Tavares with the burnout. An inch towards the line. Jason Ruckert brings him up to the line, and he has been waving his arms all day.
No backing up on the starting line, but we'll let it fly this time. It's okay.
Tavares of the exotic supercar world primarily, and Weston, he's actually, I know him through diesel enthusiasm. And here's the start. There they are.
Good pull shot.
Shot from Freddie. It's like Tavares in a runaway.
Yes, sir.
Tavares in a runaway. Good job to Weston, though, just for getting it done and getting out here, man. That's super cool.
Good clean pass, no tire smoke, no pedaling, full power.
Yes, indeed. Tavares will go on to the, I guess the next, well then again, well no. It's based on ET. We're gonna watch Tavares on board. Look at that, oh wow, tight death grip on the wheel. Looking over, where is he? He's not there, I'm by myself. Wind light, yeah!
Yeah, there you go.
Got him.
Jeez, how many bus links is that?
That's your gap. That's textbook gap right there. But based on ET. So we saw Tavares cross the finish line first, have no idea what his time was, have no idea what Weston's time is. So that's going to be interesting if we see Weston come around in the next round, because he would have had the quicker ET. And then Alex is racing Ricky Fernandez out of the throttle camp.
Yeah, remember, Alex's car has the engine set back 4 inches, a Turbo 400 automatic, so she'll be making fewer shifts as the car makes its way down the 550-foot course. And of course, a 9-inch live axle in the back with 4-link. Throttle Challenger's more stock, has the independent rear suspension, Torque Flight 8 automatic transmission. Probably going to use the first 3 gears, and that's about it in 550 feet, but we'll see.
And the throttle car is hopped up with bolt-ons. Drive shaft, the half shafts, just sturdy. They put a differential girdle on there to keep that in place. Basic bolt-ons and some wheels and tires and tuning, calibration, ECM tuning.
Yeah, the Holly sticker on the front of Alex's car is moot testimony to the fact they brought that car down to Bowling Green and had it on the chassis, the Holly chassis down there for calibration. So it's probably dialed in pretty well.
Yeah, well, well, there's your starting line from the back, and you see that Weston got out of shape. Looks like twice, maybe 3 times at the start there. So, in a sense, as drag racing goes, his race was over from the start theoretically. But keep in mind now, when we heard Matt DeYoung go over this in the drivers' meeting, they are racing for ET right now. They're racing to be the quickest down the drag strip. Given that tire spin, etc., I think we can really say now that it's a wrap with Weston losing traction like that. Of course, that's making his car get down the track a lot slower, so we'll probably see Tavares in the next round.
I do like the Flying Tigers motif on the front of the car. Okay, something's going on.
Got a hood up. Nitrous solenoid sitting there. Anything can happen in a drag race. It's been said. Eric Malone said it in a press conference yesterday. Dennis Taylor is looking around now. I'm wondering, is the engine firing? Imagine.
Technical DNF, you never know.
Imagine. Well, you know, that's up to race directors, etc. How much time we're going to give. You know, in some drag racing instances, the competitor can say, hey, you know what? You know, look, give them time. That's based on the program as well. We're in a program that's kind of on a tight schedule, so it'll be interesting to see how long they'll have to get Alex Taylor's car. I don't know if it's not firing or if there's some other issue. It's not running right now, but that would, for lack of any other term, that would suck if it is not going to fire right now.
Notice how close the intercooler is to the firewall. That's 4 inches closer than a standard Challenger Hellcat.
Oh yeah,
that's a significant distribution improvement right there. Throttle cable
apparently
issue.
A throttle issue. Now cable, I don't know. This is drive-by-wire, so I don't think there's a cable involved with it.
Could be. I mean, is it drive? Okay, it could be. I mean, the Holly conversion may or may not have gone away with that, but who knows? I know that she did say that they get rid of the cam phaser.
Oh, CAN bus is gone, but I think through you can keep your drive-by-wire with the Holly system. That Dominator system is phenomenal, actually. It really works well for the late model vehicle. So you can keep your drive-by-wire, but you can calibrate it so that your TPS, your throttle response, is as if there was a throttle linkage, you know, happening. And now it's not functioning. Apparently, that's what we've been told. We don't know. We don't have confirmation, but that is in drag racing. If that's the case, and Alex doesn't get to make this run, that's heart crushing, regardless of being, you know, a favorite or anything. And when you don't get to run your car down the drag strip, it's very, very sad. So hopefully it's fixed. We're learning that it might be fixed. They think it's fixed, is what we're being told. Let's stand by. And good for good for everybody in race control here to give everyone at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge a drag race, to give them a show, give her every opportunity to get fired and paired up and run down the track. That's what we're here for. So
yeah, nobody wants to win that way.
No. I mean, honestly, nobody likes to win that way.
Little blue nitrous solenoid. That's a fairly small kit, 150 horsepower shot, in the realm of 600 horsepower shots being possible. But
yeah,
again, little booster right there. There's the nitrous solenoid. The gasoline supplement is probably somewhere else in
Sit right
red.
behind it.
Okay.
Come on, fire that thing.
Oh, black. Oh, okay.
We're going to wait for the other car to fire first. And
Turbo 400 automatic behind that 6.2 Hellcat Hemi. And again, the Turbo 400 is General Motors product. Not a bad piece. 3-speed forward, no overdrive in that one. But again, in a situation like this, overdrive is not something you care about. Low gear is only a 248. So I don't know. They're giving some of that away. But then again, with probably a 513 or so axle ratio, it probably won't matter that much.
Exactly.
Not a highway cruiser, but then again, that's not what this is meant for at all. This particular piece, it's a Sprinter.
In a sense, this is adding to the drama of the influencers Hellcat grudge race.
It's like a rubber band stretching. The tension is just getting.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
You know, and you go back, let's visit old days of Woodward Avenue, maybe the middle of the night sometime, and 2 muscle cars down here, and one appears to be running on 7 cylinders because spark plug wire was removed. But hey, give me a second, and all of a sudden it runs like a champ. Alex is getting suited up. You're looking in car at Alex Taylor right now. If you look up the Jumbotron on your computer screen watching the live feed, Alex is getting suited up. So apparently everything is go. And we will get to see her square off against Ricky Fernandez of the Throttle team.
Are you manually shifting?
Well, it's not Ricky.
Suspension should be a street.
We had Ricky as the driver, so
yes,
that's not Ricky there.
So that heavy music we're hearing right there, gotta love that.
Oh yeah.
Hemispherical combustion chambers, and they're real. A lot of folks, oh, that's not a Hemi. It sure is. Double rockers. The chambers are a little squashed. They got rid of the crevice volumes, which contribute to unburnt hydrocarbons and stinky exhaust. But that's the only change they made to the Hemi dome. They made it a little smaller so they could have the cleaner emissions. But it's a Hemi, all right. Spark plugs, there's 2 of them, are down the middle of the chamber, right where you want them.
Not as any type of a trick question, but just a curious tech question. Combustion chamber size, old Hemi versus new Hemi. What is that?
Oh, huge. Yeah, the old ones I think were 170 cc's, massive, big things, required a big old dome. The modern ones are like 80 cc's, they're smaller, but it's still a pent roof deal. You know, the valves will enter toward the center. Okay, this is good. I think we're
split screen inside both cars. Now we got a driver. So Ricky, I believe, is going to drive the car. I think Ricky's getting his helmet on. He's going to jump in now. Yep, there he is. For Throttle, Ricky Fernandez is behind the wheel, and of course, Alex Taylor is driving her Hellcat.
Yeah, there's again the interior delete, as it were, right there. You know, the crazy thing is, a lot of these cars, they keep the electric windows because they're lighter than hand cranks. Not that anybody makes a hand crank for a new Challenger, but in the drag packs, they have electric windows, again, because the motor and all that stuff is actually lighter than manual.
Going to the water. Here's the burnout. This is it, folks. This is exciting. This is too cool. Big burnout from Alex Taylor.
And part of her traction equation is those massive slicks in the back. And we can see they're nearly twice as wide as what anybody else is running. So they built that car from the back to the front for traction, and that might be their ace in the hole.
Absolutely.
That and her curb weight. She might be half the weight of the other fellas, but hey, we'll see in a moment.
Well, Ricky, he's not a man of girth himself, so we've got, in a sense, 2 flyweights in the seats. Fairly lightened cars. Alex significantly lightened, but Throttle did a good job of taking weight out of their car, too. So let's, sit back and see how this plays out. because yeah, it's for all intents and purposes David and Goliath right now for sure.
Yeah.
Justin bringing him into the line, drops the arms. There it is. Boom! Wow.
Wow, Chi-Town Hustler in the
Yes,
left lane.
indeed. Throttle gave it all the throttle for sure and put up a nice burnout smoke show. Definitely credit for the effort. Those guys got to know him a little bit in the short time that we've been together, and they're really, really cool cats out of San Diego, California, and very awesome to see them get out there and in a short period of time modify a car, come out on Woodward Avenue, drag race it, and hopefully, I'm pretty sure if you asked them, have fun.
And again, we saw that incredibly efficient launch on the part of Alex. And again, the setback, the slicks, I think it's working.
Yeah, Steve, I think I'm still not going to concede just yet. We're going to wait until the final race. But, man, that looked really good. That looked, for all intents and purposes, again, hard to beat. From the back, there it is. She just checked out. Look, the front came up a little bit and gone. And gone.
That's probably a 1.2 second 60-foot time, something like that. Pretty darn quick, I would guess. 1.3, 1.4 at most.
Maybe 1.3. I don't know about a 1.20. A 1.20.
Yeah, that's pretty darn quick.
That's really
Pro
quick.
stock.
Probably like.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know. That's right. 2 point. Yeah, the Demons go 2.3. So yeah, right.
1.30.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, right on. Takes a team.
Eric Malone looks like his car is fired up. Maybe he'll get a practice lap, a qualifying lap. I guess they're all called qualifying laps, so he might get one as well now too. Yeah, probably be a single. And Eric could use this. We saw him go down or partially go down and weren't able to get to the bottom of whether or not he was, in a sense, playing games or. I think he'll be deadly serious with this one. If he was gaming it up a little bit on his last pass, now it's nation time, Eric. It's time to show and prove a little bit, buddy. So
this is his second pass.
This is his second lap. Yeah, it's his second lap. And when he was talking to David Freiberger earlier, he says, you know, I guess on purpose, he just laid back, laid in the weeds, and let everybody, you know, run themselves out. And I'm sure watched everything that happened when the other competitors were going after it. So. A racer like Eric, data, that's another form of data. Watch what the competitor is doing and see what actions might be, not necessarily car actions, but driver actions as well.
I'm a little surprised he's taking the right lane because it does have that crown. You know, if he wants to get a nice clean pass, well, the odds are better in the left-hand lane where it's flatter.
Yeah, I tell you what, as a drag racer, you know, sometimes that's just like a mental thing. I prefer XYZ lane over the other one. Sometimes it's just like they'll go in that lane every time. Eric launches. That's a good pass. That's a good pass. That's sorted out a little bit.
Bring on the Amtrak. I wonder what those passengers are thinking to look out the window.
What the what?
And the police car even had drag slicks on it.
What?
There's the coronet.
What? Yeah. Well, again, DOT tires. DOT tires on it. Okay, so Eric got through. Clean pass. Looking at things, I would say that Eric might have to go back and turn the wick up a little bit to be quicker than Alex. If you look at the screen right now from the back, there it goes. Straight and clean. There's a gear shift and probably the nitrous shot with that little puff of smoke.
Oh.
So Tavares will now square off against Alex Taylor. Based on ETs, very clear that who's quicker. So Alex and Tavares will probably see each other next. I guess give Alex some few moments to just get right. Tavares has been sitting in a sense cooling, and some, I know the super cooler is there, but also, you know, just cooling, letting some of the
this would be Challenger Charger. Yeah, Charger Challenger fight here.
Here's the lane choice.
Yeah, we can. Let's do it. Okay, let's do that. You good with that? Just switch opponents? Yeah.
Sportsman.
We'll do that. Are you good if we just switch opponents? Yeah.
And here it are. I mean, ordinarily there's going to be like 80 cars a minute coming through that spot right there.
Yeah.
And there will be tomorrow right now.
Yeah.
But for now, this is a drag strip. Woodward Avenue. Woodward Avenue Dragway.
It's just another qualifying game.
They go at it again. This is a double qualifier, so they will go at it again, actually. No one's eliminated just yet. They'll go at it again, and the quickest ET will then advance. We'll race each other, advance to race each other, and then finally see Eric Malone. So we have a few rounds of this, which is cool. It's not a one-and-done scenario, so that's good for the fans. It's good for me. I want to see some drag racing. And stand by. There's a lot more drag racing coming up because we have our quick eights between the big tire cars and the small tire cars. So there's a lot of drag racing left out here.
There you go. So you two racing, you two racing. Okay. Left and right. Wait, we're racing again? No. You and me. Dude, I'm focused, buddy.
So it appears Weston's going to square off against Throttle.
Get your cars.
And Tavares and Alex Taylor will go head-to-head down Woodward Avenue per the second chip draw.
You know, the big difference between this and what might have been happening here in, say, 1969 or 70 is that people here would be changing plugs, doing, you know, on their carbureted engines. But these are computer-controlled, supercharged engines that are just so bulletproof and reliable. Nothing's being done.
Nothing's being done. The hoods are closed.
Yeah.
There could be a possibility that you throw the laptop at it real quick and make a change, but I don't think that's happening right now. But that is what typically goes on in your drag strip on a Friday night when you have these cars out there racing. They're sitting just like this, just waiting for the next turn to run.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I've run a Max wedge, a Hemi Charger, a couple of wedges and stuff. Maybe changing plugs. I think I think I nipped the plug last pass, or maybe I got too rich, dual quads, and
total foul.
Fouled.
Yeah, just fouled it out.
Put some fresh plugs. Give me another 5 minutes. Got to throw them in here. Burn your fingers on the headers. You know, get the timing light out. Crank the distributor a couple half an inch, and get the light and check it. But these are just sitting there waiting to go. Like they're like, okay, come on, drivers.
I'm proud to say that I'm from that era, but I will not say I miss it very much.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
I became involved with EFI on a hardcore level back in 2005 when I built my first project Mustang and converted it to EFI, standalone EFI at that, so learning tuning and that type of thing, and literally never looked back. I mean, sadly, I'll admit, sadly, you look at a carburetor, I look at a carburetor now, it's kind of like,
I love me a Carter AFB. I got no problem. I love them. They're great. They're wonderful. They're amazing. But at the same time, I got no problem with the EFI as long as you got a chassis dyno and somebody who's sharp with that stuff, because it is a loaded gun.
Absolutely. Oh, certainly, especially with a supercharger on it or a turbo or some type of power adder. Absolutely.
You can lean your junk out. Aluminum will burn.
Absolutely. Lean is mean.
I know this.
Lean is mean. Make Aluma sauce.
Yeah.
I had 8 holes full of Aluma sauce once.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, and oil's not supposed to come out of the dipstick.
Right.
Right. It goes in, or it doesn't go in. You know what I mean? When it sprays out onto the hood, okay, we're losing cylinder pressure somewhere, and it's probably a burnt ring.
All right, so here's the Hellcat's repeatability right now. Not too much of a cool down or a wait period, and they're back on the line to square off in the second round of what's a qualifying basically.
Right.
Freddie Hernandez, a.k.a. Tavares, versus Alex Taylor. Two power influencers on YouTube, Instagram, the social medias. You can follow them and see what they're up to in the world of modifying cars and being car people. And now they're here with us in Pontiac, Michigan, getting ready to blast down Woodward Avenue and advance at this point towards another round.
monster strikes.
Yes, sir. Closing in on being able to call that thing just the car at this point. That's very impressive. That's cool.
Yeah, that's strategy. That's strategy. She came here saying, you know what, we're thinking about suspension and traction, and well, here it is.
And we're gonna optimize it the best way we can, and it looks like they have. And that seriously was a thumping that they put on Tavares. That's the classic gap. There you go on the screen there from the back. You see Jason turn around and look at that. Alex Taylor just run away. Another grudge racing phrase is she ran out of his life.
I have a feeling next year there might be a tire rule. We'll see. If there's a next year, not saying.
Keep everything on a small tire?
Yeah, suspension rule too. We'll see.
Keep everything on a small tire. I would vote that way.
Yeah.
Everything in this program on a small tire. Have big tire, small tire for the shootouts, and everything in this program on a small tire I think would be pretty cool. And that's the thing, you know, you do something like this for the first time, it's a teachable moment. You're learning things that will make the next program, if you are to do it, you'll make it better. I mean, we've kind of felt that with Hoopty World Championship as well. Hopefully, if we get a second one, it's gonna be great. Throttle again. Push through the lights a little bit. Wow. The Helium Turbo, Weston's car, came on strong. The compound turbo system, so again, it's 2 turbochargers underneath the car that are blowing into that supercharger, creating a ton of boost. Hellion twins. And it definitely propelled Weston into a win against Throttle. So now it's a matter of doing some math with ETs and seeing who comes out best. And here's another look. I like this shot here. There's the start. You got a little bit of tire haze from the Throttle car, and then Weston's boost comes in right about there. And there it is. And he might have shot a little nitrous at it just to help it a little bit. So
Flying Tigers.
Yeah.
P40.
Yeah, P40 Warhawk. That's pretty cool. Weston Champlin out of Kansas. The plains of Kansas. Look at that crowd. Crowd on the Jumbotron there. Awesome. Awesome. To have a year away from this and bring back capacity. It's just brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Like nothing happened.
Absolutely.
I mean, a lot happened, unfortunately, but
yes.
We rebounded, and it's a great thing.
Yes, sir. That's awesome. That's outstanding. Hats off to Dodge once again. Can't say enough. Hats off to MotorTrend. This whole experience, your cars at the skid pad, the thrill ride experience, the Demon Drag Race Simulator, the Midway. There are vendors out there to sell you stuff or just to give you advice or consultation on parts and how to hop your Dodge or whatever Mopar you have, how to hop that up. This is just really, man, you know, almost automotive Woodstockish or Nirvana-ish, you know what I mean? It's really a real cool Autorama type thing that's just geared around gear heads and performance. I'm digging it.
And a great thing about it too, although it is powered by Dodge, sponsored by Dodge, Brand X is welcome.
Oh yeah.
You know, because I got to say, I'm a Chrysler guy at the core, although I absolutely appreciate and respect Pontiac, Buick, Chevrolet, Ford, Mercury, AMC, all of them. BMW, Mercedes, all of it, you know. But if it's only a two-way fight, Ford and Chevrolet, it gets boring. A three-way fight is when you have real good stuff happening in Detroit. Chrysler, GM, and Ford, and that's the best deal, so bring it on.
Absolutely. Now, I wonder if there are fans like there were, say, when you were really coming into the hobby, and you were, as you say, Chrysler and Mopar guy, and we know GM and Chevy guys and Ford guys, and I say guys including women that are interested in this. I wonder if it is that definitive or defined now with the later model Mustangs, Camaros, and the Hellcats here. Are the people that brand loyal, or is it just like, you know what, this is the coolest car of the moment right now and I want to have it?
Yeah, it's a good question. When I was in Hot Rod Magazine, I remember there was, in the 80s, there was a lot of guys, Mopar, no car, that kind of thing. There was, almost people would fight over it. You know, it's kind of goofy. But when I was in Hot Rod, they did see if it had rear-wheel drive, people would unify. Listen up as Alex Taylor is on the line speaking.
I kind of want to drink. I'm feeling the Dr. Pepper coming on.
Dr. Pepper, yeah. We should probably know the times, but I'm really scared.
Where's the bathroom?
All right, so your number one qualifier was Alex?
What? No way!
I want to read out.
Okay, who was the slowest? That's what Matt's saying now. Who thinks they were the slowest here?
Okay, so number one qualifier is Jacob's lane choice. I haven't been in a while. Lane choice? Take right lane? Left lane?
That's good. I can see the guy better. He touches my arm.
And the winner of this is Prius and Eric.
Oh.
So this is,
Wait, you mean to tell me I...
Yeah.
So I'm racing you.
Yeah. You know what?
I was thinking about that Dr. Pepper.
Mr. Pitt. Yeah, Mr. Pitt. Ready?
I guess.
All right, so 5 minutes. Awesome. Good luck. You better get some ice. Okay.
That's the deal. We've got our two semi-finalists right now, where Alex and Weston Champlin will have to square off for the opportunity. One of them will get the opportunity to race Eric Malone.
Alex, did you look intimidating for us for a second? Just like super intimidating. Yeah, super.
No, the car's working.
Poor Alex. It's just so difficult for her to be tough. She's too nice. That's very cool. So we know who the players are. I trust that you're just going to stand behind the car, the setup, the driver. No brainer, huh?
Well, you know, I get the traction
when you start with well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the traction monster, I think, is going to do its thing over and over, but we'll see. I mean, it's a drag race. You never know until it's done.
And Eric Malone is in the wings there, and he is the one who stated at the press conference yesterday with all the drivers, and they presented their cars, the unveilings, you know, anything can happen in a drag race.
Yeah, Eric did tell me when he was up here a while ago, he says everything you can see has been lightened. So
I asked him,
did you take every other spring out of the seats? He kind of just laughed a little bit, but did you acid dip the glove compartment door? Well, no, it's plastic, but, you know, I think they've done quite a bit. He said 700 pounds were taken out of that car.
Well, right away, and this has intrigued me, and I didn't ask him, the different color fenders.
Yeah, carbon fiber.
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah. You know, everything you can see has been lightening, and are they steel? Are they plastic? Or are they carbon fiber? I didn't knock against the car. I didn't really check it out that closely, but I'm looking right at them. That's something you can clearly see, and it's a different color. So
it kind of speaks to the 1968 Hurst Hemi Darts and Barracudas, which had gray primered bodies from the cowl back and black fiberglass front fenders and hoods. You know,
there's Eric in his car, ready to go. I call that patiently waiting. Looking at him, just patiently waiting, cool, collected. And again, he is the main man, the main guy from Fastest Cars in the Dirty South, MotorTrend program, original program. Might have the might be chilling. Might have the AC on. He's just in there chilling.
Could well be, you know, and it works so well. Why take it off, you know? And it's part of the integral front dress. So I mean, if you take that pump off there, you're going to replace it with a dummy pulley, and it doesn't weigh that much. I'd leave it in. And beyond that, it is part of the super chiller. It's part of the cool down.
I think that might be happening. If you look at the piece of paper,
yeah, it's blowing in the breeze.
He's actually got the AC on in there,
cranked. He's cooling. Yeah, this is not something that Ronnie Sox could have done between rounds in his Hemi Pro Stock Barracuda in 1970.
Exactly. In Darlington, South Carolina, it was 104 degrees. That's pretty cool. That's a great shot. That's a great shot. Everybody here is you can't say enough how much of a treat that everyone here is getting as far as what they're able to see and experience here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge on Woodward Avenue. It's just phenomenal where technology has come, you know, as far as race broadcasting. I mean, I've go back to, and maybe yourself, the very limited racing that we could see when we grew up on Wide World of Sports.
Yeah.
ABC's Wide World of Sports would have some drag racing that was sprinkled between figure skating and whatever else, and you had to watch the whole show to get that 4-minute glimpse of a drag race.
Okay, a third pass for our friend. He's practicing on.
Team 256 out of Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Eric Malone is the captain. Purging the nitrous there. And let's see if he ramps it up a little bit more. I mean, that second pass, his second pass a moment ago, looked much better than that first pass that he took. So he could be, quote unquote, playing the game all the way through. And if that's what's happening, I mean, this is really brilliant. Yep. He could be playing the game.
Good traction there.
Yes,
No
indeed.
spin.
Yes, indeed. He sort of walked it out a little bit. Now, it wasn't lazy per se, but it wasn't very aggressive. But that's to the traction point there. It's making enough laps and becoming familiar and comfortable to know how to drive the car. And coming up, this is another look at Eric, another angle.
Yeah, see the front come up. That's good traction. That's weight transfer.
Weight
The nose
transfer
comes up
there.
a couple inches. That's darn near 100% adhesion.
Exactly. Wrinkled that DOT tire a little bit. That's a good lap. That's a good lap. So helmet off, shades on, AC blown. I tell you what. I tell you what. I think I might have to get myself one of these Hellcat things.
I think I'd get a 6-speed. I just think I would. I mean, the thing of it is, to really use these cars anywhere all the way, you know what I mean? But I think I'd enjoy the experience of banging first, second, third. You know what I mean? At least better than feeling the torque plate go click, click, click.
I got you. I got to think. My mindset in that respect is always Southern California freeways.
Yeah.
It's like, no, sir.
Yeah, traffic. I hear you. I commuted to and from Hot Rod Magazine from El Monte in a 3-speed manual-equipped 63 Plymouth, and it was non-synchro first gear. And I'm inching along slant 6. It was a nothing car, but it was made into a super stock later. But no synchro first. You either lugged it in second or that was horrible. But anyway. Yeah, automatics for sure on a daily driver in LA because you're going to be inching along.
Absolutely. Got the trunk up on Weston's car. Matt DeYoung. Matt DeYoung is from Tucson Raceway. He's the big guy at Tucson, and Matt's down there running things in the lanes. And basically, he is, for all intents and purposes, race control, I guess, here at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. Doing a great job. He's really a cool guy. I got to spend some time with him when I was out in Tucson. Let's watch Eric on board. Keep an eye on the screen. Look down. Did you see him look down? Eric took a glance down. Don't know what he's reaching for. Maybe he was reaching for a nitrous button. Might want to rethink the location of that button, Eric. If you have to take your eyes off the drag strip to find a nitrous button, it's in the wrong place.
It is funny, too. These have paddle shifts and the console-mounted shifter. Not too many people use the paddles, I found, or at least today.
No, and maybe he was pushing the shifter forward. That could have been, but even to locate the shifter, it's like, no. Find that shifter before you take off, dude. Wow, in-car tells all. That's your telltale. So, Eric, you know what? You looked down when you were drinking. No, I didn't, Eric.
And here's where I sort of get shoved back. I mean, that thing was hooking.
Yeah, it took off.
Mounting the GoPro cameras with the suction cups. Probably for his YouTube feed, I'm going to guess, for replay later, or maybe live play right now.
Yeah, so we'll get an in-car. The GoPro that's going to show us an in-car in just a few moments. We hope. Now, Weston, gosh, I tell you what, Alex is really going to have all of that car work down low because Weston has very impressive top end. So if there was any type of a hiccup in this particular matchup on Alex's side, Weston, he's coming with mile an hour at the top end of the track. So
top end charge.
This is going to be a really interesting race right here, folks. She's charged her nitrous. She's really going to have to get out solidly and run, because that car in the far lane is going to come on her pretty hard.
A little surprising to see the fat, wide, full-size tires on the front of the Charger. You know, rolling resistance is your enemy. It's parasitic loss. That's why the skinny tires are generally seen up front, but, you know, to each their own. And the crew member steadying the car in the bleach box is not uncommon. First seen in the early 70s with pro stockers when they'd start to swing around sideways. Just saves time.
If you note the consistency in Alex's program as well, the burnout, same length, same, just efficient. That's the mark of someone who has been drag racing, has made a lot of laps, very familiar with the process. Not necessarily the car in this case, because it's brand new, but the process of drag racing. She's probably robotic about that in anything she sits in.
Yeah, consistency, doing the same thing over and over, minimizing variables. Charger versus Challenger.
Charger, Challenger, Alex Taylor, Weston Champlin. Eric Malone of Fastest Cars in the Dirty South awaits. Jason Ruckert waiting for the track to be clear, everything ready, and they'll bring him into the line.
Yeah, the traction monster and the top-end Charger.
Here we go, top-end Charger. Here we go. This is it. This is exciting. Alex stole the whole shot. Alex snuck that whole shot on him. As these things go, and you know, you want to take a look at that. We'll get another look at that several times, but I'm not sure. Had arms moved? I guess they moved, but they weren't anywhere close to fully down, and Alex was on her way. So she stole the whole shot. Here's another look coming up for us, so watch the screen. Oh yeah, that was a pretty good red light that she got away with, actually. with a Christmas tree in place at 5/10 Sportsman tree or a 4/10 Pro tree, either way you slice it, she was gone before the race started. And in a normal drag race situation, that's a no-no, and she'd be done. But we're on Woodward Avenue and we're street racing. Yeah. Okay.
Some say as soon if the arms start moving,
she's out of there, dude.
He was okay.
Are you sure? That's close.
Some say any movement, and some say the hands have to touch the legs. It just depends on.
Let's be diplomatic about this and call it a perfect light. Alex Taylor cut a perfect light on Woodward Avenue. That's awesome. That's really cool. That was it. A 002. So by the clock, a 002. That was almost a perfect light. Had there been a Christmas tree out there with an ambers and green, that's outstanding. That's outstanding. One more lap to do it with Eric out there. So the two superstars, Alex Taylor of influencer and YouTube, Instagram, all the socials, fame, and don't know how much fortune is in any of this, but fame for sure. And Eric Malone of Fastest Cars in Dirty South, MotorTrend original programming. They're gonna settle it. And ultimately, Steve, this is for a bragging right. You know what I mean? That's cool too. You know, sometimes there doesn't have to be mega bucks on the line. Something like this that's fun and it's cool and it's safe. It's really decent that it's just for bragging rights. Today, on this day, I had my day in the sun and I was better than you. We can come right back out here next year or another time and the roles can reverse.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, once the money is spent, it's just money. The memory and the achievement is what goes down forever.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed.
Well, the money's okay. I won't argue.
I won't sneeze at the money, of course. But I dig this.
And again, instead of changing plugs, I mean, there might be, like you say, a little laptop activity going on, but nobody's over there really making fixes to the cars. Nobody's bent any push rods. Nobody's dropped a valve. And of course, in top fuel, they'd be re-stripping the blowers and doing all kinds of stuff to the clutches and everything.
Sure.
These are very bulletproof, just round after round cars. It really speaks to the durability testing built into the Hellcat.
Absolutely, just repeaters. And you see Alex, if you look at the screen, you see Alex and Weston down there chatting about the run, and he's probably saying, look, I let off the brake and gave it all the beans basically in instant smoke.
Yeah.
Hopped it up a little too much.
Yeah.
Good race, fist bump, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Fist bump, we're friends, it's all good. Carry on. That's really cool.
I wish we had a scale here, because the cars are probably lighter than they look, you know, and back in the day, folks would have actually taken these things, stripped them down, and acid dipped the shell, which was a technique that was done. In fact, in 1965, Chrysler built a fleet of about 10 altered wheelbase cars, and each of them was stripped and then sent to California to a company called Chemcor that actually soaked them in acid, and chemical milling is what it's known as. Basically, you let the little acid molecules take away metal molecules, and you wind up with weight reduction of, say, 15, 20, 30%. And sometimes you also wind up with something that sags under its own weight.
Exactly. That was like, I guess you could say, one of the early stock, super stock kind of tricks. And one of the things about acid dipping was, to your point, you would have people that own those cars, and again, that was taking the rule book and really, you know, going against the grain a little bit. But had you had one of those cars and motion your hand towards leaning on it, the owner would freak completely out. Like, no, don't touch it.
You could puck the fender by blowing on it.
Exactly.
Another key thing is neutralizing the caustic soda. That was one key thing. You had to definitely get the car washed good and sudsy for a while. If you don't, then the car would continue to eat itself. And in fact, some of those altered wheelbase cars self-destructed over time.
Imagine?
Just crumbled.
Just going in the garage and your car is sitting as crumbled pieces on the floor. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, the effect would be that it would start to buckle in use. In fact, if you look at pictures of the Ram Charger 65 as the season goes along, the quarter panels kind of look weird, and the doors have wider gaps at the top, and you see more tubes welded into the car to compensate for the sagging of the unibody. So I mean, we've come a long way. And I know one thing too is, you know, in the old days of street Hemis and stuff, the body shell would be fortified to some degree. Torque boxes would be added at the leaf spring bulkhead to prevent them from pulling, and other things would happen, pinion snubber supports, that kind of thing. Well, these Challengers, the V6 car and the Hellcat, have the same unit body. There's no extra reinforcements needed at all, because, you know, being designed on a computer virtually, there is stiff. Beam strength is, you know, as strong as it can be. There's no need to fortify these cars. And back in the old days, things like sunroofs would be an opportunity for flex and weakness. But you can get a sunroof in a Hellcat, no problem.
No problem.
Doesn't affect anything. It's still strong, and they're built like a tank. It's a great thing. And,
giving, I guess it would be Alex in this case, a little chance to cool down, just a little reset time. And then she'll come out and square off against Eric Malone, fastest car in the Dirty South. See who's best.
And everybody here's running pump gas, you know, no nitromethane or anything like that.
There's E85 in the mix. And I guess you can get that through the pump in some cases.
Yeah.
So there's E85. There was
110 octane, something like that.
And E85, just a bargain. You know, the cost of E85 versus some of the race fuels is significantly less, and you get the 110 octane, so you can't miss with that stuff.
Yeah, back in the day, in the 60s, they used to graduate from gasoline to a little thing called nitromethane with a little bit of alcohol and some hydrazine thrown in.
Boom, boom.
And that's when engine blocks would become two pieces. You know? But a few drops of hydrogen apparently would be enough to really do a number on power, but would right on the edge of destroying the engine. But that was life on the match race circuit back in the mid-60s. And kind of the similar thing going on now with the supercharged cars, you know, hitting the circuit and running around, and stars are born. And yeah, it's great stuff. Run Richard Run match racing is my favorite kind of racing, you know. Yeah, rule book stuff is okay, but it's kind of confining. It's always best to, you know, let your imagination and your wallet and go full boogie and build a beast that is quicker and faster, you know, based on imagination and parts. And yeah, Run Richard Run is the best way to go racing.
That's your wheelhouse, right on.
Yeah.
Now, to that point of mixing nitromethane, even today, you know, there's such a volatile fuel, you know, and the handling of it. It's just, I think back to, I was involved with World Ford Challenge many years ago as an all-Ford predominantly Mustangs event, and there were fuel requirements, and we had someone that actually checked fuel to make sure that it was within the spec that was, per the rules, basically. And there was a guy that came to fuel check once, and they needed to check his fuel. It actually had an aroma going in, an aroma that was just different. There was red dye in it, and you think about red diesel, but it wasn't diesel, but it was red dye in it. And when they brought this sample to the fuel check, the dude had like lab gloves on.
Okay.
It just made you wonder, like, okay, buddy, we gave you rules about fuel, and you're that concerned with the way you handle this stuff, drain every drop of it out of your fuel cell right now.
Was it something you found to be illegal, or was it just an unknown?
It was, for all intents and purposes, man, it was rocket fuel.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It was rocket fuel, and it was, definitely illegal. And that's a racer, though, trying to get around rules. But just the aroma was like, wait a minute, that just smells funny. Let's investigate this further. And sure enough, no, that's got to go.
To that point, back in the 60s, during the match race times, Chrysler has a rocket division in Huntsville, Alabama, Chrysler Aerospace. And back then, they would whip up special batches of fuel for the Ram Chargers that weren't detectable, but were absolutely rocket fuel or descendants thereof.
Sure.
But Chrysler's rocket program helped their funny car program, Pretty cool. Huntsville, Alabama, the Chrysler rocket department. The Saturn V rocket, a lot of that was designed by Chrysler. Good stuff.
And now you have Eric Malone. I know he's on VP Q16, and that's a good supercharger application, or a high compression naturally aspirated application, actually, the Q16. And then the throttle guys said they were on E85, and Alex and I believe Weston were running something called Ignition or Ignite. I'm not familiar with that fuel, but that's a race gas that I think goes about 110 octane as well. Ignite, maybe it's called, or Ignition. I'll have to look that up. New on the scene. It used to be just your VPs and
Cam 2,
Cam 2,
Sunoco 260, or Ultra, whatever they called it.
Yeah.
And they're still around, many of those.
Back in Cali, when I first arrived in Cali, it was Trick Racing fuel.
Yeah, it's Trick.
Trick.
I know Rocket, of course, is one of the big racing
Rocket
fuels
brand.
these days.
Big supporter of Hot Rod Drag Week.
Yes.
Big supporter of Hot Rod Drag Week.
Can't beat the weather. This is wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah. Knock on wood, but so far so good. It's wonderful. Temperature's perfect. I was in Massachusetts, about 99 in Massachusetts, so I figured it'd be just as bad here. Not bad, but hot. But no problem. This is about 75. Nice breeze. Couldn't be better. Good stuff.
And now going back to the track, we've talked about how the weather is impacting the track and the sun on it, etc. Now, as the evening comes in, drag strips typically tighten up as cold comes on. They tighten up, so we might actually see traction, and if they dress it, I'm confident they probably will dress it again. Just treat it a little bit, touch it up is the term, before the quick 8 cars get going. That will be interesting to watch how traction early in the day was really compromised and it wasn't optimum, but now as that treatment has been able to set in, there have been cars going up and down, thankfully without incident too, in the starting line area and also up top. We might see a really good drag strip come the start of sundown.
Yeah. I guess the ideal is for the surface temperature of the track and the tire to be about the same.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got to say, at Mile High Dragway in Bandimere, they have a heated starting line.
Yes.
Which is an insane thing, but it works.
Yes,
to keep it consistent.
At Bandimere and then in North Carolina, Galat also has that. But there are 2 finalists there on your screen. Jumbotron showing us Eric Malone on the left, fastest cars in the Dirty South. Alex Taylor, influencer, on the right, hands on hips, deadly serious right now because she's got to go up against Alex. She's knocked down all competitors and ready to try to get that crown now.
Want to go for the third? Because I got 3.
Getting mic'd up. Just technical stuff that deals with production. That's part of the whole TV life or internet programming life that a lot of these influencers are about and they're into. So.
And a lot of this, too, is being taped for a Roadkill episode coming soon to a television or computer near you.
Absolutely. And I'm just looking at it right now, the elements, I'm pretty sure are going to make for a great Roadkill episode because you're at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge doing Roadkill stuff. So that's really cool.
it is sad to imagine that each of the cars in this competition are going to go back to Dodge and perhaps get disassembled. They won't get bronze or gold plated and put on a wall somewhere.
No.
You know, but they'll have served their purpose.
Disassembled, for all people following us right now, equals crushed. They go into a crusher for just for your information. These cars are raced now. The influencers, as part of this program, and they're participating in this program, they get to keep the drivetrain. So everybody's taking a Hellcat drivetrain home to their shop, and that'll be interesting. Something we talked about a lot earlier. Where are they going to get swapped? Are they going to get swapped into what? But to have that engine and transmission and stuff sitting there waiting to get dropped into something, that's going to be cool to see where this power plant goes in its next life, so to speak.
I've got a smart car in my driveway with a bad ECU, so you know, it's kind of sitting there right now waiting to know what's put it on the smart car.
And you watch Alex getting buckled in. 5-part harness, 5-point harness, a Hans device, head and neck restraint device. Safety is key. Can't say that enough on any racetrack. In any form of motorsports, safety is first and foremost when you go down a drag strip.
It is amazing to think that for many, many years we actually nearly doubled the weight of our heads with a helmet, which then was not supported with a Hans device.
Yeah.
You know, you think about the whiplash, the neck injuries that happened because, you know, your head's heavy enough, but you add some mass to it. So the Hans device is a very important thing.
But then you look at Alex, it has a carbon fiber helmet. So.
Yeah, that's true. Lighter.
Much lighter, yeah.
It's helpful. I mean, don't race without a helmet, clearly, but
absolutely,
it's a package approach.
This was something that was discussed ages ago, a long time back, but at the drag strip, say you have a 13-second car, which, you know, people feel is slow, and 13 seconds is actually pretty good, but
it'll get your
at some drag strips, I believe it might have been 13 or 14 seconds. The helmet wasn't necessarily required. Might have been 14 seconds and slower. A helmet not required, but I chose to actually wear a helmet because you have to look at it like this. Run as fast as you can, as fast as your body will take you, and slam yourself down to the ground. You're going to get hurt. So at your 80 miles an hour, 75 miles an hour, whatever it is, hit the wall.
Yeah.
You're going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Safety is number one. Safety is number one on the drag strip. Look at Alex. That's focus. That's a great shot there. Here's our burnout. Purge first. Again, robotic. Same thing every time. Purge first. Get the signal. Oh, come here, Dad. Look, Dad. Fix it, Dad.
Concern.
Make it good, Dad.
Yeah.
Make it good, Dad.
Cameras are all strapped onto the
Dennis
robot.
Taylor, Alex's dad, built the car with Alex at their shop in Arkansas. Pull those belts. Good for you, girl. Good for you. For all the bragging marbles in the Hellcat Grudge Race program, this is it.
Massive wheel tubs.
Yeah, big tubs.
Nicely upholstered, you know, well finished.
That car is done, dude. That car is really very well done. This should be a good drag race. The best of the best right now. Street race.
Red light.
Street race stole the hit.
Little
red light. Yeah. How did we score this one? They're on the street.
Tough call.
I don't know if that no chase is a race. I don't know how this gets scored, but I guess another celebration down there. So it looks like
arms didn't move. We'll have to get a replay on that for sure. Hard to say.
Alex.
That's no way to win, though.
Alex Taylor, she's taking it.
I bet she'll say
you go down there and tell her that.
She might say let's do it. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see.
She's taking that win, buddy.
Yeah.
All win.
Good job.
I tell you what, you know, as these things go, Eric knew what he was up against. Here's another look at it. Eric said, oh yeah, that's a red light.
Yeah.
No way around it. Alex kept her poise, stayed there. She probably like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Where's he going?
Yeah. Good. She didn't follow. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's incrimination or whatever you call it. But yeah, well, that's a victory.
There you go, folks. There you go. Round of applause for Alex. Alex Taylor Influencer beats the TV guy. That's the reason why Dodge threw this bash. And there you have it. Influencers for the win. That was really cool. David down there talking to Alex. Here's one more look at it. Eric Malone in the far lane there, and go.
Yeah, oh, that's well.
Yeah. Wow.
And again, ever the pro. Alex didn't take chase.
Nope.
You know, didn't take the bait. She just, nope, that's not
Watch
the way
your
it goes.
fan. Let's see her reaction. She's like, what? Where'd you go? What? Okay.
She's like, okay.
All right then. Got it. Yes. Good for you. Wonderful. Alex Taylor Racing. We'll have to check and see if this is her first win in a drag race competition. She's gone down the drag strip, of course, many times, but in competition of any sort, was this her first win?
Let's see what happens now.
Oh, Eric's going to say I had to run. I knew what I was up against. I had to do what I had to do.
His instinct was there.
Absolutely.
I get that.
A little too fast, but he was trying to get that hole shot on her. Came up red. There we go. And the hug. There we go. And the hug. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm glad I got to try to race. I thought it was good about that $1,000.
Uh-oh. Dad's talking about $1,000 bucks.
Exhibition. I think I heard her say exhibition.
I heard her say exhibition.
What they'll do anyway. Nobody knows no nitrous.
Not like the sound of
Hands up, no nitrous, don't move.
I want to see it. Go.
Uh-oh.
No nitrous. You turn yours on. No nitrous.
Suit up.
Now we're talking grudge race here.
We ain't scared. I've got one book.
Ours will take. Run it like we really were. We already won. Like.
I'd rather see nitrous. Let's put some show on. You got more nitrous than we got.
Let's do it. Nice. There you go.
Let's do it. So you think that'd be twice the best guess you want.
I told you to leave. Have a good reaction.
Hey, yeah.
Hey,
Look, hold on.
Hey.
His hands went up and I went on.
Go up, you left right here.
That's street racing. This is what I'm talking about, man. Where was this a half hour ago? This is street racing here.
Yeah.
Hey, do you not see when I was racing? Will you be ready to go?
No chases of race. Let's just see the car. It's like not.
Let's do it.
Put a flashlight on it.
Yeah.
Put a flashlight on it, and that's the equalizer there.
Roadkill Nights.
Wow.
There you go.
Exactly. Street racing. Finally, some negotiating, some settling on a good race, and now we're going to see it. That's cool. Dodge holds on to the pink slips.
Sunroof is open? No. Okay. Sunroof on the Charger. Nice.
Split screen. We'll see that race again, and Eric just took off.
Okay, I was just saying I didn't want to push it up here. Okay.
That's a crazy shot. I love that in car. In car is awesome. Again, things you learn from in doing this, and hopefully there'll be a next time, as we've said. But in car, going down the drag strip, let's see the driver's view of a lap.
Yeah,
that would be really cool.
Hey, fair here.
That would be really cool.
You made a hit then, dude.
One of the great things about GoPros is you can kind of stick them anywhere. I know some people who actually put them on above the rear axle to shoot the pinion move down the track, you know, and study how things are.
Transmission movement, deflection and stuff, absolutely. That really cool. It's become a tool, the GoPro camera. Been around for several years now, which is pretty wild. Several levels of GoPro.
Street racing is back. I love it. Heck yeah.
Nice.
make sure you wait till them arms come down, right?
Oh yeah, I'll wait this time.
As soon as you see them shoulders drop, roll out.
Make sure the nitrous is on.
Ready?
Make sure the nitrous is on. Yeah, instructions. Don't move. Yes, Eric was instructed to sit there until he sees shoulders move instead of just taking off. Let's see how well Eric follows directions. This is cool with audio. Hopefully everybody out there in the audience can hear this in-car audio. Like a machine. Same thing every time. That's how you win a lap.
Skinny tires up front, minimal rolling resistance, good rollout. If you had beams, it would matter. Not so much here.
Right.
And pretty heavy. Listen to that.
That was aggressive.
Whole point of the Hemi is to get the valves opening toward the center of the cylinder bore so they're not shrouded by the cylinder wall. And whether it's 1951, 1964, or 2005, the Hemi makes magical airflow. Add a blower and, well, you got this.
Eric got out there. There you go. Eric got out there. Dude.
Well, look at that.
How about that?
So the traction monster can be defeated.
Can be defeated.
Look at that.
That was a straight up win.
Wow.
That was a straight. Look at his face. Look at that. And a chuckle. That was a straight up win. That's awesome. That is awesome.
That's drag racing.
Absolutely. That's a straight up win. He got out there. I mean, basically, he wanted to do that the last lap. Getting in front of that car, the whole shot, that's a whole shot win.
Does that tell us he was holding back? Because that thing hauled butt.
That thing moves out. I bet that car, honestly, it's about, we're looking at a presentation. Alex has that big tire, etc. This car doesn't present the same way, but it's probably sitting on the same or more power, and he knows how to manage it.
Yeah.
He needed a whole shot to win the last lap. He tried to get that whole shot in Redland. He took the whole shot that time, and as these things go, ran out of Alex Taylor's life. Here's another look at it right here. Gone.
The starter was good. That was a good start.
Absolutely.
That.
Alex left clean.
That's surprising.
It was a whole shot.
He's got some power.
That was a whole shot. It's a quick car. As he started coming on in his practices, his third practice lap looked really good, and I was thinking that's about as fast. Got her.
There you go.
Yeah.
And it's PG
awesome.
friendly. What a pro.
Who leaves first?
Look over. Look at that.
There's the stripe. Good drag race. Very good drag race.
Wow. How the tables turn. Look at that. Wow. Great race. And that last pass was clean.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was
good,
surprised.
clean, heads-up race.
Yeah.
On Woodward.
Yeah.
Significance. There's significance everywhere in this.
Yeah, no jail cells, none of that.
Yes, I got it. Okay, let's go.
This has been a
Where's Christy at?
Where was she? That was a good race.
Christy, is she over there still, or?
Okay, Alex and Eric, I have the official.
That's great. There's Dave Freiberger.
That's he. That's he.
My boy.
I still win. I
still won the race.
You still won overall, but on
Yeah.
that one, he got the jump on you and he got there
There it
first.
But I still win.
Yes, you still win.
You still went quick.
Do you want me to hold that? Oh, it's like you're in your right face.
That was cool.
I wouldn't have let them made you rerun that if I was you. I'm sorry.
I don't care. I wanted to run the car. I didn't want you to.
That was just so fun, though. I mean, you obviously won the race and came back.
Yeah, I
It was
mean,
cool.
I knew it was before we went, so I'm happy with that. The car was like 220 as we were sitting there on the line. I'm like, come on, arms, let's go down already. But
So 530, 570.
Really?
Oh.
I killed you.
oh,
on the
you
tree.
killed me on the tree.
Oh my God. How old are you?
530, yeah.
Oh, wait,
But
no.
he got there first, so he jumped in five.
How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you? I mean, I just.
He can't even see the arms. He's so old.
I'm telling you. I need glasses. I'm in denial. I just want
Boy, you got one. You had to cheat on the first one. You got me on the second one. Like, if you were that confident.
Friendly rivalry is getting bad.
I think that happened also this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, you beat
1-1.
me one and I beat one. Okay, this is the way we ended. We live
No,
and race another
no,
thing.
I don't accept that. I don't accept that. Don't accept that.
I love both.
Alex Taylor won Roadkill Nights Celebrity Shootout Hellcat Grudge Match 2021.
Heck yeah.
I'll buy
I'm
that.
glad I got to race you.
Yeah, me too. We are going. God, they want to get. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fun.
Steve, do you hear that, Steve?
Behind us, something. Oh.
Wow.
This
Do
would be
you hear
cool.
that, Steve? Do you see that? Oh, come on and fire that thing back
Okay.
up, Joe.
A little pop, little pop.
Joe Zolper of Garage Squad is approaching the starting line here at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge in his Dodge Daytona drag machine. I don't know, I should have asked Joe, is this, it's probably Pro Mod themed. I don't know if it's actually a Pro Mod car.
Yeah.
But this is going to be special right here.
Well, Christy Lee is hanging out with Alex
I
Taylor,
don't feel like
our
I need
winner.
to give you any introduction now. Here we are again. We meet hours later after what was just an insanely epic battle. Come on, tell us a little bit what's going on in your head right now.
I feel really good. Like that last one was super fun. I am claiming that. That is something that we've worked. Me and my dad have worked so hard to get there, and I feel like I drove the car well, and I'm ecstatic right now. So it was a good time.
I mean, this was all the drag racing smack talk we were looking for earlier in the day, but I love that you guys were able to kind of break it down pre-race, post-race, and really just talk to each other and talk it out.
I am not a trash talker. I love to have fun. I like the car to prove itself. I think that's the thing. So, after the track and the car did it, I feel confident now. Before I was like, no, I'm not gonna trash talk. I'm not doing that.
It was just too easy not to, right? So what about an experience like this, getting a chance to get a car from Dodge, get the funds from Dodge, do all the building that you guys did in the past couple of weeks? It's been insane.
Everything that you just said is like a dream come true. One by itself would be awesome, but for all 3 or 4 that you just named, it's insane. So when that opportunity came up, it was just mind-blowing, and to be here right now, it's incredible.
All right, congrats again, girl.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, it's not just the brotherhood of performance and muscle,
Absolutely.
it's the sisterhood.
Absolutely.
It's the peoplehood of muscle.
The peoplehood, and Alex, again, super accomplished, and she's done major things in drag racing, and I'm sure will do many more as she goes forward in the sport. But on this day, as far as having your day in the sun is concerned, she has had her day in the sun winning the Hellcat grudge race, influencer grudge race, celebrity grudge race. She put the smack down and she held it poised. Eric Malone took off in that final round when it counted, red lit theoretically, and Alex took the win.
Yeah, meanwhile, it looks like Joe Zolper's Daytona has coughed. Hopefully they can fire it up, but that is an animal.
Yeah.
And it's a real 68 steel Dodge Charger shell. And he welded up the frame, chrome all. He said there's a pile of tubing on the ground, and he basically made it happen. That's a guy who can do a lot of things. And we see him, of course, every week on Garage Squad doing his thing. But this is when he's really getting serious right here. Unfortunately, I guess, maybe something popped or cooked, but...
Oh, absolutely no. That's too bad. That we're getting word that there might be an engine problem, failure. I don't want to even use the word failure, but they're pulling it off. We heard a big pop.
Yeah.
We heard a big pop.
Tuning issue. No
He's getting
oil,
pulled
which is
off.
good. So it didn't...
That's too bad. That would have certainly been a treat, seeing that go down Woodward. Even if that didn't go down, say it blazed the tires, just to see it there sitting on the line was Awesome.
And if that
What a
nose,
car.
if that nose, yeah, here's a peek at it. Doing a little burnout here, but if you're watching, listen carefully, you'll. A little something.
Yeah. The crowd, the crowd felt that one. Wow. The crowd felt that one, and I don't know if it was a pop or just something breaking. Like, oof. You hate to hear and see that at any drag race. Thankfully, no oil or fluids on the track.
If that nose cone looks like a Plymouth Superbird nose,
yes,
that's what it is. They were slightly different, a little pointier and different recesses. But great work, great car. Let's take a walk down to Christy Lee and see what's cooking elsewhere.
Christy's actually going to speak with first responders now. They're coming up next.
All right, guys, here to chat with a couple of our first responders that are going to be racing here shortly. We've got Matt, our fire department chief from Pontiac and Waterford Hills, and then Waterford Township. Got it. And we've got
racetrack, Waterford Hills.
There is. I live close to that. We've got Bill from Star EMS too. Okay, guys, we're going to be racing here shortly. Do you know what vehicles you're racing in just yet?
We're not 100% positive whether it's going to be the Durango Demon or the Charger Demon.
That's what I understand. They might be parked down there. We're not sure. They're going to give us a fast car, and we're going to go as fast as we can in them.
Okay, I like that. That's a good motto to live by. So have you guys done any drag racing before?
It's been a long time, but I spent a short time doing a little bit of drag racing, but I wouldn't call it fast.
Bill?
No, I have not, so I think I've got the rookie advantage here.
Okay, you just watched some kind of epic racing going on, some epic smack talking. Are we going to see any of that right now? Do I need to step out of the ring? And
honestly, we've known Matt a long time, over 30 years, and I'm not going to hold his youth or inexperience against him. He'll get in his car, I'll do my thing, and at the end, he'll buy me dinner.
And I really think reaction time is going to be the key here, right? So young is usually faster, I believe. At least that's what my dad told me. So.
All right, guys. Well, obviously you're great friends. Well, of course, on behalf of everybody and myself, I'd like to thank you as our first responders. And you know what? Good luck out there.
All right. Good luck, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck, man.
Guys.
And it's coming up shortly, the first responders showdown in a couple of Hellcat-powered vehicles, quite different. We'll see what they are when they roll up. But again, that Hellcat engine started out in the Challenger and, of course, wound its way into the Charger as well. And then, of course, certain Jeeps and pickup trucks. And what won't they put it in next?
That's the thing. What won't it go in next? In just a moment to say thanks and hats off to all the first responders participating here at Roadkill Nights, in the stands and watching. Those are special people, man. You know, to go into danger, into harm's way, to protect and serve and save and do all kinds of things to help people. You can't sneeze at that, you know, and they deserve every bit of accolade that we can give them. So thank you very much to all the first responders who are watching and who are here with us in person and virtually or online. And should be cool to see them get a chance to go down Woodward in a drag car, in a race, in a fast car.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and again, I got to pinch myself. We're actually on a public road, and this time tomorrow, this will be a regular road. And yeah, all the concrete barriers will be gone. They have a crew that sweeps in here, and by midnight tonight, the contract says this has to be back to normal, which it's amazing. But what a great little thing this is, a little oasis of high performance that the City Fathers of Pontiac, Michigan agreed to let happen. Great stuff.
Everybody out there in that great crowd, stand by. We've got a lot more coming up. At 6:30 p.m., our first responder showdown. Chrissy just spoke with two of the first responders who will be racing here on Woodward Avenue. And then at 6:35, the flamethrower and wheel stander exhibition run. I spoke about that a lot earlier, and I don't know if everyone was here to hear what I had to say, but now I need to let you all know that you want to see this. You want to see the flamethrower shoot, I don't know how far behind the car or vehicle that orange flame is going to be, but that's impressive to see something like that go off. And then the wheel stander going down Woodward on the two rear wheels of the vehicle. It's going to be really cool to check out. Then at 6:45, 6:45 is almost like we get things started with opening ceremonies. At 7:30, the top 8 shootout begins. The top 8 competitors in big tire and small tire have been selected, and they'll come out and run as pairs until we get down to finals in each bracket. And then at 9 o'clock, those top 8 winners will receive their awards, and after that we'll probably wrap it up. So here we go with the first responders. Sirens ready. Oh no, this is the wheel stander. This is the wheel stander now. So this is live action, as they say, and schedules can get moved around a little bit, and we're gonna let the wheel stander go now. And Steve, that's based on a...
It's a Ram 1500 pickup.
Okay.
And it's a 392 Gen 3 Hemi. And I love the 5. Look at that.
Throwing the flame too. So maybe this is an all-in-one deal. I might have put this together the wrong way. I thought we had a flame-throwing car and a... Wow. Well, sit back, folks.
And Little Red Fire Truck is
Feel
a nice
the
play
heat.
on Little Red Wagon, the original wheel stander. And here's its grandson.
Little Red Wagon was Bill Maverick Golden, correct?
Yeah. And before that, Jay Howell, who's often forgotten, but certainly nice straight pass.
I don't know if Freiberger hears this, but like, nah, dude. That was just amazing. That was amazing.
And often they use titanium blocks on the tail, the wheel part there, and that allows the flames to be made. Here's a replay. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
That's awesome.
And the engine's behind the cab here, of course, for ideal weight distribution. This is what Alex Taylor did, but taken to the extreme. It's about a 4-foot engine setback here instead of 4 inches.
As wheel standers go, the Hemi under glass, another famous wheel stander, Barracuda, of course, and it was under glass. It was under that bubble back, and you can look down in there and see it. That was cool. I don't know if he's going to come. No, we won't come back the other way and do it, or will we? Or
centrally located driver instead of being on the right.
No, just cruise back. I don't know if I'm feeling doing it. What? No, stop. Get set up and bring it back. Why not? Look at that. There we go again. So, folks, that's a treat. That is a tremendous, tremendous treat that you're seeing here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Little Red Fire Truck, wheel stander, and flamethrower, all in one. I apologize for the misinformation that maybe we had 2 different vehicles that we're going to give this exhibition. It's all in one, and that was as cool as it gets. Awesome.
And the weight distribution generally is 50-50 is the ideal. Well, that's 0-100. Front 0, rear 100.
Rear
momentarily
100.
anyway. Yeah. Weight transfer of the first order right there. Engine number 392. Get it? 392 Hemi.
392. And he has the Roadkill banner. Awesome. Roadkill rocks. No doubt about that. And the flames. What a cool deal. What a cool deal. Now that vehicle, he took a steering wheel off. I'm not certain it's rear steer. In the quote unquote old days, there were like ropes open, almost like cables that they used to steer.
Yeah. There would have been right and left brakes at the rear. Yeah, the magnesium or the titanium blocks making the sparks on the way down the track. And they don't scar the track that much. In fact, the NHRA does not like things that mess up their track. Not their track, but those are pretty gentle on the surface, but they make a lot of sparks.
And for folks wondering, okay, well, how does he see where he's going? There's a cutout in the floor. And you're basically looking down at the track. And launch some shirts into the crowd. Pyrotechnics part of this with the flame throwing, and now we have a shirt launcher. Pow.
CO2 cannon there,
nice.
I guess.
Nice. Couple of shirts out there. Again, at this point, this can't be beat right now. If you're, if you're of car guy stock or car girl stock, you're loving every minute of this. Live. And I would say people that are watching it too, they've got to be glued to the computers checking all of this out, because for this entire day thus far, we've had fast cars going down Woodward Avenue legally. We're going to go, and when he goes up, I thought maybe we might be able to see a little bit of the opening that's giving him bearings, I guess. The wall is over here. The wall is over here. When the chute launcher or the shirt launcher doesn't work, you just toss them.
Manual override.
Yep. Look at that crowd, Steve. Look at that crowd down there. Hats off to everyone who's out here. That's brilliant.
The peoplehood of muscle. Brother and sister.
The peoplehood, yes. Yes.
And a great thing is, I imagine there's plenty of kids here who maybe have not seen a car show ever. This is their first exposure to it. And you know, with any luck, they're, you know, Mopar people down the road. But if nothing else, they might be car people down the road. And they probably will be. And they'll remember this for the rest of their lives. That's a great thing.
Definitely. I'm going to go with car people. I can't bring myself to just make them that subjective.
I know, you got to love them all. I love all makes.
Absolutely.
Chrysler's my core, but, you know. When I say Chrysler, of course, that's a reference to Dodge and Chrysler and Plymouth and DeSoto and Imperial and the great marks that came along ever since 1914 when the Dodge brothers started the ball rolling way back when.
And Imperial was standalone for a period.
Sure was.
And then became a Chrysler model.
Yeah, yeah. Imperials were truly hand-built. Some of them were built in Italy by Ghia, the Crown limos and that sort of thing. And yeah, the Imperial brand was every bit competitive to Cadillac or even Rolls-Royce at certain times, the 1930s, no doubt.
We're going to clear the track now of the little red fire truck, wheel stander, and flamethrower all in one. Again, I stand very much corrected in my thought that there might have been two vehicles that we're going to put on this exhibition, but the little red fire truck got it done. Give him some applause as he comes back up the drag strip, up Woodward Avenue.
Yeah, right.
Thumbs up. That was really cool, and that's a good, a great preface for our first responders getting their opportunity to run down the street now. Totally cool. We're awaiting what I believe is another exhibition. This is the Grumpy, I forget what he calls this. Steve, do you know if this is Grumpy, some type of a race car, a full-on?
You know, it's coming up. There's a smart car rolling up right now. I have one of those. They're not fast, so I'm going to guess that's got to be the service vehicle. There's actually a smart car on the starting line right now, but it is backed up by, oh yes, that looks like a very highly modified Challenger coming up in a moment. And the smart car, the funny thing about smart cars, those are very popular in the NHRA drag pits as pole mobiles, and believe it or not, Sunoco uses those to deliver race fuel to teams at NHRA events. But yeah, they're not fast.
The Grumpy Cat. This is the Grumpy Cat coming on deck. Exhibition vehicles coming through as they come through, basically. And Grumpy Cat's going to try to get down Woodward. Oh, another pop. We just saw and heard Joe Zolper do the same thing. So let's hope that Grumpy Cat can get himself, Grumpy Cat Unchained, can get himself fired back up. Awesome.
Yeah, cool. Self-sufficient starter. Some of these need a little help from the side, but that's cool. It's got a starter motor. It's a good thing. Charging system, probably. Or at least a big battery, or two.
Turbocharged Hellcat engine.
Yeah, that sound is often an intake manifold tract issue. Sometimes a bent push rod, sometimes, but often it's just a noise. Never know. A tuning issue of some kind.
Tuning.
Or maybe valve flow, set the rev limiter a little lower. Okay, round 3, good. Grab the cat unchained.
I would say that probably in the quarter mile, this is probably something in the 7-second variety. Wow.
Remind us of the Chi-Town Hustler, which was a very famous funny car back in the late 60s, early 70s. And Farconis, Coyle, and Minnick, they would do quarter-mile-long smoky burnouts.
Austin Coyle,
Dodge
crew
funny
chief
cars.
for John Force later on, and John Force did those same quarter-mile-long burnouts, yes.
Yeah, it does a couple things. Warms the tires. There's that little smart car. Go, go, go.
Go
He's
get
pedaling.
him.
He's pedaling as fast as he can. Yeah, those have 3-cylinder engines made by Isuzu. Kind of a Chrysler, oddly enough.
So the burnout gets a cheer from the crowd. I don't know if that was the plan or...
Yeah. You know, they do make a Brabus edition of the smart car with 100 horsepower, hey now, instead of the 70 that the standard car has. They're peppy, but they're fun. They're weird little cars, but I have one.
Right on.
Yeah.
Up top there we have the smart car that's retrieving Grumpy Cat Unchained. And I don't know if that was the extent of his exhibition, or is there something that he's going to come back around and try to maybe get down Woodward Avenue under power without tires blazing. I don't know, so let's all sit back and wait and see. But there are several other things that are about to happen right now, a little track dressing, so I don't think Grumpy Cat's going to get another shot at this. And maybe it was just to go ahead and peel the burnout off and go the length of Woodward Avenue, or the length of this strip of Woodward Avenue with smoke behind him. Total Venue Concepts prepping the track now for what will be the big segment, if you will, of drag racing here at Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. Our quick 8 shootouts, top 8 shootouts. They have the quick 8s in the staging area. If you look at the Jumbotron, look closely at your monitor there. Those are the cars that, based on their ET in big tire and small tire classes, based on their elapsed time, they were quick enough, the 8 quickest cars to go down this street today in both groups. And they will be paired, or they are paired. They're ready to race, basically. So after this track dressing and opening ceremonies and a couple of other formalities, those cars back there that you see on the Jumbotron are going to square off and settle it, basically. They're going to get down this street as quickly and as fast as they can to win the quick 8 shootouts that are part of Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. So some more glue going down, be an application of the VP traction compound, VP Racing Fuels traction compound being applied now. And after that, I'm pretty confident they'll touch it with the rotator and the brush, just to make sure that both lanes are equal. Both lanes have the most traction, or the best traction that can be offered for these cars to run. This is exciting. This is at this point really exciting. It's been a great day of action, and if you were here or if you were watching online, you've seen that as the day progressed, big tire and small tire cars were going through here and progressively getting better as the track came around, as adjustments were made, and they were able to get their setups basically good, or as optimal as they could be, to get down this street. So this is going to be a best of the best. And you see on the far side there, the return road, there's a 4-door Chevelle making its way back up. That's a very quick car. I don't know if that is in or out at this time. I have no idea whether that's in or out, but that's a very quick car. And if it's not in, it definitely deserves props, because it's quick. But he's making his way down towards the staging lane, so he very well could be one of the cars that's selected. Couple of laps of the glue. Hopefully everybody's having a good time out here, and hopefully everyone has taken advantage of the opportunities to ride in a drift car at the Thrill Ride, to go drag racing in the Demon Drag Race Simulator. Strap into that, and don't know how fast ET-wise that simulation is, but you get the sensation of a wheel stand when you let off the brake. Basically, the cars raise up and give you that sensation of looking out over the hood and seeing blue sky and doing a small wheelie and then settling down and going through the gears through a quarter-mile run. So it's amazing what computer technology allows Dodge to do and allows fans like everyone out here to experience if they're not drag racers or even drag racers who might not have ever done a wheel stand, to get into something like that and get a little taste of what it's about. I think that's pretty cool. Hats off to M1 Concourse. This is obviously where we are now, M1 Concourse in Pontiac, Michigan. A wonderful facility of speed and style, basically. This is, I called it the Billionaires Boys Club. It's a really cool, slick outfit where car people can chill, can bring their cars and go racing on the road course, or have their garages set up to kind of be man or people cave, if you will. My buddy Tom Bailey has one over there, and his is decked out to be a place to kind of hang out, yet store some of his vehicles. And he was very gracious yesterday. Actually had several people through there yesterday to kind of hang out and experience Roadkill Nights pre-game type activity, and it was really cool. So if you haven't walked around M1, I suggest taking a look at that, or maybe go online and just take a look at what this facility is all about, and maybe come back and get into one of the experiences. If you look at the screen there, the Jumbotron, this is M1 Concourse from the drone, and that's the thrill ride in progress, or just video of the thrill ride, and the drifters taking people on a ride along in cars that get slideways, and that's really cool. Going around in a circle there and then cutting out of it and into the next turn, and everything is just wheel spin. Garages across the background. I don't know if Tom's is in that shot, but garages across the background, a huge facility. And it's one of those places where, I guess, you know, the ultimate car person spot. And there's a new building, or a new, I guess, center, or I don't want to say convention center, but a new building where maybe like wedding receptions or something like that can happen. It's basically an addition to what's going on here. Very cool. And there's a great shot of our street, Woodward Avenue, between Rapid and I don't know what's on the other end, but Rapid is what you're looking at in that shot, the cross street and the train tracks. More so the train tracks. That's what you're looking at in the shot there. And then above that, where the staging area goes back, that's Rapid, and that's a gate down there at Rapid. If you make the left, that's where we all came in earlier today. But look at that staging lane. It's 16 cars that are ready to get it done. And Steve, you know, we kind of had an idea as we watched these cars run earlier who might, quote unquote, make it. And now if you look down there, we have confirmation. There's your Canadian Nova sitting there ready to go. The Chevelle with the 671 blower coming out of the hood, sitting there ready to go. If you look beyond that, I believe the orange and white 56 Chevy is back there. As the qualifying, or as the time trial day progressed, you kind of got a sense of who might be a player in this, and those are big tire cars.
Yeah, it is true that, you know, drag racing is a game of traction, and generally speaking, the smaller the tire, the less likely you're going to hook.
If you focus down at the American flag, we'll have our national anthem. Down at the start-finish line, eyes right. You see it blowing in the breeze. Time for the national anthem. Miss Vanessa Carr singing.
Okay. Just sing? Okay. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red clouds of bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that I guess I'm practicing. He told me to go, and so I sang. Okay. Are you practicing? Yeah, I'm practicing. Thank you very much. I was so confused for a minute.
Okay, well, we're getting ready for the eliminations, the final 8 racers, and I'm glad to see a few Mopars, more than a few Mopars in the mix. Of course, the almighty LS is going to be a force to contend with. But again, we are here on Woodward Avenue, which is ordinarily a public thoroughfare, and ordinarily there's about 80 cars a minute driving through here during peak traffic, but not now. The city fathers have agreed to close it down to allow us all, courtesy of Dodge, Roadkill, MotorTrend, to enjoy some 550-foot acceleration contests. And traction is everything. In fact, we just saw the Hellcat shootout, the grudge match, and we saw that traction truly is everything. Alex Taylor took the contest largely thanks to her engine setback and large conversion to slicks and a 4-link and a 9-inch at the rear of the car. So Alex Taylor did a great job. Of course, the final round was an upset with a red light on the part of Eric Malone, but really great racing right here. And of course, the makeup race that they did, Eric got even and put a car length on her. So drag racing on Woodward Avenue, and nobody's going to jail. Try this tomorrow, that might be a different story. But great stuff right here at Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. The street surface we can see out there is getting darker in the groove, which is fantastic. That's a result of the rubber laid down by hundreds of passes over the course of the day, and that dark area right there is stickier than the light area, and as the racers come down the track, they'll do all they can to stay in that dark area and maintain adhesion and traction. So that'll be starting up in just a couple of seconds, the eliminations. Amazingly enough, in 24 hours, in fact, by midnight tonight, this will all be gone, right back to normal use.
Think you have what it takes to tame 797 horses? The only way to drive like a pro is to learn from the pros. Welcome to Radford Racing School, the official high-performance driving school of Dodge SRT.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he loops it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Now, let's go borrow a boat and make some bad decisions. Time to go incognito. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
You guys ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do this.
When it comes to busting myths, there's a new crew in town.
This is our job!
Join Tori,
Feels good.
Faye,
More power!
and BC
Absolutely gorgeous.
on their quest to solve motor myths or go or bust. It's Mythbusters for car lovers.
Back to Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge. We're minutes away from beginning the amazing top 8 shootouts. Big and small tire cars, a lot of Mopars, yeah, some Brand X, yes, I know, LS turbos and maybe a Ford or two, but they'll be charging down the 550-foot strip here at Woodward Avenue. Yes, this is a public road, but the town fathers and the city fathers of Pontiac have allowed this to happen for the last few years, and it's been a smash success. But get this, about 24 hours from right now, this will be a regular street with about 60 cars a minute traveling down at peak hours. So this is pretty good stuff right now. This is a little moment in time that we hope we can do again next year. Don't know, but we're doing it right now. Street racing on Woodward Avenue, and nobody's going to jail. Yeah, I saw hundreds of passes today. Track is really good. The rubber you see deposited has been laid there by cars throughout the day. It wasn't there this morning. It was a little greasy today, but now it's really starting to hook. The groove is good, almost all the way down to the 550-foot finish mark. Yeah, here's some of the highlights from earlier runs today. Check out your monitors. 65 GPO, Hellcats, burnouts. Good stuff. Huge crowd, and the weather couldn't be better. Knocking on wood, we have another couple of hours, and I don't see any clouds in the sky, but you never know, so I'm not going to talk too loud. But the temperature is fantastic, 75 degrees. Could be warmer, could be more humid, but this is about right. Doesn't get better than this. I'm here with KJ Jones, who's the co-host of the Hoopty World Challenge and a magazine guy from the world of Mustangs and diesels. If you read any of the 10 publications over the last 10 years or more, your name was in there all over the place.
Yep, back in the days, I guess they say at this point, you know what I mean? But senior tech editor of 50 Mustang and Super Fords magazine, so that by default makes me a Ford guy in the car space. But transitioned from there into the truck world. Diesel Power, editor of Diesel Power for, I guess, 7 years or 6 years of its run. And then, as you noted, the magazines went away with our company, but now we're doing stuff online. So you can dial up trucktrend.com, MotorTrend.com, and get your truck content there. So the content is still out there. It's just online now through MotorTrend.com and TruckTrend.com, and that's where I do my work now.
Yeah, you know, magazines are great. Of course, we still have Hot Rod MotorTrend and Four Wheeler. Those are still alive and very well. But the great thing about the online content is that unlike a magazine, which goes away every 4 weeks to be replaced by another one, and you have to go find the back issues, the online content is there forever, which is good stuff. So it's a new way of looking at it, and it's a great way of looking at it.
Absolutely. I like the idea of just there being a permanent archive of work that I've done, work that you've done, work that David and all the other editors that contribute to all of the titles have done. It's just, there for the dialing up. And in this day and age of Googling everything, you can just go ahead and Google and it'll get there. It'll come to your phone or your computer, and you can do all the research. As you noted earlier, doing research is important in this. And if you really want to get into it, as you noted, Steve, do the research. It's very easy, and the knowledge that you can gain by reading.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I've been a magazine writer since my beginnings at Chrysler Power Magazine in 1991, I guess, something like that, and then Mopar Action, and then Superstock, and then Drag Racing Monthly, and then Hot Rod Magazine. And more than anything, I was a magazine reader first, writer second. And I was about 8 years old, found a stack of Hot Rods and car crafts and Superstocks, and I saw writings by Roger Huntington, Cliff Gromer, people like that, and of course Ro McGonigal, Gray Baskerville, and you. So a reader first, a writer second.
And looking at someone who might say, how do I get into this type of thing? Today, you actually are your Alex Taylor. You're the Tavares. The influencer has become, the more knowledge an influencer is, the better. But the influencer now, through YouTube and through social media, has really taken on a big piece of this space. Of course, our preference is to be knowledgeable, to be someone who can speak facts versus speak fictions, especially when it comes to cars and things that we're passionate about. But easy as using your phone in a lot of cases for photography, for video, for getting yourself out there. So while there's not any type of a magazine happening, you can be a content creator. The key is to be a good content creator, regardless of the platform.
Yeah. I also do a lot of work with the Barrett Jackson Collector Car Auctions, 16 years of that. And I like to say that I love everything about cars except for the fact they don't talk. So when the cars cross the block or wherever they are, it's my duty to give them a voice and be as accurate as I can. And a lot of that comes out of preparation and not guessing when I can help it. So far, so good.
I think the car talked to me once when I blew an engine up, and it said, "You should have given me more fuel, KJ."
Or oil, maybe in my case.
It was a fuel deal. I leaned it out, and that's when I made Alumisauce.
Yeah.
8 holes of aluminum mess.
Okay, yeah. Lean is mean, fat is happy,
Absolutely.
Right? With the fuel mixture.
Absolutely. So this standby now, I guess, for what would be an opening ceremony, and then we're going to really get things going.
Yeah, it'll be good stuff. There's a nice mix of various types of vehicles, and put some cones are laid down, and we can see, of course, that'll help to keep people in their appropriate lanes. We can take over the street for a little while, but we can't be painting lines down the middle of it for our 12-hour drag fest.
That would just make it better for people that actually live in Pontiac to come down here and say, hey, you know what? You made a track for us. So.
That's right.
This is way too cool.
Yeah, the legends of Woodward Avenue. And I keep going back to, the days of the factory-sponsored street racing. I mean, nowadays, street racing is a pretty dangerous thing. Don't get caught doing it. In fact, don't do it. It's pretty socially irresponsible. But it's a fact that, it has happened. And it's amazing that Jimmy Addison and the Silver Bullet were basically fed prototype future parts for Hemis from the drag strip and run out here to spank the locals with a 67 GTX with a big old Hemi, a torque flight, and 1 seat. And Jimmy Addison driving that thing with no seatbelt, by the way, ever. he was a risk taker. I interviewed Jimmy, and he's a real deal guy, but not to be messed with.
But don't you think a local looking at a car with 1 seat might think, hey, you know what? I might not want to try this one.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And I love that. I mean, nowadays the Dodge Demon could be had with the 1 seat option.
1 seat in it, yeah.
So it's funny how the racetrack trickles on down to the street eventually if you wait long enough. Yeah.
The tables turn. Yeah. You see the banner there for Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew. That's a new show also on MotorTrend that the driving school that Christy interviewed, or Rebecca interviewed earlier, they actually gave Kevin Hart his lesson and his crew their lessons in performance driving out in Arizona.
Yeah, I understand that Christian Bale, of course, before they did Ford and Ferrari, was taught how to drive competitively at the school.
The Radford Driving School in Phoenix. So I might have to, again, take Beth up on that invitation to come out there and see what I can do. definitely open to learn anything at any time. So I think that would be fun to go try to check that out, the Radford Driving School out in Phoenix.
Yeah, I've been to one driving school in my days. It was a drag racing school, Frank Hawley in Pomona, and they put us into super comp dragsters, and you learn how to go fast in a straight line. But that's the beginning of racing, of course. Cornering and all of that is something that's kind of foreign to me, but I certainly appreciate it. But I never get a chance to really do it anywhere because, well, I drive on the street, so
yeah.
There's no tracks around where I'm at, but it's amazing to watch.
Well, the Frank Hawley program, I'm kind of close to that. I sent my wife to Frank Hawley's, and this was years ago. I'm a drag racer, and my wife is, of course, supportive because she's a great wife, you know, that type of thing. But I said, listen, you want to experience what I do and check this out and let's do it the right way. And sent her through Hawley's, and she did really, really well. Actually, Jack Beckman was her teacher.
Yes, me too.
Jack Beckman was her teacher, and after, instructor, I'm sorry, was her instructor. And afterwards, you know, I had to, all right, you want me to build you a car? And she said no. I was like, whew, okay. But that was cool. You know, she got to learn what's happening and experience what's happening and do very, very well. But at the end of the day, I don't necessarily want to do it, you know?
Yeah, to race professionally, well, I mean, you know, they say there are many multimillionaires who are merely millionaires now after going drag racing. It's not cheap, but to do it properly, it takes, you know, a full commitment.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm a weekend warrior when it comes to racing, bracket racing up at Lebanon Valley and stuff. Done a lot of that up in New York State, and yeah, my share of street racing back in the 80s, I have to say, but nowadays I don't want to explain to a police officer why I'm out there laying rubber, so I don't do that.
Well, the last time I was involved with anything like this, as a participant, I will cop to being a participant. I was stopped by an officer, and the officer, when he got to my window, said, "Aren't you too old for this?"
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
like,
embarrassing.
Well, yeah, I think so. You're right.
That's right.
We've got cars at the water, Steve.
Yeah.
Big tire cars coming to the water, ready to get after it.
Yeah, traditional hot rod with a Roots-style blower sitting on top. And again, another Roots blower sitting on top of the Pro Street Style 72 or 1 Chevelle. I like that, the look of that, the monochrome look. The bumpers are painted to match the body. Very cool, very traditional. I guess it's traditional Pro Street. Pro Street is now old enough to be considered a traditional form of the hot rodding picture. Of course, Pro Street arrived in the early 80s as a streetable replica of the Pro stock NHRA type vehicle.
As media goes, Pro Street was more of a car that was covered by CarCraft versus Hot Rod?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, CarCraft almost kind of helped to make Pro Street. You know, and I think Jeff Smith was the editor who gave the term Pro Street its name.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's nation time, folks. This is where it all matters the most right now. Yeah. With 8 cars in 2 classes, headed down Woodward, we're going to hope side by side in some tight drag racing.
Yeah. And could 2 cars be any more different than the traditional Model A type hot rod on the left-hand side and the Chevelle, the muscle car, in the right? But they're both hot rods.
And the Model A was, I guess, what, 27 to 31? Like a 4-year run?
Yeah, like that, yes. Yeah, right down the road in Dearborn.
Yeah. 1927 to 1931, and still going strong in a big way.
Yeah.
So blower squaring off. This is something else. This is
pre-race ritual of heating the tires is more than just for show. It absolutely does deposit some rubber on the strip that the car is about to go over again for extra traction. And of course, it heats up the surface of the slick to make it more soft and tractive. Better adhesion.
This is the big tire category. 2 supercharged big tire cars, Chevelle, Model A.
And they're both carbureted too, which is an interesting
2
twist.
carburetors apiece. Out there. Wow. That was a good race.
Wow. Tough to call.
Looked like the Model A from this vantage point, looked like the Model A might have gotten it. Both cars, I think, had to pedal.
And you got to remember the right-hand lane. This is a public road, and there's a crown. The right-hand lane does have a fair amount of ground, so it's easy to drift into.
Here's another look at race. We had the Model A actually wheels up a little bit. Chevelle had a little bit of a traction bobble.
Okay, Model A.
And Model A got the win. At the stripe, though, close. At the stripe, close. That's what it's all about. This is the best of the best. The best, the quickest 8 vehicles in 2 categories. And side by side or very close racing should be what we see throughout this segment.
More Novas. These should be called Cvas because they do go.
Traction management once again. Now we're really seeing it. These are cars with big tires, like Alex Taylor's car. These are cars with big tires, but as they progress that boost, you start to see things get a little washy. The tires start breaking away as boost comes in. So at the end of the day, it's really about how that power is managed throughout the course of throughout this course.
Yeah, whether it's done with the right foot or a timing controller. There's that Canadian Nova.
If you recall, anyone who's been here all day, there's your finish line in the last race. Look on your monitor. The Canadian Nova, deadly consistent throughout the time trial period. Throughout. So, do you change anything or do you just leave it alone? As a drag racer, I leave it alone because again, now if you look, the shade and as you noted, the darkness coming into both lanes, the track is tightening up. That glue, the touch-up that they just did, the temperature, the ambient temperature's coming down a little bit. Things are tightening up, so traction shouldn't be as big of an issue as it was. Again, down low, it should be pretty good. It's managing that traction through power upstairs. And these turbocharged cars with progressive boost through the boost controllers, that's what's key right here. I think it's more up top than down low right now. Gap sauce, like a machine.
The Canadian Acadian
like
took the whole shot and did it. Here's the chute.
Robotic through the chutes.
So we'll see the Canadian Acadian again. The 57, well, goes home.
Canadian should have thrown him back on that out there.
Good hole shot.
Total gap. Tom Bailey and Joe Barry. 2 Hot Rod Drag Week veterans, Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week vets. Cool cars. 6-second capable cars in a quarter mile. And they're buddies. So this goes beyond just advancing to the next round in some cases. This goes beyond, this goes to, I beat you on Woodward Avenue.
Yeah. That's something that not a lot of people can actually say.
Exactly.
Without a prison record. And with the driver's license. 56 Chevy Bel Air, 69 Camaro SS. That's what they were. Still are, kind of. Big tires, big tires.
And Rook's bringing them in. Jason Ruckert, our starter, doing a great job all day. Let the booth build up.
That was a premature start on the 56.
Yeah. Joe Barry stole that hit a little bit. Now, I don't know. We'll have to look at a replay to see where the arm, Jason's arm position, and bumping in Tom and letting him get boost built up. Arms were up.
Yeah.
Arms were up. Arms were up. And it's the Radford Racing School that I was talking about earlier out in Phoenix, Arizona.
Photo finish, 1 car length, yeah. Yeah, got the hoses out. That's the bleach box or the water box down there.
Water box, yes.
Get the tires.
So cool. I mean, it's everything in a drag strip that, we've got it right here on Woodward.
Yeah. And the cement barriers, yeah, they'll be gone by dawn. But you have to have them, of course, here for safety. But they will be picked up and taken away. Okay, small tire.
It's a small tire now, and the Mustang that you talked about earlier with the suspension that pretty much drags the ground, comes very close to it.
That's a Mitsubishi in the near lane, and it's got an automatic transaxle, not the manual you might expect. That's an all-wheel drive transverse turbo 4 that behaves like a big V8 under full boost. And again, all-wheel drive with that one. That's an important thing. Pretty rare model, really. It's an Eclipse, I guess. Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Eclipse. Yes, that's an Eclipse. Going against New Edge Mustang. 99 to 04 Mustang is a New Edge body style.
SN 95 also, right?
That preceding, yeah.
That weight transfer. Yeah, that's cool.
That's thinking about this at home and setting the car up to come out here and do just that. That's something else.
Now the squat in the tail of that car is a function of the 300 odd pounds of ballast in the trunk,
Yeah,
right?
there's weight there.
Yeah.
A lot of it.
Yeah. And some people say, you know, got to lose weight. Well, not so much. If it's in the back of the car, it can be very helpful.
Positioned properly. Clearly that is. And that's making a lot of power to drag weight like that.
Yeah, look at it dangle the front tires. Nice and straight. That's awesome. That's crazy. What a weird, like he's driving uphill.
Absolutely. And
yeah, great finish.
the four-door Chevelle did make it in to small tire. Very impressive time trial, so you figured that it probably would. And then the 53 Bel Air against it.
Yeah, two ultimate sleepers. These are awesome. Of course, sleepers, if you didn't know, and you probably do, are cars that don't look like much. They're sleeping, but then when they wake up, they will spank you. They'll have the fender skirts on the 54. That's cool. And that's right before the age of the 55 Chevy, and this, of course, would have had a 6-cylinder engine from the factory. No V8s in 54 or anything before that.
3 on the tree?
Yeah, probably a 3. Yeah, maybe a power glide, but still, yep.
That's a heavyweight brawl there. Bel Air gets the best of it.
Yeah. He'll be back.
This is cool. Man almighty.
Yeah.
This is wicked.
Parachutes not needed, but they're in case. Never
Sure.
know. And those are aftermarket, of course. Here's a rerun on that. Look at that. Great weight transfer, both cars. No tire smoke, no spin, no swerving. Nice straight shot.
Straight down the lane. And there's your finish line. Bel Air in front. Seeing great drag racing out here on Woodward.
Beautiful 69 G28-ish. Little farther.
93 Fox. LS Turbo.
Yeah, the ZL2 cowl induction hood. That is an aftermarket exaggeration error, but what a beautiful design that is. And it is functional. There's a low pressure area at the base of the windshield that scoots air inward toward the front. 3 horsepower. And clearance for a tall engine with exotic induction.
This car as a Z28 in its time was 302 powered, no?
It would have been, yeah, it would have been the DZ302, 290 quote horsepower, more like 320, 330. A lot more than that now.
That's a good race.
Wow,
that's a great drag race. Oh my goodness, folks. You saw an awesome drag race just now. You witnessed a spectacular drag race just now. Door to door, all the way through Woodward Avenue.
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah, great weight transfer, no tire spin. Wow. Nose up.
On to the next round. Here's the replay. Camaro got a little bit of a hole shot. But when it mattered, I think the Mustang went around him right about there. Yeah.
Wow.
Drive-by.
Look at that.
How about that? Drive-by. That's steam coming past you. That happened. That's just big steam rolling right by. And the Mustang, the Fox Mustang 1985 Mustang GT.
Yeah.
That we kind of forecasted would be sitting here today at this point of the day.
Yeah. And it's LS powered, you know. Some would say, oh, it's hypocritical. Well, it works.
It works. I mean, I credit the GM fans and Chevy fans that realize that that Fox chassis is just really a good drag race chassis. Yeah. You know, before LS came on, they were putting big blocks in them. You know, they were putting Chevrolet engines in Fox for a long time because the chassis just really is conducive to drag racing. Fox, and the little Fox's day is done.
Look at the body rise on that Camaro. The rear lifts as well as the front. That might be a 3-link back there. That's pretty cool. The whole car rises, which is an unusual thing. Generally, it's the nose comes up, tail squats. But when the rear rises, that means it's putting more mass downward. So that's a good thing. Not great for aerodynamics, but again, at this speed, it's okay. Second shot.
Good shot.
Now watch the tail of that car. It gets high and stays
separate,
high.
yes.
That's interesting. Yeah. It's a 4-link or maybe a 3. Again, it's a lot of physics going on there.
Now these cars from the factory and just street trim, were they torque arm cars?
They were torque arms, yeah. They had that beam going from the rear axle to the back of the tranny. That's probably long
That's
gone.
traction right there, though.
Yeah.
I mean, an aftermarket center with a big beam or something like that. That's super traction. That was your first round of the Quick 8 for both big tire and small tire, and that was good. That was exciting. So it's just going to get better as the rounds continue. See who wants it. See who wants it more, man.
Yeah, Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. Here at the M1 Concourse, and the former location of the GM truck and bus plant, where probably 70% of all the city buses in the country were built over the last 50 or 60 years, right behind us. Now it's a high-end race course, very cool place.
That's amazing, and that's one of the things about this city, Pontiac and all the surrounding areas where there, were facilities and such, and some of them still standing, and just to see, the brickwork and the stonework of factories that date back to, in some instances, the 20s. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, this is beyond thought sometimes when you think about, when you consider it.
Yeah, and the railways to our left, which intersect Woodward Avenue, undoubtedly brought raw materials by the millions of tons into that plant.
Coming into a plant,
turned into
absolutely.
buses and trucks.
Yeah. My uncle worked for GM. He worked in the Tarrytown, New York plant in Tarrytown, and that's exactly right. They had rails going through that facility to drop materials off to build cars. It was a Fisher body plant, actually. Yep.
What products was he involved with? Fenders
I don't know exactly. I know he worked in the body shop of that facility, so I don't know. Everything might have come through there. I was a young kid, but I remember we took a class field trip through there, and to do that as a car kid, and the rest of your classmates, like, well, what's going on here? And I'm just thinking it's the best day of school I've ever had.
Yeah. One great thing I've done recently is the Ford Rouge plant tour. Is fascinating. Go in there, watch the Ford trucks being built now, just down the road in I guess, Dearborn, that area, but Clairepoint or wherever. But yeah, the Rouge plant, you can go in there and watch vehicles being made. It's pretty cool to this very day.
That's awesome.
Of course, they're Brand X machinery, but that's okay. They're not Dodges. That's all right.
Great crowd out there. There was a crowd shot just a minute on the screen, and it's just amazing. All the people out here, Mike and David making their way down Woodward Avenue. That's got to feel pretty special.
Yeah. David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan, the 2 stars of Roadkill.
They are Roadkill.
Yeah.
The fathers of Roadkill. I'm going to use that from now on. I say, hey, what's up, father of Roadkill?
Right.
How you doing?
Yeah. David was my editor at Hot Rod magazine. I was there for 7 years. He was there for about 3 of them, and just a great team. Very, very productive. There's never a day at that job that was boring ever. Fantastic. I pinch myself that I worked there even to this day.
And you were there, just thinking back, so you worked with Gray Baskerville.
I sure did.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was good stuff. Gray was a character, a fun guy.
Bringing Mike and David, I guess, to about mid-track. We'll see what for in just a moment. Or just maybe film them strolling down Woodward Avenue, mic'd up. Maybe they're talking about something, just like, hey, look what this has become.
Yeah.
That kind of conversation, like, wow, can you believe this?
And Roadkill fans, you'll see that footage of this will become a future episode of Roadkill.
Roadkill fans, just the passion in Roadkill fans is incredible. Yeah. Quite the following.
Plymouth Duster on the line, sitting, waiting for what's next. The Duster, of course, came along in 1970. It was an answer to the Chevy Nova, an evolution of the Plymouth Valiant, which was actually still being made alongside the Duster. And while the Dodge Dart and the Plymouth Barracuda A-bodies could be had with 383s and 440s up till 1969, the Duster was always a small block car. I was always kind of disappointed in 70 and 71, 72 and 73 you get a 340, but no 440 Dusters from the factory. I mean, it swaps right in. That's a great thing. The A-body is ready to take anything up to a Hemi, but from the factory, the 340 and the 360 in 1974, but always small blocks. But you can put whatever you want in these things. They're very adaptable.
But that's the thing, to your point, the progression. I mean, back in the 60s, you actually could have that Hemi engine in a Dart.
Yeah.
And then here we go later on, and you can't make that swap. But right now, we've got David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan mid-track on Woodward Avenue, and we're going to find out what they have to say to everybody. Go for it, guys.
All right, here we go. Standing in the middle of the drag strip, it is David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan from Roadkill. Thank you. So this has been amazing racing, but we're also shooting a Roadkill episode here, and let me tell you what we're going to do because it's pretty radical. We are going to be buying a car right here on the starting line, and our whole plan this week is to give back to the fans. So at local cruise nights all around the Detroit area this week, we are going to be trading cars down. So we're going to take this Duster, which is pretty rad, and tomorrow we're going to be at Baker's in Milford, and we're going to find somebody who has a car that's not quite as good, and we're going to trade them for our better car, and we're going to keep that going all week long until we're done with what do you want to end with, Mike?
My hope is that he and I ride out of here on a tricycle.
So that's our plan, giving back to the fans, which is so... We want to kick that off right here at Roadkill Nights. We're going to roll in this new car that we bought, and you're going to be able to check is in for prize. For this. I've never seen this car in my life. We saw photos of it and bought it sight unseen. I guess this is Chuck driving the thing. This is a 1972 Plymouth Duster. Looks like it's G8 green, and it does have a 340 in it. You're Chuck.
Hey, Dave. How are you today?
Fantastic. So what's really cool about Chuck is that he knew that we were looking for a car locally, and you probably sent me 20 cars that were for sale.
I did. I knew that you wanted a car, so I was like, let's find Dave a car.
And you're a hardcore Roadkill fan. Tell us about the two other Roadkill cars that you've had.
Well, if you remember in a cheap car shootout, there was a Maverick four-door that Mr. Finnegan here just really loved and just beat the snot out of. It was known as Goose. I bought that when it came to Hot Rod Power Tour 2019. Then when I bought the Plymouth Belvedere, called House, what was it called?
It was house paint. It had house paint all over it.
Home Wrecker. It was called Home Wrecker. So I bought that one too, the 63 Slant 6. That was a great car.
Yeah, so in other words, this guy's been a great Roadkill fan, and we've had a lot of fun shopping with him, and ultimately came up with this Duster. And I haven't even had a look at this thing. Is it going to drive us to the next cruise night?
It absolutely may.
It absolutely may. How's your level of confidence?
I really feel like, Freiberger, you need to get behind the wheel and actually test it with a burnout.
We probably should, but first, do you remember the whole thing about how we're giving back this week? So Chuck, we really appreciate all the help. We appreciate you being a fan. As a result, Dodge wants to give you a brand new Hellcat powertrain. Chuck, that is your Hellcat.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That is beautiful. I was looking at it over in the staging lanes, and it's like, man, I wish I could have an engine like that. That would look great in that 63 Belvedere.
You want to trade me for a 72 Duster? You have something to put it in.
I got a moped back at the hotel.
So would you really put this in our house paint Belvedere?
I would. That would be perfect for that car.
That is ultimate Roadkill. I would love to see that happen. Who wants to see that happen? Yeah! Hellcat power!
Yeah.
You want to go love your motor a little bit?
I love that motor. That beautiful. That is so cool. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much, Dodge, for making this possible so we were able to help out this guy who's helped us out so much and who's been such a great fan. And like I said, we're continuing all week making the trades. So Mike and I are going to hop in this thing. We're going to try and do a burnout. We've never driven it before. And then you'll see us tomorrow at Baker's in Milford.
With something worse, I hope.
Who's going to come out and try and trade us for something worse?
Yeah.
Right there, right on. All right, stay tuned to my Instagram at David Freiberger and his Finnegan999, and you'll follow us all throughout the Detroit area, all throughout the week. Thank you very much to MotorTrend and Dodge for once again making Roadkill Nights happen. Let's do burnouts, Mike.
Burnouts.
Let's do burnouts.
Totally amazing.
Yeah.
Totally amazing. I need to be Chuck right now. Check Chuck to make sure that his feet are on the ground right now.
And I have to say that I have absolutely opened the hood of my Max Wedge or my Race Hemi or whatever it would be, and I just admired the engine. I've never kissed it before, but I get that.
I get the kiss.
You can hug it. You can hug
Chuck,
it.
good for you, buddy. Good for you. That look at that engine and transmission moving its way down the track.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Oh. Yes, they need the key. They need the key.
Chuck,
Yeah,
Chuck said, I got an engine,
so that's
and
the
while
deal.
I have the key, I still have a Duster.
Yes.
That is a clean car.
It does look good. Yeah, those are some small bolt rallies. They're wider than they would have been, so those are probably from Wheeled In Teaks or something like that. But again, these would have been a 14 by 5.5. Okay, keys in it. Okay.
B&M Star Shifter.
Okay. Yeah, keys in it, but all right, something's up. But anyway, tough wheel, and it's a 72 340 car, which would be an H code in the 5th spot. Nice, small block, looking good. Holly type carburetor.
That is very cool. And now the give back. That's unheard of, you know. But give it to Roadkill to come up with that type of idea where we're going to take something that's nice and trade down to someone. And I tell you what. The parking lot at Baker's in Milford is probably filling up right now based on that announcement that they're going to be there tomorrow. You might have people clamoring out of the stands now to get home and get their junk and get a good spot at Baker's so that they can be seen.
Yeah, that's a fantastic. You got to wonder. I mean, stay tuned to see what they end up with in a week. I hope it's not a tricycle.
I'm glued to it all week now. They do that to me with the road with drag week. It's like the least productive week in my working career. When they're out there in drag week, and now they're going to have to be doing this, so I'll have to follow along and see how those antics work out.
I think they're rigging cameras is what this is, because, you know, if they don't record the action, they can't use it on the show. But that's a great-looking car, the Duster. I mean, it does have the Valiant front fenders, and I believe the doors might have also been shared with a two-door Plymouth Valiant Swinger. But the quarter panels, the roof, all of that stuff was all specific to the Duster. And of course, 1971, Dodge got its own version of the Duster called the
Demon?
The Demon, yes, sir. Yeah, and it's kind of funny. I mean, in the times, the Demon name was a little controversial. So for 71 and 2, it was called the Demon. 73, it's called the Dodge Sport. Well, Demon came back, of course, as this crazy 9-second Challenger today. But back then, the term Demon was a little risky, I guess. But anyway. Plymouth Duster, that was in production until 1975. Plymouth Duster. Great car. Okay. It's called a power brake, is actually what he's doing. He's going to use the, well, maybe, okay. Put the brakes on, mash the gas. A little bit of water would be nice. There you go. There we go. That's got some suds. Okay. Yeah, anything can break the tires loose. That's fine. Yeah. Sure grip. Both tires are spinning. That's a good thing.
Don't put a divot in the street, You don't need a divot in the street. It's got some smoke going.
Can you imagine those brake shoes right now?
Oh, no.
There you go. That's good. Some wheel speed.
That's it.
Nice.
With no water.
Yeah.
That car's got some oats to it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That's beautiful. That's Automotive Ballet. That's beautiful.
Good deal. That's really, really neat. Good for them.
Well done. Power brake right there. Nice.
Making the turn, and we'll get into more of Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge here on Woodward Avenue. Sun's starting to set here in Pontiac, Michigan, and Steve this day, it's not over by any stretch, but it has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Through and through, man.
Yeah. I mean, every other time I've done this, there's been a little bit of rain. Nothing. I mean, we still have an hour. I'm not gonna, but I mean, it's nice to not have any issues or even concerned about rain, because when it rained before, we had the tractor and the jet dryer and stuff, trying to get another run out of it, and they had to postpone. But this time around, nothing. Perfect. Great sailing, and the temperature couldn't be better. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Very, very happy. Look at Chuck. Chuck sitting proudly in the golf cart as they roll his new engine and transmission out of here.
707 horsepower.
Man, he's gonna put it in a Belvedere wagon.
Yeah.
Now, with something like that, there will need to be a throttle pedal and the electronics, of course. Is that sold through Dodge Performance as a pack, like some type of a performance pack, the engine and all the
Yeah, Mopar Performance does sell those goodies. Yeah. So it's for a while, way back in like 2004, 5, 6, 7. The word was that the Motorola computer was one of the toughest to crack, etc. So early on, the Gen 3 Hemi was a little bit problematic, but now that's all been solved. And Mopar Performance, anything you need to make that run is available. So it's good. Times are good.
That's it, exactly right. Times are good, and from what we've learned today, times are probably going to get better. They're going to be different, but they could be better as well.
Yeah, it's great to hear that there's not a sense of foreboding and doom about the future with electric stuff and whatnot, but there's going to be performance angles to those things. And you got to remember, the electric vehicles, not that they're right away going to happen, but they're coming, I suppose. But they make torque and lots of it.
Absolutely.
So that's if you want acceleration, you look for an electric vehicle, because
I look at peaceful coexistence. There is some scuttle from, not for nothing, old timers that just don't want any parts of it.
Well,
They just think it's just the most horrible thing ever. But I think that there can be, in a performance spectrum, peaceful coexistence between electric and still have gas performance out there too. That's my thought. We'll see how it plays out, but I really do believe that.
Yeah. Well, I say it, as long as they're still selling brand new vehicles with 6-year notes, there's going to be gasoline for a while.
Gas.
So it's all good. Well, they'll go hand in hand. It's like when television came along, radio did fine.
One of the things that we hear people say, though, is they're going to miss the noise, the audible.
That's a good point. I know that in some, like in Tokyo, apparently electric vehicles have to have a chime because they're so quiet. People walk into them, so there's actually a sound they have to make that's artificial. So, and I got to say, I've driven next to Teslas before, and you can hear the road noise and stuff. But in traffic, I wonder what it's like when there's truly nothing around to see a vehicle that's totally silent. But the chime is something that probably will have to be added in situations with people standing around, because it's a little dangerous to have something like that moving around silently.
Absolutely, totally silent and wide open throttle, running 9 seconds in a quarter mile.
That's right.
It's going to be something else. Cars queuing up again for round 2 of our big tire and small tire shootout. Is that what's going on? No, it's Joe. I'm sorry, it's Joe back there.
Oh, okay. So the Daytona is back. Good stuff. So whatever happened there was probably just a little hiccup, not a big thing. Good news.
That's good. Joe Zolper of Garage Squad. Hopefully everybody checks that out on MotorTrend channel.
Yeah, he built that car himself, and it started out as a 68 Charger, fiberglass nose, fiberglass wing. And if you know your Daytona Chargers and your Superbirds, you'll know that the nose on that is actually a bird nose. It's a little pointier, slightly different. And in fact, the wings were also different between Superbirds and Daytonas when new. The Daytona wing was a little more vertical and not interchangeable with the Superbird wing. But this is fiberglass, this one. That's what you want on a race car.
I'm glad that this is back in shape, or whatever might have been wrong is righted, so everybody here can get to see what this is about. And honestly, it's not just what you see; it's going to be what you hear. Talk about audible and the noise and such. This thing, when it goes through, is going to make a beautiful sound.
Yeah, this one has a second generation Hemi, which is to say it's a 426 style, based on the RB Wedge big block, with the distributor up front. This has twin magnetos, which I saw earlier, which is to say this thing you could probably weld with the ignition system on this thing. That's what it takes to light the spark with that kind of supercharger pressure, trying to blow the spark out in the combustion chamber.
Current weather, 75 degrees, mostly sunny. The sun is going down. At 75 degrees, it'll probably stay at the 75 mark, or maybe dip a little bit below that as the night progresses. But listen to this. Just listen. You know what? The instructions probably were, Joe, just do a burnout. I think that's plenty enough for what's going on right here on this street. And that was cool. That sounded every bit like a top fueler at an NHRA national event.
Yeah, there's something other than gasoline being burned in there. I can smell that here. A little bit of alcohol.
Alcohol in there.
Yeah, a little something else. And that's not one of the 5. Oh, here we go. It's beautiful. This burnout shot. Replay. I smell a touch of nitromethane. You smell that?
Yeah. It's a fueler. Absolutely. Get some eye burning and everything.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, very strange sight. A couple of years ago, Leah Pritchett in the Papa John's Pizza Fuel Dragster was sitting right here doing the same basic thing. And it was pretty crazy when the Amtrak rolled through here. People in the train must have wondered what the heck time zone, twilight zone they rolled into. But there was this top fuel dragster sitting there in the middle of Woodward Avenue with the crowds. And they rolled on through and probably still scratching their heads now.
Would have been great to have Leah Pruitt out here for this Roadkill Nights, but she's in Topeka, Kansas, competing.
Yes.
NHRA is at Topeka right now, and again, my good buddy Brian Lones is out there calling all the action there. Thus, he's not here, but that's where Leah is. Leah Pruitt is in her top fueler at Topeka right now.
And she's a triple threat, or at least a double threat. She also runs a drag pack Challenger in the stock classes, in addition to the dragster. So we talk about, I wouldn't say coming down from something, but you know, I mean, a drag pack's going to run maybe a high 8, low 9, something like that. But she will run that with just as much skill as she does the fueler.
That's a testament to a drag racer being a drag racer. It doesn't matter what they get in; they want to get down the track and compete. Basically, I'll race anything.
Yeah.
And now we are back into our big and small tire quick 8 competition, and we're down to 4.
The traditional 29 Model A is back with the Root supercharger, with a 69 or so Nova, with the more traditional turbo setup. I shouldn't say traditional, more modern turbo.
And then there were 4, and just look at the crew guy. You know, this is getting more and more serious by the round, but that's what drag racing is all about. The crew guy making sure that Nova's in the best position possible to go straight down the track. Jason Ruger bumping him in. Molly out first. Molly out first. Nova have to get by. No. No. Looks like the Model A stayed out there, got out there and stayed out there and fought off that Nova for the win.
Let's check it out in the replay in a second here. That was a very close finish.
Watch the Jumbotron for the replay. Here we go. Looking at it from Jason's point of view, the driver's point of view. Model A got out there, and at this point it's just stay out there, fight him off. Because the Nova was coming. This is where Boost is coming on really hard.
Yes.
Got him at the line. So
yes. That was a quarter mile or even an 1/8. That would have been a different
it's
story,
one of those deals. You call that running out of real estate, basically, and that's what happened to the Nova. He ran out of Woodward Avenue.
Nice. The Canadian Acadian and the 56 Bel Air.
56 Bel Air.
The creamsicle.
Yes.
Both street cars, they've been on drag week, both of these cars.
Both of these cars have been on drag week. They're now fighting for a chance to see the Model A in the final of Big Tire. A trip to the Big Tire, Quick 8 Big Tire final is at stake.
And the little Nova Canadian cousin, of course, is the Acadia. The Chevelle midsize would have a Beaumont comparison in Canada.
Beaumont, French.
And the full-size cars are Parisian. Ran away.
Throws the chute. That little Canadian Nova has been on it all day long. Now is in the final round of Big Tire in the Quick 8 shootout here at Roadkill Nights powered by Dodge. And I think that's going to be a really good drag race. But you talk about dialed from start to finish. Dialed.
Small tire, again, that tail down little Mustang. And again, 300 pounds of ballast hanging on the tail of that to get those tires to grip and plant. And the Sleeper 54 Chevy. Both Chevrolet powered.
Both of them Chevrolet powered, turbocharged. Nicholas Taylor, Scott Brown. Now we have a couple of names. You can see who's who here. Mustang checks out.
Yes, look at that. Nose up. Proud. That is cool.
Nose up, and if you look closely, we'll probably see a replay. The toe in on that car is incredible.
Brake lights work. A street car, sure.
Oh yeah.
They got
a plate on it.
Yeah. Watch them get small.
Ford versus Chevrolet, classic showdown, Mustang, Camaro. This combination here has waged many a war, stoplight to stoplight, on streets across America right here.
Yeah.
93 Mustang Coupe, LS powered, turbocharged.
We spoke with this fella, I think it was this fella, he said that the Coyote would be an interesting idea, but another $7,000 or so.
Cost.
You know, yeah.
Cost concern, sure.
Right. And a learning curve probably, which is unique. 8,000 RPMs, no push rods, you know.
That's a good drag race there.
Wow.
And the 93 Fox takes the win. So we have our final set in both categories. That's a good look there. That's a great shot going down track from the starting line.
Yeah, to me, the weight transfer, nose up, just hauling butt. It's just it's automotive ballet. It's a thing of beauty.
That's textbook.
Yeah. I like a car that twists. Left front tire comes up higher than the right. That's kind of cool to me. It's inefficient, I know, but it looks cool.
That's something that the actually we've been talking about G bodies throughout the day, but Malibu is notorious for corking like that. Big block Malibus basically on horsepower.
You call it corking? I like that. It's corking. Torquing or corking?
Corking, yeah.
Yeah, right on. Okay.
I just came up with that.
Yeah. Yeah, corkscrew or yeah.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, I like it. Patent that word.
Corking per kg. And we'll have a little bit of a downtime before the final rounds.
Yeah, the Malibu, those are, again, today's 55 Chevy. And on Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, we were in a yard down south, and I found a car called the M80, which was a limited release 1979, made for the Southern Chevrolet dealer network, and it was basically M80 firecracker. They were white with blue stripes, and it had 9C1 305 engines, heavy-duty suspension, but there were two doors. It was like a two-door cop car, and it was as close as Chevy could get to a Copo without breaking the rules. Muscle car in 1979, but the M80, we found one in a junkyard. And it was kind of rusty, a little run down, but it was, you know, the last gasp before the Monte Carlo SS reignited things in the early 1980s. But cool. You could still get a 4-speed manual in a Malibu, I think, up till 1978. Pretty rare. They turned up, but in the 80s, no more of that. No more stick cars.
Did Dodge have any type of a Copo style program?
Well, they did, of course, in the 1960s. There were certainly the A-body Hemi cars and the street Hemis and stuff like that. But as far as getting things that couldn't be made at the factory, their stuff was already so radical. There was not much they left off the table, But like in Chevrolet land, the 427 L72 in a Camaro was a Copo, a special order thing, But in Mopar land, everything was pretty much available if you wanted to check it off.
That's pretty cool. And that's that's Mopar at the front, basically.
Yeah.
The other guys are special order, and you got to know the code and stand on your head and say 3 Hail Marys before you can get something versus just go ahead and buy it. That's presenting Mopar at the front there. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, you paid for it. A street Hemi was about a $900 option on a $3,000 car, so it wasn't cheap. Yeah, this is wonderful. Pontiac, Michigan, of course, down that away, down the camera about another 2 miles or so. And so much history here. The Pontiac brand, which grew out of the Oakland brand, which was part of the Billy Durant initial General Motors formation in the 1920s. Of course, William Durant, was one of the pioneers of the auto industry and a big risk taker. He was voted out of his own company twice, but came back, rise from the ashes, and eventually founded a company called the Durant. They actually made cars with his own name. Wasn't as special or successful as the Chevrolet or General Motors empire, but Billy Durant was in the business for most of his life. Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge. And if you watch Roadkill on television, on cable, on the MotorTrend channel, that's well and good. But if you want to see more, you can absolutely go for the MotorTrend app. You can download the MotorTrend app and start your free trial today. I'm not sure exactly what the prices are right now, but I think it's $4.99 a month, where it was recently, and that's pretty cheap for access to thousands of hours of automotive programming. In fact, if you wanted to watch British Top Gear episode 1 through today, or to the most recent one, you can watch those on the MotorTrend app. They're all there. It's all there.
Top Gear fan, you get on the app and check that out. I mean, as Steve just said, every Top Gear that's ever been made, and there's a big fan base, big fan base for Top Gear.
I think it's 17 years worth, something like that. It's all there if you want to see it. Yeah. It's a little show called Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, and if you want to see that, all 31 episodes are also there for the viewing on MotorTrend On Demand, the app. And occasionally it also runs on the MotorTrend cable channel. So, good stuff.
31 episodes. That's amazing.
Yeah, 3 seasons. Yeah.
Good for you. And I've really, again, as far as educational programming goes, you can learn a lot from Roadkill Junkyard Gold as well as Engine Masters. You can't forget that. That's a really, for an engine geek, engine guy or girl, David and Steve Dulcich and Steve Brulé out of West Tech. That's an amazing show. They do really, really cool stuff that, in my opinion, people want to know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that just makes, mechanical-minded or engine people, they want to know how does this work, and they get on the dyno and basically prove theories. I don't want to say like the Motor Mythbusters might do or something like that, but just prove different things about changes you can make to an engine to either improve performance or in some ways lose performance, and then that helps the enthusiasts do that with their engines and their cars, and be it go down the drag strip or just driving it around, make the best package that they can have by way of just following their lead.
It's really cool. In a way, they sometimes intentionally make mistakes so you don't have to, Like I remember one time they took a set of headers and they crushed the tubes flat, to replicate the hammering some people will do to get the suspension to work, and it didn't lose that much power, I was surprised, And of course, flat tappet versus roller cam, rocker arm test ratios, single plane, dual plane,
It's really been amazing. I've learned a lot from that. I mean, I can't and I never will profess to know everything. I'm always learning, and anybody out there should be open to always learning something, and that's really a good avenue to do it through Engine Masters, and that can also be seen through the MotorTrend app. And if you watch the MotorTrend channel, those broadcasts do come on the MotorTrend channel as well. I think we have first responders finally coming to the line in the Dodge Durango.
Oh yes, and these are Hellcat powered Durangos. Oof. When you thought the 392 was crazy enough, well, they went and they did this, which is amazing. Look at that.
There it is, out of here. Wow.
All-wheel drive.
That's so cool.
No tire spin.
That is so cool. That's your 2021 gross gator.
Yeah. Torque Flight 8, automatic transmission, double overdrive, super low first gear, gets that massive vehicle off the line like it's a 340 Duster.
Torque Flight 8 transmission. It would be interesting to maybe have a conversation with a Dodge engineer, SRT engineer. Is the 10-speed being visited?
You know, I imagine there might be. I know that GM and Ford are sharing a 10-speed right now, and it might be a patent thing. Not sure. But again, 8-speed, 10-speed. I mean, once you're over 6, you're doing pretty good.
But just from the efficiency standpoint,
sure.
meaning that cafe, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I imagine they probably are working on a 10-speed transmission, or maybe using something on their license. Don't know. Yeah, great finish on those two.
That was cool. And again, hats off to every first responder on the property watching. Can't say enough about the men and women that do great things to make sure that people are okay and safe, etc. So really is cool to see them out there having some fun as well.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, right about now, we're dodging rainstorms. My feet were in the middle of the streams that were running through the bottom of the broadcast tent. Not today. This is a wonderful day. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
It's a Ford Torino, or Fairlane, excuse me, on the far side. Torino would be a little more fastback type vehicle, but those were very popular cars. Those unit construction. That one looks like it might have been mini-tubbed in the tail, perhaps a 4-link. I don't see leaf springs, but pretty cool piece.
Everyone take a look up at the Jumbotron, and there's your breakdown. This is the big tire category, and round by round, the 3 rounds that we've had, you got into your final with Jeremy Bonnet and Jimmer Klein. They're going to settle it in the final of big tire.
Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge.
That is really cool. I mean, if you really look at this thing now, and if you're familiar with some of the cars that we've talked about all day that have been on Roadkill's Drag Week, Hot Rod Magazine's Drag Week, etc., there are a couple of upsets in this deal right here.
Yeah. I got to say that the finish in the Hellcat, oh, here we go again. Another run. First responders are at it again. Very cool. And again, the little logo on the side of the fender, yeah, that's the Hellcat head. Yep, they're putting the 707 into the 707 horsepower, that
707 horsepower and an SUV. In the gear shift, you see the front end bounce up a little bit.
And these are like 5,600 pounds, and they behave like a small block Duster, like I say. I mean, that was sort of the model of a lithe, quick muscle car back in the day, a 340 Duster, but these make those look slow. And they are. These are fast, amazing. These are mid-12-second vehicles in a quarter mile.
From the factory. I couldn't tell if the white one left early. Did he jump a little bit?
Well, here's a replay, and okay, the arms are up, and no, the arms are coming down.
Kind of clean, just a good light, basically. And if there was a Christmas tree out there, a 3 amber tree, that would have been a pretty close light in the 00s, probably.
That's the magic of all-wheel drive right there. No tire spin, and you know.
Small tire making its way to the lane now. There's a breakdown. I'm sorry, in the Jumbotron, there's a breakdown of small tire. 3 rounds that whittled itself down to Nicholas Taylor and Sean Fensler. And they're going to battle to see who takes the Roadkill Nights, powered by Dodge Gold in small tire. A battle of Mustangs, a battle of LS-powered turbocharged Mustangs, basically. So.
Yeah, and again, by dawn, this place will be back to normal. I think this is normal. This should be the new normal right here.
Just let it ride, man. Just let it, you know, maybe take the K-rail down, but, you know, I would rather see this rubber and everything that's happened today sustained for the next week and a half or 2 weeks, you know what I mean? Just to, if you lived here to come by, and I don't know, there's probably a very highly trafficked area, but if you could catch a dull moment on it, to just sit and park and look at it and reflect on what happened today throughout the day.
Yeah, hallowed ground.
That's exactly.
In so many ways.
That's me. I would sit on that corner right there in the median, put up a lawn chair, and just take it all back in and remember what we just witnessed. Right?
Yeah, this week coming up, of course, is the Woodward Dream Cruise, which takes place down the road a little ways. I mean, it's occurring here as well, but that's a 14-mile long cruise night, and the thing I love about that is pulling into almost any gas station or parking lot, and the impromptu car shows. And the folks that you talk to half the time are Detroit engineers who were there and they designed the Ram Air 5 head or something. You strike up conversation with people, and almost everybody is in the industry, and fascinating people are met right here in Detroit.
And those engineers are the guys, yes, that built the cars, the muscle cars of the 60s and the 70s, and they still have the one that they bought. After they built it, they purchased one from whatever manufacturer they were working for, tucked it in the garage, preserve it. You know, this is certainly a cold weather area, and you have concerns about rust, etc. But when you see those cars on Woodward Avenue, they're pristine. And you ask, has it been gone through? Is it redone? No.
Yeah.
This is the same car I bought back in 1968, and they just had the foresight. I wish in some instances I had foresight to save cars or preserve cars that I should have. I had a 68 GTO, Pontiac GTO, 404 speed. And who knows where it is now. And I'll be honest with you, Steve, I'll share something with you. I saw one go across Barrett Jackson's. I'm pretty confident you were working, and you described this, that, and the other about the car, and I got physically sick.
Yeah.
I said, all right, you know what? That could be me right now getting thousands of dollars for the car, and I think I pretty much gave it away.
Yeah, well, hindsight is 20/20,
Absolutely.
right? And I had a 68 Hemi Charger, a Maxwell clone, but a variety of cars. But, you know, they all got sold for the right reason at the time. They paid for the next one. It's kind of how it worked. You know?
Absolutely. I was in a young space when I had mine, so I can't say that it got sold for the right money. It just got sold.
Yeah, the street is perfect right now. I mean, the temperature's right. The rubber on the surface is about ideal.
It's seasoned.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. You go out there with your sneakers untied, and they might stick to the ground. I mean, almost. It's not quite enough VHD, but it's the kind of deal you're looking at.
That grab, yeah.
I like the sign they put up there, Woodward, right at the end of the Roadkill Nights starting line center.
I saw that this morning. I thought that was really cool. Actually, I took a photo of that, and I didn't get a chance to do any type of Instagram posting, obviously because we've been kind of busy today, but I have managed to capture some photos that I hope to post later on social media. There's the Woodward sign there, close up. Definitely a very, very cool touch. Tasteful. It'd be interesting to know how many people that are here actually participate, be it in drag racing or, you know, just as a car owner and enthusiast in the whole muscle car scene. You know, how many people here have something in the garage, or maybe had something, you know, reliving past glory by coming here or something like that. You know, I don't know what type of surveys are done in the ticketing. Maybe that's something that can be incorporated, you know, in future ticketing, just taking a poll of who's actually coming. We all know that they're theoretically car people, but who more specifically is coming to check this out? And it's by the thousands.
Yeah.
By the thousands, Steve.
You know, a lot of folks come here from out of state to enjoy this, and then they stick around for a couple of days and then start over with the whole Dream Cruise on like Tuesday, Wednesday. And yeah, I'd say probably 20% of the people here. Canada is a big place, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and I would say almost everybody here either has a car or had one, or maybe will have one soon.
Have one after they leave here. They might go do a deal on Monday, you know?
Yeah.
I need a Hellcat.
It's funny, in the late 1920s, there was actually a subway considered that would have run under Woodward to the surrounding cities. The idea was to limit the growing traffic congestion, but of course it never happened. But as the mid-1920s were happening, subways were a consideration. Didn't happen, which is good, because we wouldn't have had the 60s.
Right, we wouldn't have had this. We wouldn't have had this. Shadows are pretty much gone now, and just anticipation building for some action. Very, very Very cool deal. Somebody is having like the best party ever right now.
Yeah. Must be a Midway manufacturer or something.
Wow. It'd be interesting to find out what the influencers who raced here today, what they're going to be up to next. They did something like this. Now, someone like Tavares, who first time drag racing, will he go farther into drag racing, or is this one and done? Questions and things you wonder after you've seen what they've done today. Of course, Alex Taylor and Eric Malone definitely will continue on drag racing, but it would be cool watching social media and watching YouTube and such to see what the rest of the influencers do.
Yeah.
Especially with the powertrains they get, but even in the space that they work in automotive, will they go drag racing again?
I think some of them will be licking wounds for the immediate few days.
Yeah. But, I mean, losing it smarts a little bit, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's funny, the Demon back in 2018 when it came out was such a revolutionary car, but it's very different from the Hellcat in a lot of ways. A lot of folks don't understand, but the Demon has smaller front disc brakes than the Hellcat. The Hellcat has like a 15-inch rear disc brake up front. The Demon is smaller by an inch, 15 or 14.2 inches. That's all about accommodating the 18-inch rims on the front of the Demon. So while it's a quicker car than a Hellcat, it's not a faster car. There's a difference between quick and fast.
Absolutely. I went over that a little bit earlier, but to reiterate, quick is your ET. That's your time. That's elapsed time. So many times you hear people say, oh man, that car's really quick. That car's really fast. More so fast. But speaking about ET, they'll see a time go up and they'll think that that's fast.
Yeah, it's true. The quarter mile, of course, is generally regarded as being the gold standard of acceleration. And the eighth mile, this is 550 feet, but that's okay. I mean, this is sort of an impromptu event on a public road, so a full quarter mile here might be a little too much real estate to use up here in Pontiac, Michigan. But it's an amazing thing that we're running here on a public street, and nobody's going to jail, which is good.
Nobody's going to jail, no tickets, and thankfully, knock on everything, we have 4 more cars to go down the track, but no incidents, which is a testament to the racers, a testament to the track. It's been good to everybody, and there hasn't been any type of a bad incident out here, and I hope that these next 4 cars get down there safely as well. But it's just been a spectacular day of racing and car guyship. What is the Brotherhood of Muscle?
Yes, the peoplehood of muscle. It's a sisterhood, brotherhood, peoplehood. So there you go. Yeah, and one thing too, mechanical attrition. Usually there's a broken drive shaft, a spun bearing or something like that. Even a fan belt might come up. But today, I mean, almost every car was very well behaved.
Got down the track, and we saw, I would assume, tuning, both chassis tuning and engine tuning to get down the track through the time trial period to get us to this point, to get us to these 4 cars that are going to run in the final.
Yeah, and it speaks to the folks who brought their cars here. They were well prepared. No mechanical issues, so the cars were dialed in when they got them here, and they did the best they could given the situation, the traction or lack thereof early in the day, but all pretty much got down the track in one piece. That's a great thing.
Definitely.
And one thing that's amazing, back in the 80s and 90s, a show like this would be largely about older cars, bringing out your old stuff. But today, modern vehicles are as potent, if not way more potent, than vintage cars. And the idea that, the Hellcats and the Demons and even the Scat Packs, even the 5.7 RTs, let alone the 5-liter Mustangs, are all capable of 14-second quarters or quicker, much quicker. And it used to be back in the 60s, a 13, a 12 was, 11 was,
that was flying.
Crazy.
That was flying.
Now minivans run 14-second quarter miles. So, the good old days are kind of right now, and we're living them here.
I'm glad to be with it, man. I've been involved with this game for a long time. I've been a car guy since I was able to say the word car. Since I was able to say that 3-letter word, it's just been my thing. So to be in this space and to have the opportunities that work has given me, I can't say thanks enough to everyone that has helped me get to this space, and definitely thanks to you, man. We're sitting with you all day. I've learned a lot.
Well, same here. Yeah, it always takes a team. Just me being here all day, it'd be kind of boring. So a team to do this thing. It's good stuff. So
we had some motion going down towards the staging area now, so I anticipate we'll be getting things going with our finals fairly soon.
Yeah. Yeah, you're from a magazine refugee, I guess. I was at Hot Rod magazine from 1998 through 2005, and you were with 5 Liter magazines.
5.0 Mustang and
diesel.
Super Ford,
Yeah.
yes sir, and then Diesel Power from 5.0 Mustang and Super Fords on to Diesel Power after that, and things took a turn online. So thankfully, I'm still engaged with it. I'm a content producer in the MotorTrend truck group.
Yeah.
And when people ask me, what do you do for a living, KJ? What do you do? I play with trucks.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I play with trucks, and I have a good time doing it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I say automotive journalist. I give cars a voice, which is kind of what we do, you know. Yeah, it goes a long way with preparation. But yeah, good stuff to be here. And next year, will there be another one of these? They never say we'll be here next year, but you know, so far so good. And I remember the first event like this was, okay, it's one time, let's enjoy this while it's happening, and well, it'll be it. But luckily, it's been, I guess, 3-4 years right here racing on Woodward. So you know, maybe going on 5. We'll see. Don't know. No promises, but so far so good.
I hope it comes back, and I'm speaking from the standpoint of not necessarily sitting in this chair participating as an announcer, but just to say, look, this is something that will sustain. It'll go forward. It won't die. Just like this hobby, it needs to sustain and go forward and not die. And again, we visited or we talked about EV a little bit, but even if it's in that realm, there's coexistence that's going to happen or should happen anyway, so that there won't be any type of death of performance. You know, you hear some people kind of talk that way, and quite honestly, I think that's inaccurate.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, it's been predicted before in the early 1970s, of course, when you know the EPA, OPEC, that whole thing happened. There was a sense that performance was over and out. Well, it always seems to bubble back up. People want fun cars.
Exactly.
And whether they're electric or otherwise, you know, they're going to be fun cars to be had. And there'll be gasoline cars for a good long time, I'm sure. And then beyond that, the vintage cars that exist, there are so many of them that there will always be a supply of fuel to run them. So even if new cars become all electric, the party continues. But the electric cars can be amazing. I remember when the Hellcats first came out, there was an unveil of the new Dodge Charger, I think in 2017. And on our way on this road trip with all these new Chargers, a bunch of Teslas arrived and kind of bombed our party. And what do you know, the Teslas with dual engines, when you see a dual motor on the back of a Tesla, that's like a Hemi emblem almost. And in the first half of a quarter mile, a Tesla can keep up with a Hellcat. The second half of the quarter mile is where the Hellcat will pull away. But I mean, electric power doesn't have to mean slow or boring. A lot of torque. Electric engines are there, and you can bet Dodge is working on them.
So think about it. You've had supercharging and turbocharging, so an electric vehicle would be overcharging?
Yeah, as long as it's not undercharged. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah. Electricity is, you know, well, electric cars, of course, in the 1915 through 22 era, steam, electric, and gas, all three are about evenly popular. So we've had electric cars before, and of course now with battery technology being as good as it's ever been, still has some room to go. But you know, back in the day, a Baker electric or a Detroit electric was something you might drive for 100 miles. Now you can go 600, you know, like that. So we're getting there.
Excellent. Got some rumbling going on. Yes. I don't know if we're hot just yet, but we've got some engines fired, and looks like there's a Model A at the starting line, or approaching the burnout box anyway.
It's back.
So this would be our big tire final approaching the line right now.
Yeah. Of course, big tire refers to the size of the rear tires, and in this case, they're massive. They're probably 12 inches wide, something like that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than
16
that. Yeah, about 16 inches wide.
Yeah.
For all the roadkill marbles in big tire right now, our Canadian Nova, aka Acadia, and the 1927 to 31 Model A. Supercharger versus turbocharger?
I think both super. I believe I'm seeing the top of throttle bodies or something poking up there, but yeah.
Jimmer Klein and Jeremy Bonnet, or Bonnet maybe.
That's funny. Even though that is a Canadian Pontiac, it has a Chevy engine. They never put Pontiac engines in those.
This ought to be a good one. There's a drive-by.
Well.
The Nova, picture of consistency throughout the day.
Yeah.
Your winner in the Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge Big Tire Quick 8 Shootout. That's outstanding. That's awesome. And the shoes came off.
Yeah, it's a sticky strip.
Roadkill Nights. It's been a hell of a weekend.
Right
Appreciate every one of you.
Here's a replay. Give this guy a thumbs up. straight down Acadia. There it is on the plate. That's an Acadia, yes. Every lap. That car's been perfect. And he left late. Left behind the Model A, but drove by the Model A. Drive by.
There goes the shoe.
Drive by. That's awesome. Here it is again.
Good weight transfer.
Absolutely.
Deceleration, a little lean or a little rich pop, a little flame. Cool.
That has got to feel phenomenal to be able to go home and say, I won Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge on Woodward Avenue, 2021. Jimmer Klein. Props to Jimmer. The cool kids call this Mustang on Mustang crime.
I like that.
Little Mustang on Mustang crime right now.
I'm kind of rooting for Greenie because just the way the tail sits down so low at 300, that's carrying 300 pounds of ballast behind the rear axle.
Nicholas Taylor in Greenie and Sean Fensler in the black 93 notchback. I'm feeling the notchback. It's a clean looking car. I dig that. Wow. Good race. Wow. Good race all the way through. Wow. Ooh. Best race of the day, side by side. Who won it?
Can't tell it.
Who won the race? Oh my goodness.
Time for a replay.
Was it the left lane? Was it the right lane? Did they have to do it over? Was it a tie? Wow. What a final. They left together and stayed together for 550 feet. That's amazing. That's just awesome. What a drag race.
What? Oh, that's, I don't know. I don't.
And the slow-mo. Whoa, look at that.
Greenie
what a drag race.
Yeah.
That is the way to do it. What a race. What a race. Shout out to my buddy Brian Lones. I hope you're watching this, Brian. Did you see that just now? There's your winner. Props to Nicholas. Nicholas Taylor, your Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge Small Tire Shootout champion. Great job. What a race. What a race.
That can take the ballast out of the tail and give those coilovers a rest.
They'll say, they'll sigh. They will sigh with relief.
It'll come up 3 inches.
Take all the money back.
Indiana-based car.
That's awesome. Thanks, Roadkill.
Look at this again. Absolutely the best race of the day. Equally yoked throughout the 550 feet course. Good drag race. Wow. That is some final. Look at that. That is some final. It really is a drag racer. It doesn't get any better. You laid it all out there. Somebody had to lose. Unreal. Unreal. That was so cool.
Good job, guys.
Great job.
You guys are awesome. Thanks for all your hard work.
Hats off to Total Venue Concepts for preparing this track, and Jason Rookert of VP Racing Fuels for flapping his arms all day, non-stop. From what I could see, no breaks whatsoever, starting all the cars that went down this track. And salute to every racer and crew person, etc., that came out to Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge and participated in this, because win or lose, everybody here is one of those deals where, you know, everybody here is kind of a winner, man. No doubt about it.
Yeah, an honor to be here and be part of this thing.
And if this, I'm sure, is going to light fires in people that did not get into this, because I guess it's almost like a first come, first selected type of deal. I'm pretty sure if it does go forward, they're going to be poised at the keyboard when the registration opens up, so they can make sure they get themselves a spot in this, especially if they're here watching right now or watched our live feed that's been on Dodge Garage and then on YouTube as well. This has just been amazing thus far, and we still have the awards to go. It's not over by any stretch, so don't move, don't leave, stand by. We've got awards to hand out, and more from Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge.
And speaking of more, another flame vehicle. I've seen this car before. It's a very, very cool retro-themed 49 Mercury with 55 Chevy or Cadillac nose grafted on. But watch those flames straight up.
Oh, wow.
Shaboom.
Shaboom.
You have to get it safely away from the crowd because this thing goes crazy.
Yeah, that'll singe a few eyebrows.
Continental kit on the back. It's a Cadillac Eldorado tail lamps merged in. Very cool. Tasteful.
Wow. So that's kind of Chuck Berry, one piece at a time. Jeez, look at this.
Oh, another one.
Shaboom.
Shaboom has a sister or a brother. Oh. Wow.
Just the parade of the Shaboom team.
That looks a lot like the Carcraft Dream Truck of 1957 or so, reborn. If you're an old schooler, remember Carcraft, and was small. They built something that kind of looked like that. That's a tribute, but it looks an awful lot like it. The scallop.
Is that a Cadillac back? Is that Cadillac?
Yeah, 59 Cadillac fins melted on.
Wow.
Pretty cool. Oh yeah, flames. Lots of.
I want to back up.
Yeah. Fat fin. Launching flames. Wow. And now, you know, Geek Mind is working. Do you know how that's created? How are they doing that?
You know, I imagine there's got to be a little gasoline injector with an on-off valve, you know, because you certainly don't want that to crawl back to the supply tank. And maybe a spark plug of some sort of igniter. Just my guess.
Uh-oh. Cadillac in the back, and what type of pickup is that in the front with the white one?
Yeah, I would say probably born a Chevy or a GMC, like a 52-ish, something like that. And the fenders are sort of, well, the fenders, you can see the tops are like Cadillac. The bumper is definitely Cadillac with the bag bars on the front. But a very cool, sort of a 1958 Carcraft magazine, a Rod and Custom come to life. Pretty cool. Back in the day, it might have been powered by an Olds 371 with a J2 setup, 3.2 barrels. Probably a small block Chevy today, which is okay. It works.
And that, the one in the back there has a torch behind it.
That's a Dodge job-rated truck right there. That was the term they used. That one is the rear corner cabs. And again, Cadillac Eldorado, about 1968 or so, taillights cut into the rear fenders. Kind of cool.
This is a drag truck.
Yeah.
Shooting flames.
Oh, man. Man.
Wow. Oh, my gosh. I haven't seen anything like this before in person. This is amazing. Yeah, the doors are singed, understandably. They might have gotten that way through years of practice, but look at this! Look at the fire just billow against the door.
And spun aluminum wheel discs by Moon. Dean Moon, way back when, was the originator of that look. And the idea there is for smoother airflow at Muroc or Bonneville, but looks cool on the street too. Moon discs. Like the tunnel ramp big block. In front of the cowl, I won't say out of the hood.
Big block with a tunnel ram and just idling this way down track. No way.
And that those white clouds, I think, are gasoline vapors. Okay, well.
Just the scene, Steve. Automotive, man.
Yeah.
You know, automotive. So many facets of this scene.
Yeah, ways to express mankind's interest, people's kind's interest in automobiles. Yeah, it's true. So many ways to do it. You know, I'm into altered wheelbase funny cars. Some people are into rotary powered Toyota Starlets. Some people are into Mazda RX-7s or Subarus or whatever it might be. But this is yet another thing right here. The flamethrowers. These are big in Sweden, I understand.
Really?
A lot of Swedish hot rodders build this sort of a thing.
You have the iconic Merc with a chop top that's throwing flames. And look, it's like 6 feet in the air.
Yeah, back in it.
15 feet in the air. Yeah, that's a little more than 6 feet. That's maybe 15, 20 feet in the air.
Yeah, back in the day, that would have been done with a spark plug in the tailpipe. You just put it in neutral, whack the gas a few times, shut it off, turn it back on, and the rich mixture would make its way past the spark plug. But this is a very professional take on that idea right here. Yeah, see the igniters, the wires at the tip of the large tailpipes there. That's how they ignite the final mixture. Pretty cool.
You couldn't really see the driver, but imagine like a guy that gets out and is like, hey, cool, daddy-o.
Yeah, right. Wolfman Jack or somebody gets out of there. All right.
Yeah. Making his way off. Now, that was a really neat display.
Yeah, the Dream Truck logo under the Shaboom on the back is a nod to the original Carcraft Dream Truck. That's cool. They have a good sense of history, those guys do.
And when you say Carcraft Dream Truck, was that built by editors?
The magazine, yeah.
Really?
It was an in-house. I think Doane Spence, I think was the guy who was the editor. I think it was his project. Don't quote me, but yeah, the staffers would build their own stuff as they do now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, put it in the magazine.
Those were fun times. Being able to build stuff and work on stuff. Really, really fun times. Getting your hands involved with it.
Yeah.
There's still another flamethrower out there making his way back. That's quite the exhibition. Right here at Roadkill Nights Powered by Dodge, man. You see it all. You see it all. Complete day of automotive everything.
56 Ford, the wraparound windshield pickup truck, toward the very end of that styling cycle. Kevin's been tugged, of course, much wider rear tires than Henry Ford ever envisioned, or Henry's descendants, I should say. Henry was not at this point, but you get the point.
Jeez. Perfect. As darkness settles in out here on Woodward Avenue, you get this fire show. Wow. That would be amazing if we were to see, and hopefully we don't ever see anything like these vehicles throwing flames, in a sense, at each other and making one vehicle catch fire. That would be a travesty, actually. Don't know.
I could see sort of this done with asbestos and
it's got to be like a Kevlar or asbestos or something, maybe lining the doors. Especially to sit next to in the white one there, to sit next to that flame. Got to be pretty warm up in there.
You get your Nomex driving suit on for sure.
You take your vehicle and you say, I want to make a flamethrower. I want to make a flamethrower.
And for quite a while, I believe still, the jet cars, very popular as exhibition vehicles at drag strips. So they do a similar flame job right there, the weenie roasters they call them.
Yeah. With jet cars, the burner pops.
Yes.
That's what people like to see, the burner pops.
Yeah, sometimes those things break the windows on the control tower. You got to be careful and get too far away. Yeah, that's an amazing thing. Exhibition. It's a whole subculture of drag racing, from wheel standers to people on rocket-powered bikes. E.J. Potter, the Michigan Madman, who was a guy who actually had a Chevy small block powered motorcycle in a Hillborn injected small block between his legs. It would just lay rubber all the way down the track. 130, 140 at the finish line. Yeah. E.J. Potter, salute to E.J. Potter, the Michigan Madman, a legend. Yeah, one of the first exhibitionists, really. Yeah. And they say that with respect.
Exactly, exhibitionist, huh? Okay.
Not that guy.
Wow.
That's crazy. Look at that. Where do you practice that?
That's what I'm thinking.
Not in your garage.
Where do you practice, and are they in mic communication or walkie-talkie communication? Like, okay, guys, we're gonna flame them out now.
Yeah. Oh, the doors are open. Uh-oh. I don't think.
No more fire.
Yeah, we'd hit the button now.
He's got to be done. He's got to be done.
He's let some air in. Oh no.
You got some of the glue on the track burning.
The guys in the helicopter up there above are probably wondering what that's about.
News 4 is coming through to take a look.
Right. Breaking news.
News 4 is on its way. If you look over to your right, News 4 is en route now to go live.
Right. Woodward Avenue is on fire.
Exactly.
So they're actually using exhaust gases to propel the flames out the zoomies. Kind of cool. Yeah, it does seem it's related to engine RPMs and exhaust flow. So we're figuring it out. Hot Rodder's mind never stops.
Yeah, I'm thinking. That's why I'm not saying much. I'm processing right now.
Uh-oh, he's still going, that one.
And I'm going to go home just trying to look up everything I can find about flamethrowers. That was really cool.
Yes.
What a show. What a show. That was really pretty cool. The flamethrower.
Wow. Yeah, I can smell the
something
barbecue.
It's not even a
fluid.
matter of smelling, it's getting in my eyes, actually.
You taste it.
We've got our class winners queued back there at the top of the burnout box area. So I would suspect that you're time to hand out some hardware pretty soon.
Yes. Yep. Well deserved.
Absolutely. Definitely well deserved. Fought for. And at the end of this day, definitely on the side of the Acadia there.
Yeah.
Wire to wire.
Yep.
Wire to wire, came out swinging and never let up off that.
Yeah.
Straight and true, pretty much on every pass down this street. And as we discussed earlier about changing lanes, I believe he stayed in that right lane.
So it wasn't as bad as it could be.
Throughout the day.
Sure.
Throughout the day. Again, sometimes drivers just have that preference. I like to race in the right lane. It's where I'm comfortable, etc. And they'll do that. So he'd be someone who's would be interesting to speak with him, or we'll see what he says actually when it's time to interview. I'm sure someone will be down there to talk to him. And how was your day? My day was perfect.
Yeah, couldn't have been much better.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Dream Cruise is an amazing thing. Anybody who hasn't come to that yet, you owe it to yourself at least once to do it. And again, it started back in 1995. It was supposed to be a little tiny thing, 1,000 cars. 10,000 showed up, and it hasn't ended since. And some folks in the area aren't too keen on it, and they actually base their summer vacations around. They take off because it's coming to town, whether you like it or not. But for the most part, I think people really enjoy it, and they stick around and really applaud it.
In the new space, they take their vacations, and if they're smart, they'll make their home an Airbnb and make some money while they're away.
You know it. Sure. Yeah. I'm sure the Chamber of Commerce does not complain about the income. It's not a bad thing at all.
Absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that. And I got to say, too, one time Dodge loaned me a Hellcat during the Dream Cruise, and I'm driving up and down Woodward. But in the median between there are booking stations, the police department, and if you lay rubber, you don't want to get caught. So it's not a thing where it's like this. This is a dream come true. Anybody who's been frustrated at the Dream Cruise not being able to lay rubber for fear of an $800 ticket, you come here and do this. This is kind of like a dream come true, you know. And the Dream Cruise is cool. I mean, it's got to be safe. You can't have people laying rubber in the middle of that kind of a thing. But it's a static, slow-moving car show down there. But it's a fantastic thing. It's automotive history. Everything from Model Ts to Ram Air Ford Firebirds. It's all there. It's a great show.
Definitely. I've been fortunate enough to attend Dream Cruise twice, participated twice, and actually been here 3 times. I witnessed once and then participated 2 times. And definitely a fun I'll say midweek into Saturday. Saturday, of course, is Woodward Dream Cruise, but we got started on Wednesday, and just the hanging out in the area, phenomenal. And you see so many cool vehicles and meet so many really, really cool people that actually some of them have become friends just from meeting them here in Detroit, Pontiac area for the Woodward Avenue Dream Cruise.
And it is true. I mean, half the time you bump into a stranger, you start talking with him, and it turns out he's the guy who was part of the program manager for the Monte Carlo Aero Coupe or something, and, you know, talking shop with these guys. And this is the only place pretty much in the country where you can meet this many automotive engineers having fun on their time off. So it's cool. As a magazine guy, I used to come out here and get stories and just interview people and, you know, make connections in the factories and come back with stories later on.
Got some cars now parading down Woodward. Let's try to find out what's going on, but that's that 72 Dart Swinger.
Yeah, beautiful 68 Charger. Massive race Hemi type scoop. That's the 68 race Hemi scoop.
Charger with a Pro Charger. Now these are all Mopars, so maybe there's some type of a recognition that Mopar is going to present to these cars here. No. Here comes our Nicholas, our small tire winner. And then the big tire winner. That car sounds good.
Yeah, that's mean.
That thing sounds good. I don't think I've heard it idle all day.
And, I mean, durability. A lot of times, you know, triple valve springs, something breaks, but that thing's just been like a wristwatch.
A machine. So they're going to get things assembled, and we'll find out exactly what's going on, and I'm sure send things down to the track area so we can...
You got to remember, every single one of those cars at some point in time was in primer. Engine was out on the bench, and every one of those had a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into the construction of it.
Oh, yes. No question about that. Yeah. Hard work. And that's for everybody out here, hard work to get their cars here and beyond.
Yeah, my thing is I like cleaning my car, but I'm not a big wax it and shine it kind of guy. I like cars that sort of shine from the inside out. You know, a little ratty. Roadkill is my vibe. And but when I see a car that's really well done from front to back, and like these, the machine work, like that Nova is just beautiful. It's a show car.
Oh, definitely.
And it also hauls butt.
Well, we're ready to hand out the hardware, Steve, and Matt DeYoung is down there on the tarmac. So, Matt, what's going on?
Hey, we want to send a huge congratulations to Peter Volkaden. Thank you so much for coming out. You have the Dodge here tonight. Thank you so much for coming out. Congratulations. We hope to see you next year.
Thank you.
All right, moving right down the line, guys. Next, we have our fastest Dodge in Big Tire, James Pranis. Thank you so much for coming tonight. We appreciate you being here. Congratulations. Enjoy. We'll see you next year, I'm sure, yeah?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Enjoy, guys. All right, moving right down next, we have our small tire winner, small tire, Nicholas Taylor. Where's Nicholas? Nicholas ran away for a second. Nicholas Taylor, congratulations. There's your check. Thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. We'll see you next year, I'm sure, yes?
Yes, sir. I'm going to come take this 5K again.
I think that's a challenge right there. Should we put a bounty out for next year? Small tire bounty? Small tire bounty. All right. And last but certainly not least, big tire. Our big tire winner, Jimmer Klein, our big tire winner. Hey, congratulations. Thank you so much. What did you tell us about the car a second ago?
Well, it's my kid's car, actually. And we watered both of our cars up last October down in Indiana. And then he got his car fixed first, and I had a motor, so we just put it all together and come get it done.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your support. We'll see you guys next year, I'm sure. And thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks on behalf of Dodge, FM3, and Roadkill.
Well, one thing I noticed, he said 4 times next year.
Next year, I picked up on that also.
Yeah.
So maybe Matt knows something that we don't know, or Matt is being cautiously optimistic, and I think I'm going to join him in that. I hope to see this go on again next year and many years beyond.
Yeah, can't put words in his mouth, but looks good. I'm hoping.
For sure. What a day. What a day.
And it's great to see a father and a son who are, building cars together, trading parts back and forth, and that's really what this is about, keeping people together and families, and it's good stuff.
No doubt about that. Congrats, definitely congrats to Jimmer and his son for winning Big Tire. But speaking about fathers and sons, very quickly, I had an opportunity to meet here Tom and Blaine Stark, a father and son. Blaine is 13 years old, and that young man is a beast. I've been calling him a beast because he knows how to build an LS engine at this point. At 13 years old, he helped his dad on the Rocky Mountain Drag Wars program. They had an engine failure, and the two of them didn't quit that program. They just got another engine, got it together. But there are pictures online and video online of Blaine working on that engine with his own hands without any real guidance, just doing it. So father and son, to be able to do something like this and win, to be able to do something like those guys did and win, that means everything as far as the sport and the hobby is.
Yeah. Well, great stuff. It's been a fantastic day, and I guess it's time to touch down. And thank you all for viewing here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. Of course, Redline Dodge or DodgeGarage.com, where I'm a frequent contributor, by the way. So tune in every week and every month when I write stories for the Dodge Garage. So on behalf of KJ Jones, I'm Steve Mignonti, host of Roadkill's Junkyard Gold, and your show is?
My show is Hoopty World Championship Tune In. It's been a great time.
Yeah. Thanks for viewing. Hope to see you again next year. Fingers are crossed.